I'm really a villain. Chapter 351 to Chapter 438. At this moment, when these tens of thousands of ordinary people all knelt down, it was easy to imagine how shocked most people were. The establishment of the Buddhist kingdom, the existence of the Buddha. Everyone called him the revered one. There were true Buddhas in this world, and they were often willing to help their believers. At this moment, the battle in the sky had come to an end. With another attack from the evil ancestor, the enlightened one finally couldn't hold on any longer. His mangled body slowly fell from the sky. The breeze blew the short hair on his forehead, and the sound of spatial turbulence still echoed in his ears. The enlightened one wasn't afraid of death. He looked down. The mortals all over the sky were praying for him. Everyone was so pious and full of respect. He suddenly smiled. His smile was very happy. Perhaps life was worth it. However, at this moment, he suddenly remembered something that his master had once said. Do you think it's useless to help ordinary people? In fact, the greatest ability of our Buddhist kingdom's cultivation is to absorb the power of will of all living beings. But the premise is that these people must be your believers and have prayed to you sincerely. You still have a long way to go. This was what his master, Emperor Pu Guang, had once said. At that time, he didn't understand what the power of will of all living beings was. At this moment, looking at these tens of thousands of people praying, Emperor Pu Guang suddenly seemed to understand something. His body was still falling down. He didn't resist, and he didn't have the strength to resist. He just let his body fall. As his consciousness blurred, he seemed to see countless bright spots. Every mortal praying for him seemed to be a light spot. He didn't know what these light spots were. Until every light spot was absorbed into his body, his injuries were quickly recovering. His golden body was reconstructed, and his body was filled with a power he had never felt before. He understood. This was the power of will. The power of will of all living beings. He had stepped into a realm he had never come into contact with before. At this moment, his body glowed brightly, and a sharp golden light shot into the sky. The extreme immortal realm surged once again. It rippled with the floating clouds and the blowing wind. Seeing this scene, the evil ancestor was slightly surprised. He smiled contemptuously and said, "Aunt, stop struggling. It's all in vain." As the evil ancestor's voice fell, he only saw a fist emitting golden light smashing toward him. Boom! The evil ancestor did not even have time to resist and was directly sent flying by a punch. I know that I'm not fighting alone. There are millions of people traveling with me. The enlightened one felt the surging power in his body and said faintly. He punched out again, and the shadow behind the evil ancestor began to shatter. It's time for your blood-devouring evil race to pay back the debt of the past. After another roar, the evil ancestor was sent flying. The monster shadow behind him also dissipated bit by bit. How can he be so strong? The evil ancestor seemed to be in disbelief. Today, I will judge you on behalf of these millions of mortals. Golden light surged out from his body and condensed into a ball of light. This ball of light enveloped the evil ancestor and slowly whittled away the evil chi on his body. Save me! The evil ancestor resisted with all his might, as if he was asking for help from somewhere. However, the surroundings were extremely quiet. Only the evil ancestor's miserable cries could be heard. At this moment, the evil ancestor's figure within the golden ball of light was becoming more and more blurred. He looked at everyone with a ferocious expression and smiled evilly. It's useless. Even if you kill me, it's useless. I'm just a gatekeeper. As soon as his voice fell, a boom was heard, and the ball of light exploded along with him. The enlightened one slowly descended. His body was already a bit weak. The surrounding mortals all gathered around. Everyone asked about his well-being, and the atmosphere was quite good. How should we deal with them? Someone pointed at the people of Wuhua Temple and asked. The enlightened one was silent for a bit, then finally said, I can feel that they still have kindness in their hearts. At the side, Wu Qianjun smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, I've almost forgotten about kindness. Ever since I walked on this path, I've had no choice. Lock them up first. We'll make a decision after the Buddhist burial temple's matter is dealt with. The enlightened one said. You're not their match. You're just throwing your lives away. I advise you to leave as soon as possible. There's no need to let so many people die with you. Wu Qianjun shook his head and said. I'll make a decision on this matter. I don't need you to remind me. The Enlightened One waved his hand. Everyone locked up the people of Wuhua Temple. At this moment, the people in the meditation rooms and those staying at Wuhua Temple all came out to greet the Enlightened One. At this moment, a black aurora shot up into the sky. This black aurora came from the Black Tower where the evil ancestor came out. Everyone looked at the inside of the Black Tower in confusion. They saw a deep and boundless black hole formed in the middle of the Black Tower. This black light majestically dyed the entire sky. This world was covered by the black light. The blue sky turned black, and the white clouds also turned black. Everything had been assimilated. The wind and clouds were turbulent in the sky. Countless strands of black fog rolled in the middle of the clouds. What is this? Someone on the side didn't understand and asked. This scene was very depressing. It was as if a great terror was about to descend from the black hole. The entrance to the Buddhist burial temple. Su Zimo looked at the king of Qinyu and said. Are we going to go in? The surrounding people whispered to each other as they discussed the matter. Originally, they could directly go in. But now, they saw how terrifying the forbidden area was. They hadn't even entered the Buddhist burial temple, and there was already so much danger. No one knew what was inside. Now, many people were even thinking of retreating. Everyone turned to look at the preceptor at the side, wanting to hear my opinion. I'm not in a good state right now. I'm going to rest for a few days. This seal won't close for a while. I'm going in a few days. The Enlightened One calmly replied. Hearing the enlightened being's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Then let's wait for a few days. It's safer with more people. Hearing everyone's words, the king of Qinyu looked at Su Zimo and asked, what about us? We're not destined to walk the same path. Su Zimo shook his head and said. The two of them walked towards the black hole. Seeing their figures, the surrounding people called out to them, reminding Su Zimo that everyone would go in a few days. No need. This Buddhist burial temple is nothing to me. Su Zimo shook his head. Everyone's eyes were bright as they watched Su Zimo and the Enlightened One leave. Who is that guy? Someone looked at Su Zimo's back and asked. I don't know. I don't know if he's really confident or if he's just bragging. The person beside him shook his head. Lu Zongfeng, the people from the Immortal Mortal sect, and the people from the Buddhist kingdom were all deep in thought. Naturally, they didn't believe that Su Zimo would do this just to boast. But they couldn't figure out where his confidence came from. The black hole in front of him was moving and the surrounding space was rippling irregularly. An extremely evil spiritual energy was raging in the surroundings. Do you know who sealed this entrance? Su Zimo asked. According to what I know, it's a Buddhist powerhouse, the king of Qinyu said. He had previously understood everything about the Buddhist burial temple. Speaking of which, he suddenly realized something. His eyes narrowed. A Buddhist powerhouse? Is this related to the Buddhist kingdom, Emperor Wu Tian or Emperor Pu Guang? Previously, he didn't think that a Buddhist powerhouse was related to the Buddhist kingdom. But now that he saw what was happening, he finally realized. To be precise, neither. Su Zimo shook his head and smiled. This seal is only opened once every 1,000 years. In other words, there's only one chance to enter the Buddhist burial temple every 1,000 years. You haven't answered my question, the king of Qinyu said. You'll know once you enter, Su Zimo smiled. Previously, he used the chaos bead to enter the river of time to investigate the origins of the Buddhist burial temple. There were many things that made him very emotional. As Su Zimo spoke, he walked into the black hole filled with evil qi. The space in front of him was spinning irregularly and the surrounding evil qi was constantly invading Su Zimo's body. Especially in his mind, the evil qi seemed to want to destroy his consciousness. But all of this was meaningless to Su Zimo. He surrounded his body with the power of creation. The power of creation was the strongest power in this world. It was the foundation of a world. Be it the evil qi or the devil qi, they were all isolated outside. As the surrounding space continued to shatter, Su Zimo felt as though he had traveled through the void for a very long time. His body leaped and fell again. It was pitch black in front of him, and in this darkness, he could see countless pairs of eyes staring at him. Finally, after a long time, Su Zimo's eyes lit up. He appeared in a pile of ruins. At the same time, King of Qinyu emerged from the void. Is this the Buddhist burial temple? King of Qinyu looked around and asked in disbelief. In his imagination, a place like the Buddhist burial temple should be covered in dark clouds and surrounded by monsters. The atmosphere should be very oppressive and evil. But now, there was no trace of the atmosphere that a forbidden area should have. The sky was blue and the clouds were white. The sky was so blue that it looked like a watercolor painting. The sun was shining brightly and the air was very fresh. It was just that the two of them were in a ruin, and the environment was a little bad. The real terror will never tell people how terrifying they are, Su Zimo smiled. It's just that when terror descends, it will destroy everything with an unstoppable force. Where is this place? King of Qinyu looked around at the ruins and asked curiously. Don't you want to know the answer? Su Zimo smiled. Let's take a look around, maybe you'll understand. King of Qinyu nodded. He wanted to step into the air. But he found that there was a force suppressing the air, and he couldn't suddenly fly up. He had no choice but to walk and observe the ruins. The area of the ruins was extremely vast. It was so vast that he couldn't see the end of it. There were jagged rocks all around, which could be seen from the ruins. This place used to be very glorious. This is also a sect, right? King of Qinyu asked as he walked. I guess so, Su Zimo nodded. It's just that there was a great battle that destroyed everything, said the old man. As the two of them walked, they saw two skeletons in front of them. One of the skeletons was a human, and the other was a monster. Evil ancestor? Looking at the monster skeleton, King of Qinyu asked in surprise. The skeleton was completely black, with sharp claws and two vampire-like teeth in its mouth. It looked very similar to the evil ancestor. At this moment, the two skeletons were fighting. The monster's two teeth had already bitten into the human skeleton's neck. The human skeleton was holding a short monk's knife in its right hand and stabbing it into the monster's body. King of Qinyu walked in front of the two skeletons. These two creatures had been dead for many years, and they were still in this last position. King of Qinyu looked into the distance and found that the further they went, the more skeletons there were. Some belonged to monsters, and some belonged to humans. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were all over the mountains. The densely packed skeletons were enough to show the tragedy of the battle. The two of them tried to avoid the skeletons that were already dead and walked forward for a while. A large hall appeared in front of them. It was a very dilapidated hall. However, compared to other buildings, it was still holding on and not collapsing. King of Qinyu walked into the hall. There were many Buddhist artifacts around the hall. There was a monk's staff, a monk's knife, a wooden fish, and a monk's robe. There were also a few withered Bodhi trees. There was a painting hanging at the front of the hall. Although it had been eroded for so long, the content of the painting was still clear. It was a man with a bald head, wearing a grey tattered robe and a genial face. The man's smile made people feel very comfortable. There was a line of words written at the bottom of the painting. In the year of I Ching Buddha, we decided to fight to the death for the final glory. When he saw this line of words, King of Qinyu instantly reacted. I Ching, is he the founder of the Buddhist kingdom, I Ching Buddha? Su Zimo nodded faintly. He looked at King of Qinyu next to him and said. This is a really good person, who really wanted to save all living beings. Unlike many of the fake Buddhas now. He should be someone from the same era as Great Emperor near you, right? King of Qinyu asked. Yes, back then, he was the one who was most favored to bear the mandate of heaven, Su Zimo nodded and replied. If it wasn't for this war, the Great Emperor back then might not have been Great Emperor near you. He died here? King of Qinyu asked. They call it death, Su Zimo replied. The two of them continued to walk forward. The destination of this trip was out of the ruins. I still don't understand, King of Qinyu said along the way, puzzled. What exactly happened here? Everything started from the blood-devouring evil tribe, Su Zimo pondered for a while and replied. I Ching Buddha wanted to save some people, but he died on the way. Those people are still the same people, nothing has changed. If you want the real answer, then keep walking forward, Su Zimo said with a smile. The answer is right in front of us, and it will get closer and closer. King of Qinyu felt that Su Zimo was keeping him in suspense, but he still nodded. The two walked for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, at dawn on the 4th day, they walked out of the vast ruins. When the two of them reached the edge of the ruins, they discovered that the ruins were sealed by an array formation. However, the formation did not completely seal them. Instead, it left a door of light in front of them. Su Zimo walked out of the door of light, and their eyes lit up. His line of sight stopped at a vast field. The boundless sky disappeared into the horizon. And on both sides of the door of light behind them, there were 2 guards. When Su Zimo walked out of the door of light, the 2 guards did not even react. Then, there were 2 panicked shouts. The 2 guards ran away as if their lives depended on it. They shouted, "The evil spirits are coming out. The evil spirits are attacking." King of Qinyu was confused. He looked at Su Zimo next to him in confusion. After the 2 guards ran far away, they released the signal flare they had prepared into the sky to warn others. "What do we do now?" King of Qinyu asked. "Let's wait and see," Su Zimo replied indifferently. Even though he had a clear understanding of the Buddhist burial temple, he was still quite familiar with it. However, not everything could be taken care of. He did not know where the 2 of them were now. Just as the 2 of them were about to leave, they saw a group of people rushing over from the distance. The leader of the group was an old man in a blue robe. In his hand was a scimitar that was covered in black qi. The moment he saw the scimitar, King of Qinyu frowned slightly. He remembered the black qi on it. It was exactly the same as the evil spirit used by the evil ancestor. At this moment, the old man held the scimitar in front of his body and looked at Su Zimo and Luli vigilantly. The others who came with him also hid behind the old man, either fearfully or curiously sizing up the 2 of them. "What's the matter?" King of Qinyu asked calmly. The old man took a deep breath and asked indifferently, "Are you evil spirits?" "What evil spirit?" King of Qinyu was slightly startled. "The evil spirits from the outer realm. The enforcer has left a warning. All the creatures that come out of the forbidden ruins are mostly related to the evil spirits," the old man hurriedly said. King of Qinyu glanced at Su Zimo, then turned his head and said, "We are not evil spirits." "I don't know what evil spirit you're talking about." "Then let me cut you with my blade. If you are not afraid of the holy light on my blade, it will prove that you are not an evil spirit." The old man probed. "Holy light?" King of Qinyu laughed and said, "The evil aura on your blade is so strong. I'm afraid that only real evil spirits are not afraid of it." "Where did the holy light come from?" "Nonsense. This is the punishing evil blade issued by the enforcer hall. How can it be wrong?" The old man coldly snorted. "I think you are the ones with the problem." The cultivation of these people was pitifully low. Very few of them were in the spiritual pulse realm, and many of them were even mortals. Looking at King of Qinyu, he became agitated and had the urge to slap these people to death. Su Zimo quickly shook his head and said, "Just let them cut you. It won't hurt you anyway. I still have some things to ask them." King of Qinyu pondered for a moment. He knew why he had come here. For the sake of the entire Guming clan, this was nothing. "Okay, then cut me," King of Qinyu said as he walked forward and stretched out his right arm. The old man hesitated for a moment. In the end, he used the curved sword to cut him. With a pu sound, the curved sword cut into King of Qinyu's flesh. However, there was no reaction at all. The injury on King of Qinyu's arm healed in an instant. In fact, with King of Qinyu's strength, this kind of low-grade weapon could not even cut through his skin. It was just that he did it on purpose to cooperate. Seeing this scene, the old man heaved a sigh of relief. Their vigilant gazes towards Su Zimo and the other man also relaxed. "It's good that you are not evil spirits," the old man said. "Where are you from? How did you appear in the forbidden ruins?" Seeing that King of Qinyu was about to speak, Su Zimo quickly said, "We are from Luhua City. There was a time when they went out to play together, but they got lost while walking. Then, we randomly appeared in the forbidden ruins. Then you must have mistakenly entered the Forbidden Ruins, the old man nodded and replied. After all, our light world is too big. Many people can't finish exploring it in their lifetime. Suzimo smiled and nodded. Light World, Law Enforcement Hall. He had obtained some more important information. Most of the people here were mortals and could not fly. It was indeed very difficult to finish exploring this world. This old man probably thought that the two of them were from the light world. Where's your so-called Luhua city? Is it far from our Guyu village? The old man continued to ask. We don't know where you are. Elder, do you have a map for me to refer to? Suzimo asked with a smile. We do have a map, but only a map of the route around our Guyu village. We have not been to other places, so naturally, we can't draw a map. The old man nodded and said. Then, Elder, can we go to your village to stay for a while? Suzimo asked with a smile. When we find the way back, we will leave immediately. This? The old man looked at the group of people behind him and was slightly hesitant. We are willing to pay. Suzimo quickly took out a few spirit stones. The moment they saw the spirit stones, the surrounding people exclaimed. The reason why the people here could not cultivate was not because their aptitude was bad. It was because the spiritual energy in the world was limited. Many places did not have spiritual energy. Moreover, even if they learned how to cultivate, without spiritual energy, they were destined to not be able to reach a high level. It's a pleasure to have friends from afar, the old man said with a smile as he took the spirit stones from Suzimo. Everyone walked toward the Guyu village in the distance. On the way, King of Qinyu looked at the old man curiously and asked, Why do you call the ruins the Forbidden Ruins? A long time ago, a group of evil spirits came to our world from a different dimension and wanted to occupy our world. The old man replied, Later, the heroes of the Law Enforcement Hall defeated them. Therefore, we call the place where they fought the Forbidden Ruins. The Law Enforcement Hall left a warning that the evil spirits of the past might appear again after a few years. Hearing the old man's words, King of Qinyu frowned slightly. He felt that his mind was even more confused. If the Venerable One of Righteousness had once led the people of the Buddhist kingdom to fight against the blood-devouring evil race there, later, they failed. Then, who were the evil spirits that these people were talking about? Guyu village was not a very large village. There were only a few hundred people living in the village. 2 ancient poplar trees were planted at the entrance of the village, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Suzimo and King of Qinyu came to the village. Most of the people in the village were mortals, and the strongest was only in the spiritual pulse realm. The spiritual pulse realm warrior was the village chief of Guyu village, the blue-robed old man, Gu Qingyun. The two of them stayed in Gu Qingyun's house. The courtyard was not big, and there were 2 side rooms in the backyard. When the two of them entered the side room, King of Qinyu frowned slightly, looked at Suzimo, and asked, Don't keep me in suspense. What is all this about? There are thousands of races in the world, and the blood-devouring evil tribe is one of them, Suzimo replied with a smile. A long time ago, the blood-devouring evil tribe was exiled because they were too cruel. Just like their name, they were blood-devouring. They needed a lot of blood to survive. This has resulted in too many deaths. Upon hearing Suzimo's words, King of Qinyu was silent for a moment, then said, But what does this have to do with the Buddhist kingdom? Later, the ancestors of the blood-devouring evil tribe used their great magic to send the tribe back from the land of exile. When the blood-devouring evil tribe returned to the Yuanyang continent, they immediately caused a bloodbath. In order to get blood, they killed countless living beings. People were plunged into misery and suffering, and blood flowed like rivers. Suzimo replied, They even built an ancient world and kept living beings in it. They were like fat pigs waiting to be slaughtered, waiting for them to be slaughtered when they needed it. Are you talking about the sealed ancient world we are in now? King of Qinyu immediately understood. That's right. Suzimo nodded. At that time, Venerable I Ching was preaching his Buddhist doctrine. He saved people from suffering and saved all living beings. Later on, he led his Buddhist followers to the ancient realm. Thus began the long struggle against the blood-devouring evil race. You know what happened later. The Buddhists were annihilated, and Venerable I Ching also died in that battle. Who is the evil spirit that the villagers are talking about? King of Qin, you seem to have guessed something and asked. Su Zimo shook his head and said, of course it's Venerable of the Righteous World and his group. The Buddhists were defeated. In the end, the blood-devouring evil race spread the news. They became the heroes who protected the ancient realm and established the law enforcement hall. As for venerated Justice and the others, they are the evil spirits that want to erode the ancient realm. King of Qin was silent for a moment before he finally asked, I want to know what role Wuhua Temple plays in this. Just a pitiful person, Su Zimo said, shaking his head. They are not important. A temple built by a weakling that no one cares about. Later on, for the sake of being popular, for the sake of strength, fame, status, and so on. He sold his soul to the darkness. King Qin nodded slowly. Only now did he have a rough understanding of the situation. Then what should we do now? Originally, I wanted to go directly to the blood-devouring evil race, Su Zimo said. But now that the Buddhist kingdom has suddenly intervened, I have changed my mind. Let them take the lead, and we'll just reap the benefits. I understand. Then let's wait a little longer. King of Qin nodded. In the next few days, Su Zimo and King of Qin settled down in Guyu village. However, village chief Gu Qingyun was still wary of the two and often sent people to secretly monitor them. Su Zimo could be considered to have integrated into the life here. He understood that the fate of the people here was tragic. Whether it was the adults who had already cultivated or the children who had just been born. From the beginning, their fate had been decided. They didn't even know anything. They regarded the ancient realm as a vast world. Little did they know that this was just a cage for pigs to be slaughtered. Su Zimo asked the village chief for a map of the nearby area. There were 3 cities near Guyu village. In the past few days, Su Zimo often wandered around these cities when he had nothing to do. Finally, on the 7th day, he met the people from the Buddhist kingdom in a nearby city called Purple House City. Among them was Lu Zongfeng, the Immortal Mortal sect, other forces, and a few hundred rogue cultivators. These people seemed to know the danger of the Buddhist burial temple. They didn't act separately. Instead, they gathered together and listened to the orders of the enlightened ones. Su Zimo waited for the enlightened ones to act. He knew that the Buddhist kingdom had a backup plan, but he didn't know what it was. Otherwise, with the enlightened one's strength, they would be courting death. Whether it was Guyu village or Purple House City. Each city had its own law enforcement hall. These people didn't rashly attack the law enforcement hall. Instead, they first collected information about the blood-devouring evil race. Su Zimo didn't disturb them. He silently returned to Guyu village. The pace of life in the village was very slow, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Finally, on an October morning, the autumn wind withered. The originally quiet village was bustling with activity early in the morning. People came and went in the village. It was very lively. Su Zimo and the King of Qin got up and went out. They found a villager on the street and asked around. Then, they understood what was going on. The law enforcement hall was coming to the village to recruit enforcers. According to the information left behind by the law enforcement hall, it was said that the creatures from the outside world had always wanted to invade the ancient realm. The reason why the people here could live such a peaceful life was because the enforcers had shed their blood outside. Therefore, in the entire ancient realm, every enforcer was a hero. Because of the high number of enforcers' casualties, the law enforcement hall would recruit a large number of enforcers from the entire ancient realm every 3 years. Hearing this, Su Zimo laughed disdainfully. What enforcers? It's just time to harvest leeks. What do you mean? The King of Qin frowned. The pigs that are waiting to be slaughtered are fattened up. What do you think they should do? Su Zimo asked. Kill. The King of Qin was silent for a while. The so-called fighting against the evil spirits outside, becoming an enforcer, and becoming a hero are all lies. Su Zimo nodded slightly. When those hot-blooded people go there, they will find that only a butcher's knife is waiting for them. The King of Qin was silent for a while and didn't say anything else. Humans were humans because they weren't heartless machines. Since they had a heart, they would always have a conscience. Most people would always act as if it didn't concern them. There weren't many people like the Venerable of Righteousness anymore. If it weren't for that thing, the king of Xianxia wouldn't have paid attention to what was happening here. Should we tell them the truth? The king of Xianxia asked. Do you think they will believe you? Su Zimo chuckled. He shook his head and said, I only agree with one principle. The only hero who can save you is yourself. There is no such thing as a savior in this world. Even if there is a savior, they will only save a great world. Not a person or a group of people. Destiny is in your own hands. As the two of them spoke, they arrived at the largest open space in the village. At this moment, hundreds of villagers had surrounded the place. In the middle of the encirclement stood 3 people in white robes. 2 men and 1 woman. Their pure white robes swayed gently with the breeze, and the word enforcer was written on the back of their robes. A sword and shield symbol was engraved on their chests. At this moment, Su Zimo could still hear the surrounding villagers talking. Do you see the enforcer on the left? An adult said to his child. That's Lord Guzay. He used to be from our Guyu village. He has become a great hero now. You have to learn from him when you grow up. The child nodded heavily, his eyes full of hope. There were no standards for the selection of enforcers. Those who were underage or unmarried were not accepted. Su Zimo knew that because these people still had the ability to reproduce. The ratio of male to female animals was always maintained. Otherwise, it was easy to create an imbalance between species. The selection of enforcers was very easy. As long as one met these simple requirements, they could become enforcers. In just one morning, more than 20 people had been selected and taken away from the village. The selection was over. Under the kind invitation of the village chief, Gu Qingyun, the 3 enforcers could only agree to have lunch in the village before leaving. During the meal, the villagers were busy in their houses. Su Zimo slowly sat at the table next to the enforcers. He looked at the man named Guzay and smiled. I heard that you used to be from this village? Yes. Guzay nodded slightly and looked at Su Zimo in confusion. You personally led them to hell. Don't you feel sad? The king of Xianxia asked. Guzay's expression changed slightly. Finally, he said, what are you talking about? I don't understand. You understand, the king of Xianxia said indifferently. Only death awaits them. They will become part of the blood that the blood-devouring evil tribe needs. King of Xianxia looked at the 3 law enforcers indifferently. These people from the blood-devouring evil race are really powerful. In order not to arouse the suspicion of the villagers, he let them live in a cradle of lies. They were actually letting the people of Guyu village do the selection. The villagers of Guyu village would definitely believe Guzay's words. After all, they were from the same village. If an unfamiliar law enforcer were to be selected, the villagers who signed up would definitely have some concerns. It was likely that this method was not only used in ancient remnant village, but also in the entire ancient realm. How do you know all this? Guzay stood up instantly, his expression changing drastically. He drew his sword from his waist and asked warily, who are you people? We're just passers-by in this world, King of Xianxia said calmly. What? Are you angry from embarrassment? Upon hearing King Qinyu's words, before Guzay could say anything, Su Zimo patted King Qinyu's shoulder and shook his head at him. This matter has nothing to do with us. No one is really a fool. King of Qianxia looked at Su Zimo and said calmly, so we're not going to do anything about it? I'm going to take care of this matter in ancient remnant village. It's time to tell the villagers the truth. Su Zimo smiled and shook his head. He sat to the side and did not say anything else. Perhaps the experience in ancient remnant village reminded King of Qianxia of many things. Back then, during the Desolation era, all living beings lived like ants. The 3 major clans ruled everything. That was an era where people drank their fur like blood. However, as Gu Ming, they always wanted to fight against everything. The humans in the ancient realm seemed to remind him of his weak self during the Desolation era. What's going on? Hearing the commotion in the courtyard, the villagers hurriedly came out of the kitchen. Guzay drew his sword and stared coldly at King of Qianxia. Lord Guzay, let's talk nicely. He's new to our village and doesn't know the rules, Gu Qingyun said quickly. King of Qianxia looked at the people in ancient remnant village, took a deep breath, and said, perhaps I should tell you something. You're courting death. Seeing that King of Qinyu was about to tell the truth, Guzai's expression changed drastically. He immediately slashed out with his sword. However, Guzai's strength was only at the true meridian realm. King of Qinyu snorted coldly. He did not even make a move. That cold snort was like a sudden clap of thunder. The three enforcers present were instantly mentally injured. They spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground with pale faces. Everyone looked at King of Qinyu in horror. Perhaps what I'm going to say next will have a great impact on you. Perhaps you won't believe me, but I still have to say it. King of Qinyu said calmly. This so-called ancient realm is just a cage. And you people are all food raised by the blood-devouring evil clan. Those who are sent to be heroes are actually walking on the path of no return that leads to death. And this Guzai is just a lackey raised by others to fabricate lies. Hearing King of Qinyu's words, Guzai, who was below, closed his eyes in despair. 2 streams of hot tears flowed from his eyes. His chest rose and fell unsteadily. He roared at the sky. My name is Guzai. I'm a hero. They say that enforcers are heroes. I'm very happy that I became a part of the enforcer selection this time. I bid farewell to the villagers who sent me off and followed the enforcers to the place of my dreams. I thought that was the road to the sacred hall, but I never realized what I was going to experience next. Boiling blood boiled in the magma-like pool of fire. As the flesh and blood disintegrated, the bones melted, and the miserable screams rang out one after another. One by one, people were pushed into the pool of blood. I stood at the back of the long line, fearful that it would be my turn. Monsters with 2 sharp teeth and sharp claws sat at the edge of the pool of blood. They drank the blood and gnawed on the bones. The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed in my ears. I was terrified. This shouldn't be the treatment of a hero. Finally, it was my turn. I stood at the edge of the pool of blood. The heat wave in my face seemed to mock my ignorance. I thought that my life was coming to an end. Suddenly, a man wearing a blood-red robe walked in front of me. He asked me if I was willing to be an enforcer. What is an enforcer? To gain the trust of the people in the villages or cities and bring them here without any hesitation. And the only thing I could get in return was to live. Even if I had to live lowly. I didn't have to be like these pigs who jumped into the pool of blood and become food for the monsters. I agreed. Perhaps life was more important than anything else. Although at first, I was filled with guilt. But later, I figured it out. In the end, my strength alone is too weak, and I can't change anything. If I can't change this world, why not become a part of this world, become a part of the monsters? My name is Guzai. I'm not a hero. Guzai looked at the village chief, who had fallen silent, and lowered his head slightly. I'm sorry. Village chief, I'll leave this person to you, King of Qinyu said calmly. Gu Qingyun was silent for a long time. At this moment, he looked exceptionally old and frail. Thank you. He bowed to King of Qinyu and thanked him. Then, he walked in front of Guzai and personally helped him and the other 2 enforcers up. Take the 20 enforcers you've selected and leave. Village chief. Guzai looked at Gu Qingyun in disbelief. Leave, Gu Qingyun growled. There was an indescribable emotion on his face. The flesh on his face was trembling slightly. Guzai was silent for a while. In the end, he dragged his weak body out of the small courtyard. He left Guyu village with the 20 enforcers selected in the morning. Seeing this scene, King Qinyu was completely stunned on the spot. He didn't say anything to stop him. Previously, he had said that he would leave this person to Gu Qingyun. One after another, the villagers brought out the dishes they had prepared. Gu Qingyun took a few gulps from the wine jar next to him. He turned his head and smiled at King of Qinyu. It's tasteless. I need an explanation, King of Qinyu replied calmly. Those who were sent to be enforcers and heroes left in batches. They never returned. Gu Qingyun gazed at the setting skyline in the distance. The setting sun dyed half of the sky. It was a picturesque scene. I never saw them again. Some people said that they died in the battle with the evil spirits. They died great and glorious deaths. At first, I thought so too. Until one night a few decades ago. A villager who was sent to be an enforcer ran back covered in blood. He told me it was all a hoax. We are birds in a cage. Our wings are broken, our wildness is wiped out, and we can only wait for death in a cage. From then on, I knew the answer to everything. Then why didn't you resist? King of Xianxia asked. Resist? What could they use to resist? There is no spiritual energy in this world, so we are just a bunch of mortals. Even if you manage to step onto the path of cultivation, you will only be an ant in the spirit vein and meridian stage. Gu Qingyan smiled bitterly. If we don't resist, only a few dozen people will die every few years. Those who resisted would be exterminated. Do you think he should resist or not? We are birds in a cage, birds that have already seen the world and accepted our fate. Hearing Gu Qingyan's words, King of Xianxia turned to look at Su Zimo, who was sitting beside him with a calm expression. He recalled what Su Zimo had said to him earlier. There are no real fools in this world. Some people are really smart, while others are just playing dumb. You've already seen through it, haven't you? King of Xianxia looked at Su Zimo and asked. Alright, it's time for the show to begin, Su Zimo said with a smile. As soon as his voice fell, he heard a boom sound of an explosion. Who dares to invade my law enforcement hall? An angry roar sounded in the distant sky. Everyone looked toward the southeast. That was where Zhao City was located. Someone is attacking Zhao City's law enforcement hall, Gu Qingyan said. The Buddhist kingdom is on the move, King of Xianxia replied. Village chief, I think it's time for us to leave, Su Zimo said with a smile. You. Gu Qingyan looked at Su Zimo in shock. He had obviously guessed something. Although we are doing this for our own benefit, destroying the blood-devouring evil tribe can be considered as indirectly helping you. Su Zimo smiled. He and King of Xianxia stepped into the air and left. The villagers of Guyu village looked at the backs of the two people leaving, their hearts unable to calm down for a long time. There was a restricted airspace in the sky, but it was obviously much weaker than the restricted airspace in the Forbidden Ruins. The people of the Buddhist kingdom had already begun to attack Zhao City's law enforcement hall. Su Zimo were ready to reap the benefits. When Su Zimo arrived at the law enforcement hall, they found that it had been completely destroyed. In the sky, there were two cultivators who had entered the immortal realm. One was an enlightened one, and the other was Lu Zongfeng. He was the one who had chatted with Su Zimo in the room. Everyone knew that he was famous for his Lu-style blade technique, but they did not expect that he had already stepped onto the path of immortality. This person has hidden himself quite well. Su Zimo smiled. At this moment, with the presence of two immortal realm cultivators, the law enforcement hall here was completely destroyed. At that moment, the spirit chi of heaven and earth suddenly surged. In this ancient realm where the spirit chi of heaven and earth was scarce, every bit of spirit chi was very precious. Everyone looked up and saw the source of the spirit chi. A blood-red eye suddenly appeared in the sky. This eye carried endless killing intent and strangeness as it quietly looked at everyone. Are you the descendants of those ants from back then? The blood-red eye spoke. The voice came from an unknown place. It sensed the aura of the people of the Buddhist kingdom and immediately associated it with the group of people from long ago. You all deserve to die, the enlightened one said calmly. Ants, since you've come, then you can stay here forever. The blood-red eye laughed wantonly. Following which, the entire ancient realm began to rumble and explode. Everyone looked around and saw that a blue barrier had suddenly appeared on the realm walls surrounding the ancient realm. This barrier enveloped the entire ancient realm, blocking the sealed entrance that everyone had come from. At this moment, the natives of the ancient realm also looked up at the sky, not knowing why such a huge change had occurred. A path to the heavens slowly extended from one end of the sky, bringing with it endless evil chi. This path to the heavens seemed to pass through layers of the void to reach the other side. It appeared in front of everyone. Inside the path to the heavens, from the boundless darkness, 3 figures walked out. The blood-devouring evil tribe has 4 ancient ancestors, the enlightened one said. We killed one in the outside world earlier, so there should be 3 left now. When the 3 figures slowly walked out of the path to the heavens, evil chi filled the sky and covered the entire sky. The void of heaven and earth constantly shattered and sank. Endless spirit chi reverberated in the surroundings like raging waves. My name is Lu Wu. My name is Zhezhua. My name is Guiyu. Those who offend the blood-devouring evil tribe, die. The moment the word die was spoken, the sky was filled with blood qi and majestic immortal might, mixed together, soared into the sky. They have 3 entering immortal experts, what do we do? Lu Zongfang asked the enlightened one. The enlightened one turned to the others and said, we'll hold 2 of them back, and you guys can deal with the remaining entering immortal together. How about that? You. Go. Su Zimo looked at the king of Qinyu and said. The king of Qinyu nodded and did not refute. A vast immortal aura emanated from his body. Under everyone's astonished gazes, he directly charged towards the evil ancestor called Guiyu. The 3 evil ancestors clashed with the 3 of them, causing the entire sky to tremble. The winds and clouds changed, and the endless void shattered. A vast and mighty aura filled the entire sky. It was as if half of the sky was about to collapse. Looking at the battle in the sky, many people's hearts jumped. What do we do now? Someone asked. We can't keep being passive like this. We have to find the nest of the evil races, Su Zimo said. How do we find it? Someone next to him asked doubtfully. Su Zimo raised his head and pointed at the path to the heavens. This path to the heavens was filled with a dark aura, and it was boundlessly deep. The winding path led to a secluded place, and it gave off the feeling of a great terror descending upon a city. Let's just forget about it, someone said hesitantly. What if there are more entering immortals here? It's not a what if, there are definitely more, Su Zimo shook his head and said. This place isn't for people like you to come to in the first place. You're not much stronger than us, someone said, unconvinced. Su Zimo turned around and looked at the man indifferently. He said indifferently, do you want to die? That person shrunk his neck. Sensing Su Zimo's dense killing intent, he finally chose to shut his mouth. The battle in the sky was still ongoing, and it was difficult to determine a victor between the 6 of them in a short period of time. At this moment, a rumbling sound could be heard from afar. Everyone turned around and saw a group of monsters swarming in from all directions. These monsters were the same as the skeletons Su Zimo saw in the Forbidden Ruins. With vampire-like teeth and sharp claws, it ran very fast. There were thousands or even tens of thousands of these monsters, and they were surging out from all directions. Like an iron bucket, they surrounded everyone so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. Are those people from the blood-devouring evil race? Someone's expression changed slightly as he asked. What do we do now? There are so many blood-devouring evil beasts. Even if they just stand there and let us kill them, who knows how long it will take. Su Zimo raised his head slightly, looked at the perceptor in the sky, and shouted, Perceptor, if you have any trump cards, just use them. Otherwise, everyone will die here. After Su Zimo finished speaking, he looked at the people around him and said, if you don't want to die, shout with me. Without any hesitation, everyone began to call for help. Someone lamented, I really shouldn't have come to this Buddhist burial temple. You're scared already? Su Zimo smiled. The real horror hasn't appeared yet. Hearing the crowd's shouts, the enlightened one did not hesitate. They watched as the monsters ran across the mountains and plains aggressively as if they wanted to tear everyone into pieces. The enlightened one punched Shuozhuo away and quickly retreated a few steps. He snorted coldly and took out something similar to a Buddhist lamp from his storage ring. The Buddhist lamp was triangular in shape, and there were 3 marks engraved in the middle. There was still a layer of oil left in the lamp, and a weak flame was still flickering. At this moment, the enlightened one placed the Buddhist lamp in the air. Spiritual energy burst out from his body, and with a wave of his right hand, a sea of flame surged out from the Buddhist lamp. The sea of flame surrounded everyone like a circle, and then began to expand outwards. The flames were very strange, and the vitality they burned was very vigorous. Even if it was just a small flame, it still had the power to start a prairie fire. All the monsters that were touched by the flame screamed in pain. No matter how they struggled, they could not extinguish the flames. It was as if they were the perfect fuel for the flames. The golden flames expanded outwards faster and faster, and a sea of flames enveloped the entire world. Although there were many monsters, they were already defeated. Crackling sounds could be heard all around. The monsters that were burned by the flames could not escape the fate of being turned into a pool of pus. Seeing its tribesmen dying in pain, the Zhuozhuo evil ancestor roared. Its true fate appeared, and it was a monster with 9 heads that roared. The monster's 9 heads were divided into 9 different attributes. It charged towards the enlightened one in an earth-shattering manner. This flame was left behind by Ancestor Wu Tian, the enlightened one said calmly. It contains the power of faith of all living beings, and it is specially designed to counter your blood-devouring evil tribe. As the two spoke, they began to fight again. Looking at the monsters around them, most of them died under the flames, and only a small number of them managed to escape. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. It's too dangerous here, I want to leave. Someone nearby took a deep breath and shouted with an ugly expression. The entire ancient realm has been sealed, and no one can escape. Then what do we do? We can't just wait to die, right? Besides, what's the difference between going straight to the blood-devouring evil tribe's base camp and committing suicide? Listening to the arguments around him, Su Zimo smiled and shook his head. An ant should have its own position. The blood-devouring evil tribe was not a particularly large tribe, and the enlightened one's holy flame had killed more than half of their tribesmen. The higher-ups of the blood-devouring evil tribe were probably still furious. Su Zimo stepped into the air and flew directly towards the path to heaven. Everyone looked at his back as he left, and they were all shocked. Is he crazy? He really dares to go? Should we follow him? If you want to go, you go. You're just going to die. After entering the path to heaven, he did not encounter any obstacles along the way. The surrounding void surged irregularly, and this path was filled with teleportation formations. Su Zimo stepped on the path and entered the innermost teleportation formation. As his body briefly traveled through the void, layers of ripples appeared in the space in front of him, like a drop of water falling into a rippling lake. His body came out of the void, and the vision in front of him suddenly widened. As soon as his figure appeared, there was applause around him. This was a very dark and quiet hall. At the front of the hall was a throne. Below the throne, there were 9 figures standing in a row. The people on the throne were hidden in the darkness, and other than the faint outline of their figures, there was no way to see their faces. You're really brave, someone said at this moment. You dare to come to the blood-devouring evil tribe's base camp alone. Looking at the figures at the head of the table, Su Zimo chuckled. The evil god and his 9 evil generals? In the blood-devouring evil tribe, the true master behind the scenes was not the so-called 4 ancient ancestors. Of course, the world only knew of the 4 ancient ancestors, not the true master behind the scenes, the evil god who rarely showed himself, and his 9 evil generals. Each of the 9 evil generals was as strong as the ancient ancestors. Especially the evil god himself, his strength was just like himself, a complete mystery. Hearing Su Zimo's words, the evil god was a bit startled and said, "Seems like you know a lot. How would I dare to come to your Buddhist burial temple if I didn't prepare?" Su Zimo smiled. This place is known as the Forbidden Area of the Great Emperor. Then let me see what you're prepared for, the evil god replied. Then, one of the 9 evil generals, the evil being of the secret of war, pressed down on Su Zimo with his hand. The 9 evil generals of the evil god cultivated the legendary 9 esoteric secrets. Lin, Bing, Dou, Zhe, Jia, Shu, Group, Qian, Xing. Each of these secrets represented the limit of one's level. At this moment, his hand fell and endless sharp qi filled the air. Boom boom boom, the sound of an explosion echoed throughout the hall. Su Zimo stood still and did not move. A pair of hands appeared from the void of space to block this attack for him. The person in the void of space did not show himself. After blocking for Su Zimo, there were no more movements. Interesting, the evil god sneered. The dark fog in the hall began to disperse. Only now did Su Zimo see the faces of these people. The 9 evil generals were not much different. Their bodies were all covered in spacious black robes. They were very similar to the monsters outside. As for the evil god, he looked even more similar to a human. This evil god was a pale young man. He wore a white feather robe, which made his face look sickly pale. If he didn't open his mouth to show his 2 sharp teeth, he would look no different from a normal human. Tell me your purpose for coming here, the evil god said. His gaze was cold as he leaned impudently against the throne, scrutinizing Su Zimo as if he was looking at a man who was about to die. "I'll kill all of you and get what I want." Su Zimo chuckled. "You sure talk big." The evil god licked his lips, his two sharp teeth glinting coldly in the darkness. Hearing Su Zimo's words, the 9 great evil generals were also astonished. 9 different beams of immortal light burst out from the 9 people, jointly suppressing Su Zimo. "Before the battle, shouldn't we eliminate all unnecessary factors?" Su Zimo laughed. The evil god's eyes narrowed. With a wave of his hand, several streaks of dark chi dispersed and charged into the surrounding space. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Kacha kacha, it seemed like something was broken. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the central continent or the other 4 continents, many of the imperial lineage's great halls had mirrors floating in the air that shattered. "How cautious." A low voice sighed. "At least we know that place is more powerful than we imagined. A forbidden area is still a forbidden area. I wonder who that young man is? Send someone to investigate and pay close attention to the Buddhist burial temple. That place is not something we can fight against yet." Following the shattering of the mirrors, the evil god snorted. "A bunch of little rats. I heard that you were once an exiled race." Su Zimo laughed. "A race that should have been wiped out from this world long ago. Who in this world dares to be born high and mighty?" The evil god said calmly. "Although our existence will cause more people to die, it's just natural selection and survival of the fittest. It's just that those people don't deserve to live." Su Zimo smiled and shook his head. "You think you're worthy?" Looking at the 9 great evil generals in front of him, Su Zimo waved his hand. Endless space spread out beneath his feet and a teleportation formation appeared beside him. On the other side of the formation, a vast and mighty immortal aura reverberated. One figure after another descended into the great hall through the teleportation formation. These figures all had imposing auras and mighty immortal auras. It was as if they were gods, and the surrounding space had completely fallen into them. The 5 ascending immortals of the God's Gate and the 3 ascending immortals of the ancient Ming. An ascending immortal from the celestial evolution Sacred Mountain and another from the Fan family of the central continent. A total of 10 ascending immortals passed through the layers of space from one end of the formation. They descended into this world. The moment the 10 ascending immortals descended, Baymont's burly figure stepped out of the void, stepping on a sky full of demonic aura. "Greetings, my lord." As Paimon called out respectfully, the 10 ascension immortals behind him also called out in unison. Su Zimo turned his head and looked at the evil god, who had an ugly expression on his face. He said calmly, "I know your blood-devouring evil tribe is very strong. To be able to return from the land of exile, you must not be so simple. However, there are too many experts in this world. Even the great emperor would not want to go to the realm beyond heaven. What do you want?" The evil god looked at Su Zimo and asked calmly. "There is no enmity between us. If what you want isn't too much, I can give it to you. A wise man submits to circumstances." Su Zimo smiled. "The 9-cycle palace body and the heavenly Tao crystal. That's impossible. You should understand." The evil god shook his head calmly. He replied, "I know better than you what these 2 things are." "Then there's nothing to talk about. It's just as you said. Survival of the fittest." Su Zimo waved his hand and said softly with narrowed eyes. "Kill them all." As his voice fell, several immortal auras shot into the sky from behind him. 10 ascension immortals stepped into the air and rushed up. As for Paimon, he slowly walked towards the evil god. Sensing the powerful aura around Baimont, the aura of the Tao permeated the surroundings. The evil god said calmly, "I met an existence like you many years ago." Baimont narrowed his eyes at the evil god. "The Blood Abyss Great Emperor." The evil god continued, "At that time, he used his status as a great emperor to ask for something from my Buddhist burial temple. In the end, he was trapped for 7 days before escaping. The great emperor was just an ant." Baimont said calmly. The great emperor had only opened 9 meridians. For an existence like him who had crossed an entire era, he had seen too many experts. "I hope you don't follow in his footsteps." The evil god snorted. At this moment, endless evil aura condensed in the air. It collided with Baymont's demonic aura and became chaotic. The evil god's figure grew dozens of times. Its body shattered the sky above the palace. Its figure tore through the layers of darkness and looked down on everyone present. When the evil god's huge body looked down on everyone present, his sharp claws fell directly. With a boom, the hall that everyone was in completely collapsed. The moment the hall collapsed, Suzimo saw the place where the blood-devouring evil race was. It was an incomparably dark space without a trace of light. Dark, lonely, and cold. Suzimo could only think of these few words to form this space. The creatures that lived here would forever sink into the darkness of loneliness. Until the moment they died. Is this the land of exile? Suzimo looked around. The blood-devouring evil race's base camp was not in the ancient world. The ancient world was just a cage for them to raise their food. They controlled everything from outside the cage. However, the sad thing was that they themselves existed in another cage, the land of exile. They were also like caged birds. As you can see, there are no creatures, no light, and no spiritual chi here. The races in the land of exile can only die alone in the cold darkness, the evil god said. The evil god said indifferently, and we have lived here for generations, suffering and torment. Hearing the evil god's words, Baimont frowned slightly. In this world, he could not sense any Taoist rhymes. It was as if his Tao was blocked by something. Don't try. The land of exile is a place abandoned by the heavenly Tao. The evil god sneered. Even a great emperor cannot sense any Taoist rhymes here. Suzimo narrowed his eyes at the evil god and said, "This is also why you can fight against the blood-dark emperor." The reason why a great emperor was strong was because of the difference between the immortal Tao. If the Taoist rhymes could not be used, then a great emperor was no different from an ordinary entering immortal. The land of exile minimized the difference between the immortal Tao and the immortal Tao. I admit that your power has somewhat exceeded my expectations, the evil god said indifferently. But as long as we don't leave the land of exile, what can you do to me? Wait until the day our blood-devouring evil race accumulates strength and leaves the land of exile. We will let this world be bathed in blood because of our injustice. Suzimo squinted at Baimont beside him. My lord, I will deal with him. Baimont quickly nodded. Demonic chi swirled around his body, enveloping the entire area. He merged with the dark space he was in. Countless ferocious faces roared in the darkness. Seeing this scene, the evil god coldly snorted and said in surprise, "It seems that you are not a kind person either." The evil god's body was hundreds of meters tall, like a huge monster. As its body grew larger and larger, the skin and flesh on the surface of its body tightened, making it look more like a skeleton. Its claws were tens of meters long, and the two fangs in its mouth were so sharp that they seemed to be able to pierce through everything. As Baimont waved his right hand, the thousands of ferocious faces in the air roared and charged down. The ferocious face passed through the layers of void, devouring the endless demonic chi. It was as if a meteor had descended, and the end of the world had arrived. The evil god also didn't back down, opening its bloody mouth and howling to the sky. Demonic chi flowed from its body, and a layer of dark gray light covered its body. It blocked all of the ferocious faces. Then, he waved his claw and slapped down at Paimon's location. Baimont coldly snorted, then also sent a punch through the void, bringing with it a wave of demonic chi. Right now, it wasn't just Baimont and the evil god's battle. The 9 Wraith generals and the 10 Ascension realm cultivators that Suzimo brought were also fighting. They were either fighting alone, or fighting in a chaotic group. The entire world was collapsing and recovering, repeating the same process. The sound of explosions echoed all around, unable to calm down for a long time. This battle seemed to be about to collapse the entire sky. The space vortex was surging, and the storm was raging like a tsunami. Fortunately, this was a land of exile, so it was very difficult to cause any large-scale damage. Suzimo walked step by step towards the throne at the head of the table. He stepped on the throne in front of him, shattering it. Then, he narrowed his eyes and closed them in deep thought. You can't beat me here, the evil god roared at Baimont. Why don't you all stop? There's no point in fighting like this. Ants can only do what ants do and look at things with the eyes of ants. Baimont said calmly. He took a deep breath, and at this moment, a different kind of aura was emitted from his body. This aura was like a waterfall that flowed down 3,000 feet, falling towards the 9 heavens, decisive and unstoppable. The human body had 12 meridians. This was something that everyone knew. After opening 12 meridians, one would be able to surpass the limits of a species, having an unimaginable lifespan and potential. It could even reach the other side of the sky. This was a legend, and everyone had heard of it, but no one had truly seen such an existence. The Emperor was the peak of this world. But it didn't matter if one entered the Tao or became an immortal. They were all existences that had only opened 9 meridians. Luan Quan, Bone Sage, Chowing Feng. Kuan Hai, Mirage Blood, Mu Huansong. Lin Ke, Ching'an, Body Shattering. These were the names of the first 9 meridians, but the people of the Yuanyang continent rarely knew of the existence of the 10th meridian. Bai Yuan. At this moment, when Baimont forcibly opened the 10th meridian, the world was filled with wind and thunder, and the wind and rain were blowing. Endless spirit chi broke through the layers of void walls and condensed in the land of exile. A dazzling golden light flashed across the world. This golden light seemed to contain unimaginable horror. The evil god was sure that this was a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. The golden light soared into the 9 heavens and reverberated in the 9 heavens. It was as if everything in the world had changed in the blink of an eye. The evil god didn't even have time to react before he felt an irresistible force fall from the sky. The next moment, his vision blurred. When his vision recovered, he found himself in the sky above the ancient world. Moreover, the space walls around him had all been sealed, making it impossible for him to escape. Not only him, but even his so-called 9 evil generals were all suppressed. He looked at the man in front of him. Baimont's blood-red robe fluttered in the wind, and his burly body looked respectfully at Suzimo. He looked at Baimont. The 10th meridian. His body was trembling slightly. There was fear and excitement. This was a realm that he had been unable to cross in his life, and yet he had yearned for it. An existence that surpassed the Emperor. A true powerhouse of the ages. At this moment, this man was standing in front of him, calm and indifferent. It was as if this was just a normal thing for him. He looked at Suzimo again, not understanding why such a powerhouse would be so obedient to Suzimo. The evil god couldn't understand, but he was shocked by the power behind Suzimo. He didn't understand how such an existence beyond the great emperor existed in the Yuanyang continent. Logically speaking, after becoming a great emperor, if he wanted to go further, he had to go to the sky beyond heaven. Baimont raised his head and frowned slightly. There was lightning flashing in the sky, and in the center of the lightning, crimson lightning was brewing. It seemed to want to give him a killing blow. The crackling sound of explosions gathered above his head. Baimont knew that he had just forcefully opened the 10th meridian and violated the rules of this world. Unless he went to the sky beyond heaven, the heavenly Tao would send down the heavenly execution to kill him. Lord, give me 15 minutes. I will deal with this thing. Baimont pointed at the heavenly execution in the sky and said. Suzimo nodded. He looked at Baimont's back as he left. He had a feeling that Baimont was getting closer and closer to his mission. Perhaps one day, he would leave. Suzimo also knew that he had to become stronger as soon as possible. He stared at the evil god beside him. The other party was suppressed and couldn't move at all. Do you want to be exterminated? Suzimo asked faintly. It's all up to you. The evil god smiled bitterly. At this moment, he no longer had the image of an awe-inspiring behemoth from before. He had turned back into the sickly pale young man. It didn't feel good to have one's fate in the hands of others. A long time ago, he had experienced it once. His race was exiled. And now, it was even more serious, and his race was almost exterminated. The existence of your race will definitely require more blood, and this also means that the killing will never stop. Suzimo said faintly. Hand over everything of your race. I will leave a part of your bloodline, so that your race won't be exterminated. It can let your race reproduce. The evil god was silent for a while, and finally said, I will give you everything. And I swear that I will never step out of the land of exile. How about you let all of us go? Sure. Suzimo nodded slightly. Really? Evil God was a little stunned. He was just trying to test the waters. He didn't expect Suzumo to agree. I only want what's mine. As for other matters, as long as your blood-devouring evil tribe doesn't provoke me, it has nothing to do with me, Suzumo said indifferently. As for the people of the ancient world, I will tell them the truth. If you want to leave, you can leave and go to the outside world. If you want to stay, it's up to you. Thank you. The evil god was silent for a moment, then finally thanked Suzumo. There's no need to thank me. Actually, I originally wanted to kill all of you for some peace and quiet, Suzumo said, shaking his head. It was Baimont who pleaded on your behalf. He asked me to let you go. Hearing Suzumo's words, the evil god was slightly stunned. Obviously, this was something he hadn't expected. In fact, Suzumo wasn't lying. Just now, it was indeed Baimont who pleaded for mercy. Although he didn't know why Baimont pleaded for mercy, Suzumo still decided to let the blood-devouring evil tribe people go. The suppression seal was removed. The evil god waved his hand and the space in front of him was torn apart. A spatial door appeared around him. This spatial door was filled with layers of fluctuations. It was unknown where it led to. This independent space contains all my collections, said the evil god. You can take whatever you want. It doesn't matter even if you empty it. Suzumo stepped into the spatial door. He wasn't afraid of the evil god playing tricks on him. After entering the independent space, the line of sight in front of him became narrow. This independent space wasn't big. It was medium-sized. There were several connected halls in front of him. Among them, weapons, meridian skills, cultivation methods, and some strange items were separated. Suzumo walked into the main hall. There were very few things inside that were more attractive to him. This hall had a total of 7 floors. Suzumo went straight to the 7th floor. Compared to the other 6 floors that were filled with dazzling lineups, the items on the 7th floor were much lesser. Suzumo found the 9-cycle palace and the heavenly path crystal that he needed. The body of the 9 weeks palace was an azure pearl. It was divided into 9 sections, and 9 different patterns were engraved on each section. It looked very mysterious. And the heavenly path crystal was something that Guming needed. This was the first crystal produced by the heavenly Tao's energy at the beginning of the epoch when the world was created. The origin of this crystal was very great, and its use was also very great, but to Suzumo, it was dispensable. This crystal required specific items and conditions to be used. After putting away the 2 items, Suzumo looked at the other items. There was one other item that could be considered a surprise. This was exactly what Hun Dun needed. Broken immortal soul. Previously, he had been preparing for Hun Dun's advancement to the immortal realm. The other 3 main ingredients had been gathered. Only this broken immortal soul had not been found. He did not expect to find it here today. After Suzumo put it away, he left the hall and walked out of the spatial door. He took some important items, but did not ransack everything there. After all, many things were useless to him. Go. Suzumo looked at the people of the blood-devouring evil tribe and waved his hand slightly. The evil god and the 9 evil generals bowed to Suzumo, then stepped into the void and left. The mandate of heaven in this life will be borne by you. This is the saddest time for a prodigy. Before leaving, the evil god sighed to himself. What happened in the sky was seen by many of the native residents of the ancient realm. People secretly guessed, but did not dare to come to a conclusion. Until a roar sounded in the sky, and the voice echoed in everyone's ears. The lies of the ancient realm have been exposed today. You are just food kept in a cage. The so-called ancient realm is just a sealed place. If anyone wants to understand the real world, leave the forbidden ruins. The exit is there. But I must remind you that the outside world is far more dangerous than here, and much more exciting. As Suzumo's voice fell, the entire ancient realm was in an uproar. For them, perhaps at this moment, their worldview had really collapsed. The understanding that they had built up since they were young made many people unable to accept it. Some people might have suspected it before, but most people were still in the dark. The hero of the enforcers had instantly become a man-eating demon. Suzumo did not care so much. He had done his best. In fact, the life and death of these people had nothing to do with him. Now that he had gotten what he wanted, Suzimo was ready to leave. Not long after, Beaumont walked over from the distance. His aura was a little unstable. It seemed that the heavenly retribution did cause some hindrance to him. There were faint traces of blood on his blood-red robe. "Are you all right?" Suzimo asked. "The heavenly Tao is truly ruthless. However, the world's laws aren't that easy to break," Beaumont said with a smile. "If this happens again, the Lord might not be able to see me again." "You should be leaving soon," Suzimo said. Beaumont was silent for a moment before he smiled and said, "Everyone has their own path to return to. Isn't it the same for the Lord?" "I don't know what my path to return to is. I'll just keep walking forward," Suzimo replied. "If you're strong enough to win everything, then it won't matter if you live or die." Beaumont nodded heavily and said, "I believe in the Lord." After chatting with Beaumont for a while, Suzimo met with the Enlightened One, King of Qinyu, and the others. Previously, they had stopped the three ancient ancestors outside. Why did the blood-devouring evil tribe suddenly retreat? The Enlightened One looked at Suzimo and asked in confusion. "I don't know. Maybe something happened." Suzimo shook his head slightly. The King of Qinyu didn't say anything. He knew that Suzimo had succeeded. The matter of the ancient world had come to an end. No one had gained anything. In fact, they were already very lucky to be able to leave this place alive. They didn't dare to ask for too much. After leaving the ancient realm, Suzimo saw many aborigines who wanted to leave the Forbidden Void on the way. After leaving the ancient world, they were still in the temple of Wuhua Temple. "What about those people from Wuhua Temple?" someone asked curiously. Wu Qianjun and the others were escorted out. Suzimo didn't interfere. He knew that the Enlightened One wouldn't kill them. Compared to the panic and fear of the others, Wu Qianjuan's expression was much calmer and more natural. "Tell me, how should I deal with you?" The Enlightened One looked at Wu Qianjun and the others and asked. "I've thought it through these days. I had the blood-devouring evil tribe open the entrance here. Although I'm not the murderer, I'm an accomplice," Wu Qianjun said lightly. "I'll do whatever you want. Even if I have to die, I won't regret it. Seal the temple." The Enlightened One was silent for a while. Finally, he left these words and left. Soon after, everyone followed suit and left. Wu Qianjun was silent for a long time as he watched everyone leave. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something. In the end, they all fell silent. At this moment, his back seemed to have aged a lot. Together with the King of Qinyu, they went to the Buddha Reverence City and found a meditation room. "You should have given me that item, right?" King of Qinyu asked impatiently. "Are you afraid that I'll go back on my word?" Suzimo smiled. As he spoke, he threw the heavenly Tao crystal to King of Qinyu. "I'm a person who values integrity the most." "Thank you," King of Qinyu said solemnly as he took the crystal. He had seen the power of the Buddhist burial temple and knew that if it weren't for Suzimo, they would have been able to take it. With the power of the Guming alone, it was almost impossible for them to get the crystal. "If you need any help in the future, just show me the King of Hell's token. If there's something I can't handle, it's useless to look for Guming." Suzimo smiled and shook his head. After chatting with the King of Qinyu for a while, the King of Qinyu hurriedly took the heavenly Tao crystal back to his tribe. Suzimo was also preparing to advance to the Saint Bloodline realm and reach the peak in one go. It wouldn't be good to cause too much of a commotion in the Buddha Reverence City. Suzimo decided to leave the city and find a place with fewer people to break through. After all, he had to integrate a second body this time. He couldn't be careless. After leaving the Buddhist ritual city, he flew dozens of kilometers to the west. Suzimo finally found a relatively quiet mountain peak. He dug a deep hole in the middle of the mountain. From there, he began a long period of cultivation. After opening the 7th meridian, he went from the Emperor Bloodline realm to the Saint Bloodline realm. The most obvious difference was the divine soul. Only with a complete divine soul could one be considered a true Saint Bloodline powerhouse. A person had 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. None of them could be missing. The divine soul was the extra true soul that appeared when one reached a certain realm in cultivation. It could increase a cultivator's strength in all aspects. Of course, the divine soul was also very fragile. Once it was destroyed, it would be fatal to the cultivator. Su Zimo sat cross-legged. The chaos pearl guarded the entrance of the cave, just in case. At this moment, his consciousness had already entered the true fate world. The chaos pearl floated in the air. The power contained in it flowed into his body bit by bit. Su Zimo was perfecting his Tao. The path he wanted to walk in the future. The further he walked, the more difficult the path of a cultivator would be. Rumble. A slight explosion sounded in Su Zimo's body and around him. From the muscles, bones, skin, and flesh in his body, to the few small and large circulations in his meridians. Su Zimo was carefully combing. He ensured that the spirit energy would be unimpeded during the process of breaking through the 7th meridian. This period of time took nearly 7 days. 7 days later, the spiritual energy in Su Zimo's body was like a surging river, like the sun in the vast sky. Rumble. Stormy waves were surging violently. It was unimpeded and rushed over like breaking dry weeds. This long river of spirit energy rushed over, along with the power of the 10 bloodline fruit that Su Zimo had buried in his body. Together, they swept over and condensed. There was a boom. It was just the first collision, which meant that the 7th meridian was about to collapse. Cracks had already appeared. Su Zimo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Another rumbling sound was heard as he rammed into the ground. There was a crack. It was as if something had broken. At this moment, the aura around Su Zimo's body increased by more than dozens of times. The power of the saint bloodline surrounded his body. The 7th meridian was completely opened. The sound of the spirit energy flowing in his body seemed to be able to be heard. At this moment, the energy in the chaos bead was desperately fusing into Su Zimo's body. His saint bloodline realm was also improving bit by bit. First level of the saint bloodline. Second level of the saint bloodline. 9th level of the saint bloodline. When he reached the peak of the saint bloodline realm, the increase in his aura gradually slowed down. However, Su Zimo didn't dare to be careless at this time. Next to his heart, a small person's soul had begun to condense. This small person looked exactly like Su Zimo. It was simply a miniature version of Su Zimo. It took a long time for the soul to condense and transform. Su Zimo was not in a hurry. This transformation took an entire half a month's time. Half a month later, a sharp shout resounded throughout the mountainside. Su Zimo opened his eyes and slowly exhaled a mouthful of white air. His eyes were bright and full of spirit, looking even brighter and more resplendent. At this moment, the soul in his body had been completely condensed. He could be considered a true peak saint bloodline expert. The tiny person in his divine soul closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on Su Zimo's abdomen. He was naked, and his face was expressionless. At this moment, as Su Zimo advanced to the saint bloodline realm, his true fate world was also expanding at a visible rate. The area of his true fate world was getting bigger and bigger. Whether it was the land or the sea, they were all spreading endlessly under the rumbling movement of the bottom shell. The skyline and the sea merged into one. Hundan and many monsters stood in the 1,000 demons tribe that they had built and calmly watched all of this. This was a phenomenon of the saint bloodline realm. Of course, for Su Zimo, there was an even more important step next. That was to fuse with the 9-cycle palace body. The formation of his divine soul had greatly increased his strength, and he had reached the peak of the saint bloodline realm. At this moment, his divine soul was still very weak. He swallowed the 9-cycle palace body's battle pearl into his stomach. As the battle pearl entered his abdomen, it faced his divine soul. Su Zimo slowly connected the resonance between the two. The creation power surrounded his body and flowed in his body like a small bridge. It wrapped around the 9-cycle palace body and his divine soul bit by bit. After a long time, the tiny person in his body began to tremble slightly. The tiny person's body was also filled with creation power. Suddenly, the tiny person's tightly closed eyes opened, and a bright light flashed across his eyes. The tiny person looked at the 9-cycle palace body in front of him, opened his mouth, and swallowed the battle pearl. At this moment, the tiny person's body was glowing with golden light, and his abdomen seemed to be in pain. His face was distorted as he fell and rolled around in Suzimo's body. Suzimo hurriedly used the creation power and the Tree of Life to heal the tiny person's injuries. The Tree of Life was still very effective in healing the divine soul. Many cracks had already appeared on the tiny person's body, as if it was about to shatter. At this moment, under Suzimo's full treatment, the tiny person gradually absorbed the power of the 9-cycle palace body. He slowly adapted to the existence of the battle body. In fact, this change had been going on for a long time in the outside world. After a long time, the tiny person gradually stood up and sat cross-legged again, returning to his previous position. However, the tiny person now was very different from before. It was clad in 9-colored armor. The armor was divided into 9 palaces, and each palace was guarded by a monster. The little person was awe-inspiring. 9-colored radiance flourished, revealing its sharpness. If Suzimo's soul was attacked in the future, he would have to first break through the defense of the 9 palaces. Ordinary people might not even be able to break through a single palace. Furthermore, the 9-cycle palace body was not only good at defense, but it was also one of the top techniques for attacking the soul. Suzimo slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, the cave he was in was already covered in cobwebs. The cave was damp and dark. As the saying goes, there is no time in the mountains and no 60 years in cultivation. It had taken him 2 months to advance to the Saint Vain stage and merge with the 9-cycle palace physique. He was already quite fast because of the existence of the Tree of Life. Suzimo was not afraid of getting injured. He would only stop when his body was at its limit. In the later stages, it wouldn't be strange for one to take 100 years to comprehend the Tao and break through to a higher realm like ordinary people. Suzimo walked out of the cave. He didn't see the sunlight he wanted. It was already snowing heavily outside. Snow fluttered between heaven and earth. In the end, the withered leaves and the yellowed autumn leaves quietly left with him during his secluded cultivation. He walked on the ground covered in a thick layer of snow. His figure gradually disappeared into the wind and snow. A line of deep footprints appeared very conspicuously. They followed his figure until it disappeared into the horizon. If the map of the eastern continent was placed in front of you, this was destined to be a magnificent mountain and river. The 6 imperial lineage was the most powerful force here. However, it was not necessarily true that the 6 imperial lineage ruled the core area of the entire eastern continent. The core area of the eastern continent was vast and boundless. Although the 6 imperial lineage occupied most of it, there were still many places with their own rulers. Be it forbidden areas, dangerous areas, or some remote or special places. Dragon City was such a place. It was located in the north of the far eastern continent. In the north, closest to the endless sky sea, was the dividing line of the continent. On one side of Dragon City was the eastern continent. Across the endless sky sea, the other side of the skyline was a brand new territory. The northern continent, the endless sky sea, separated everything. It separated the 5 continents and surrounded the central continent. It wasn't difficult to go from the eastern continent to the northern continent. Here, one could take a ship through the endless sky sea and go to the other side. Dragon City didn't belong to any force. Simply put, they were a force by themselves. A powerful and ancient existence. In the era war 1,000,000 years ago, Jinwu the Great wanted to start the era of emperors. Sengoku slaughtered the entire dragon clan. It was said that blood flowed like a river that day. The blood of the dragon clan created an epic and cruel river. It heralded the demise of the dragon clan. In fact, during that time, there were humans who were willing to be the lackeys of the monsters. After all, the power of the monsters in the Desolation era was deeply rooted in people's hearts. It was too difficult to start a new era. When Jinwu the Great dominated the 10 great divine beasts, many people were not optimistic about it. And among this group of people, Dragon City was the most prominent representative. They built Dragon City and used the divine dragon as a totem. They were willing to be the divine dragon's servants for generations. There was only one benefit to doing this, and that was to be casually bestowed with dragon blood by the divine dragon. In the end, they became dragon blood warriors. Dragon blood warriors were mutants who wore human skin and completely replaced their human bloodline with dragon blood. These mutants had a mottled bloodline and couldn't go far on the path of martial arts. If they wanted to reach a higher level on the path of martial arts, they had to purify the bloodline in their bodies. In these years, Dragon City didn't pay attention to worldly affairs and focused on silently developing on the other side of the endless sky sea. Many people didn't pay much attention to Dragon City. This ancient existence had experienced countless setbacks since the Desolation era and finally reached this day in fear. The Northern Continent's Grandpa celebration would be held in a few months. According to Suzimo's information, this seemed to be a birthday celebration. A 10,000-year birthday celebration for his grandpa. When the time came, the entire Northern Continent would probably be there. As for whether his grandpa would appear in the world, he didn't know. The last time he saw his grandpa was when he was just born. His memory was very blurry. He had promised Sword Immortal Jiangyun to bring his inheritance back to the clan. This time, he could do it on the way. When he found the Void Spirit Monkey, he should go to the ancient Devil Cave to ask about the Demon Master. The Demon Master's existence was probably the thing that Suzimo cared about the most. After 7 days of traveling, Suzimo finally arrived at the place where Dragon City was located. From afar, the construction of this city was indeed too vast and shocking. 9 giant dragons soared into the sky. At the place where the heads of the 9 dragons gathered, a blue bead emitted a dazzling light. The appearance of the entire city was like that. Dragon City's ruler had never mentioned the meaning of the 9 dragons and the blue bead. Therefore, many people in later generations secretly guessed. 9 dragons playing with the bead, or the Great War of the Divine Dragons. Walking to the bottom of Dragon City, he saw golden bricks and purple tiles. The thick city walls carried the heavy aura of ancient history. Every divine dragon outside the city was lifelike, as if they were real. They watched everyone who entered the city. There was even a faint dragon's aura suppressing them. Suzimo walked into the city. As a coastal ship that managed the endless sky sea, it was heading to the city closest to the eastern continent and the northern continent. One could imagine how prosperous Dragon City was. Dense crowds of people walked on the main streets of the city. Suzimo was not a person who liked to join in the fun. There was something he needed in Dragon City. The materials for chaos to advance into the immortal realm had been prepared. Refining the blood-devouring immortal pill was urgent. The refining method of this pill had been lost. Even if he asked the third elder of Zhenwu Xingzong to refine it, he would not be able to do it. He was not absolutely sure. Moreover, there was only one set of materials. Suzimo could not afford to fail a second time. Therefore, he had to find someone to refine the pill in one go. Speaking of which, the creator of the blood-devouring immortal pill had to be mentioned. First of all, in the early days of the Yuanyang continent, there was no such thing as a pill. Later on, a person called Pill Elder appeared. He established the existence of the pill system. He also created the indispensable and honorable profession of pill refiner. The existence of pill refiners surprised humans. It turned out that they could refine herbs into pills. Not only could they preserve their medicinal properties, but they could also be better absorbed by humans. More importantly, when different herbs were fused together, the pills refined would have different effects. This opened a door to a new world for humans who were still in the exploration stage. Since then, a craze of alchemy swept across the entire Yuanyang continent. All kinds of alchemists appeared out of nowhere. Some did it for fame and fortune, while others were truly fanatical about the creation of alchemy. In the next few years, countless alchemists used their own pills to add bricks and tiles to this huge system. More and more legendary ancestors were being remembered. Among these people, there was a person called Pill Master Wu Chen who was pondering over a question. Can this pill really only be consumed by humans? He believed that his pills were suitable for any race. Thus, he did the opposite and began to create some medicinal pills for demonic beasts to consume. Since then, all kinds of dawn related to beasts have been created by him. What really made him famous was probably this so-called blood-devouring immortal pill. It was a type of pill that could help demonic beasts enter the immortal realm and increase their chances of success. At that time, not only the human race, but also the demon race, the storm it caused was even more intense. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the entire Yao race was shaken. Alchemist Wuchen wasn't an ancient existence. He had been working hard all his life to refine pills. The blood-devouring immortal pill was also a divine pill that he had refined in nearly 1,000 years. Because the pill had only appeared for a short time, and there weren't many people who could refine it. This was the most difficult problem Suzimo was facing now. He walked into the main street of Dragon City. Suzimo first found an inn. Because there were too many people coming and going in Dragon City, Suzimo went to several inns in a row before he found a room. Alchemist Wuchen's whereabouts had always been a mystery. He concentrated on refining pills and didn't even care about worldly affairs, nor did he seek fame and fortune. However, in his previous life, Suzimo had heard that Alchemist Wuchen had appeared in Dragon City. Later, many higher-ups of the Yao race came out to visit Alchemist Wuchen to refine pills. The largest pill shop in Dragon City was the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion. It was founded by the ruler of Dragon City, the Long family. Among them, there were pills, divine weapons, secret manuals, and all kinds of strange items. Moreover, the price was very affordable. This huge pavilion basically accounted for 60% of the business in the entire Dragon City. Suzimo walked into the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion. The interior wasn't decorated with gold and jade. Instead, it had a simple and elegant style. The first floor of the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion was vast and boundless. All kinds of items were placed on the counter and then divided into several areas. Because there were too many people on the first floor, no one came to ask Suzimo. He was also happy and relaxed as he began to wander around the first floor. Not long after he walked, there seemed to be an argument in front of the counter. The commotion was very big, and it was almost a fight. Suzimo curiously walked over to take a look. There was a young man in a blue robe and a young servant in a green robe in the middle of the hall. The young man looked at the servant angrily and said, "I clearly saw this dragon bone grass first. Why should I give it to you? Does it mean that whatever you like is yours? You didn't say you wanted to buy it, so what?" The servant snorted coldly. "I'm asking for the price, aren't you going too far?" The young man's face turned red as he said angrily, "What's going on?" At this moment, the crowd was pushed aside, and a fat man with a big belly walked in, followed by several guards of the Wanbao Pavilion. "Who dares to cause trouble in my 1,000 Treasure Pavilion?" This fatty was wearing a blue robe, and after walking a few steps, he was sweating profusely. He had a very small mustache, and his eyes looked like a line, very thin and narrow. Seeing the blue-robed fatty arrive, the servant hurriedly smiled apologetically and walked forward. He smiled and said, "Steward Long, it's me. What's wrong? What are you arguing about?" The blue-robed fatty glanced at the two of them and asked indifferently. He seemed to know the manservant and nodded his head slightly. "I'm here to buy medicine on behalf of Alchemist One. I originally wanted this dragon bone grass. In the end, this ignorant brat suddenly appeared and wanted to snatch it from me." The servant hurriedly replied. In the end, he glanced at the young man and snorted coldly. The young man's face turned red with anger. Just as he was about to refute, the blue-robed fatty waved his hand. He said to the servant, "All right, take this dragon bone grass. This matter ends here. Don't cause trouble here." The servant hurriedly smiled and nodded, Of course, of course. This isn't fair." Seeing this scene, the young man's eyes turned red, and he shouted unhappily, "Kid, I'm doing this for your own good." Steward Long turned his head. He looked at the young man indifferently and asked, "Do you want to live, or do you want fairness?" Hearing Steward Long's words, the young man was stunned. He didn't know who this myriad alchemist was, but he was sure that he wasn't simple. Although he was a bit angry, the youth still remained silent. He knew that his identity wasn't very noble. Seeing this scene, the manservant snorted arrogantly. Then he turned around and went to look for other herbs. Suzimo chuckled and looked at the servant's back as he left. Myriad alchemist, but he didn't know if it was the same person he remembered. To go from the first floor to the second floor of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, one must have a silver rank token. This token could only be obtained by spending a certain amount of spirit stones on the first floor of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. After Suzimo paid 500 spirit stones, he followed the servant into the second floor of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. After the page boy went in, he came to a counter with some familiarity. He said to the servant in front of him, "Give me 3 stalks of purple cordgrass." "Hold on, I want all of this purple cordgrass." Suzima walked forward and placed 100 spirit stones on the counter. The servant looked at Suzima with some difficulty. "What are you doing?" The servant looked coldly at Suzima and said, "I wanted these things first." "What does it have to do with me?" Suzima said indifferently. "You didn't pay, so it's not yours." "Brat, I advise you to be sensible." The servant said indifferently. "I'm buying these herbs for Myriad Alchemist." "What bullshit, Myriad Alchemist? I must have these purple cordgrass today." Suzima said disdainfully. "If you have the ability, get that Myriad Alchemist to talk to me." "Brat, who do you think you are? Is Myriad Alchemist someone you can meet as you wish?" The servant snorted and said, "I think you're new here. Haven't you heard of Myriad Alchemist in Dragon City?" As the two of them were talking, they saw Steward Long from the first floor walk up as well. "What's going on now?" Manager Long frowned and asked impatiently. The attendant at the side hurriedly walked over and roughly explained the situation. "This guest, you don't look familiar." Steward Long glanced at Suzimo and asked calmly. "You don't need to know who I am." "Today, this purple cordgrass is mine," Suzimo calmly replied. "I'm very sorry, but I'm afraid we can't sell you this purple cordgrass." Steward Long shook his head slightly. He said, "These are the herbs that Alchemist One ordered in advance. That's not something I should care about." "I'll only give you 2 choices," Suzimo said calmly. "Either give me the purple cordgrass, or I'll tear down your 10,000 treasure pavilion." Hearing Suzimo's words, the manservant next to him sneered. Manager Long narrowed his eyes and said, "It has been a long time since someone dared to say such words to our Long family. You better apologize now to satisfy me. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave the Wanbao Pavilion today." Suzimo didn't answer. He just raised his head and chuckled. Then, he raised his leg and kicked towards Manager Long. Spirit chi surged around his body. When his right foot touched Manager Long, the other party instantly reacted. With a boom, endless waves of chi rippled around his foot. Manager Long's body was directly sent flying. "You dare to cause trouble in the Wanbao Pavilion?" Manager Long stood up and shouted angrily. Then, he crushed the jade pendant at his waist. The space in front of him fluctuated. An old man tore through space and descended here. The old man was dressed in a green robe. The hair at his temples had all turned white. His emperor vein aura surged around him. A dark green dragon was drawn on the back of his green robe. Pavilion Master Long, Manager Long hurriedly greeted when he saw the old man arrive. "There's a strong enemy?" The old man looked around the second floor and finally stopped on Suzimo. He couldn't see through this young man. "Someone is causing trouble," Manager Long pointed at Suzimo and said. "May I know who you are?" The old man looked at Suzimo and asked calmly. Suzimo smiled and took out his Zhenwu Xingzong Saint token. The moment the old man saw the token, his expression changed greatly. He carefully examined it. After confirming that there was no mistake, he respectfully returned the token to Suzimo. "So it's the Saint of the Glory sect. Dragon City welcomes you. If there's anything wrong with our hospitality, please forgive us," the old man hurriedly said. Perhaps the Long family still couldn't forget the fear left behind by Zhenwu Xingzong. Back when Zhenwu Great Emperor started the new era, the Long family still adhered to the rules and became the servants of the demon beasts. Later on, the tide of the Great Era surged in mightily. Everyone's resistance seemed pale and powerless. In that mighty wave, the demon beast's vitality was greatly damaged. And the Long family was almost exterminated. After that, they were barely passed down. After so many generations of nurturing, they could be considered to be prosperous again. Hearing the old man's words, Steward Long and the servant beside him were dumbfounded. Zhenwu Xingzong Saint. This was something they had never thought of before. "I was blind. Please forgive me, Saint," Steward Long hurriedly apologized. "Wrap the purple cordgrass for me." Suzimo turned to look at the servant. He said calmly, "Can you bring me to see Alchemist One now?" "But Master doesn't usually meet guests," the servant said with some difficulty. It has nothing to do with whether he's willing or not. I'm the one who wants to see him, Su Zimo replied. The servant was silent for a moment, then could only nod helplessly. After leaving the Wanbao pavilion with the servant brought Su Zimo all the way to a secluded alley. Alchemist Wan was famous in Dragon City. Everyone in the city knew that a famous alchemist lived in the city. But in reality, very few people had actually seen Alchemist Wan. He was a master alchemist. Many people begged him to refine pills for them. However, Alchemist Wan was very low-key. He rarely refined pills. Instead, his greatest interest was creating pill recipes. Following the manservant's lead, the two of them walked for a long time before finally stopping in front of a remote courtyard in an alley. Before they entered the courtyard, the fragrance of pills had already drifted out. The fragrance was very strong. The servant took a deep breath and said, "It seems that Alchemist Wan is in a good mood today." The two pushed the door open and entered. They saw that in the center of the courtyard there were more than a dozen pill furnaces. At this moment, there were raging flames enveloping these pill furnaces. Above the pill furnaces, there were a few round and crystal-clear pills floating. In the center of these pill furnaces, there was a man in a gray robe with unkempt hair and a dirty face. At this moment, the man was controlling these pill furnaces. He was controlling more than a dozen pill furnaces with ease. He looked very relaxed. The man did not notice Su Zimo and the servant's arrival at all. It was as if he only had eyes for these pill furnaces and pills. "Master, I'm back," the servant said respectfully as he walked in front of Alchemist Wan. Alchemist Wan nodded and did not say anything else. "Master, there's someone outside who wants to see you," the servant said again. "I won't see him." "Tell him to leave," Alchemist Wan said impatiently. "Can't you see that I'm refining pills?" The servant turned around and looked at Su Zimo awkwardly. "Alchemist Wan, you're being too serious." "I'm just here to ask about someone," Su Zimo said with a smile. "Who?" the old man asked as he looked up. "Alchemist Wu Chen," Su Zimo said word by word. "Never heard of it." Alchemist Wan squatted down without looking back and started to observe the pill in front of him. "If you tell me where Alchemist Wu Chen is, you'll be safe," Su Zimo said with a smile. "Otherwise, I can only let the two of you accompany each other to the grave today." Alchemist Wan turned around and said in shock, "Are you threatening me? I know how influential you are. If you mention alchemy, everyone in Dragon City will be willing to kill me." Su Zimo said calmly, "But you've thought it through. Dragon City is nothing to me. I don't want to become enemies with you." "I don't know any Alchemist Wu Chen," Alchemist Wan said after a moment of silence. "Then who taught you how to refine pills?" Su Zimo asked. Alchemist Wan was silent again. Finally, he said, "I taught myself." "All right." Su Zimo waved his hand, and the spirit chi around him started to condense. He said calmly, "Since you don't want to tell me, I'll have to kill you." Alchemist Wan heard Su Zimo's words and saw that his hand was about to land. The servant quickly said, "You're looking for Alchemist Wu Chen because you want to refine pills, right?" "So what?" Su Zimo asked calmly. "Alchemist Wan is a famous alchemist in Dragon City. If you want to refine pills, just ask him." The pageboy explained. "No, he can't." Su Zimo shook his head. Hearing Su Zimo's words, Alchemist Wan, who didn't even care about death, slowly opened his eyes. He asked indifferently, "Is there any pill that I can't refine?" "Blood-devouring immortal pill," Su Zimo replied. Alchemist Wan was slightly taken aback as he looked at Su Zimo in disbelief. Just the materials required for the blood-devouring immortal pill are enough to leave many in the dust. "Do you have any?" "There's only one, so there's no room for failure," Su Zimo replied. "Let me see," Alchemist Wan continued. Su Zimo did not have the slightest hesitation and directly took out the herbs. Alchemist Wan glanced at the manservant beside him, then turned to Su Zimo and said, "I can help you find my master, Pill Master Wu Chen, and ask him to refine pills for you. But you have to promise me one thing." "What is it?" Su Zimo looked up and asked. "There's a nest of blood dragon bats 30 miles west of Dragon City," Alchemist Wan said. "My master needs a blood-colored crystal in the center of the nest. Consider it payment for refining pills." That's not a low request, Su Zimo thought for a moment and smiled. Blood dragon bats were a variant of the dragon clan and belonged to a group of demonic beasts. And no one knew how many blood dragon bats there were in the nest. Therefore, people from Dragon City rarely went there. And there were often rumors of blood dragon bats sucking human blood. That's the bottom line, Alchemist Juan said. After all, not many people in this world can refine the pill you want. If you're not willing, even if you kill me, it won't help. Su Zimo frowned slightly. He knew that there was a kind of person in this world that was the most difficult to deal with. They were people who weren't even afraid of death, as well as people who wanted to end things by dying. Is that your answer, Pill Master Wu Chen? Alchemist Wu Chen. Su Zimo suddenly turned his head and looked at the green-robed servant beside him with a burning gaze. The green-clothed servant was slightly stunned. Then, he grinned. How did you find out? I guessed. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and said, I only have one question. Is that what you want? Yes. Alchemist Wu Chen knew that he had been exposed and did not hide it anymore. He admitted, find me a blood dragon crystal. I can help you refine pills. Su Zimo nodded slightly and left the small courtyard. He stepped into the air, determined the direction, and flew straight to the west. Actually, he had already noticed that there was something wrong with the servant just now. Alchemist Juan kept looking at the servant as if asking for his opinion. In addition, they were master and disciple, so Su Zimo asked casually. This alchemist Wu Chen was smart. He was secretly studying the pill recipe with the help of his disciple. No wonder it was so difficult for others to find it. He walked in the air. About 10 minutes later, Su Zimo arrived at his destination. This was a very secluded small canyon. Weeds and vines grew wildly along one end of the canyon. The sound of birds chirping could be heard from a green tree branch. It was quiet here, and there was no one around. Su Zimo closed his eyes slightly. The soul in his body emitted ripples, and the spirit energy around him spread. The perception of his soul was like an invisible scan. When Su Zimo closed his soul scanned the land within a radius of a few miles. This was the limit of his soul. Everything within a radius of a few miles appeared in front of him. It was very clear. When Su Zimo opened his eyes again, an invisible aura was emitted from his body. He lowered his body and rushed down the canyon. At the bottom of the valley, where the vines and creepers overlapped, there was a cave that directly penetrated the cliff of the valley. Su Zimo slowly pulled out the tyrannical shadow and cut off all the vines at the entrance of the cave. The blade was covered in a raging fire, and it crackled as it burned. The moment the entrance of the cave was exposed, a sharp and strange cry could be heard from inside. Immediately after, something flew out from inside at an extremely fast speed. Su Zimo couldn't dodge in time, and that thing crashed into the tyrannical shadow. He felt a strong force and his body took a few steps back. He focused his eyes and looked straight ahead. Half of the sky was dyed red. Su Zimo frowned slightly. It was a group of blood-red bats. The thick smell of blood rushed to his face. Countless sharp cries merged together, and the sound seemed to be able to affect one's mind. These bats had 2 small horns on their heads, and their wings were very large when they spread out. The blood-red patterns on them were very clear. When they saw Su Zimo, the intruder, hundreds of these blood dragon bats screamed, as if warning Su Zimo. Su Zimo was too lazy to bother. He knew about the bloodline suppression. His consciousness directly entered his true fate world. In the true fate world, the 100 dragon cubs were gradually growing up. Although they had not fully entered the growth stage, it was no problem for them to deal with the bloodline suppression of ordinary blood dragon bats. Su Zimo's gaze was focused as the dense fog surrounded him. A blue planet slowly rose into the sky. Endless suppression and airflow spread out from within. Following that, deafening dragon roars could be heard. The dragon roars came one after another, distant and high-pitched. Endless waves of air spread out in all directions. The majestic pressure that belonged to the divine beast enveloped half of the sky. Divine dragons flew out from Su Zimo's true fate world one after another. These divine dragons were all different. The variety of colors dazzled one's eyes. There were dragons swallowing clouds and spitting out fog. There were dragons, lightning, and thunder. It was as if the god of thunder had descended, dominating half of the sky. There were also divine dragons covered in scarlet flames. The raging flames burned the surrounding space. The might of these 100 divine dragons was astonishing. The dragon's might enveloped the entire canyon. It caused the surrounding creatures to tremble. When the group of blood dragon bats saw the arrival of the dragons, they all attached themselves to the mountain wall of the canyon. Their wings covered their entire bodies as they trembled and lay there motionless. The group of dragons broke into the nest of the blood dragon bats like breaking through dry weeds. This nest was different from the dark and cold atmosphere of an ordinary bat's nest. It was very hot inside, and waves of heat were rising from the inside. Along the way, Suzimo also saw the blood dragon bats that were attached to the top of his head. There were countless bats inside. If not for Suzimo's 100 divine dragons, it would have been another bloody battle if he wanted to enter. The dragon race had a suppressive effect on many demonic beasts. It was because of their noble bloodline. Moreover, for these blood dragon bats that had the blood of the dragon race in their bodies, the pressure was even several times greater. When Suzimo arrived at the innermost part of the nest without any obstructions, only then did he see the scene inside. Pieces of densely packed blood dragon crystals gathered together, occupying almost half of the space in the nest. These blood dragon crystals seemed to be dyed in blood, looking very demonic. The crystal was sparkling and translucent, and there seemed to be something struggling inside. Suzimo took a closer look and realized that there were actually baby blood dragon bats inside. Seeing this, he finally understood. These blood dragon crystals were used by the blood dragon bats to nurture their young. Seeing Suzimo approaching the blood dragon crystal, the bats in the sky screamed anxiously. However, at this moment, dozens of divine dragons were guarding Suzimo. Their dragon might was vast and mighty, and the divine dragons were inviolable. There were a lot of blood dragon crystal stones here. Suzimo found some of the blood dragon bat cubs and knocked them down. He put it into his storage ring and then turned around to leave. At this moment, a few hundred meters away from the canyon, a group of people was slowly walking over. This group of people was led by an old man, a man, and a woman. The rest of them seemed to be guards. Uncle Chen, the time has come. Kill some blood dragon bats and purify the model dragon bloodline in their bodies. I think my bloodline will also be upgraded. The young man beside him looked at the old man and said. The old man called Uncle Chen nodded slightly and said, Xinghui, be careful when you go out. The family originally wanted you to hunt the blood dragon bats to purify your bloodline. I'll help you in secret this time, but don't let anyone know. Don't worry, Uncle Chen. When I become the young family leader, I definitely won't forget about you. The young man called Long Xinghui smiled and turned to the woman beside him. He turned to the woman beside him and said with a smile, Miss Shui, when I become the young clan leader, I will ask my father to go to your house to propose marriage. The woman furrowed her brows slightly. Her cold and frosty face was flawless. Her long, shapely eyebrows furrowed, and her jade-like nose stood erect. She faintly said, let's talk about other things later. You promised to help me with the blood dragon crystals this time, so you can't go back on your word. Don't worry. Long Xinghui nodded slightly. Right at this moment, a deafening dragon's roar sounded. The dragon's roar shook heaven and earth and pierced through the clouds. Everyone looked up in shock and didn't know what to say. Dragon, it's a true dragon. Uncle Chen's old face trembled slightly. His entire body froze on the spot. He was so excited that he didn't know what to do. There are true dragons in this place. How is this possible? Long Xinghui said in disbelief. Didn't Sengoku slaughter the entire dragon clan back then? To the people of Dragon City, perhaps too much time had passed. Perhaps many things had been forgotten and obliterated. However, legends about the dragon clan had been passed down until now. Dragons were the totem of this city. Everyone raised their heads in confusion, only to see divine dragons roaring melodiously. They seemed to carry the heavy aura of ancient history, suppressing this uninhabited valley. Perhaps others couldn't feel it, but as a dragon blood warrior, Long Xinghui could clearly feel it. The blood in his heart was boiling. It seemed to be excited about something. It was like boiling water in a hot summer. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. When everyone walked quickly into the valley, they suddenly realized that the dragon's roar was getting lower and lower. The divine dragons hovering in the sky also gradually disappeared. What's going on? Did the divine dragons leave? Everyone was shocked. When they reached the bottom of the valley, the divine dragons had disappeared. The dragon god had already disappeared without a trace, leaving only a young man in a purple robe standing on a big tree that was entwined with vines. They looked up at the purple-robed young man. It was indeed strange for a person to suddenly appear in this wilderness. "Kid, did you see the divine dragons just now?" Long Xinghui frowned slightly and asked Su Zimo. "Where did the divine dragons go?" Su Zimo glanced at him, then shook his head lightly and prepared to return to Dragon City to find alchemist Wu Chen. However, Long Xinghui took a step forward and stood in front of Su Zimo. "Answer my question. Where did the divine dragons go?" Long Xinghui said as he gave Uncle Chen a look. Everyone present faintly surrounded Su Zimo. Only Miss Shui stood to the side, cold and indifferent. The appearance of the divine dragons was indeed strange. Long Xinghui had a feeling that this had something to do with the purple-robed young man in front of him. He would rather kill 10,000 innocents than let one escape. The news of the dragon clan's extinction had been confirmed in the past. The dragon saint bloodline had no reason to doubt it. But now that the divine dragons had reappeared, Long Xinghui felt that a large part of what he had just seen was the result of a treasure passed down by the dragon clan. And this purple-robed young man in front of him definitely had something to do with it. It must be understood that there were no true dragons. The dragon blood warriors of the dragon clan had to rely on these mixed blood dragons to improve their bloodline. The bloodlines of these mutants were extremely mottled and it was very troublesome to purify them. Moreover, if they were not careful, their bloodlines would be infected and they would eventually be poisoned to death by their own blood. If he had a treasure from the dragon clan and could soak in pure dragon blood, if that was the case, then Long Xinghui's bloodline must be supreme. Not only would his position as the young clan leader be secured, but he might even become the most legendary powerhouse in the Long clan. He thought about a lot of things, and the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. "Kid, hand over your storage ring and let me check it," Long Xinghui shouted. He said coldly, "Uncle Chen, take him down." As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding guards and the old man beside him all charged over. These guards were only at the Void Meridian realm, so Su Zimo did not care. However, the old man called Uncle Chen had already opened 6 meridians and was an Emperor Meridian powerhouse. Looking at the people attacking him, Su Zimo slowly stretched out his right hand. Endless spirit energy condensed in his palm and condensed into the shape of a ball. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled inside, as if there was a great terror inside. At this moment, as Su Zimo held the ball in his hand, the spirit energy inside had condensed and compressed to the extreme. There was a boom and an explosion. Spirit energy splattered everywhere, and the airflow turned into countless chi arrows that flew in all directions. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Those Void Meridian realm cultivators did not even have time to react before their bodies were pierced by thousands of chi arrows. Their bodies stiffened on the spot. On the other hand, the old man called Uncle Chen reacted extremely quickly, and his figure quickly retreated. Su Zimo chuckled and slammed his hand down. There was another boom. The ground cracked, and a huge 5-finger print appeared on the ground. Uncle Chen was suppressed and could not move. Long Xinghui immediately realized that something was wrong and had already fled. When Uncle Chen was fighting earlier, he had stayed far away to avoid any accidents. Seeing this situation, Su Zimo smiled. "Can you escape?" He waved his hand and 2 sharp arrows condensed from spirit energy appeared in his hand. A cold light condensed at the tip of the arrow. Whoosh! The sharp arrow pierced through the boundless void and descended from the sky with an unstoppable force. It pierced through Long Xinghui's legs. It nailed him to the ground. No matter how Long Xinghui struggled, it was to no avail. Su Zimo turned his head to the side and looked at the stunned woman beside him. "You should be glad that you didn't make a move just now." "I didn't see anything just now." "I won't say anything." Miss Shui shook her head and replied. "I don't care if you tell me or not, but I really hate it when people talk behind my back," Su Zimo said flatly. In the distance, Long Xinghui's body had undergone a huge transformation. His eyes were crimson, and his body was covered in a dense layer of crimson dragon scales. 2 small horns also grew out of his forehead. His ears became sharp, and long whiskers began to grow on both sides of his cheeks. A deep dragon roar came from his mouth. His hands turned into sharp claws. His legs were nailed to the ground by the energy arrows. Long Xinghui roared, and his claws slashed out, cutting off his legs. Then, a pair of wings as thin as a cicada's grew on his back. The wings slowly spread open, and he fled into the distance in a sorry state. Su Zimo chuckled and waved his right hand. The 2 remaining energy arrows on the ground shot out towards Long Xinghui. The arrows pierced through Long Xinghui's back and directly into his body. Screams echoed in the sky along with the departing figure. Seeing this, Miss Shui asked in confusion, "Why didn't you just kill him? When he returns, the Long family will definitely know about this. My attack just now shattered the dragon crystal in his body. In the future, he will never be able to become a dragon blood warrior," Su Zimo said calmly. "You must understand that there are many things in this world that are far more terrifying than death." Hearing Su Zimo's words, Miss Shui was silent for a while, and finally nodded. Looking at Su Zimo's departing figure, she stayed in the same place for a long time, and finally remembered the purpose of her trip. After returning to Dragon City, Su Zimo brought the blood dragon crystal he found to alchemist Wu Chen's courtyard. "You really found it," alchemist Wu Chen said in surprise as he looked at the scalding blood dragon crystal. "Why? You don't want me to find it?" Su Zimo asked with a faint smile. "No, this blood dragon crystal is the main item for my research on a certain pill formula. It's just that the blood dragon bat's nest is really difficult to enter, and many people have died inside." Alchemist Wu Chen shook his head and replied. "I didn't expect you to be able to find it safely alone. When are you going to refine the pill?" Su Zimo asked calmly. "Tomorrow afternoon." "I'll make some preparations," Alchemist Wu Chen replied. After coming out of the secluded courtyard, Su Zimo returned to the inn. After refining the pill the next day, he could go to the northern continent. At this moment, in the main hall of the Long family, Long Xinghui was lying unconscious on the ground, covered in blood. He was surrounded by the upper echelons of the Long family. An elder in a gray robe bent over and treated Long Xinghui's injuries. After a long time, he slowly stood up and sighed. "How is it?" Long Yaotian asked anxiously. "His life is not in danger, but the dragon crystal in his body is broken. I'm afraid he will never be able to become a dragon blood warrior," the gray-robed elder said as he shook his head. "Is there no other way?" Long Yaotian asked with an ugly expression. "There is something that can reform the dragon crystal, but you know that the price is too high. We can't afford it," the gray-robed elder said as he shook his head. "I understand. You can leave." Long Yaotian nodded slightly and waved his hand. Long Xinghui slowly woke up from his coma. He felt like his head was about to explode from the pain. His body was extremely weak and uncomfortable, and he felt like he was about to die. He opened his eyes and looked at the scene in front of him. In the main hall of the Long family, his father and a few elders were in front of him. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Who beat you up like this?" Long Yaotian asked with a frown. "I don't know either, but I can draw a portrait of that person," Long Xinghui hurriedly said. "Father, am I all right?" "You're fine." Long Yaotian was silent for a while. In the end, he didn't tell Long Xinghui that he couldn't become a dragon blood warrior in the future. He was afraid that his son was seriously injured and wouldn't be able to take such a blow. "Go back and rest first," Long Yaotian sighed and said. "Bring the portrait over later. I'll search the entire city for the culprit." Long Xinghui nodded and left the main hall. The heavy snow in winter was always unpredictable. The snow that had stopped last night started falling again at dawn. At noon, the sun's rays became slightly warmer. Su Zimo came to the small courtyard where alchemist Wu Chen was. "There will be a phenomenon during the refining process of the blood-devouring immortal pill. It's inevitable that some people will come to snatch it," alchemist Wu Chen reminded him. "When the time comes, alchemist Wan and I will have to focus on concocting pills. As for the outcome, it depends on whether you can defend it." Don't let anyone disturb us. Just focus on refining the pill. Suzimo nodded calmly. I'll also remind you that I only have one set of ingredients. Failure is not allowed. Alchemist Wuchen nodded and walked into the courtyard with Alchemist Wan. Suzimo stepped on air and leaned against the eaves of the roof. He hugged his saber and slowly sat down. He closed his eyes slightly and seemed to be deep in thought. Time passed bit by bit. In this small, remote courtyard, after a long time had passed, the faint fragrance of pills had begun to waft through the air. The pill fragrance grew thicker and thicker. During this time, deafening beast roars could be heard. This commotion was enough to attract the attention of some people in Dragon City. Some people began to appear around the courtyard and ask about the situation here. As time passed, the pill fragrance was so thick that it almost became tangible. The beast roars grew denser and denser. Even the ground began to shake. In the end, only a boom sound was heard. A beam of light shot into the sky and dyed the sky in 5 colors. Clouds and mist swirled around, and the majestic aurora was very eye-catching. Countless beast shadows were roaring at the top of the aurora. The majestic beast aura almost enveloped half city. What is that? Someone's gaze gathered in the sky and asked in confusion. Someone is refining a pill, and it's not an ordinary pill. The person beside him narrowed his eyes and said thoughtfully. Let's go and take a look. It might be another storm. It's a god-tier pill. It seems to be a beast pill. Our Dragon City hasn't seen such a phenomenon for many years. As more and more people arrived, the alley was filled with people. The clamor became a chaotic mess. Some of them were there purely to watch the show, while others were plotting their own schemes. Suzimo closed his eyes and didn't say anything. He just leaned on the roof. At the entrance of the small courtyard, there were a few words written on a plaque. Don't disturb me, or you'll be responsible for the consequences. Many people who wanted to knock on the door hesitated when they saw this. Finally, someone wanted to give it a try. He walked up and knocked on the door twice. The moment the door was knocked, a saber light shot down from the sky. The person who knocked on the door didn't even have time to react. He was instantly torn into pieces and fell in front of the door, dripping with blood. The surrounding people were shocked. Clearly, they did not expect it to be so bloody. Look, there's someone on the roof, a sharp-eyed person in the crowd shouted as he pointed to the sky. Everyone hurriedly looked up and saw Suzimo dressed in a purple robe. The hair on his forehead was fluttering in the cold wind. Snowflakes fell on his shoulders, making him look like a statue. He hugged his scimitar and leaned there motionlessly. There was no aura around him. Many people couldn't even sense his presence. Who is that? Someone asked curiously. I don't know. I don't think I've seen him in Dragon City before, some of the local residents said, shaking their heads. While everyone was talking, a figure suddenly stepped into the air and flew toward the young man on the roof. It's Snowstrider Qianbu, someone shouted when they saw the figure in the air. Snowstrider Qianbu? Someone thought about this name and suddenly realized. After 3 years of enlightenment in the snow, he finally mastered the way of the saber. The name Mad Blade is known throughout Dragon City. Many people knew that Frenzied Blade was an impatient person. Then, he watched the next confrontation with great interest. Qian Buren stepped on the air and looked at Suzimo in the sky as he asked from afar. Sir, may I know your name? The dead don't need to know my name, Suzimo said calmly. I don't mean any harm, Qianbu hurriedly said. I just want to know who the master of alchemy here is. I said on the signboard at the door that you'll face the consequences if you come in. Suzimo slowly raised his head. He rose to his feet, and the heavy snow fell from his body. Aren't you too arrogant? Qianbu snorted. He said, since you and I are both sabersmen, why don't we have a competition? You think you're worthy of drawing your saber in front of me? As Suzimo finished speaking, he didn't even draw his saber from its scabbard. He just waved his saber lightly in the air. A saber light that was dozens of meters long shot out. It cut through the layers of space and pierced through with endless sharpness. Snowstrider Qianbu's expression changed. This attack was too fast. He didn't even have time to draw his saber. He could only quickly retreat. However, he still underestimated the power of this attack. Clang! The saber light cut through half the sky and collapsed half the sky. In the end, it cut Qianbu's body in half. When the boiling blood was covered by the cold snow, Qianbu's eyes, which were still open in fear before he died, fell in front of everyone. Many people kept quiet out of fear and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. I'll only say it once. Su Zimo stood in the air. Rolling spirit chi surged down. Those who cross this door will die. Mad Blade is dead? He died just like that? Someone gasped as if he couldn't believe the scene in front of him. He couldn't even withstand a single attack and died just like that. At this moment, the crowd fell silent. Since he dared to refine pills in Dragon City, he must have come prepared and was very confident. Many people looked up. The aurora in the sky was getting stronger and stronger. It broke through the snow, broke through the clouds, and tore through the sky. Countless beasts roared in it. More and more people were attracted to this place. Everyone knew that there was an expert refining pills in Dragon City. This was a condition that only divine pills could have. Moreover, there were experts guarding the area. The refinement of the blood-devouring immortal pill couldn't be completed in a short time. In this snowy weather, many people even waited here for a day and a night. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to see the birth of the divine pill. This continued until the afternoon of the second day. At this time, the snow had covered the entire Dragon City. The 9 divine dragons in the sky seemed to be wrapped in a pure white cloth. The beasts that were echoing in the sky seemed to have reached a critical point. Another boom sound of explosion rang out. The aurora disappeared, and the fragrance of pills spread throughout the entire Dragon City. Many beasts in the city roared subconsciously. At this moment, the aurora was broken, and even the beast roars seemed to have reached their peak. In the end, a deafening roar of a beast rang out with all its might. He saw that the roof of the house in the small courtyard had been directly knocked down, and a medicinal pill flew out from the position of the roof. The pill has a spirit, quickly stop it. Alchemist Wu Chen anxiously shouted from inside the room. Su Zimo frowned slightly and flew directly toward the pill. The pill seemed to know how to resist, and a beast shadow condensed above its head. It was a strange beast. With a swipe of its claws, it opened its bloody mouth and bit toward Su Zimo. Su Zimo snorted coldly, and the tyrannical shadow in his right hand unsheathed its blade. Clang! An endless amount of spiritual energy condensed on the blade. In the end, only a boom sound was heard. The blade light directly turned the beast shadow into nothingness, and the tyrannical shadow hummed softly in the air. As the sharp blade fell, the blood-devouring immortal pill trembled slightly and froze on the spot. It felt that if it dared to escape, the tyrannical shadow would cut it in half without any hesitation. The moment Su Zimo held the medicinal pill in his hand, he was shocked. 4 figures flew out from the surrounding crowd. The 4 figures attacked at the same time, and the aura of the Emperor Realm surrounded them, wanting to snatch the blood-devouring immortal pill. Su Zimo snorted coldly and turned his head. It's the 4 elders of Heavenly Mountain, someone in the crowd shouted when they saw the 4 figures fly into the air. They're all seniors who have been famous for a long time, and now they're ganging up on one. How shameful, someone said indignantly. That's enough, compared to a divine pill, reputation is nothing. When the 4 people flew into the air, they surrounded Su Zimo from 4 different directions. They wanted to prevent him from escaping. True fates appeared behind the 4 of them. They were the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. The aura of the 4 divine beasts swept over, enveloping half the sky. Spirit chi was surging, and the invisible space was shattering. The Azure Dragon Elder stretched out his hand and looked at Su Zimo. Kid, hand over the beast core and I'll let you go. Just the 4 of you? Su Zimo chuckled. He looked around at the people below and said, if anyone else wants my divine pellet, please give it to me. You can all come at once, so I don't have to fight them one by one. Hearing Su Zimo's words, some of the people below became restless, but they still calmed down. Let the 4 elders of Tianshan test the waters. If Su Zimo was really strong, they wouldn't have to die. If it was just a facade, then a great battle would be unavoidable. The people here were not stupid. If Suzimo dared to refine pills in the city, he must have some confidence. Brat, it seems like you're being stubborn. The four elders of Heavenly Mountain snorted. The true fate behind him roared, and the four divine beasts roared while galloping in the sky. Then, the four divine beasts fused together and turned into four array seals that descended from the sky. The four array seals were surrounded by a fierce aura. In the blink of an eye, a fierce array was formed. In this fierce array, the surrounding space was sealed. The four divine beasts surrounded Suzimo with murderous expressions. The dragon quailed and the tiger crouched, the phoenix cried and the turtle roared. Endless spirit chi clanged in the air. Brat, I'll give you one last chance. Don't die, the four elders of Heavenly Mountain said with a fierce aura. Is this all you've got? Suzimo chuckled. He stepped into the air and the aura of the Saint Bloodline realm surged around him. It was like the setting sun in a long river, surging violently. The tyrannical shadow was filled with thunder and lightning, and the hurricane was burning with raging fire. Suzimo slashed down with his blade. Endless sharpness accompanied by the will of the skyblade resounded through the sky. The four shadows of the divine beasts were all shattered, followed by a sorrowful cry. However, this fierce array was not simple. The shadows of the divine beasts inside dissipated. The surrounding spirit chi gathered and formed a new shadow. It was as if there was no end to it. Suzimo sneered and slowly sheathed the tyrannical shadow. Lightning surged in his eyes, and traces of faint electric arcs spread out from his eyes. At this moment, Suzimo's eyes became cold and indifferent. It was as if there was no emotion in them. More and more thunderbolts gathered in his eyes. Deep purple thunderbolts crackled and exploded. A great terror was being born. Suzimo raised his head slightly, and thunder surged in his indifferent eyes. Only a boom sound of an explosion was heard. Two bolts of thunder shot out from his eyes, passing through the endless void. It exploded all the space in its path. It was as fast as thunder. The four elders of Heavenly Mountain did not even have time to react. The fierce array in front of them had been shattered, and the thunder continued to attack. Two of them were directly annihilated in the roaring sea of thunder. They did not even have time to scream. When the remaining two saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. They did not dare to stay at all and wanted to escape into the distance. Suzimo sneered and said, "Want to run?" He waved his hand and took out the immortal binding lock that he had obtained from Silence Ridge. The surrounding spirit chi surged, and the chain clanged. It instantly turned into 1,000 meters long, and one end of the chain was like an aurora. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, it caught up with the two escaping people. It directly tied the two of them up. The way this immortal binding lock tied them up was very special. It imprisoned the meridians of these two people. Anyone who was tied up by the immortal binding lock had their meridians sealed, and they were no different from ordinary people. It was very difficult to escape. The remaining two of the four elders of Heavenly Mountain looked at Suzimo with ashen faces and begged for mercy. "Sir, we were greedy for money. Please let us go. The two of us are willing to work like cows and horses to repay you." Suzimo shook his head and smiled. He waved his hand. The immortal binding lock's binding strength became stronger and stronger, and it tightly bound the two of them. As the chain began to shrink bit by bit, the two of them turned red and screamed in pain. "Sir, please spare us." Boom! Before the two of them could finish their words, they saw that the chain had already reached its limit. The spirit chi on it exploded, and the two of them were strangled into a bloody mist. The bloody mist floated in the air and slowly fell down. Suzimo leaped and stepped on the door with one foot. He looked down at everyone around him and said, "Now, who wants this pill?" The crowd immediately fell silent. The four elders of Heavenly Mountain were quite famous in the entire Dragon City. Although they weren't the strongest, they were still slaughtered in such a manner. The people who originally had bad intentions also fell silent. Some people had already started to retreat. Suzimo snorted and returned to the inner room of the courtyard. The blood-devouring immortal pill was pure white and about the size of a fist. There were several strange beast patterns carved on it. It was boiling hot in the palm of his hand. He put away the pill and prepared to bid farewell to alchemist Wu Chen. This bloodthirsty immortal pill has to be used within a month. It's different from other pills. Otherwise, its effects will slowly evaporate, alchemist Wu Chen reminded him. Su Zimo nodded slightly. The commotion caused by Hun Dun's breakthrough was too great. He did not intend to break through in Dragon City. He would wait until he reached the northern continent. Dragon City was the shortest route from the eastern continent to the northern continent. After leaving Dragon City, he headed north. He walked until he reached the end of the official road. This road led straight to the endless sky ocean. The endless coastline stretched for tens of thousands of miles along with the skyline. The dark blue seawater was slightly turbid. The blue stone by the sea had been polished by the waves for countless years. It was smooth and translucent. The sea breeze was very strong. It whistled and swept across the cold current. In this snowy winter, it was fortunate that the sea didn't freeze. Snowflakes drifted on the seawater. A rustling sound enveloped the entire endless sky ocean. From afar, everything was shrouded in fog. It was deep and dark. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Long family's meeting hall was very strange. It was so quiet that it was a little scary. After a long time, the Long family's patriarch, Long Yaotian, sighed slightly. He said, "Is what you said true?" Pavilion Master Long nodded affirmatively and said, "The saint's token can't be fake. He should be the one who injured Hui Er. I've seen the portrait. I've also sent people to Zhenwu Xingzong to verify this. Their saint is called Su Zimo. Then we'll have to trouble you. Patriarch, the big picture is more important." The great elder stood up and said to Long Yaotian, "We can't provoke Zhenwu Xingzong's saint. We've already learned our lesson when Dragon City was first built." That's right, that's right. The other elders nodded in agreement. "I think Xing Hui was the one who caused all this trouble. We all know his character." Hearing the elders' discussion and persuasion, Long Yaotian fell silent for a while. As a father, he did want to kill Su Zimo to avenge his son. However, he knew that he was also the head of the Long family. His every move and decision represented the Long family. He sighed deeply and slowly opened his eyes. "You don't have to be afraid. I know what I'm doing. Let's end this matter here." Patriarch is wise, the elders beside him hurriedly replied respectfully. Looking at the departing backs of several elders, Long Yaotian's face became more and more ugly. Pavilion Master Long remained silent for a while before finally asking, "Family head, are you all right?" "It's fine. I just hate myself for not being strong enough," Long Yaotian said as he shook his head. Pavilion Master Long pondered for a while and finally said, "Actually, if the family head wants to take revenge, it is not impossible. I can't drag my entire family down with me," Long Yaotian said calmly. "No, Master, you misunderstood me," Pavilion Master Long hurriedly said. "Sometimes, you don't have to kill someone personally. You just have to make it look like an accident." "What do you mean?" Long Yaotian turned his head and asked in confusion. "Why do you think the Holy Sun came to our Dragon City?" Pavilion Master Long asked with a smile. "Most people who come to Dragon City have only one goal, which is to go to the northern continent." Long Yaotian's eyes lit up as he replied. "Then I guess our Holy Sun is no exception," Pavilion Master Long said with a smile. "There are many dangerous places in the Endless Sky Sea. If the ship carrying the Holy Sun capsizes in the Endless Sky Sea, no one can be blamed." "Why didn't I think of that?" Long Yaotian smiled and gazed at the horizon in the distance. Dragon Harbor Bay. This was the largest harbor at the edge of the Endless Sky Sea. The ships heading to the northern continent all departed from here. It was currently afternoon, and dusk had dyed the horizon a dark yellow. The horizon and the coastline were intertwined, shrouded in fog in the distance. It gave off an illusion of beauty. Ships would not depart in the evening, especially in this snowy weather. The creatures living in the Endless Sky Sea were also active at night, and searching for food was more frequent. Su Zimo could only find a relay station nearby and wait for tomorrow to depart. The relay station nearby was very prosperous, especially at night, when it was brightly lit. Many people who wanted to board the ship early the next day would stay here. Su Zimo was walking along the coast when he saw a medium-sized ship coming from the side. "Friend, are you going to sail?" On the ship stood an old man in a green robe with a full beard. The old man was paddling with his hands as he smiled at Suzimo. Going to the northern continent? Suzimo asked curiously. Yes, the old man nodded. You dare to travel at night? Suzimo asked. I'm considered a black ship, making a small profit, the old man said with a smile. 90% of the ships in Dragon Harbor Bay belong to the Long family. They've contracted almost everything here, and small ships like us can only eat soup in the cracks. Do you want to board? Can we depart tonight? Suzimo nodded slightly. As long as he could reach the northern continent, it was fine. As for what method he used, he did not care. He jumped onto the ship and saw spirit energy surging around the old man. The paddles on both sides began to move quickly. The ship sailed across the quiet sea, stirring up small waves as it sailed towards the endless sea. Darkness fell, and the sea at night was very quiet. A bright moon hung in the sky. The sparkling surface of the sea cast specks of light. Suzimo leaned against the side of the ship and closed his eyes to rest. The temperature at night was much colder. The old man in the green robe on the ship was carefully steering the ship. How much longer? After a while, Suzimo opened his eyes and asked. 3 more days until we reach the northern continent, the old man looked up. For some reason, that face full of wrinkles looked terrifying and sinister. He bared his yellow teeth and smiled, but we're only 1 step away from hell. Hearing the old man's words, Suzimo smiled inexplicably. He kept feeling that something was wrong along the way. But he did not remember offending anyone in Dragon City. Did the Long family send you here? He asked tentatively. After all, he had a conflict with Long Xinghui at the Blood Dragon Bat. Why does a dead man ask so many questions? The old man replied indifferently. Are you so sure that I'll die? Do you know where this is? The old man replied with a faint smile. Even a Saint Bloodline realm expert wouldn't be able to break free from the Death Sea if they were to sink into it. You don't have to think about escaping, we're already in the middle of the Dead Sea. In that case, you won't be able to escape, Suzimo said with a frown. Who said I was going to leave? The old man said nonchalantly. I'll die with you, so you won't be lonely anymore. As the old man finished speaking, the paddle in his hand began to spin rapidly. The boat that the two of them were on was instantly split into 4. The moment the broken boat touched the surface of the sea, it quickly sank. And Suzimo and the old man also fell without any surprise. The moment his clothes touched the water, Suzimo felt a strong force attacking him. The water in this Dead Sea seemed to weigh thousands of pounds. And the more he struggled, the faster he would sink. You really aren't afraid of death? Suzimo looked at the indifferent old man and laughed. Everyone dies. As long as it's a worthy death, it's fine, the old man replied indifferently. At this moment, the water of the Dead Sea was slowly swallowing the two of them. And this was not the only danger here. There seemed to be layers of water splashing around them. Some crocodiles that looked like prehistoric crocodiles appeared in the surroundings and surrounded the two. These crocodiles were more than 10 meters long and were green all over. Their tough skin was covered with sharp barbs. One of the crocodiles jumped up as if to test the waters. The green-robed old man screamed in agony. Suzimo turned his head and saw that one of the green-robed old man's arms had been bitten off. Fresh blood dyed the Dead Sea red. How pitiful. Suzimo laughed. What are you so proud of? It'll be your turn soon. The old man was covered in blood as he replied eerily. Suzimo shook his head slightly. He could feel that this Dead Sea was indeed not ordinary. Perhaps even a normal Saint Bloodline expert would not be able to break free. Behind him, fog shrouded, and his true fate world appeared. The blue planet slowly rose into the sky. At this moment, an extremely powerful aura spread out from Suzimo's body. You. Sensing the aura around Suzimo, the old man was so shocked that he was speechless. You'll float here alone and become the crocodile's dinner. Suzimo snorted coldly and stepped on the air, stirring up huge waves. His figure forcefully flew out of the Dead Sea. Only a rumbling sound of explosions could be heard from the surroundings. The blue Zhou behind him was also rising into the sky bit by bit. It seemed that after Suzimo left, there was a lack of dinner. The surrounding crocodiles roared angrily. They couldn't wait to bite the green-robed elder. Pieces of flesh and blood fell off from his body, and miserable screams resounded in the darkness of this silent sea. It was very scary. Suzimo chuckled as he watched the green-robed old man being bitten to death. Looking at the unsatisfied giant crocodiles, he swung the tyrannical shadow in his hand. Endless saber chi shot out and sliced half of the sea in half. The water stopped flowing, and in the middle of the sea, there was a spiritual energy that blocked everything. It blocked the seawater from gathering together. Suzimo stood with his saber in hand and walked around the middle of the sea. He killed all the giant crocodiles along the way. All the creatures in this part of the Dead Sea were scared out of their wits, and they all hid in fear. The saber chi of the tyrannical shadow shot out, stirring up the deep sea waves. Suzimo stood in the darkness and stared straight ahead. Long family, I didn't intend to pursue the matter of Long Xinghui. Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. In the endless darkness, Suzimo sat cross-legged. He waved his hand, and the space in front of him shattered. Hun Dun's huge body walked out from inside. What are the chances of you breaking through to the immortal realm now? Suzimo asked. 50%, Hun Dun said in a muffled voice. Actually, I was at the peak of the divine range a long time ago. It's just that I always felt that the opportunity to enter the immortal realm was a little lacking, so I kept waiting. I didn't expect that this wait would be the beginning of the Age of Emperors. I narrowly escaped death and was seriously injured and almost died. Suzimo nodded slightly and took out the blood-devouring immortal pill. A rich pill fragrance wafted out, and he threw the pill to Hun Dun. I'll give you half a month to suddenly enter the immortal realm. Before that, I'll protect you. I'll let you break through in peace. Hun Dun was silent for a while as he sensed the majestic beast aura on the divine pill. Finally, he nodded heavily. Ignoring Hun Dun's breakthrough, Suzimo sat to the side and gently wiped the saber of the tyrannical shadow. If Hun Dun wanted to enter the immortal realm, the blood-devouring immortal pill was just a support. It still had to rely on itself. It had to understand its own Tao and then truly enter the realm that all living beings yearned for. Once it entered the immortal realm, it would be as ethereal as the sea. Hun Dun didn't rashly consume the blood-devouring immortal pill. He sat cross-legged on the surface of the sea and adjusted his state bit by bit. He pushed his essence, chi, and spirit to a critical point. Just adjusting his state alone took 3 days and 3 nights. Until the dawn of the 4th day, there was a boom sound. A wave of air began to spread in all directions with Hun Dun as the center. Hun Dun roared into the sky, and his roar echoed in the surroundings. The spirit chi around him was surging. It was sometimes strong and sometimes weak, and its aura was uncertain. That majestic beast aura also spread out mightily. Hun Dun stood still on the spot. As time passed, his beast aura became more and more intense, and his huge body was gradually covered by a layer of fog. The fog became more and more, and in the end, it seemed to be about to materialize. This was not a fog, but an immortal fog. The immortal fog was extremely mysterious, and it almost formed a huge cocoon that seemed to be nurturing something inside. As time passed, the sea under Hun Dun's feet gradually fluctuated. The aura around him became stronger and stronger, and the surrounding space was all shattered. Like a spider web, cracks spread out one after another. Hun Dun's Tao was the devouring Tao. This was the immortal Tao that he was destined to enter from the beginning. At this moment, a dark red vortex appeared in his abdomen. The vortex was deep and boundless, and there were endless thunder and fire exploding. Suzimo turned his head slightly. He knew that Hun Dun had entered a wonderful realm. Could he advance and step into the immortal path? From now on, the separation between immortal and mortal depended on this period of time. He looked around and made sure that there was no one here. It was very difficult for creatures to disturb him. Only then did he feel at ease. Hun Dun's comprehension took more than a week. On this day, the spirit chi around Hun Dun's body became more and more intense. A deafening beast roar sounded in his ears. He put the blood-devouring immortal pill into his mouth and hurriedly swallowed it. The beast aura around his body became stronger and stronger, and it had reached a critical point. I am an immortal beast. The mighty immortal aura began to gather around Hun Dun. The entire sky was in turmoil. The wind and clouds turned into dragons, and the wind and rain raged. Layers of space shattered before his eyes. Hun Dun's enormous body stirred up the wind and clouds. A vast and mighty immortal pressure began to spread from his body bit by bit. The cocoon that was originally surrounded by immortal mist also slowly dissipated and shattered. Hun Dun seemed to have entered a special state of enlightenment. His aura was hovering between the peak of the divine pulse realm and the immortal realm. Countless bang 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 sounds came from his body. He was trying to open the ninth meridian again and again. One could imagine how difficult it was. After several attempts, the meridian did not seem to open. Instead, because of the intense internal impact, countless cracks appeared on the surface of his body. The ninth meridian was to break through the void. Breaking through the void was also breaking one's own shackles. The path to immortality might not be comparable to becoming an emperor, but the cruelty and difficulty in it were rarely known. The further one went, the more difficult it would be to open the meridian. A large amount of blood was flowing out from the cracks on Hun Dun's body. Its entire body was dyed blood red. Hun Dun roared in pain. With each collision, more and more cracks appeared on the surface of his body. If this continued, his entire body would fall apart. Su Zimo frowned slightly. He had underestimated the difficulty of entering the immortal realm. But since he had already taken this step, there was no reason to retreat. Su Zimo waved his right hand, and the blue planet appeared behind him. A branch of the tree of life extended from the planet and entered Hun Dun's body. Rich green light with life aura enveloped Hun Dun's enormous body. It quickly healed Hun Dun's injuries. The cracks on his body were also healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief. The tree of life had indeed helped him a lot. At this moment, Hun Dun was hitting the ninth meridian again and again. He was completely unafraid of being injured. If his body was injured, the tree of life would heal immediately. This time, it took nearly 4 hours to break through. Majestic beast aura covered half of the sea. Finally, a bang sound came from Hun Dun's body. It was as if something had broken. The river of spirit energy rolled up huge waves, surging in Hun Dun's body like a long river setting the sun. As the ninth meridian was opened, Hun Dun's aura finally stabilized at the immortal realm. Although he was only a first step entering immortality profound immortal. However, it could be said that he had crossed the most important hurdle. Although the next few steps were also extremely difficult, the danger was reduced by a lot. Boom! Explosions sounded around Hun Dun. The wind blew and the clouds rolled in the sky, and the thousands of miles of coastline exploded along with the blue seawater. The raging waves soared to a height of 1,000 feet. Chaos, which was originally black in color, looked even darker now. His body grew even larger. Especially the pair of wings on his back that were as thin as a cicada's wings. They had already grown so big that they could blot out the sky. On Hun Dun's abdomen, dark purple lightning and crimson flames fused together and flickered. My lord. Half of Hun Dun's body knelt down and greeted Su Zimo respectfully. It knew that the reason why it was able to advance into the immortal realm was because of the immortal realm. Most of the credit went to Su Zimo. Be it the blood-devouring immortal pill or the tree of life's all-out healing. Even though it had sacrificed a lot to become the other party's vain beast, it had also gained much more in return. Follow me to annihilate a family, Su Zimo said calmly with his hands behind his back. Hun Dun lowered his body slightly, and his huge body crawled on the surface of the sea. Su Zimo leaped up and jumped directly on top of Hun Dun's head. Hun Dun arched his body slightly, and like a black aurora, he rushed in the direction of Dragon City. For the residents of Dragon City, the meaning of this city was perhaps even more extraordinary. It had been almost 1,000,000 years since the Emperor's era. The long history of Dragon City was one of the best in the entire eastern continent. The winter snow was accompanied by the cold wind that whistled and blew past. Many shops in Dragon City had already turned off their lights and closed their doors. On the streets at night, there were only a few people hurriedly walking past. The ancient city walls stood in the wind and snow. The 4 lifelike divine dragons in the sky were still in the air, swallowing and spitting out the dragon pearl in the middle. The earth trembled slightly, and the bottom of Dragon City began to shake. Boom! Boom! The explosion sounded from afar, getting clearer and louder. It was a new day in Dragon City. The morning sun slowly rose with the dawn in the east. The people who were still asleep were awakened by this movement. Some people opened the windows of their rooms and looked outside with sleepy eyes. Some people put on big cotton-padded coats and walked out of their rooms to face the falling snow. At this moment, everyone's eyes were looking in the direction of the city gate. They saw a huge sharp claw descending from the sky. Then, there was a boom sound, and the collapse of the heaven and earth came. This was the symbol of Dragon City, the 4 divine dragons and the dragon pearl that had existed for thousands of years. As the huge claw that blotted out the sky fell, it collapsed with a boom. The screams of the crowd sounded in the city. When Hun Dun's huge body stood up, it was much taller than the city walls of the city. When Su Zimo stood on top of Hun Dun's head, he was overlooking the entire city. As the manager of this dragon city, the Long family would definitely bear the brunt of the destruction of the city. When the 4 divine dragons collapsed, Long Yaotian hurriedly walked out with 4 elders. They stepped into the air and stood in the sky above the city, facing Su Zimo from afar. "May I know which lord has arrived? Dragon City has not been a good host, please forgive us," Long Yaotian said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. "I'm here to exterminate the clan," Su Zimo said indifferently. "I don't know." Long Yaotian raised his head and was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly saw Su Zimo's face in the sky. He had seen the portrait that Long Xinghui had drawn before. He knew what the holy son of Zhenwu Xingzong looked like. At this moment, he was slightly stunned. He did not understand why Su Zimo, who was supposed to be sent to the dangerous land of the Dead Sea, would appear here. However, he had a bad premonition in his heart. "May I know which clan you want to exterminate?" Long Yaotian asked patiently. "Your Long family is good at acting," Su Zimo said indifferently. "At this time, we've already shed all pretense of cordiality. Are you still unwilling to admit it?" Hearing Su Zimo's words, Long Yaotian also knew that the matter had been exposed, and there was no point in hiding it anymore. His gaze was solemn, and he said indifferently, "If the sage sect wants to pursue the matter, I will bear the responsibility. This matter has nothing to do with our Long family. As a father, I'm just taking revenge for my son. This matter has nothing to do with Zhenwu Xingzong. I'm just settling my own personal matters," Su Zimo said calmly. "Also, I said that I'll exterminate the entire family, so I won't leave anyone alive." The elders next to him were a little stunned at first. They only reacted when they heard the conversation between Su Zimo and Long Yaotian. "Patriarch, did you send someone to kill him?" The elder probed. Seeing Long Yaotian nod slightly, the elder shook his head helplessly and said, "You're silly, you're pushing the Long family into the abyss." After the elder finished speaking, he looked at Su Zimo and quickly said, "Saint, this matter has absolutely nothing to do with the Long family. It's just the master's own selfish desire." "Okay, then prove it to me." Su Zimo chuckled. "How do I prove it?" The elder was stunned and asked in confusion. "Hang his head in front of the city gate," Su Zimo said calmly. "I'll give you 3 minutes." "This?" The elder hesitated for a moment, then turned his head and looked at Long Yaotian in confusion. He said, "Master, you make the decision. We can't kill the master with our own hands." An elder next to him sighed and said, "Why don't we ask Laozu to come out? That demon beast has already entered the immortal realm. Will Laozu work, unless we go to the clan, but will they fight against Zhenwu Xingzong for us?" The surrounding elders discussed animatedly, but they couldn't think of a good idea. Hun Dun's huge shadow covered half of the city. A mighty immortal aura spread out from his body. Hun Dun, who had just entered the immortal realm, wantonly released his aura. His 2 eyes were as big as fists. The majestic immortal pressure suppressed everyone. It was as if even the slightest movement in the Dragon City could not escape its eyes. Seeing this scene, Long Yaotian shook his head slightly. He walked out step by step and said calmly, "My life and death have nothing to do with the family. There's no need for others to decide anything." "So, you're planning to resist to the end?" Su Zimo asked. Hun Dun raised his head and roared angrily. His sharp claws cut across the silent void and slammed down heavily. With a boom, the ancient city wall next to them completely collapsed. Dust filled the air, in the face of primal chaos monstrous might, Long Yaotian remained unmoved and slowly took a deep breath. Do you know why this city is called Dragon City? Su Zimo narrowed his eyes and waited for the other party to continue. That's because when Dragon City was first built, several divine dragons were slain here. Long Yaotian replied calmly. Later, in order to make up for the debt to the Dragon Clan, the city was named Dragon City. After so many years, the Dragon Clan had long been exterminated. They had even dissipated into the dust of the era. Only Dragon City will exist forever. As Long Yaotian's words fell, he waved his hand. A blue token appeared in his hand. A five-colored ray of light shot out from the token and soared into the sky. Immediately after, the remains of the 4 divine dragons that had been shattered by Hundan's palm began to condense again. A golden wave of air began to fluctuate in all directions with the dragon pearl as the center point. As the wave of air fluctuations became faster and faster, the dragon pearl trembled endlessly. Dragon roars resounded in the city. The 4 divine dragons passed through the golden wave of air as if their entire bodies were bathed in holy light. They actually came to life. The lifelike golden dragons coiled together. Each dragon head bit the dragon tail, forming a huge golden dragon circle. The world will never understand the true secret of Dragon City. Long Yaotian looked at Su Zimo with a burning gaze and said indifferently, the beast subduing light array, the main array that was able to kill the 4 divine dragons back then. It's also the defensive array of our Dragon City. As Long Yaotian's words fell, his body also underwent a huge change. The surface of his body was covered by layers of dragon scales. These dragon scales were very sharp and hard, and 2 long red dragon horns grew out of his head. Compared to Long Xinghui's previous Dragon Blood Warrior transformation, Long Yaotian's Dragon Blood Warrior transformation was obviously more thorough. Su Zimo had no doubt that if he continued to evolve like this, he might really become a true dragon one day. The few elders of the Long family next to him were a little dumbfounded. They probably didn't know about this beast subduing light array. At this moment, the golden dragon circle descended from the sky and surrounded Su Zimo and Hundan. Su Zimo could feel that the surrounding space was completely sealed. Moreover, the pressure inside was even more deadly to the demonic beasts. I know, I'm not a match for Zhenwu Xingzong. Long Yaotian's aura was imposing. He said indifferently, after today's battle, we will withdraw from Dragon City. Return to our clan. But now, it's not your turn to be presumptuous here. Hearing Long Yaotian's words, Su Zimo turned to Hundan and smiled. You seem to be underestimated. The dragon clan of the Desolation era was just a bunch of ants, Hundan said indifferently. The real dragon god has already ascended to the heavens beyond heaven. This array can kill 4 divine dragons, it's nothing. The demon clan of the Desolation era was led by the 10 great divine beasts. It was understandable that Hundan didn't care about the dragon clan of that era. Is that so? Then please break the array. Long Yaotian was in the air above the array, operating the array and snorting. Then, he turned to look at the elders and replied indifferently, arrange for the clan to evacuate. How are we going to explain to the main clan? An elder asked. I'll explain. I'll take all the responsibility, Long Yaotian said indifferently. The old man nodded. Since the conversation had already reached this point, there was no need to argue any further. Seeing the backs of the elders leaving, Long Yaotian came back to his senses. The spirit energy around him was surging, and dragon roars were mixed together. The golden dragon circle shone brightly amidst the dragon roars. Countless shadow dragons soared into the sky together, and the golden dragon circle was in chaos. Hundan snorted coldly, and he slowly raised his big claws. Then, he fell heavily. Endless waves of air blew up under its claws, causing clouds to roll and explode. There was a boom. With this claw, countless shadow dragons were shattered, and they slammed heavily on the side wall of the golden dragon circle. Long Yaotian's expression changed, and he felt the backlash from the array. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His entire face was pale, and he looked very weak. How can it be so strong? He muttered to himself in horror. Hundan's strength was completely different from what he had expected. He thought that even if this array couldn't kill Hundan, it could at least trap him for a long time. However, he didn't expect that with just one attack, he almost couldn't withstand it. After adjusting his breathing and suppressing the injuries in his body for a short period of time, Long Yaotian once again activated the formation, and the dim golden light around his body once again flourished. Hundan roared towards the sky, and his pair of wings that blotted out the sky rose into the air. It stood above the sky. In its abdomen, a deep and boundless black hole was spinning. The lightning that was enough to annihilate everything merged with the flames. It flew out with a terrifying aura. The crimson and deep purple aurora destroyed everything in its path as easily as crushing dry weeds or smashing rotten wood. Space was destroyed, time stood still. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and fire raged. The moment the aurora hit the golden dragon ring, only the sound of burning could be heard. The golden dragon ring only resisted for a while before it was completely annihilated and dissipated. The divine dragon in the sky was wailing, and in its unwilling roar, it shattered into powder and drifted down. Long Yaotian spat out another large mouthful of blood, and his entire body stiffened on the spot, unable to move. This time, his injuries were too severe. Because the beast suppression extinction formation was broken too quickly, he didn't even have time to withdraw. The soul in his body seemed to have been hit. Right now, he couldn't move at all, or else the soul in his body would shatter. At that time, he would die without a burial ground. An ant always wants to shake a tree, but he really doesn't know how big and vast this world is. Su Zimo walked forward and said indifferently. Long Yaotian opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something. But the moment he opened his mouth, his expression suddenly froze. His entire body turned into ashes and scattered in the air. Su Zimo shook his head slightly and stepped into the air towards the Long family. Located in the center of the main street of Dragon City, the Long mansion could be said to be extremely prosperous. The entire mansion occupied hundreds of thousands of square meters. The periphery was made of high-quality green granite. At this moment, when Su Zimo arrived, the building was already empty. A magnificent and vast building stood in this space. The entire mansion was moved away in a short period of time. A few unimportant servants were hiding in the courtyard in fear. Where did the people of Long Mansion go? Su Zimo asked indifferently. The servant subconsciously glanced at the inner courtyard, then crouched down with his head in his hands. Su Zimo did not waste any more words and beheaded the servant. Then, he went to the backyard of the mansion. This backyard was very secretive, and there were several bags of luggage on the ground. It seemed to have been left behind in a hurry. On the ground, there were many formation seals drawn with blue spirit chi. A spatial teleportation array formation. Su Zimo frowned slightly. At this moment, one end of the teleportation array had been deliberately destroyed. There was still a faint remnant of spirit chi on the ground. However, it could no longer be used. Su Zimo chuckled and muttered to himself, "Long family, we'll meet again." The Long family was not a simple family. To be more precise, the Long family of Dragon City was just a branch family stationed here. The true main clan was not in the eastern continent. Instead, it was inside the central continent. The Long family's origins could be compared to the entire emperor's era. Naturally, their strength wouldn't be so weak. However, Dragon City was also one of the Long family's main strategic targets. Now that Su Zimo had caused trouble, the layout here could be considered to have been destroyed. Su Zimo knew that they would inevitably meet again in the future. However, he didn't think too much about it. After leaving the Long family, he brought Hundan and headed towards the endless sky sea. It was time for the expedition to the northern continent to begin. Previously, 90% of the business in Dragon Harbor was occupied by the Long family. However, now that the Long family was gone, there would be a new battle here. However, this had nothing to do with Su Zimo. The endless sky sea was still the same endless sky sea. No one knew how many deaths and massacres were buried here. As soon as he walked to the coast, a ship was ready to set off. Su Zimo also happened to board the ship. This ship was very large, and it was shaped like a bow. The front was very sharp. There were also many people on the ship. Su Zimo did a rough calculation. There were about 1,000 people. The weather in winter was unpredictable, and the surface of the sea was pure white. The ship increased its horsepower and rippled the surging waves as it headed towards the endless sky sea. It sailed towards the other side of the northern continent. Rumor had it that a long time ago, the Yuanyang continent was actually connected. Later on, a mysterious force descended and divided the continent into 5. Since then, a new era slowly rose. Most people's rumors were recorded from the 5 continents. The northernmost continent, the northern continent. This was the most prosperous continent of the foreign races. There were 3,000 races in the world. In this great era where the human race prospered and the demon race followed closely behind, the living space of the other races would naturally be occupied. This situation might not be seen much in the eastern continent. That was because most of the foreign races chose to stay together and gather in the northern continent. They guarded the last land of their survival. This was destined to be a place different from the eastern continent, but it was not inferior at all. In fact, it was even more exciting. The ship traveled at an extremely fast speed. This time was about 5 days. Suzima was not in a hurry. Hundan had already entered the true fate world. It had just entered the immortal realm. It needed to stabilize its realm and familiarize itself with its current power. At noon on this day, the heavy snow that had been swirling in the air for a long time finally stopped. The sky began to clear up. The gentle sunlight was like a thin layer of golden gauze draped over it. The people on the ship also walked up to Class A, ready to go outside for some exercise. The heavy snow in the past few days was indeed a bit too depressing. This ship to the northern continent would not only take them to the other side. They would even be lucky enough to encounter some floating islands along the way. The ship would also stop to take them to the islands. Speaking of these floating islands on the endless sky sea, there was a very complete set of mythical stories to tell. It was just that these stories had to be considered whether they were true or not, so there was no point in talking about them. On the endless sky sea, there were countless islands floating on the sea. They were like these ships. They floated along their own trajectories. As for what kind of trajectories they had, no one could get the answer. It was just that these floating islands had existed since ancient times. There were inheritances on the islands, divine weapons, and high-grade drafts. There were even some ancient carvings, portraits, and scrolls that could not be seen clearly. Of course, these all depended on luck. If you were lucky, you could also find good things on the islands. When the ship sailed on the calm sea, a triangular floating island entered everyone's eyes. This island was golden. It could be considered a medium-sized island with an area of several thousand square meters. The moment he saw the island appear, a picture appeared in front of Suzimo's eyes. Even his heart was beating a little faster. His heart was beating too fast, and Suzimo felt a burst of panic for no reason. He looked at the triangular island and felt that it was familiar. But he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. In a dream or, the island was getting closer and closer to the ship, and the tourists on the ship were also talking about it. This ship was controlled by a force called the Ning family. At this moment, the ship slowly stopped not far from the island. The guards on the ship seemed to be asking for the captain's orders. After a long time, a fat man in a white sailor suit swaggered out. He said to the people in the cabin with full energy, "The captain allows everyone to board the island to explore. The ship will stay here for 3 days. Please come back after 3 days. Those who don't want to board the island can rest in the cabin. Those who don't come back after 3 days, we won't wait any longer." Hearing the fat man's words, the people on the ship dispersed. They each stepped into the air and flew toward the island. Although this kind of floating island had endless opportunities, it was also accompanied by danger. There were even rumors that the entire island was in danger of being destroyed. However, the path of cultivation was to seize the fortune of heaven and earth, and it was beyond the control of the great Tao. Everything was about the word fight. Suzimo slowly stepped into the air. He didn't know why, but he felt that the island in front of him reminded him of many memories. But these memories were inexplicable and unclear. It was as if they were missing a key point to connect them together. The island's appearance was golden, and the golden light was very dazzling. But after people boarded the island, they found that the demonic aura here was high, and all the plants on the island were corroded by the demonic aura. This was simply a paradise for demons. Most of the plants on the island were of the dark element. This island could be boarded from all sides. When Suzimo stepped into the void and landed on the island, he found that his heart was beating even faster. The surrounding people all rushed into the island, afraid that the opportunities inside would be snatched by others. Suzimo had just taken a few steps when he heard someone shout. I picked up a weapon, an ancient divine weapon. He turned his head and saw a man in a green shirt not far away. Under the black pine tree beside him, he picked up a dusty axe. The surface of the axe was originally petrified, and there were many cracks on it. However, when the man dripped his own blood on the axe, he was shocked. The petrified surface of the axe began to fall off. The entire axe was emitting a bloody aura that reached the heavens. Blood and chi were bright red, indicating the beginning of the slaughter. It was a lethal weapon. The surrounding people cast envious gazes, but no one thought of snatching it. However, before the man could finish his laughter, devil chi suddenly surged from the axe. It turned into a ferocious face and swallowed the man whole, devouring until there was nothing left. Clang! The axe fell to the ground. The surrounding people hurriedly took a few steps back, away from the position of the axe. Why do I feel that this island is a little strange? Why don't we just leave? Let's wait and see. The greater the risk, the greater the opportunity. No matter how great the opportunity is, you still need to be alive to take it. The surrounding people discussed animatedly. Some of them were hoping for a fluke. There were also people who wanted to back out. Suzimo frowned. This axe gave him a very familiar feeling. But he didn't know why. In short, this entire island gave him a very strange feeling. He slowly walked forward and picked up the axe under some people's surprised gazes. The devil chi on the axe felt the existence of Suzimo and surprisingly didn't resist. Instead, it was a little excited and respectful. It was like a lost believer who had met his faith. The axe was trembling slightly. A faint devil chi flowed along Suzimo's arm and entered his body. At this moment, Suzimo was frozen in place. Some strange and familiar scenes began to flash in front of his eyes. We demons were born to be abandoned by the heavens. We want to break the hourglass of fate and fight against the heavens to the end. These scenes were like a great battle. The sky was blood red, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. Tens of thousands of creatures were tangled together. Every minute and every second, countless people were dying. The battle was very tragic. And the owner of this axe was just an ordinary member of the tens of thousands of people fighting. These fragmented, intermittent scenes flashed in front of Suzimo's eyes. When Suzimo came back to his senses, he saw that the axe in his hand had already cracked. With the sound of kacha, kacha, the axe was completely broken. And Suzimo also felt that there was something different about him. Originally, he had fused with the devil body of purgatory. At first, he fused with the battle body jewel. From Baimont, he learned that this devil body was originally with him. But for the time being, let's not talk about the relationship between Suzimo and the devil master in this life. But this devil body of purgatory was originally separated from him. After all, it was an external object, not a part of him. Only when he deliberately activated it could he use the power of the devil body of purgatory. And now, after the devil chi of the axe fused with Suzimo's body, he found that the relationship between him and the devil body of purgatory was closer. Although this close relationship was not worth mentioning. But what if there was more of this devil chi? Suzimo had an idea. And most importantly, some scenes flashed in front of his eyes just now. Intuition told Suzimo that the story of this scene was related to the devil master and the devil race. In other words, this island in front of him was also related to the devil. With a curious heart, Suzimo walked forward again. The more he walked forward, the more Suzimo found that there seemed to have been a great battle here. Many deep pits appeared in the surroundings. Due to the passage of time, many things had been buried with the passage of time. Along the way, Suzimo also picked up some broken weapons. The devil chi hidden in them was absorbed by him. The relationship between him and the devil body of purgatory was getting closer and closer. As he was walking, Suzimo suddenly heard a series of tragic screams. His eyes narrowed, and he quickly ran in the direction of the scream. After passing through layers of trees and countless bushes, he was able to see through the obstacles. Su Zimo looked at the situation in front of him. He saw a person with disheveled hair, dirty clothes, and tattered clothes. He couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman, but it was squatting on a corpse, gnawing on it. This corpse died not long ago, so it should be someone who was on the same ship as Su Zimo. Hearing Su Zimo's arrival, the person with disheveled hair suddenly looked up. Only then did Su Zimo see this person's face clearly. The flesh on its face was already rotten, its eyes, nose, ears, and even its mouth were all shapeless. Chunks of flesh dangled from his face, looking both horrifying and disgusting. The era of Jose was destroyed in the end. Destroyed, destroyed. This can no longer be considered a human, it's a monster. The monster smiled sternly at Su Zimo while muttering something under its breath. Saying something along the lines of the era of Jose. Su Zimo frowned. The era he's currently in is called the era of light years. And the so-called era of Jose is already a thing of the previous era. Before the previous era was destroyed, all information about it disappeared along with it. As for the matters of the previous era, they had long since become blurry and untraceable. He doesn't understand how this person in front of him is related to the era of Jose. But there's no time to think about it. The monster charged straight at Su Zimo. Its entire body exuded a thick aura of death. But when it attacked, Su Zimo didn't feel any evil presence. Instead, it carried a vast aura of righteousness. What is righteousness? It was said that only those who were magnanimous, righteous, and had a clear conscience would be able to comprehend the awe-inspiring righteousness of the heavens and earth when they fought. The comprehension of morality could be considered difficult, but it could also be considered simple. As long as your heart is there, you'll naturally comprehend it. Otherwise, no matter how hard you try, it's all in vain. Su Zimo doesn't understand. Since the monster in front of him can comprehend righteousness, it shouldn't be an evil person. So why did it become like this? He threw a punch. Bang, a loud sound was heard. Both of them took a few steps back at the same time. Su Zimo felt his fist go numb. This monster's cultivation shouldn't have been low when it was alive. The monster roared and charged at Su Zimo again. The mighty aura of righteousness around its body soared into the sky. Righteous chi permeated the clear sky for thousands of miles. Purple chi came from the east, like surging waves rolling up the endless waves and crashing down. Su Zimo's eyes narrowed. Genesis power began to spread from his body. At this moment, he activated his suppressing hell demon body. Su Zimo wanted to confirm a few things. A vast amount of demonic chi mixed with Genesis power began to spread. His skin was covered in a layer of demonic chi. His face was covered in purple stripes from his neck up. Like some kind of curse. His eyes were cold without a trace of emotion. Su Zimo was infatuated with the feeling of having his strength increased. He clenched his fist, shattering the space around him. As soon as it saw Su Zimo activating his suppressing hell demon body, the monster became furious. The righteousness around it became even more turbulent, shaking the space around it as it charged at Su Zimo. Su Zimo was also not afraid, and directly punched down. Bang, a loud sound was heard. The monster's of course. It was only then did Su Zimo's of heavens' eyes. That person just now probably wanted to explore the cave, but was killed by the monster that suddenly rushed out from inside. Seeing Su Zimo walk into the cave step by step, the monster seemed to have gone mad and charged at him again. It was still muttering something. The era of Jose has been destroyed, the demon advent disaster will happen again. No living being will be able to escape hearing the monster's words. Su Zimo was a bit annoyed. He grabbed the monster's tattered collar and threw it to the ground. Followed by one punch after another, landing heavily on the monster's face. Boom boom boom. Su Zimo's strength was so great that demonic chi surged in the air. All around him, the ground began to crack. He threw dozens of punches in a row before he finally stopped. At this moment, a huge crater appeared in front of him. And the monster's head had exploded like a watermelon. Obviously, it couldn't be any more dead. Su Zimo took a deep breath. Actually, this monster had died a long time ago. It's just that it seemed to be supported by an obsession. What happened today made him feel very strange. The demon lord seemed to be even more mysterious than he thought. After killing the monster, he slowly walked into the cave behind the mountain. The cave was very dry, and the ventilation was also very good. Suzimo was always vigilant, afraid of any danger. But when he reached the innermost part, he didn't encounter any more danger. Above the cave, there were two openings that looked like skylights. Sunlight shone in from above. There was a dusty chest inside. There was also a stone bed. It seemed that someone had lived here a long time ago, but now it was full of dust. This cave had been sealed with the island for who knows how long. There were some words written on the walls of the cave, carved by someone with a sword. Suzimo lifted his head to take a look. I am Daoist Qing Feng. When the demon advent arrives. I know my strength is small, but I am willing to set a precedent for all living beings. There will always be someone to be this tall and strong, to hold up the sky. I have cultivated for many years, and should do something for this world. I am leaving. Today, I leave behind my legacy. I only hope that when future generations come here, they will know that when the demon advent arrives, there was an ancestor called Daoist Qing Feng in the Demon Extermination Alliance. Seeing the words on the wall, Suzimo disdainfully smiled. In the end, most people couldn't escape the two words, fame and fortune. He opened the chest on the ground. There were many books inside. There were books on the cultivation system of the Josei era, as well as books on the various places of the Josei era. Suzimo didn't think too much and put the chest in his true fate world. When he was about to leave, his gaze suddenly fell on the stone bed. Suzimo condensed spirit energy in his right hand and smashed the bed to pieces with a punch. Kacha! As the stone bed broke apart, a crystal box was revealed from within. Suzimo was shocked to find that the crystal box was transparent. There was a battle robe inside. The battle robe was gilded black, and there were black and purple stripes on it. There were several demonic seals embroidered on the sleeves. There were several ferocious faces drawn on it. Each of these faces had their own characteristics, and they were very lifelike. The inside of the battle robe was blood red, and there was a crimson throne on the back. The moment he saw the battle robe, Suzimo's heart beat even faster. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and wanted to open the crystal box. But he found that the box was sealed. No matter how he attacked it, even if he summoned Baimont. Even if he used his strongest attack, he wouldn't be able to break the seal. The demon lord found his battle robe, Baimont said excitedly. You recognize this robe? Suzimo asked. I will always remember that scene, Baimont quickly nodded. His tone was sincere and respectful. The war had reached its final stage. The master was representing us demons to negotiate with the so-called righteous alliance. We knew that you wouldn't compromise at all. That day, when you left by yourself, you were wearing your own battle robe. Blood and fire burned behind his back, splashing everywhere. You listened to the war song from afar as you walked step by step towards the end of the horizon. Hearing Baimont's words, Suzimo went silent. This battle robe gave him a very familiar feeling, as if blood was thicker than water. As if it was his since birth. He lightly stroked the crystal box in his hand and asked, Is there any way to open it? This should be a seal from the era of Josei. This seal is very unfamiliar to the people of the era of light years, Baimont pondered. Unless you can find a sky projection stone. What's that? Suzimo doubtfully asked. A type of crystal that can undo the seals of all things in the world, but this crystal is a one-time use item, Baimont explained. Once a formation is undone, it'll become useless, so it's very rare. Suzimo scowled a bit and put the crystal box containing the battle robe away. He silently memorized the sky projection stone in his mind. He and Baimont left the cave. At this point, Baimont was looking at the scene in front of him with an uneasy expression. I think I've been here before, Baimont muttered. You've been here before? Suzimo asked. I also think it's familiar, but I can't remember. I'm still not sure. Let's keep going forward, Baimont said. Let's hope I'm just overthinking. Baimont was hiding in the void of space while Suzimo was walking around the cave. This island was filled with darkness-type trees. And it took a while for Suzimo to confirm that this was a dead island. Along the way, he hadn't seen a single living being on the island. Furthermore, the trees around him had already died without any signs of life. They were planted listlessly and withered. He looked up and saw that the sun was hanging in the sky like a disk. Warm sunlight poured down. The sound of the battle ahead was very ear-piercing in this somewhat quiet forest. This also attracted Suzimo's attention. He passed through the bushes in front of him, covered by withered branches. He saw a group of people chasing after a woman. This woman's strength was around the peak of the venerable pulse realm. The strength of the group of people surrounding her was uneven. There were void meridian and venerable meridian cultivators. The woman retreated as she fought, her body already riddled with wounds. Many parts of his white robe had been torn by sharp weapons. The sweat on her forehead also dampened the hair by her ears. The moment she saw Suzimo, the woman's eyes lit up. Suddenly, she shouted at Suzimo, "Husband, come and save me." Hearing the woman's shout, some of the people in the group had cold gazes. He actually dashed towards Suzimo with a knife. It was obvious that he would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Suzimo frowned slightly and didn't want to waste time explaining. The tyrannical shadow in his hand fell from the sky. The void lightning with no age annihilated all of these people. Countless cracks appeared on the ground. Dust flew all over the sky. Seeing this scene, the remaining people were dumbfounded. They didn't care about anything and ran to the side. Suzimo snorted coldly, and the tyrannical shadow slashed down again. A saber chi that could slash the sky burst out from the blade. The saber chi destroyed layers of the void and cut a natural chasm. Rumble. The sound of explosions slowly fell along with the shattered space. The screams of the few people who were running away had just sounded when they were swallowed up by the saber chi. The woman beside him was stunned on the spot. She watched as Suzimo walked towards her step by step. The woman was so scared that her face turned pale. She straightened her body slightly. She stabilized her emotions. Then, she smiled at Suzimo and said, "Young master, forgive me for being rude. The situation just now was urgent, and I blurted out. If you want to blame me, I'm willing to bear the consequences." "Bear the consequences?" Suzimo pinched her chin slightly and smiled. "How?" "It's up to you." The woman shyly lowered her head slightly. Her cheeks were red, and she didn't dare to look directly at Suzimo's eyes. "All right then," Suzimo nodded in agreement. Then, he pinched the woman's chin and exerted force. As the woman screamed, her chin bone and flesh were all crushed into powder. Suzimo grabbed the other party's hair and pressed his head to the ground. Like an exploding balloon, he smashed it with one punch. A pink skeleton. Looking at the woman's corpse, Suzimo chuckled. That group of people was chasing the woman just now, so there must be something important on her. Suzimo searched the other party's body. Finally, he found a key on the white shirt. He didn't know what the key was made of. It was surrounded by a faint black aura. It felt cold in his hand. Suzimo didn't know what the key was used for, but he still put it in his storage ring. As he continued forward, he met all kinds of people along the way. They were all focused on finding opportunities, so they didn't speak when they met. The sky gradually darkened. The atmosphere of the isolated island at night was very strange. The withered trees all around were like demons and ghosts, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws silently. It was quiet all around. At this moment, the isolated island gave off a feeling that it didn't fit in with the rest of the world. It was as if time and space were separated, and they were in an independent world. Suzimo cut down the surrounding withered trees and started a fire. The winter night was very cold. He hugged his blade and leaned against a tree next to the fire, closing his eyes to rest. In the middle of the night, a mournful song suddenly woke Suzimo up. Her singing voice was very ear-piercing in this strange darkness. It sounded like someone was singing a chorus. It was the voice of a man and a woman. The woman's voice was very irritable, and the man's voice was very miserable. The voice came from all directions, and it was impossible to tell where it came from. As Suzimo was listening, he saw a carriage slowly approaching from afar. Just at this time, the dark clouds that blocked the moon suddenly drifted to the side. The bright moonlight softly sprinkled down from the sky. The moonlight shone on the carriage. The carriage was very old in shape, covered by a dark red curtain. The horse was also very strange, at least Suzumo had never seen it before. In front of the carriage sat a driver in a green shirt. The driver kept his head down as he drove the carriage, so his face couldn't be seen. There were two men dressed in black standing around the carriage. These people held a basket in their hands. While guarding the carriage, they scattered the shiny things in the basket along the way. Furthermore, they were mumbling something under their breaths. Yellow Springs River, Red Spider Lily. The path of the netherworld is empty, human bones, human flesh. There is a home in the sea of blood. These words came out of their mouths like a children's song. This road was covered with shiny things. It was very eye-catching in the night. And most importantly, this carriage seemed to be the focus. It was as if all the moonlight was shining on it. Wherever it went, the moonlight would be transferred there. Suzumo calmly watched the carriage slowly come. The world is full of suffering among the undead of paradise. Young master, are you willing to enter my paradise? When the carriage arrived in front of Suzumo, it slowly stopped. The coachman suddenly raised his head and said to Suzumo. His face was deathly pale, without a trace of blood. At this moment, he was smiling sternly, but his smile was uglier than crying. What are the benefits of entering your paradise? Suzumo calmly asked. Forget all the troubles in your life, from now on, you will be free and unrestrained in the world. The coachman replied with a smile. But I don't think so. The reason why people are people is because they have 7 emotions and 6 desires, and they know joy and sorrow. If there is no trouble, then what is the meaning of joy? Suzumo looked at the coachman and asked. Are you happy? Of course I am, the coachman said with a smile. Because of what? Suzumo continued to ask. The coachman was stunned, and for a moment, he didn't know how to answer. Because there is no trouble, since there is no trouble, how do you know that your happiness is happiness? Just like the saying, how can a person who has never seen the light hate the darkness? The coachman lowered his head and thought for a while, then finally laughed bitterly. He shook his head and said, I don't know why I am happy. But I know that if you don't enter the paradise, you will die. Hearing the other party's words, Suzumo chuckled. He shook his head and said, many people have said similar things to me. But now, the grass on their graves is taller than you. The coachman laughed wantonly, and the men in black who were carrying baskets behind him also laughed sinisterly. At this moment, boundless spirit chi could be seen surging. The blood-red carriage driven by the coachman suddenly turned into a sea of blood. Blood spurted out of the carriage as if it didn't care for its life. The surrounding forest was dyed blood-red. Suzumo looked up and found that the moon above his head had also turned blood-red. The surrounding blood formed a long river of blood. The mighty river surrounded Suzumo. In this long river of blood, countless joyful songs and laughter resounded. Suzumo looked around and saw that there seemed to be many people gathering in the blood-red river. People sang and danced, drank and laughed. The scantily clad dancers were swaying their enchanting bodies. Welcome to the land of bliss, the coachman said to Suzumo with a smile. Suzumo narrowed his eyes and said nothing more. Go in and have a look. Maybe you'll like it, said the driver. If you don't like it, it won't be too late to leave at dawn. Suzumo was silent for a moment, and finally followed the coachman. The entrance to this country was a door to heaven. After Suzumo walked in, he found that it was divided into several areas. Some were surrounded by immortal chi, and some were extravagant. In short, there were all kinds of scenes. A scantily clad woman smiled and walked towards Suzumo step by step. She came to Suzumo's side and lowered her seductive face slightly. She said, do you have any wishes or things you want to do? We can make them come true for you. I want to go to the sky beyond heaven to take a look. Can you? Suzumo said lightly. To see the world above the great emperor. Hearing Suzumo's words, the woman smiled and took out a black bracelet. Without the slightest hesitation, she said, take it with you. It will tell you what the sky beyond heaven is, and can even make you the master of the sky beyond heaven. It's a virtual world, Suzumo shook his head and said. Why do you care so much? Virtual and reality are both real and fake, the woman said with a smile. Suzumo nodded slightly and put the black bracelet on his wrist. However, the moment the bracelet touched his wrist, There was a crack sound. The bracelet actually shattered and fell to the ground piece by piece. Suzimo was slightly confused and turned his head. He saw that the woman was stunned and her face was full of astonishment. "What's going on?" Suzimo asked with a frown. You're here," the woman stammered. "What do you mean?" Suzimo asked in confusion. "Wait a moment, I'll go and report to the master." The woman bowed slightly and hurried away. Suzimo was a little confused. Why did the black bracelet suddenly break? After a while, the woman from before came back. And this time, she was accompanied by a man in a blue robe. The man's face was also bloodless and his skin was deathly pale. The man's eyes didn't have any pupils, they were pure black. At this moment, the man looked at Suzimo and sized him up. "Master, it's him." The woman looked at the man in the blue robe and said. "The Mana storing bracelet broke because it came into contact with his presence. What is it? Is there a problem?" Suzimo asked. "Come with me to a place." The man was silent for a while, then said to Suzimo. Suzimo nodded and didn't refuse. He didn't know what this Elysium meant. Following behind the man in the blue robe, the two of them passed through several buildings. The deeper they went, the fewer people they met. There were very few people, and the demonic aura in the air was getting thicker. Especially when they passed through a corridor. The walls on both sides of the corridor were painted with various demonic creatures. There were demonic auras that filled the sky, and there were also demonic auras that were restrained. After passing through the corridor and a series of forbidden areas, Suzimo finally stopped in front of a teleportation formation. This formation was filled with blood and demonic aura. Demonic liquid that was almost solid dripped down bit by bit. "Go in, someone is waiting for you inside." The man in the blue robe pointed at the teleportation formation and said to Suzimo. "Who exactly are you?" Suzimo frowned and asked. "You'll know once you go in," the man in the blue robe replied sincerely. Suzimo thought for a while, then stepped into the teleportation formation. With a boom, the demonic aura that filled the sky surged. Demonic flames burned fiercely. A monstrous aura enveloped the sky. The scene before Suzimo's eyes changed, and he appeared in another space. "I'm waiting for someone who shouldn't have appeared. I've waited for a long time now, he's here." This was a world that was almost completely engulfed in demonic flames. The world was so vast that no one knew how many tens of thousands of miles it was covered in demonic energy. There was nothing in this world. Other than the demonic energy, there was only a mountain in front of him. The bottom of the mountain was burning with raging demonic flames, causing the entire sky to be dyed red. The mountain was steep and jagged with strange rocks. A person stood at the top of the mountain. His back was facing the person, his black robe dancing with the demonic flames like a demon. At this moment, as Suzimo arrived, the man slowly turned around. "I'm waiting for someone." His face was covered with demonic marks, especially his eyes that were burning with demonic flames. It seemed to contain unparalleled terror. His body wasn't tall, but he gave off a very imposing feeling. He was the kind of existence that had the sky above his head and the stars under his feet. "Is it you?" The man on the mountain looked at Suzimo and said as if he was dreaming. "Master, how long has it been?" "I don't know how long I've been waiting. This body is already burning with raging flames." "You're finally here. Demon slave?" At this moment, Baimont walked out of the void and asked calmly. "So it's Lord 7th War General," the man on the mountain top greeted. "Who is he?" Suzimo asked in confusion. "Your former servant," Baimont replied respectfully. "What?" Suzimo looked at the man on the mountain top and asked. "Why are you waiting for me here?" "Master, there's something the former you left behind for the current you. I'm waiting for you to come and take it away," the demon slave quickly replied. "What is it?" Suzimo asked. The demon slave glanced at Baimont, then lowered his head slightly and said respectfully. "Lord 7th War General, let's go out first. Let the Lord go get it himself." Baimont nodded, then looked at Suzimo. Together with the demon slave, they stepped into the air and left this world together. After the two of them left, Suzimo began to size up the world. The demonic energy here gave him a very familiar feeling. He was like a fish in water. He stepped on the mountain peak and quickly ran towards the top of the mountain. Endless demonic energy filled the air around his feet. Pieces of rocks rolled down. When Suzimo arrived at the top of the mountain, he found many murals here. These murals had been here for who knows how many years. The murals were connected together, as if they were telling an ancient story. When Suzimo focused his mind and concentrated on looking at these murals, the murals suddenly appeared. He found his consciousness was sucked into the world of the murals. The scenery in front of him. The sky was blood, the flames of war. A man in a battle robe stood at the peak of the mountain. He held the sun and moon in his hands and stepped on the river of stars. His body was bathed in blood. If one took a closer look, they would discover that the mountain peak beneath his feet was actually filled with corpses. It was a mountain of corpses. Howls of anguish and haze shrouded the world. Death and slaughter sounded the drums of war. The mountain of corpses was surrounded by people. All of them were glaring angrily, their veins bulging. "Devil, you didn't think you would have this day, did you?" Someone laughed heartily. "Come down and accept your death. Don't put up a futile resistance. We can still let you die a little faster. You went against the heavens, and now you've suffered the retribution of the heavens. Those who were abandoned by the heavens should rise and fall from generation to generation, but you always want to resist. Changing fate, it's ridiculous that you don't know it." Listening to all the people below who were shouting and criticizing. The man on the mountain top slowly raised his head. His face was very clear, but Suzimo couldn't see it clearly no matter how hard he looked. It was as if there was always a fog blocking him. Suzimo stood in the air and could clearly see the scene below. But he couldn't move or do anything. He could only watch like a bystander. At this moment, the man slowly stood up. It was hard to imagine how much damage he had suffered under his battle robe. The moment he stood up, the crowd around him subconsciously took 2 steps back. The man slowly raised his head. At this moment, Suzimo saw his face clearly. How can it be? Suzimo's expression changed drastically. He stood there in disbelief and kept shaking his head. That man looked exactly like him. He was stunned on the spot. The same face, the two of them seemed to be carved out of the same mold. "You're here." At this moment, the scene around him seemed to have stopped. Everything. The drifting blood aura. The wailing of the mountain of corpses under his feet. The wind that blew occasionally in the sky. The morning fog in the distance. The accusations of the people nearby. Everything, including time and space, came to a standstill. Only the man on the mountain top silently raised his head and looked at Suzimo calmly. That gaze of 10,000 years seemed to have passed through several ancient centuries. Layers of void and endless time. Samsara didn't stop. He looked at Suzimo with a power that could not be looked down upon. Indescribable and indescribable emotions. Suzimo couldn't describe his current emotions. He felt like he was looking at a mirror, and the person in the mirror was strange yet familiar. He opened his mouth, wanting to ask the question in his heart. But the man on the mountain top seemed to know his question and interrupted him in advance. He shook his head and said, "I know what you want to ask. Don't worry, just keep walking. One day, you will get the answer. What do you want to do?" Suzimo calmed his emotions and asked. "Give you what belongs to you," the man replied. "What is it?" Suzimo didn't understand. The man slowly raised his head and looked at the sky. At this moment, a towering aura was emitted from his body. The frozen space around him returned to its previous calmness. The people continued to shout and accuse him. Meanwhile, the man's battle robe rippled in the wind. With the ancient divine artifact soaring lance in his hand, he walked down the mountain of corpses step by step. "I have lived through countless epics since ancient times. I have witnessed the rise and fall of too many epics. What is a devil? It seems to have been labeled as evil. There is no such thing as a devil in the world, and there is no such race as a devil. It was just that the muddle-headed people had put a label on those clans that had been abandoned by the heavens. After traveling for several epochs, I've mastered everything I've seen, heard, and learned. I have comprehended a combat skill. It is called devil. I will let those who think that they are extraordinary see what a real devil is like. As the man spoke, he walked down the mountain. Every word he said was sonorous and powerful. With every step he took, the aura around him became stronger. The supreme power, along with the ancient devil chi, pierced a huge hole in the heaven and earth. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky, and the wind and clouds stirred. Boundless power gathered together. The man slowly picked up the soaring spear in his hand and charged toward all living beings. I have seen the origin of all things, I have also seen the end of everything. Beggars know riches and honor are up to the heavens, scholars talk about ink, rich people drink wine, someone's sword light dazzles the 9 continents, someone's purple aura comes from the east, a demon beast roars at the sky and swallows half the moon. There is also the collapse of the end of the world before the end of the era. Unfortunately, everything can't escape the cycle of life, old age, illness, and death. People come naked and leave naked. My demon is divided into 10 moves. Watch carefully. As the man's voice fell, the soaring spear in his hand shook the wind and clouds in the sky. First, the demonic move. Seeing the immortals and the limitless illusion. The soaring spear in his hand erupted with demonic energy that filled the sky. The surrounding space was surging, and layers of space were shifting and changing. Kacha-kacha sounds echoed in the surroundings. The wind and clouds of the great world were about to rise. The surrounding space was actually folded in half. The people at the foot of the corpse mountain were shocked to discover. In front of them, the exact same scene had appeared. It was like a reflection in the water. The space in front of them was separated, and their reflections appeared on the opposite side. But what was even stranger was that these reflections seemed to be completely real. They attacked, and the reflections on the opposite side were also attacking. The attacks of the two collided, and a rumbling sound exploded in the air. For a moment, they were actually neck and neck. Suzimo saw it clearly. This demonic move was actually a move related to space. It was just that this move used the characteristics of space to the extreme. It was enough to mix the fake with the real. Second, the demonic move. The demonic move. Then, the soaring spear emitted blood energy that filled the sky. The blood energy that filled the sky turned into countless blood threads. Every blood color seemed to be a kind of karma. At this moment, the blood color surrounded the people at the foot of the mountain. Life, old age, illness, and death, this was the end of the journey that all creatures could not avoid. At this moment, illness was plaguing them, life was stripped away, and death energy descended. Suzimo was slightly taken aback. The demonic sickness form was even more overbearing. It ignored all defenses and forcibly took away the lives of others. Third, Earth Demon style. All victims of the disaster. The soaring lance in the man's hand danced down once more. Countless cracks that extended in all directions appeared on the ground. Earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and tsunamis. Hurricanes, tornadoes, landslides, and mudslides swept over. At this moment, the man was like the embodiment of all disasters. He was in control of all disasters. With a wave of his hand, countless disasters swarmed toward him. The power of nature roared endlessly. Suzimo knew that this was the might of heaven and earth. It was not something that could be stopped by humans. Grasping the power of heaven and earth, this was the Earth Demon style. At this moment, the allied forces had already been utterly defeated. The man was fighting alone. The injuries on his body were getting worse and worse, but he didn't care at all. Demon was divided into 10 moves. The man demonstrated them over and over again. Suzimo watched him patiently. Fourth, the demonic form. Those who went up to the sky to test their Tao. Fifth, the human demon form. The destroyer of all things. Sixth, the demonic form. The master of wood, stone, and beast. Seventh, the Een demon form. The dreamer of chaos. Eighth, the Yang demon form. The protector of the path. Ninth, the demonic form. The vengeful spirit. 10th, the demonic form. The destroyer of heaven and earth. When this form was used, the yin and yang of heaven and earth had already been reversed, and the sky was shaking. An endless storm swept over. The sky collapsed, the earth cracked, and all things fell silent. All the creatures around were annihilated and disappeared into thin air. However, the man was still using it again and again, as if he didn't know fatigue. After an unknown amount of time, Suzimo watched the man's evolution. He only felt that many blurry reflections appeared in front of his eyes. The man's figure shrank infinitely, and then turned into words. These words revealed an incomparably dense murderous aura. Connected together, they formed a brand new chapter. This chapter rushed into Suzimo's mind and imprinted in his memory. It reflected the murderous aura that reached the sky. Every form was directly connected to the mysteries of the Great Path, to the truth of the other side. Suzimo felt that his consciousness had entered into darkness. He was evolving these forms in the infinite samsara. Directly connected to the other side of the form, the most thorough understanding of the mysteries. After an unknown amount of time, perhaps it was only a short period of time. Or perhaps several centuries had passed. Suzimo felt that he had experienced too many different concepts. He floated up and down for a long time, drifting in the endless darkness. It was as if the man was passing on his experiences to Suzimo to experience. Suzimo's aura fluctuated between strong and weak. It was as if he was experiencing countless samsara. When he opened his eyes and woke up, he saw that he was lying in the endless darkness. His body floated in the darkness, without direction or destination. He slowly stood up, feeling dizzy. A memory was forcefully shoved into his mind. It was a memory related to the battle skill called Demon. This battle skill didn't require a lot of practice to use. The most important thing was comprehension. To be able to comprehend the concept of each form. The deeper the comprehension, the more powerful the battle skill would be. Suzimo looked up, temporarily putting the matter of the battle skill to the back of his mind. Because right in front of him, the man in the battle robe was calmly standing there. "You're awake, Demon Lord," the man casually said. "Who exactly are you?" Suzimo frowned and asked. "I am the Demon Lord, you are also the Demon Lord," the man smiled and said. "But strictly speaking, I am me, you are you. Even though we carry the same identity, the same fate. But we are two completely different people. I don't want to be you, and you don't want to be me either." "I don't really understand," Suzimo shook his head. "You're making my thoughts even more chaotic. It's no good for you to know too much right now." The man shook his head. "You'll understand later, there is no will between us." "Alright, you've already gotten what I left for you. I only hope that this generations you will be able to truly overturn everything." Following the man's words, his figure began to fade away bit by bit. "Demon Lord, fate is waiting for you not too far away. Break it, a cage can't hold a bird whose every feather is filled with freedom. The me back then, and the you now. We've been trying our best for generations. How about we trample this world beneath our feet?" The man was laughing wantonly. His laughter reverberated in the silent space, sounding particularly ear-piercing. As the man's figure slowly faded away, Suzimo calmed himself down. The boundless darkness around him also began to recede. His figure once again appeared at the top of the mountain outside the mural. The mural that was made from an unknown material had already been crushed to dust. A cool breeze blew on the mountain peak, bringing with it a faint chill. Suzimo took a step forward and left the mountain peak. This time, he had gained a lot, but at the same time, he had gained a deeper understanding of the Devil Lord. He doesn't believe in the concept of fate. Ever since the start of the new era, he has always been different from others. His fate was in his own hands from the beginning to the end. The mural at the top of the mountain seems to be the core of this world. As soon as the mural shattered, the space around him also began to shatter bit by bit. In the end, the sky collapsed and the earth shook. With a kacha sound, the entire space shattered like a mirror. Completely shattered. Suzimo's body returned to the small gate where he entered the warp formation. The warp formation in front of him also disappeared. Baimont respectfully waited on one side. "Where's the demon slave?" Suzimo asked. "This is only a remnant of his will, his real body was already dead before the collapse of the previous era," Baimont replied. "When this space shattered, his will naturally dissipated." "What kind of race is the demon race?" Suzimo took a deep breath, looked up at the blood moon in the sky and muttered. "We're only fighting against our own fate," Baimont calmly answered. "Only a lot of people want us to be content with the status quo and accept the judgment of our own fate. What a joke! Suzumo didn't say anything else. He returned to the path he came from. At this moment, the ultimate paradise was exceptionally quiet. In the hallway full of demonic creatures, the blue-robed man who brought Suzumo here before was silently sitting there. Leaning against the railing of the hallway, his figure seemed to have become one with the boundless blood essence. If you don't look carefully, you won't be able to see him clearly. The sound of light footsteps echoed in the silent hallway. Suzumo walked forward step by step, looked at the blue-robed man and asked, "Who are you?" "Name?" "It's been too long, I almost forgot." The man shook his head. "Just call me the Ultimate Paradise Lord." "What's your relationship with the demon race?" Suzumo asked. A promise I made to the demon lord." The Ultimate Paradise Lord smiled. "I helped him find a new demon master. Now, the mission can be considered completed." "I want to know the meaning of this ultimate paradise," Suzumo continued. "If it was an existence of the same era as the demon lord, in that case, this Elysium should be a creature from the Aeon era. How did they avoid the destruction of the epic and survive until now?" "Let's get drunk," the Master of Bliss said with a smile. "A bunch of people who have no desire for worldly affairs and only want to spend the rest of their lives enjoying the most." He did not seek the pinnacle of martial arts, nor did he seek longevity, but to seek the meaning of life. "What's the origin of this island?" Suzumo asked in confusion. There were countless islands like this floating on the endless sea. This was a very, very long time ago. If one had to trace the origin of these floating islands back to the age of old, or even older than that, before the Yuanyang continent was broken into 5 pieces. These floating islands already existed. The origin of these islands, as well as the various prehistoric things on them, couldn't be deciphered. Heredity was still a mystery even now. All of this clearly showed how extraordinary these islands were. But now, there was no unified answer to the origin of these islands. Strictly speaking, these islands don't belong to the Light-Year era. The Ultimate Paradise Lord paused and explained. In the distant past, when the Age of Zeus was destroyed, there were many corpses floating in the endless origin. Later, after the Light-Year era was established, many of these remains fell into the new era. "These are the floating islands you speak of, the remains of the Age of Zeus, huh?" Suzumo muttered. The Age of Old had already been destroyed, along with all of its information. If an existence from the same time period hadn't told him this, no one would have thought of the Age of Zeus. "Alright, now that you've obtained the things here, it's time to leave the Ultimate Paradise." The Ultimate Paradise Lord shook his head. "This place only welcomes those who enjoy bliss, those who enjoy it. And you still have a long journey ahead of you." Following the Ultimate Paradise Lord's words, the blood-red color around him began to fade. The blood-red moon in the sky slowly lost its original radiance. The buildings around him also began to disappear. The palace, the hallway, and even the Ultimate Paradise Lord in front of him. Everything disappeared. Everything he experienced was like an illusory dream. When Suzumo regained his senses, he found himself standing in the small forest from before. The sky had cleared up. The long-awaited light illuminated the entire island, and there was a gentle warmth in the air. The remains of the bonfire by his feet were still giving off smoke. Suzumo raised his head slightly. The horse carriage in front of him brushed past his shoulder and was about to leave. The coachman was still shouting. "Yellow Springs River, Red Spider Lily, the path of the underworld is empty." The melodious singing slowly faded away with the carriage, finally disappearing from his sight. Suzumo's lips curled into a slight smile. This world is getting more and more interesting. While he was thinking, a deafening roar of a beast could be heard from afar. This beast's roar was extremely violent, resounding through heaven and earth. Just the sound alone was enough to shake the ground. Suzumo's eyes narrowed as he stepped into the air. Stepping on the withered trees around him, he leapt into the air to look at the direction of the beast's roar. Waves of air could be seen from afar. The sound of an explosion could be heard. The trees all around collapsed, creating a vacuum. Suzumo could only see a gigantic figure roaring at the sky from afar. He quickly moved forward, heading towards the gigantic figure. When he arrived, he saw that this place was already in a terrible state. There were over a dozen mangled corpses on the ground. There were countless craters all around. and at the very center, a gigantic monster was roaring. There were over a dozen people fighting against the monster. However, from the looks of it, Suzimo couldn't tell what realm the monster was at. But it was extremely strong, and each of its claws contained immense power. There was hardly anyone around who could take a single punch from it. Suzimo observed it for a bit, then realized that it was a creature he had never seen before. Whether it existed in reality or in legends, there was no such creature. The monster's entire body was brownish-purple. It had a pair of wings on its back that covered the sky. Its whole body is covered with barbs. Moreover, the monster has 2 horns on its head, and 1 on its nose, just like a rhinoceros's horn. What's even more frightening are the fangs on both sides of its mouth. It's almost comparable to the sharp horns on its head. From a distance, it looks like it has 5 horns. Its back, including the elbows where its 2 arms are bent. There's something that looks like a dark purple crystal. The crystal is transparent, and it seems to contain an unparalleled and terrifying power. Its 2 front claws are thick and powerful, and very sharp. It's enough to make people tremble with fear just by looking at it. Every time the monster attacks, it can tear apart the space along the way of its claws. A boundless dark aura emerges from its body. Black spirit energy surges all around, majestically surging in the surrounding space. The people that it's fighting at the moment should be the people who were on the same ship as Suzimo before. Although these people have the advantage in numbers, they're not the monster's match at all. With every attack of the monster, more or less, someone is injured, or even killed. "Let's withdraw, we're not this monster's opponent at all," someone in the crowd shouts. "If this goes on, we'll all be annihilated. We've already sacrificed so many people to reach this point, are you willing to just leave like this? Besides, this monster will also run out of strength, everyone hold on for a while." There are also some people who don't want to leave, bewitching the people present. Suzimo stands on a withered tree next to them, his feet stepping on the top branch. Stepping in the air, he looks at the situation below. For the time being, let's not talk about the fight between the people and the monster. Behind the monster, Suzimo finds a field of flowers under the cover of dense bushes. The bushes surround the flower bed, and there are even green vines growing all around, spreading upwards to cover the flower bed. There's a lot of drafts growing in this flower bed. There are many drafts that Suzimo hasn't even seen before, so he thinks that they're either extremely rare, or they're already extinct. Among these flowers and plants, there's a flower that looks particularly conspicuous. According to the appearance of the flower, Suzimo had seen it before. It was a Chinese redbud flower. The flower's rhizome was only 20 centimeters long, and its stem was covered with sharp barbs. The flower had 4 petals, and the petals were reddish-purple. However, at this moment, the flower was filled with an extremely dense murderous aura and demonic aura. Amidst the demonic chi, there were roars, shouts, and wails that rang out continuously. Furthermore, there was a face growing on each petal. It had a nose, eyes, and mouth. The expressions on their faces were all different. The 4 petals were respectively happy, angry, crying, and resentful. Suzimo looked at the petal and realized that the petal was also looking at him. The expression on it seemed to be mocking him. Every expression carried a different artistic conception. Suzimo didn't have time to go closer to take a look, but the people fighting below had already discovered him. "Friend, please lend us a hand. There's strength in numbers," someone shouted from below. "Once we kill this monster, we'll split the remaining treasures equally." Hearing that person's words, Suzimo stood still without moving. He smiled and said, "I'm only passing by, the treasures belong to the fated ones." Saying so, Suzimo stepped back. Seeing Suzimo's figure disappear from their sight, the people finally relaxed. After all, no one wants to have someone watching from the side while they're in a battle to the death. After walking to a place where no one was around, Suzimo had Baimont come out and asked, "Did you see it clearly?" "That monster was a purple heart flame beast," Baimont replied. "A type of monster that belonged to the era of José. But before the era was destroyed, they were supposed to be extinct. Who would have thought they'd appear in the new era?" "What about the flower?" Suzimo continued to ask. "I've never seen it before, the aura on it is very strange." Baimont shook his head. That's interesting, Suzimo chuckled. He said, a creature that should have been extinct has reappeared. It seems like there are a lot of secrets on this island. Master, do you want that flower? Baimont asked. It belongs to the fated ones. I think that flower is fated to be mine, Suzimo replied. Then why did you leave just now? Baimont asked doubtfully. Just now, Suzimo could have killed those people and the purple heart flame beast, and obtained the redbud flower with a very strong baleful aura. But he just left. What if that flower is in danger? Suzimo replied. Someone should be willing to be the scapegoat. Master, what do you mean? Baimont seemed to have thought of something. Go kill that purple heart flame beast, don't worry about anything else, Suzimo said lightly. Let those people fight for it themselves, I understand. Baimont nodded slightly. Demonic aura surged around him as he stepped into the air and flew into the distance. Suzimo stood in the air and looked in the direction of the purple heart flame beast, observing everything. At this moment in the battle, everyone was obviously at the end of their rope and couldn't hold on. I told you that we could leave earlier, but you just had to covet those treasures, someone complained. Are we going to die here today? Just as everyone was in despair, they saw a beam of demonic aura shooting over from afar. It landed heavily on the back of the purple heart flaming beast. The beast cried out in pain and roared at the sky, looking up at the sky. Only to see Bai Meng standing in the sky, looking down at it from above. Feeling the power on Baimont's body, the purple heart flame beast trembled slightly. Its bestial instincts made it feel fear. Its intuition told it that the person in the sky was very terrifying. It wanted to escape, but it saw a mighty Dao aura sweeping over from the horizon. The Dao aura exploded in the entire space. It directly suppressed it. The purple heart flame beast crouched down slightly, not even daring to think of resisting. Baimont snorted coldly, and the demonic aura and demonic flames merged together. It turned into a demonic sword. The demonic sword pierced through the void and shattered all space. It came across time. The people below only saw a flash of black light in front of their eyes, and they didn't even have time to react. The purple heart flame beast was split into two from the top of its head. Its huge body was directly cut in half from the middle. Black blood gushed out, and a foul stench filled the air. Seeing this scene, Baimont snorted softly. Then, his black robe rolled up, and his figure disappeared into the horizon without a trace. And all of this happened too quickly. The people watching the battle below were still in a daze. They stood rooted to the ground, looking at the dead beast and the remaining demonic aura in the sky. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. After a long while, someone said in a low voice, "That beast is dead, right?" "Seems like it," someone nods woodenly. "Who was that person just now?" "I don't know, but he didn't seem to touch any of these treasures." As the last person's voice falls, everyone looks at each other. Then, deafening cheers erupt. The crowd rushes towards the flower garden. "Don't fight, we'll divide the treasures equally," someone with some sense shouts. "Divide equally? Forget it, it'll belong to whoever grabs it." Everyone was running towards the flower bed. The crowd majestically leaves, and the shrubs around the flower garden are parted. Everyone looks at the drafts inside, each and every one of them bursting with joy. Even their heartbeats have sped up a bit. Eternity rank drafts, immortal flower space rank drafts, longevity vine. The drafts here are innumerable. When everyone rushes into the flower garden, scrambling to pick the drafts. At this time, the strange Bauhinia flower in the very center changes. Its 4 petals originally have 4 expressions: joy, anger, crying, resentment. Under normal circumstances, 3 of these expressions are hidden. Only the resentment expression replaces the Bauhinia's main expression. But at this moment, as more and more people rush in, the black fog around the Bauhinia flower begins to pervade. The original resentment expression gradually shifts to anger. The black fog around is getting thicker and thicker, and there are faint screams coming out from it. And the people snatching the drafts in the surroundings have already gone mad. They don't even hesitate to fight, and simply don't care about the flower's changes. When the surrounding black fog thickens to a certain level, there's a boom, and a sharp and cruel scream comes out from it. Immediately after, the sky is shrouded in black fog. The entire flower garden is shrouded in black fog. Those who were stuck by the black fog were all screaming in pain. The black fog is like sulfuric acid, corroding and melting everyone it touches. From the skin to the bones. Almost not even dregs are left. The people in the flower garden can't even escape. As the black fog shrouds them, they're thoroughly dissipated within. After a long time, the black fog begins to shrink. It once again condenses towards the Bauhinia flower. The flower garden is quiet, and there's no trace of those people from before. Suzimo saw everything clearly from afar. Those who came into contact with the black fog would die immediately. He had no idea what it was. It was very strange. Step by step, he walked in the air and stood outside the flower bed. The petals regained their calmness once again, replaced by the expression of resentment. Suzimo summoned the puppet of wild blood old demon. Let it go to the middle of the flower bed to test it out. Violent blood old demon's holy aura surged as he walked toward the flower bed. Boom! Endless spiritual energy condensed around him. When he walked into the flower bed, the redbud flower let out a sharp cry, and then the petals that represented anger lit up. Countless faces appeared in the black fog. The veins on their faces were bulging as they bared their teeth in anger. Black chi billowed in the sky and rushed towards Old Devil Wildblood. Not to be outdone, Old Demon Wildblood summoned a river of blood behind him. Waves hit the shore in these long rivers, bloody and turbid. It seemed to contain countless horrors. Only a boom sound was heard. An explosion sounded in the black fog, and the might of the Saint Vane realm spread out from Old Demon Wildblood's body. He forcefully broke through the seal of the strange redbud flower. He stepped into the air and arrived in front of the redbud flower. He grabbed the roots of the petals with both hands and pulled them out. He wanted to completely uproot the petals. However, at this moment, the petals seemed to be connected to the ground. No matter how hard Old Demon Wildblood tried, he was unable to move the redbud flower in front of him. His face turned red, and after trying for a long time, he finally retreated to the side vigilantly. Suzimo frowned slightly as he watched from the side. This flower seemed to be still in its infancy, and a strong warrior would not be able to kill it. However, if one wanted to obtain it, they would not be able to do so. At this moment, the petals of the strange redbud flower began to tremble. The angry leaves began to turn happy. The black fog around the redbud flower also gradually dissipated and began to emit waves of red fog. This red fog had a fishy smell, and it smelled like fresh blood. Different from the corrosion of the black fog, this red fog seemed to have an illusory effect. When Old Demon Wildblood was enveloped by the red fog, he was stunned on the spot. Motionless. Suzimo frowned slightly, he could not see what Old Demon Wildblood was experiencing. But at this moment, Old Demon Wildblood had already lost control and was no longer under his control. Not long after, the red fog around him began to dissipate, and Old Demon Wildblood also became abnormally calm. He slowly turned around, his eyes turning blood red. At this moment, he charged towards Suzimo without caring about anything. He was counter-controlled. Suzimo shook his head slightly. A beast roar sounded from the side, and Hundan's huge body descended. With a slap, he suppressed Old Demon Wildblood. Even though Old Demon Wildblood was still struggling with all his might, it was to no avail. "Master, let me try," Hundan said in a low voice. You go and restrain it, don't touch it," Suzimo said. "I'll try my conjecture." Hundan's huge body directly jumped into the flower garden, a vast amount of immortal energy surging around him. At this moment, the wings behind him that covered the sky slowly spread out, creating an endless storm towards the strange redbud flower. The storm swept across the sky, causing the clouds to roll. And that redbud flower was not in a hurry. The two petals on its body awakened at the same time, the black fog condensed into red fog, enveloping Hundan together. "Restrain it," Suzimo shouted from outside the flower garden. At this moment, his aura was vast and mighty, and his true fate appeared behind him. A blue planet slowly rose into the sky. Hundan coldly snorted, and a bottomless black hole appeared at his abdomen. This was his innate thaumaturgy. The edge of the black hole was filled with fire and lightning. At this moment, a sky-piercing light shot out from the black hole, wanting to disperse the fog in front of it. And Suzimo's true fate world behind him rumbled. Countless tree branches slowly extended out from the blue planet. And at this moment, the speed of these tree branches was boundless. They directly entangled the strange redbud flower in the middle of the flower garden, wanting to uproot it. These tree branches were the branches of the tree of life in Suzimo's true fate world. It took root in the divine continent, and with supreme power, it wanted to uproot the strange redbud flower. At this moment, when these tree branches exerted their strength together, the redbud flower's body began to shake. This was the first time it panicked. The redbud flower was trembling, and the tree of life's mighty power was transmitted to every branch. As the branches fell with a rumbling sound, the tree fell to the ground. Cracks began to appear on the ground where the strange redbud flower was. These cracks spread in all directions, and the distance between them was getting bigger and bigger. At this moment, the redbud flower was emitting a sharp cry. The 4 petals were covered at the same time. 4 different colored black mists condensed together and spread from the petals to the branches of the tree of life. The branches of the tree of life were withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. As the representative of life, the tree of life was naturally not to be outdone. A rich aura of life was transmitted from its main body. The branches that wanted to uproot the redbud flower were also changing strangely. It was rapidly changing between withering and vitality. What surprised Suzimo was that the aura of death on the redbud flower could actually contend with the aura of life of the tree of life. What kind of existence was the tree of life? There was only one such tree in the entire world. And it was the foundation of Suzimo's plant system. The aura of life it contained was absolutely rare in the world. And now, there was an existence that could contend with it. Suzimo was really surprised. Because in his knowledge, it could even be said that he had flipped through all the ancient records. There was absolutely no record of this redbud flower. And this floating island was the remains of the Epic of Jose. Presumably, this redbud flower was a product of the Epic of Jose. Suzimo remembered the books left behind by Taoist Qing Feng in the cave before. The books about the Epic of Jose. When he had time, he would take a good look. But at this moment, the tree of life and the strange redbud flower were in a deadlock. This was also a situation that Suzimo did not want to see. But fortunately, Suzimo had enough trump cards, so he did not have to be afraid of anything. The true fate appeared behind him, and the azure planet slowly rotated. The clear moon divine altar flew out from it. This divine altar was golden in color and emitted a gentle holy light. At this moment, strands of seemingly purifying light spread from it like bright moonlight. The altar was divided into 5 levels. The other 4 levels were carved with various flowers, trees, birds, and beasts. Only the 5th level was covered in a primordial mist. Indistinct purple light could be seen in the gray mist. At this moment, Suzimo was controlling the clear moon divine altar. Spirit energy surged around his body. A purple light shot out from the 5th floor. It shrouded the strange bauhinia flowers. The light was dazzling and deep, and it seemed to contain the aura of history from an ancient era. When the purple light shone on the redbud flower, it attempted to purify the strange redbud flower. Unfortunately, the baleful aura of this flower was too strong. It actually counterattacked and began to devour the purple light. Suzimo frowned slightly. He had never seen such a vicious thing before. At this moment, he no longer dared to think about purifying the bauhinia flower. He could only use the clear moon divine altar and the tree of life to suppress the bauhinia flower. With the pure moon divine altar's purification, the tree of life gradually gained the upper hand. The aura of life on its branches grew stronger and stronger. Bit by bit, it expelled the aura of death from the bauhinia flower. Then, it began to uproot the bauhinia flower bit by bit. Rumble. The sound of explosions spread under his feet. Countless cracks appeared on the ground. The black mist above the bauhinia flower was uncertain, and a terrifying and ear-piercing scream began to sound from above. The sound became louder and louder, as if it was afraid of something. Finally, this tug-of-war lasted for more than a day. The tree of life finally completely uprooted the bauhinia flower from the ground. What surprised Suzimo was that this bauhinia flower was not as small as it was when it was exposed to the outside world. Its roots were dozens of meters long, and they were all rooted in the ground. The roots were divided into 6 sections, each of which was a different color. Among them, 4 of the colors gradually shone and were very dazzling. The other 2 colors were dim and lightless, as if they were still being nurtured. When the bauhinia flower was uprooted, it actually wanted to escape into the distance with a whoosh. Suzimo was already prepared. The azure planet behind him directly descended from the sky. It descended at the speed of light, and the bauhinia flower did not even have time to react. It was swallowed by Suzimo's true fate world. At this moment, in the true fate world, the bauhinia flower looked at the world it was in a daze. It desperately destroyed the surrounding space. It wanted to escape. The surrounding space was cracking, and the bauhinia flower shuttled through the endless space. And Suzimo had also entered his true fate world at this moment. He stood loftily at the top of the sky. He watched the bauhinia flower's futile struggle. On this divine continent, he was a god. The god of creation. The kind that could decide the life and death of any creature with a thought. At this moment, as Suzimo waved his right hand, the boundless momentum of heaven and earth rolled down. This was the momentum of heaven and earth. Unless you broke through the void, you could truly transcend this heaven and earth. Just like the warriors of the Yuanyang continent, they were all bitterly pursuing the long path of the 12 meridians. If you did not transcend, you would never be able to fight against this heaven and earth. When the momentum of heaven and earth fell, the surrounding space walls were directly sealed. That small area of space was suppressed. The previously majestic bauhinia flower was now suppressed in place without any resistance. It couldn't even move. But at this moment, Suzimo still couldn't figure out what this bauhinia flower was. What were its uses, when the momentum of heaven and earth rolled like a long river, surging from the distant sky? This bauhinia flower unexpectedly gave up resisting. Just like before, its tens of meter-long roots took root in the earth. Suzimo only felt that this bauhinia flower was extraordinary. Now that he used the momentum of heaven and earth to suppress it, he could take his time to plan for the future. His figure left the true fate world. After reappearing in the flower bed, he collected all the remaining drafts here. The areas that should be explored on this island were more or less finished. It had been more than 3 days since he'd arrived on the island. Suzimo thought that it was time to go back. He didn't know how the other people's harvest was, but just in this flower bed, at least 1/3 of the warriors who'd arrived on the island had fallen. When Suzimo stepped all the way to the edge of the island, he found that the Ning family's ship had just set sail, preparing to leave. At this moment, the crowd had already returned in 2s and 3s. Suzimo stepped on the water's surface, as if he was floating on water using qigong. Ripples appeared under his feet, and he stepped into the cabin. He looked around and found that compared to before, the ship was indeed a lot more deserted. It seems that the number of warriors who'd fallen on the island this time was still very large. After the crowd gathered, the ship set sail for the northern continent. The ship sailed across the endless sea, heading towards the floating continent in the distance. The heavy snow that had been falling for a few days had stopped. The weather cleared up, and the temperature began to rise. Some of the ice that had formed on the sea surface was also melting. The sea was blue as far as the eye could see, and the setting sun hung on the horizon in the distance. The sunset dyed half the sky red, and fiery clouds were reflected in the sky. From afar, it looked as if the entire sky was burning. In the past few days, Suzimo had been staying in his cabin, rarely going out. Today, he was in seclusion when he heard a knock on the door. He opened the door to the cabin, and outside stood the ship's guard. This ship was controlled by a family called the Ning family. In order to prevent encountering some sea monsters, and also to maintain order, there were many Ning family's guards on the ship. "What's the matter?" Suzimo asked. "Our Ning family's second elder has invited everyone to the deck to make an announcement," the guard said calmly. Suzimo nodded slightly, and followed the guard to the deck. When he arrived, he found that almost all the passengers on the ship were here. Standing at the front was an old man in a red robe. The old man had a short brown beard. His hair was already balding, and his face was glowing with health. He looked very rich. When all the passengers had arrived, the old man slowly turned around. He laughed loudly and said to everyone, "Let me introduce myself, I am the Ning family's second elder." Everyone should know me. Elder Ning, why did you call us here? Is there a reason? Someone asked in confusion. It's nothing big. I just wanted to tell you about what happened on the floating island. The red-robed old man smiled and replied. That floating island, logically speaking, was discovered by our Ning family ship. It should belong to our Ning family. It doesn't seem reasonable for everyone to go to the island to take something. Hearing Elder Ning's words, everyone present frowned. A burly man in black walked out and said unhappily. Elder Ning, what do you mean, we went to the island? With your permission, and you will wait 3 days for us. And this floating island has always been a major feature of the endless sky ocean. When did I become part of your Ning clan? Hearing the burly man's words, the red-robed old man smiled. He said, don't get too excited. Our Ning family isn't unreasonable. Everyone took out everything they had obtained from the floating island. You can take what we don't need for free. If there is something we like, we will also exchange it with something of equal value. What do you think? Hearing the red-robed old man's words, the people below began to whisper. They were somewhat shaken. How about we make friends with the Ning family? The red-robed old man continued. I object. At that moment, a green-robed man walked out. The man carried a broadsword on his back and his hair was very long. It almost covered her cheeks, and there was a black band tied around her forehead. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. I don't care what they do, the green-robed man said indifferently. But what I found was exactly what I needed. So please forgive me for not being able to exchange. You don't seem to understand one thing, the red-robed old man replied indifferently. I'm not discussing with everyone. I'm giving everyone a better choice. As the red-robed old man finished speaking, he clapped his hands. Nearly 100 guards ran out from the side of the deck. They surrounded the entire deck. The cultivation of these guards wasn't high, only around the void meridian realm. However, what shocked everyone present was that these guards had cultivated a kind of joint attack battle formation. What was a battle formation? It was very similar to an ordinary formation, but it was also fundamentally different. Ordinary formations used spirit energy to condense an array seal. On the other hand, a battle formation treated each person as a formation seal. A battle formation was one, pull one hair and the whole body would be affected. At this moment, these guards' footsteps, expressions, and auras were almost the same. Even their breathing was at the same frequency. When these people gathered all their auras together. In the sky above him, the shadow of a white tiger faintly appeared. This white tiger was incomparably huge, almost 100 meters long. It was faintly discernible, and the tiger was in midair. Its murderous aura was overbearing and extremely ferocious. Although the battle formation formed by nearly 100 guards only had the strength of the void meridian realm. But now, it wouldn't be an exaggeration for them to fight against an Emperor Meridian Realm cultivator. This was the terrifying part of a battle formation. It could condense power together. However, the use of battle formations wasn't widespread. Most of them were used in wars between empires. After all, the limitations were too high. Su Zimo took a rough look. Most of the passengers present were between the Void Meridian and Zun Meridian. Only a few of them were at the Emperor Meridian realm. And this second elder of the Ning family was a true Saint Meridian expert. As for the Ning family, Su Zimo had never heard of this faction. But he knew that there were too many factions like this in the eastern continent. Occupying a region was the so-called ceding territory and becoming a king, becoming their own overlord. Perhaps their overall strength wasn't much, but in a small area, they were still pretty good. At this moment, the situation was still at a crossbow. But most importantly, the passengers weren't united. Some objected to the Ning family's suggestion, but others were willing to accept it. At this moment, the red-robed elder looked at the situation with confidence and said, "Everyone, what do you think?" "I agree," someone said. He had already taken out all the things he had harvested from the floating island. There were also people who remained silent. Seeing that these people had begun to compromise, the red-robed elder wasn't in a hurry. At this moment, a one-armed old man walked out from the crowd. This old man held a walking stick in his hand and walked with a limp. Not only was he one-armed, but his feet also seemed to be unable to walk properly. More importantly, this person was blind. You guys play by yourselves. This old blind man won't participate. The one-armed old man walked out of the crowd with a smile on his walking stick. He watched as the one-armed old man walked to the side. The guards at the side were about to make a move, but the red-robed elder restrained them. Senior, are you the blood-imbibing manic saber? The red-robed elder focused and asked respectfully. What blood-imbibing manic saber? I'm just an ordinary old man. The one-armed old man smiled and shook his head. Senior, you don't have to deny it, the red-robed elder replied. In this endless sky sea, Senior's reputation is even more resounding than that of a great emperor. Hearing the red-robed elder's words, the one-armed old man paused slightly. He didn't say anything else and walked into the distance. Blood-imbibing blade, this was a title that once shook the endless sky sea. Unfortunately, after leaving behind too many legends, he disappeared without a trace. People were always forgetful. In the end, the topic about him gradually died down. Legend had it that it was the beginning of the Age of Emperors. There were too many dangers in this vast and boundless heavenly sea. A race called Fool occupied the endless sky sea from the eastern continent to the northern continent. At that time, the era had just begun, and the rise of the human race had just begun. Many humans were not very strong. This race called Fool was actually one of the 3,000 races. Their members were called Fool beasts by humans. A large number of Fool beasts were stationed on the endless sky sea, robbing passing ships like bandits. However, the Fool race was still very strong at that time. After the Age of Emperors, after the war between the human race and the demon race, both races entered a short period of emptiness. Both suffered great losses. This also created an opportunity for the Fool race at that time. The creatures that were robbed were angry but did not dare to say anything. This period was called the Dark Age of the Endless Sky Sea. The Fool beasts ruled here. Later, after a long period of time, it was said that a ship heading to the northern continent was robbed by the Fool beasts. The people on the ship were all wiped out. And blood-imbibing Blade's father was on that ship. At that time, blood-imbibing Blade was only a young man. The news of his father's death reached the young man's ears. Since then, the taciturn young man embarked on a path of revenge. Perhaps no one would have thought that the ordinary young man at that time would cause an unprecedented storm in this era. Watching the one-armed old man's figure gradually disappear into the distance. The red-robed old man was silent for a while, but he did not stop him. Most people living on the shores of the endless sky sea were grateful and respectful to blood-imbibing Blade. Now that so many years had passed, no one was sure what realm blood-imbibing Blade had reached. Although he had only one arm, although he was blind, no one dared to underestimate him. Looking at the one-armed old man stopping at the side of the ship in the distance, he seemed to be enjoying the scenery of the endless sky sea. He did not seem to care about what happened here. The red-robed old man retracted his gaze and said with a smile, "Those who hand over the things can return to the cabin." The red-robed old man was filled with confidence as he watched the people who were starting to relax. They had done this kind of thing many times before. Actually, it was not just the Ning family. Many other powers in the endless celestial ocean had done the same. Originally, encountering a floating island was an extremely rare occurrence. But now, if these people were to risk their lives while they reaped the benefits, wouldn't that be perfect? As for what these people would say after they reached the shore, they didn't care. In any case, many forces did the same. It had already become an unspoken rule in the Dark Zone. Su Zimo frowned slightly when he saw this. He didn't expect to encounter so many situations on his way to the northern continent. He paused for a moment, then finally walked out of the crowd and slowly walked towards his cabin. However, Su Zimo had just taken 2 steps when he was stopped by a guard. "Stop." The guard looked coldly at Su Zimo and said indifferently, "Leave the things behind before you leave. If I give it to you, do you dare to take it?" Su Zimo turned his head and replied indifferently, "Why wouldn't I dare to take it?" The guard sneered. "Kid, understand the situation. Believe it or not, I'll throw you into the sea to feed the fish." Su Zimo raised his head slightly. He heard a clang and the sound of a sword being unsheathed sounded from behind him. The guard didn't even have time to react before his legs were directly cut off from the knee. Because the sword was too fast, when his legs were cut off, the guard's figure fell to the ground for a while. Only then did he scream in pain. This scene immediately attracted the attention of the others. The red-robed old man frowned slightly. The remaining 100 or so people in the battle formation didn't even wait for the red-robed old man's order. Then, he activated the battle array and crushed towards Suzimo. The huge shadow of the white tiger roared into the sky. Rumble! The explosion resounded throughout the entire sea. As the wind blew and clouds rolled in the sky, the white tiger's power was unstoppable. Looking at the situation, Suzimo knew that the other party didn't hold back at all. He wanted to kill Yi Shiwen as an example to the rest of the people present. The red-robed old man watched coldly from the side. And the one-armed old man in the distance seemed to be attracted by the commotion here. He turned his head with interest and watched all of this. There will always be some people who don't know what's good for them. Suzimo shook his head slightly. He raised the tyrannical shadow in his hand gently. Suzimo just casually struck. It looked very perfunctory. He was already at the peak of the Saint Bloodline realm. Such an Emperor Bloodline battle formation was indeed not even qualified for him to be serious. There was a boom. Tyrannical shadow burst forth with a sky-piercing saber light. This saber light was dozens of meters long, and it was filled with raging fire and lightning. Under the pressure of the saber light, the air crackled and exploded. As the saber light fell at the speed of light, the lightning on it suddenly became larger. The white tiger that was roaring in the sky couldn't even resist for a moment. It was directly pierced through by the saber light. Bang! A loud sound was heard, the battle formation collapsed in an instant, shattering and annihilating. And the moment the battle formation was shattered, the hundreds of guards that formed part of the battle formation. Almost half of them died in the battle formation. And the remaining small number fell to the side with serious injuries. Seeing this scene, the expressions of all the spectators changed drastically. Including the red-robed old man, who was next to him, was also shocked. His face was trembling slightly. To think that a casual strike from him would already possess such might. And looking at Suzimo's age, he was only a young man. Since when did the Eastern continent have such a prodigy? The red-robed elder swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Although he was a Saint Bloodline realm expert, he was still a Saint Bloodline expert. Although he was a Saint Bloodline realm master, compared to the young man in front of him, he was not confident at all. He even had a feeling that he was not a match for him. May I know where this young master is from? The guards offended you just now. It was my fault for not disciplining them well. The red-robed old man also reacted instantly and hurriedly said. Do you think that's all you need to say? Suzimo snorted coldly and laughed. The life and death of these people is up to you, young master. The red-robed old man looked at the guards beside him. He knew that these people were seriously injured, and the chances of them surviving were very small. I've never liked to beat dogs. Suzimo held the tyrannical shadow in his hand. He walked step by step toward the red-robed old man. He said calmly, there are endless dogs, but there is only one master. It's better to kill them with a single blow than trouble in the future. Hearing Suzimo's words, the red-robed old man frowned slightly. In the end, he suppressed the displeasure in his heart. He said, young master, you misunderstand. I'm not targeting you. We don't need to check what you got on the floating island. You can take it. I have no intention of being your enemy. As the red-robed elder spoke, his Saint Meridian aura burst out. His mighty saint aura filled the air. Although he admitted defeat to Suzimo, he was also warning Suzimo. He was not to be trifled with. But we're already enemies, Suzimo said indifferently. He didn't care about the red-robed elder's aura at all. The tyrannical shadow in his hand swept across the deck under his feet. Clang-clang sounds rang out. A white mark was very conspicuous on the deck. The ship was very quiet. Everyone stood to the side in silence as they watched the conflict unfold. Is young master declaring war on the Ning family? The red-robed elder narrowed his eyes. The aura around him was mighty and lingered in the air. Suzimo ignored the old man and turned to look at the crowd at the side. He asked, do any of you know how to sail a ship? The crowd was silent for a while. Finally, a blue-robed man walked out. He said weakly, I know how to. Okay, then I can kill without worry. Suzimo chuckled. The tyrannical shadow trembled slightly, as if it was excited. Suzimo held the scimitar in his hand and looked at the red-robed elder with bright eyes. The aura around him was getting stronger and stronger, and his meridians were also opening one by one. Luan Quan, Bone Sage, Chowing Feng. Kuan Hai, Huan Shui, Mu Huan Song. And the seventh meridian, Bai Yuan. The moment the seventh meridian was opened, the saint aura was like a rolling river, surging endlessly. The aura that belonged to the peak of the saint meridian was surging majestically. The elder's expression changed drastically. After all, he had just entered the saint meridian. Seeing this scene, the red-robed elder didn't say a word. He didn't even dare to accept the challenge. He turned around and flew into the distance. He was extremely fast. His afterimage fluttered behind him as he turned into a red light and fled into the distance. Do you think you can escape? Suzimo chuckled. The tyrannical shadow in his right hand danced rapidly. His speed was so fast that he almost formed a shadow. A boundless aura emanated from the tyrannical shadow. The skyblade's radiance exploded, and the entire sky was shrouded by the radiance. Another boom was heard. The saber light slowly descended from the top. In everyone's eyes, the speed at which the saber light descended was clearly very slow. However, it was as if space had frozen at this moment. No matter how hard the red-robed elder tried, he was unable to dodge the attack. A blood-curdling scream rang out in the air, even though the red-robed old man had been dodging. However, from his left shoulder down, a third of his body was directly cut off. The saber radiance did not lose its momentum. In the end, it tore through the silent sky and shattered the layers of void. It slashed heavily into the sea below. With a rumbling sound, the seawater exploded 100 meters high. The shockwave spread out for several kilometers, creating a vacuum in the entire sea. However, the red-gowned old man was still alive. This was also the strength of a saint bloodline cultivator. His body's self-healing ability, as well as his endurance, was far superior to that of ordinary people. The opening of the meridians was the path to transcendence, step by step. In the saint bloodline realm, as long as the soul in the body was not broken, no matter how serious the injury was, it could be slowly recovered. Suzimo waved his right hand, and the immortal binding lock in his hand flew out. It directly tied up the red-robed elder and brought him to the deck. Bang! As the red-robed elder's body landed heavily on the deck, he closed his eyes slightly. He shouted in embarrassment, "Let me go, I admit defeat. I'll give you whatever you want." For most warriors, the longer they lived, the more afraid they were of death. It was not easy to cultivate to the realm and the future that they fought for. Even the extravagant life they were living now. These were all reasons why they did not want to die. In fact, only a small portion of the true experts who truly yearned for the peak of martial arts and were not afraid of death. You don't seem to have anything that is worth redeeming your life, Suzimo said lightly. I'm the second elder of the Ning family. As long as you let me go, I still have some say in the Ning family. The red-robed elder hurriedly shouted. Does the Ning family have ascending immortals? Suzimo asked. Hearing Suzimo's words, the red-robed elder fell silent. Ascending immortals were not cabbages. How could the Ning family have any? In fact, on the Yuanyang continent, most ascending immortals came from large factions like the imperial lineage. Among the itinerant cultivators and even some small factions, it was almost impossible to find someone who could ascend to immortality. This was what it meant to be poor. Why don't we play a game? Life and death, how about that? Suzimo suddenly said with a smile. What game? The red-robed elder asked, puzzled. Suzimo smiled and waved his right hand. The immortal binding lock in his hand began to fly. The immortal binding lock pulled the red-robed old man into the water of the ship. One end of the chain was tied to the elder's body, while the other end was tied to the back of the ship. As the ship moved forward, the red-robed elder was almost dragged through the sea. There are many terrifying creatures in the endless sky sea. Suzimo said. I'll drag you behind the ship. When we reach the northern continent, if you're still alive, I'll let bygones be bygones. But if you're swallowed by some monster, you can only blame your bad luck. Hearing Suzimo's words, the sea water poured into the red-robed elder's mouth and nose. He roared, "You're so evil. Good luck." Suzimo shook his head and smiled. When Suzimo turned and walked to the deck, the passengers on the ship immediately thanked him. They all greeted him, wanting to establish a relationship with Suzimo. Suzimo's gaze shifted as he looked at the crowd indifferently. He said, "If I kill him, do you think you'll be spared? Hand over everything you took from the floating island. If anyone dares to dawdle, don't blame me for not giving you a chance to live." Hearing Suzimo's words, the smiles on everyone's faces instantly froze. Many of them thought of a saying. "You just escaped from the wolf's den, only to run into the tiger's den." They've all seen how decisive Suzimo was just now. Because of that, no one dared to hesitate and took out everything they took from the floating island. Suzimo took a quick look. He found that these people didn't get much useful stuff. Most of them were the remains of weapons and oddly shaped objects. However, the demonic chi contained within these items could also be absorbed by Suzimo. In the end, he was able to feel the connection between himself and the demon body of purgatory. After taking care of everyone's things, Suzimo's eyes narrowed as he slowly walked towards the one-armed elder. The old man was calmly looking at the sea. Seeing Suzimo's arrival, he smiled. Every generation brings forth new talents, he sighed emotionally. Hearing the one-armed elder's words, Suzimo shook his head and smiled. Everyone has been in the limelight for hundreds of years. Senior, are you talking about your past self? The one-armed elder was slightly startled, then he smiled and said, "My era has long passed. Now it's the world of you young people." "Senior, are you really letting go?" Suzimo asked. "I've long let go. People often say that I changed the situation of the endless sky sea. But in fact, the old darkness is far away, and the new darkness is coming again. In the end, the sea still wavers between the beautiful blue and the dirty foam." After the one-armed elder finished speaking, he returned to the cabin. Looking at the old man's back, Suzimo did not stop him. The blood-imbibing frenzied saber was indeed a famous name in the eastern continent. Unfortunately, heroes would always have a day when they were old. The gears of history would never stop for anyone. The ship did not encounter any more dangers along the way. Occasionally, some underwater creatures would attack them, and their cultivation was not very high. Finally, they arrived at the northern continent safely. When Suzimo came to the stern of the ship, he found that one end of the immortal binding lock was empty. The red-robed old man's figure had long disappeared. Perhaps he had been swallowed by the underwater creatures. Suzimo put away the immortal binding lock, and the ship slowly stopped at the dock. When the one-armed elder left, he glanced at Suzimo. He said meaningfully, "Young man, we might meet again." "I hope so," Suzimo replied calmly. Seeing the one-armed elder leave, most of the people on the ship also prepared to leave. Standing on the bow of the ship, Suzimo cast a deep glance at the distant continent that was floating between heaven and earth. The northern continent, it was going to be an even more exciting experience. This was the largest dock at the edge of the northern continent. Almost all the ships that came from the eastern continent or were going from the northern continent to the eastern continent. They all docked and set off here. Suzimo followed behind these passengers and entered the northern continent through the passageway of the pier. This dock was controlled by a very large force in the northern continent. Speaking of the distribution of power in the northern continent, it had to be mentioned that there were many races living here. This place was even more complicated than the eastern continent. On the surface, the strongest forces in the northern continent should be the 36 tribes. The human race was only one of the 36 races. From this point of view, one could understand the complexity of the situation. Of course, the central continent was the continent with the densest and widest influence. Among the 4 major domains, the Saint Flower domain alone was comparable to the other continents. Even though the 36 races were the most powerful forces in the northern continent, the 36 races were the strongest in the northern continent. However, this was only on the surface, because in the dark, there were many hidden races and forces that were not to be outdone. These 36 races had evolved over countless eras. In the end, each race established a city-state and ruled over their own territory. After countless wars, large and small, countries of varying strength were formed. Thus, these 36 races were also known as the 36 empires. The force that was in charge of the port was the Lu nation, one of the 36 empires located at the easternmost part of the northern continent. The Slaughter country was built by the Slaughter clan. Very similar to the human race, the Slaughter clans. Appearance was actually not that different from the human race. However, in their bones, there was a hot-blooded fighting spirit. They worshipped the strong and advocated using force to solve all problems. Coming out from the shore of the port, there was a city not far away. Although Suzimo did not have a detailed understanding of the northern continent, he still had a rough idea. The 36 empires had vast territories, especially the Slaughter country, which was definitely one of the best. The group had been on the ship for almost a month. They were both physically and mentally exhausted. He followed the group to the surrounding city. The tall city wall stood in the wind and snow, and the history of the city wall was not that far away. Above the city gate, there were 3 big words, Fearless City. It was said that the city here was destroyed in a great war. Later, the Slaughter country rebuilt it. Suzimo found an inn here and planned to rest for a day before heading to his grandfather's house. His grandfather's Wenren clan was located in the Fengqi Empire of the northern continent. It was a country built by the human race. The Wenren clan was also one of the top forces there. After Suzimo entered the Fearless City, he discovered something very interesting. The entire city was filled with notices. It was said that the city lord of the city had obtained the inheritance of an expert a few days ago. However, the conditions to obtain this inheritance were very rare. One had to be a virgin boy or a virgin girl on the 7th day of the 7th month to be qualified to receive the inheritance. It was useless for others. If one forcefully broke through, the inheritance would self-destruct. The city lord of the Fearless City did not want the inheritance to be covered in dust. Thus, he searched for the inheritor in the city and prepared to nurture them as his adopted son or daughter. This was a piece of news that could reach the heavens in a single bound. Many people were envious, but just the condition of being born on the 7th day of the 7th month, it stopped many people. Until now, the inheritor had not been found. Suzimo was eating in the inn. Looking at the notice that was posted in the inn just now, he smiled slightly. At this moment, a girl carrying a small flower basket walked out of the inn timidly. The girl had 2 small braids, and her hair was black and soft. She was wearing a large coat with many puddings that almost covered half of her body. She walked in front of Suzimo timidly. She opened her big black eyes and asked in a soft voice. "Big brother, do you want to buy flowers?" Suzimo looked at the basket in the girl's hand. There were many flowers, all of which were common wild flowers. However, they were all carefully selected and specially treated. They looked pretty good. "How much are these flowers?" Suzimo asked with interest. 1 copper coin per flower. Hearing Suzimo ask for the price, the girl's eyes were filled with hope and she quickly replied. "All right, I'll take your basket of flowers." Suzimo smiled. He took out a spirit stone from his storage ring and handed it to the girl. Seeing the spirit stone that Suzimo took out, the girl was suddenly at a loss. "What's wrong?" Suzimo asked, puzzled. "I don't have change." The girl held the corner of her clothes with both hands and replied hesitantly. "All right, take this spirit stone as a gift from me. You don't need to change." Suzimo waved his hand. "That won't do. Grandpa told me since I was young that I can't accept other people's kindness for nothing." The girl shook her head and took the spirit stone. "Then wait here for a while. I'll go get some medicine for Grandpa. I'll return the rest of the money to you." Looking at the little girl's back, Suzimo shook his head and smiled. In this world of mutual deception, the strong ruled. There were always some people or things that made you feel meaningful. Suzimo finished his dinner, but the little girl still didn't appear. He put the flower basket aside. It was afternoon, and there was still some time before it got dark. Suzimo decided to go out for a stroll. The Fearless City was a large city, connecting the coastline of the northern and eastern continents. Therefore, in this city, the people of the eastern and northern continents were in a state of balance. In the bustling streets of the city, Suzimo could even see people of other races. On this continent, many races even got along peacefully. The multi-horned clan had 3 horns on their heads. There were also the winged clan with 2 wings. There were also the ox demons with the human body and the head of a bull. Of course, the most creatures in this city were the slaughter clan. They looked similar to humans, with brown skin. Their teeth were much sharper than ordinary people's, and they only had 4 fingers. Moreover, their jawbones were much more prominent, and their noses were almost collapsed on their faces. One could almost tell the difference between their races at a glance. Walking on the bustling streets. The winter weather had also begun to heat up. After walking for a while, Suzimo saw a group of people gathered on the side of the street. They seemed to be watching the show. The crowd was discussing, and Suzimo went over to take a look with interest. This girl knows how to steal at such a young age. What will happen when she grows up? It's time to educate her. I know this little girl too. She often sells flowers in the fearless city. She and her grandfather depend on each other, and she doesn't look like she would steal. Who knows, I heard that her grandfather is sick, and she has no choice. Hearing the crowd's discussion, Suzimo subconsciously thought of the little girl who sold flowers to him in the inn. He squeezed into the crowd and looked inside. In front of him was a pharmacy, and the words Jisher Tang were written on a dark black plaque. In the most important part of the crowd, there was a little girl lying on the ground. Next to her was the pharmacy's shopkeeper and 2 assistants. Little girl, I see that you're still young, so I don't want to argue with you. The shopkeeper snorted coldly. Hand over the spirit stones and I'll let you go. You're lying. This spirit stone is clearly mine, the little girl said as she desperately tried to protect the spirit stone in her arms. Lie, well then, tell me, where did you get these spirit stones? The shop assistant at the side looked at the crowd and hurriedly shouted. Everyone, please be the judge. Just now, the spirit stones in my storage pouch disappeared. The spirit stone was still there before I filled the prescription for her, but when she came into our medicine shop, it was already gone. He pretended to be in a hurry and bumped into me, and then my spirit stone disappeared. If she didn't steal it, where else could the spirit stones have gone? These spirit stones were given to me by a big brother who sold me flowers. I didn't take your spirit stones, the little girl explained. A passerby next to her shook his head and said, Little girl, you don't even know how to lie. Who would buy that lousy flower of yours? Why would they need to use spirit stones to buy it? Hurry up and return the spirit stones to him. Hearing the man's words, Suzimo shook his head slightly. He walked out from the crowd. He came to the little girl's side and helped her up. Big brother. Seeing Suzimo's arrival, the little girl's eyes lit up and she was just about to explain. However, Suzimo shook his head and stopped her. The shopkeeper at the side sized up Suzimo and asked tentatively, Young master, is there something you need? I was the one who gave her the spirit stones, Suzimo replied calmly. What? Do you have a problem with that? The shopkeeper was slightly startled. He clearly didn't expect Suzimo to say that. He smiled and said, Young master, please. Don't joke around. Even if you want to absolve her, you don't need to do this. Suzimo turned his head and ignored the shopkeeper. He said to the little girl, All right, go back. All right, let's go back. I'd like to see who dares to say no. The little girl paused for a moment and then walked to the side. The shop assistant at the side was quick to react. He took a step forward and wanted to grab the little girl. But a dazzling flash of a blade shot out from thin air. Both of his arms were cut off. Trying to extort my spirit stones, you really think I don't have a temper? Suzimo coldly snorted. The shop assistant fell to the ground, screaming in pain. The shopkeeper at the side had some cold sweat on his forehead. The crowd around them all took a few steps back. At this time, a series of loud footsteps came from the side. A group of people wearing black uniforms ran over from afar. What's going on? The leader of this group of people was a member of the Slaughter clan. His eyes were as hazy as an eagle's, eagle eyes, and hooked nose. Seeing the arrival of the leader, the shopkeeper's eyes lit up. He let out a sigh of relief and said, Master Zaisong, someone is causing trouble at our Jisher Hall. They stole things and cut off both of my shop assistant's arms. The man called Zaisong frowned, looking at the situation in front of him. Finally, his gaze fell on Suzimo. He said, "Is what he said true?" Before Suzimo could say anything, the little girl at the side hurriedly explained. "They're lying, they want to frame me and steal my spirit stones. This big brother is helping me." Zaisong turned his head and looked at the little girl, slightly stunned, and said, "So it's you. So you still remember me, sir?" The little girl hurriedly nodded. "Alright, let's end this here." Zaisong finally waved his hand. Seeing that the shopkeeper was about to say something, his eyes flashed with a sharp light. It seemed to be filled with killing intent. The shopkeeper was so scared that he was instantly speechless. "Remember to come to the city lord's mansion on time," Zaisong looked at the little girl and said. Then, he left with his black uniform subordinates. "Thank you, big brother." After everyone left, the little girl hurriedly thanked Suzimo. "What's your relationship with that person just now?" Suzimo asked curiously. Logically speaking, if this little girl knew Zaisong, she wouldn't have had such a miserable life in the fearless city. The little girl hesitated for a moment, then finally said in a low voice. "I originally wanted to keep it a secret. But I know that Big Brother is a good person. If you want to know, come to my house, I'll tell you secretly." Looking at the little girl's nervous appearance, Suzimo couldn't help but smile. Since there was nothing to do in the fearless city, Suzimo finally agreed. The little girl lived in an old house in the south of the city. All the houses in this area were very dilapidated. They seemed to belong to the slums. Suzimo walked into the house and saw a skinny old man lying on the bed. The old man lay quietly on the bed, looking like he was seriously ill. His face was sallow and he was very weak. Suzimo glanced at the old man, only to see that his entire body was stiff, his skin was taut and cold to the touch. He clearly looked like a dead man. But he was still breathing weakly. Suzimo frowned. This situation made him think of something. "Big brother, take a seat first, I'll go make some medicine for Grandpa." The little girl smiled and said. Looking at the little girl's back as she left, Suzimo looked around the room. He couldn't see anything. So he decided to take a look around. Walking out of the door, this place looked more like a slum. The buildings here were all in disrepair. They were dangerous buildings that could collapse at any time. Suzimo only took a few steps before he heard the sound of crying in the courtyard next door. There was a large group of people in the courtyard, gathered together to discuss something. Suzimo followed the crowd and squeezed in. At the center of the group, a woman was crying while holding a child. The child's body was completely pale, without a trace of blood. Obviously, he couldn't be any more dead. Suzimo frowned again. This slum seems a bit strange. He crouched down and asked the woman, "Can I see the child?" The woman looked at Suzimo cautiously, paused for a bit, then put the child on the ground. Suzimo looked at him, then lifted the child's clothes. There were 5 small holes on his back. It was as if someone had stuck their fingers into them. There was no more blood inside. "Have you caught the culprit?" Suzimo looked at the woman and asked. No, the woman hurriedly shook her head. She replied, "I've already seen the doctor. He said that the child's blood has been sucked dry. He can't live anymore." Suzimo went silent for a bit. Someone on the side spoke up. "Seems like it's the work of evil. If this goes on, we'll have to move out of here." "Does this happen often here?" Suzimo doubtfully asked. "That's not the case. It's always been safe in the past." The person next to him explained, "It's just that in recent days, people have often been killed. Their deaths were horrifying, and their blood was all sucked dry." "The city lord's mansion doesn't care?" Suzimo asked curiously. "In the beginning, they were still in charge. They stationed a large number of troops here." That person shook his head and sighed. "Unfortunately, it's useless. People are still dying one by one. In the end, the matter was left unsettled." "That's interesting." Suzimo nodded with interest. After leaving the small courtyard, Suzimo returned to the little girl's home. The little girl had already brewed the medicine and was feeding it to her grandfather. Suzimo also learned that the other party's name was Guoxiaoyun. "How did you get to know that slang, Zephyr?" Suzimo asked as he pulled a chair to the side. "I was born on the 7th day of the 7th month." Guoxiaoyun paused for a moment before replying. Suzimo also reacted instantly. Recently, the fearless city had been abuzz with the news that the inheritor was looking for a foster son or daughter. It could be said that everyone knew about it. Previously, when Grandpa was sick, I thought that if I could be chosen, I would have the money to buy medicine. Gu Xiaoyun continued to explain. Unfortunately, the city lord's mansion's people told me that after a month, all the inheritors would gather. Only then will one of us be chosen. You also met Slaying Zephyr at that time, right? Su Zimo nodded slightly. Actually, we only met once. I didn't expect him to remember me, Gu Xiaoyun replied with some surprise. Su Zimo waved his hand and replied, alright, it's not safe in your area these days. Be careful. Big brother, why don't you stay at my house tonight? Gu Xiaoyun looked at Su Zimo with hopeful eyes and said. Su Zimo originally wanted to reject, but he glanced at the old man on the bed and finally nodded in agreement. Gu Xiaoyun instantly smiled like a flower and hurriedly went to tidy up a room for Su Zimo to rest in. The night was enchanting. The warm winter wind was wreaking havoc for the last time. The beginning of the spring season was already showing signs. The sky gradually darkened due to the strange things that had happened recently. The sky had just turned dark. Many people had already returned to their rooms and no longer went out. Su Zimo was lying alone on the bed in his room. The silence of the night and the darkness surrounded this place. In the middle of the night, he heard a series of footsteps. His footsteps were very dull as he slowly walked in the direction of his room. It seems that someone is messing with me. Su Zimo snorted coldly. Creak. The door to the room was gently opened. Su Zimo was originally lying on the bed. He could feel that someone was slowly walking towards his bed. The bright moonlight reflected the figure on the wall. Suddenly, there was a whoosh sound. There was a gust of wind, and a wave of air directly attacked Su Zimo's head. Bang bang. The black shadow hit Su Zimo's body, but it was blocked by the tyrannical shadow. Su Zimo instantly jumped up from the bed and turned around to look at the figure in front of him. Under the bright moonlight, the black shadow stared at Su Zimo expressionlessly. There seemed to be no emotion in the pair of eyes. I should have thought of it earlier, Su Zimo muttered. The figure in front of him was Gu Xiaoyun's gravely ill grandfather. But at this moment, the old man did not look like a human at all. His skin was covered with black streaks. The blood vessels on his body were bulging, and he was roaring in a low voice. He looked very ferocious and terrifying. From the moment I came in, I felt strange. How could a person who should have died long ago still have a breath? Su Zimo said. It seems that you have become a walking corpse long ago. The old man roared, his mouth full of thick saliva, and madly attacked Su Zimo. Su Zimo was too lazy to bother, and the tyrannical shadow slashed down from above. Endless momentum gathered, and directly suppressed the old man under the blade. No matter how the old man struggled, it was useless. At this moment, Gu Xiaoyun, who was in the next room, heard the commotion and quickly ran over. Grandpa, she instantly screamed, and looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief. Big brother, my grandpa is awake, Gu Xiaoyun looked at Su Zimo and quickly asked. Your grandpa died long ago, but was refined into a walking corpse. Su Zimo paused for a moment, and finally said. Recently, people have been dying here, and it was also the one who sucked the blood of those people dry. Gu Xiaoyun sat on the ground in disbelief, and looked at the familiar yet strange old man in front of her. The old man seemed to have struggled to a certain extent. He roared, and his body suddenly swelled up without warning. Then, the skin on his back broke open, and a very fat worm crawled out of his body. As soon as the insect appeared, the old man's body started to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. It started to rot, started to smell, and finally turned into a puddle of pus. The fat insect on the side was happily licking the pus on the ground. The legendary corpse insect of the southern continent actually appeared here? Su Zimo frowned. The fat worm raised its head and stared at Gu Xiaoyun with its eyes that were as big as a black dot. His figure flew towards Gu Xiaoyun at a high speed. Su Zimo scoffed and swung the sword in his hand. The fat insect's external defense was very strong, only a clang sound was heard. Although it fell to the ground, it didn't suffer any serious injuries. The fat insect was still struggling on the ground. At this time, a black fog covered the courtyard. A burst of laughter came from the black fog. Before Suzimo could make a move, he saw that in the black fog that filled the sky, a figure slowly appeared. He wore a black robe with a pair of bat-like wings on his back. A pair of wings that hung upside down. He wore a mask on his face, his entire body covered in the black robe. Seems like someone can't wait, Suzimo chuckled. Trash. The black-robed man looked at the pus on the ground and scoffed. Then he laughed eerily. Kid, how do you want to die? What's your relationship with the Void Valley? Suzimo frowned and asked. Seems like you know a lot. The black-robed man was a bit surprised. But knowing too much won't end well. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me, one day I'll go to the Void Valley and take a look, Suzimo chuckled. Then I'm afraid you won't have that chance. As soon as the black-robed man said that, he reached out his right hand. The black fog that covered the sky gathered in his palm, an endless amount of spirit energy swept across the area. The black fog covered the sky, the wind and clouds changed. Boom! The black fog gathered into a ball with enough power to destroy heaven and earth, heading straight for Suzimo. Suzimo pulled out the tyrannical shadow from his back, the curved blade in his hand gathered endless spirit energy. The 12th form of the Tao querying, Nirvana Void. The unequaled saber energy cut through the silent sky, mixed with thunder and fire. The torrent swept over. Layers of space exploded all around, and only a thunderous explosion could be heard. The ball of black fog was instantly annihilated. The saber-chi's momentum did not decrease as it once again charged towards the black-robed man. So strong? The black-robed man frowned slightly, clearly not expecting Suzimo to have such strength. The black fog in his hand condensed again, and the black fog that filled the sky scattered down like rays of light. It directly enveloped the saber-chi and devoured it. That's all you've got, Suzimo chuckled. His figure's speed increased explosively as he charged towards the black-cloaked man. Genesis power surged around him. Spirit chi and the power of creation permeated the blade. Suzimo directly activated the Blue Dragon's 7 transformations. Following the roar of the ancient divine dragon behind him, the saber slashed down. Everything in the surroundings was annihilated. Only then did the black-robed man's expression change slightly. His figure instantly swayed. He disappeared into the black fog as if he had merged with the surrounding black fog. Can you escape? Suzimo snorted softly. He directly released the immortal binding lock in his hand. The immortal binding lock chased the black-robed man's figure to the side. Suzimo also slashed in the same direction. There was a boom. The dragon's roar storm exploded like a mushroom cloud in the sky. Endless waves of air surged in all directions. The black-robed man's clothes were torn and he fell to the ground. He fell to the ground covered in blood. Suzimo held the tyrannical shadow in his hand and walked towards the black-robed man step by step. The immortal binding lock had completely bound the black-robed man's figure, making him unable to move. I want to see who you are. Suzimo walked forward slightly. He took off the other party's mask. Under the mask was a slightly young face, which was a little sickly pale. He did not look old. You can't kill me. The young man coughed and spat out a few more puddles of blood. He looked very weak. I'm from the Void Valley. And? Suzimo asked with interest. If I die, the Void Valley will not let you go. The young man coughed and said. The 10 Forbidden Lands are strong, but I'm not afraid, Suzimo replied calmly. Let me go, and I'll tell you a secret. The young man saw that his threat did not work, so he changed his method. What secret? Suzimo asked. Let me go first, the young man continued. Then how do I know the secret is worth saving your life? Suzimo asked. It's about the 5 spiritual pearls. Do you think it's worth it? The young man asked back. The 5 spiritual pearls. Suzimo frowned slightly. This was a very old legend. Although this legend was very vague, and it was difficult to tell whether it was true or false. The legend originated from the era when the Yuanyang continent was divided into 5. Therefore, many people listened to this legend as a story. Very few people actually believed it. It's really tempting. Suzimo chuckled. The young man did not answer. He was waiting for Suzimo's reply. He believed that no one would be indifferent to the temptation of the 5 spiritual pearls. It's impossible to let you go, because I don't trust anyone. Suzimo smiled. But don't worry, I won't let you die so soon. There's still plenty of time in the future, so I'm not in a hurry. Wait a minute, the young man said anxiously when he saw Suzimo's attitude. I can tell you about the 5 spiritual pearls. Don't force yourself, Suzimo said with a smile. If I tell you, you'll let me go. The young man confirmed again. Go ahead. Suzimo nodded. What I know is one of the 5 spiritual pearls, the wind destruction pearl. The young man paused for a moment and finally said. In the Sky Tiger Empire of the Northern Continent, an inheritance was found today. According to the information I received, this inheritance is very likely to be related to the Phoenix Destruction Pearl. That's it? Suzimo asked calmly. No, but as far as I know, the Wind Destruction Pearl is not that easy to obtain. In the era when the 5 spiritual pearls were discovered, they all had their accompanying creatures, the young man replied. Only by finding the accompanying creature can one obtain the corresponding spiritual pearl. Where is the accompanying creature of the Wind Destruction Pearl? Suzimo asked. In the hands of the fearless city lord, the young man replied. But I'm no match for the city lord, so I can only cause chaos in a small area in the city. I want to take the opportunity to snatch the accompanying creature. Could it be the inheritance in the city lord's hands? Suzimo frowned slightly. I think it's very likely that the city lord obtained the accompanying creature by chance. But he doesn't know the relationship between the accompanying creature and the Wind Destruction Pearl. He just treats it as an inheritance. The young man nodded. Upon hearing the young man's words, Suzimo pondered for a while. If he went to the city lord's mansion directly and snatched the inheritance, he would be exposed. He had just arrived in the northern continent and there was no need to get into a conflict with the Lu nation. Moreover, many people did not even know about the inheritance of the air-extinguishing pearl. There was no need to alert the enemy. Can you let me go now? The young man asked tentatively. I suddenly changed my mind. What should I do? Suzimo asked with a faint smile. You. The young man's expression changed slightly, and his eyes were uncertain. Finally, he said, do you really want to be enemies with the Void Valley? No, Suzimo said, shaking his head. It's just that there are not many people who know about the companion creature. If I let you go, what if you spread the news? Upon hearing Suzimo's words, the young man was silent for a while. He did have such thoughts previously. Since he could not get what he wanted, he might as well muddy the water. What do I have to do to make you believe me? The young man continued to ask. Plant a demonic seal in your body and follow me. When I'm done with the city lord's mansion, you can leave. Suzimo replied. The young man struggled and hesitated for a long time. Finally, he looked at Suzimo and said, what if you change your mind again? You can only choose to believe me. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Suzimo replied. Besides, I don't want to be enemies with the Void Valley for no reason. I just want to achieve my goal. Okay. The young man pondered for a while and finally nodded helplessly. My name is Yunfei. A double surname. It seems that your status in the Void Valley is not low, Suzimo said with a smile. Suzimo knew that the Void Valley was one of the 10 forbidden places. People with double surnames were the true core members of that force. The young man nodded slightly and did not say anything. Suzimo turned his head. Hu Xiaoyun, who was next to him, had already fainted from the shock. The sky was starting to brighten, and the eastern sky was already turning white. Hu Xiaoyun woke up from her coma and saw Suzimo in front of her. She heaved a sigh of relief and asked, Big brother, where's my grandfather? Your grandfather is already dead, Suzimo replied. Was he killed by the man in black? Hu Xiaoyun asked sorrowfully. No, actually, your grandfather died of a serious illness a long time ago. That black-clothed man only borrowed his corpse. Suzimo shook his head and replied. He's dead. Hu Xiaoyun lay on the bed, her eyes lifeless. No one knew what she was thinking. Calm down for the next few days. You have to start a new life, Suzimo said. Grandpa is gone. I don't know what else I should do. Guo Xiaoyun replied helplessly. Do you want to cultivate? Su Zimo asked. Cultivate? Hearing these two words, Guo Xiaoyun was stunned and stood rooted to the ground. For most of the ordinary people on the Yuanyang continent, there was no need to worry. Cultivation seemed to be a very close yet distant thing. On the path of cultivation, wealth, companions, techniques, and land were indispensable. Many people were unable to embark on that path in their entire lives. You don't have to answer me now. Think about it, Su Zimo said. In the next few days, Su Zimo and Situ Yunfei stayed in the Fearless City. He planned to go to the city lord's mansion with Guo Xiaoyun when the time came. After all, Guo Xiaoyun had a chance to accept the inheritance. However, in the past few days, Su Zimo saw many unfamiliar faces in the city. It seemed that several forces had gathered here. This made Su Zimo suspect that the inheritance was related to the exposure of the inheritance. How did you know about the accompanying creature of the air-extinguishing pearl? Su Zimo looked at Situ Yunfei and asked. When the accompanying creature inheritance appeared, I also joined in to fight for it. However, it was later obtained by the city lord of the Fearless City, Situ Yunfei said. However, I obtained a handwritten letter in the inheritance land. It recorded the information of the accompanying creature of the air-extinguishing pearl. The handwritten letter? Su Zimo asked. I was afraid that it would be discovered by others and destroyed after reading it, Situ Yunfei replied. Other than the accompanying creature, is there anything else in the book? Su Zimo continued to ask. Is there any news about the other 4 spirit beads? No, Situ Yunfei shook his head and said. That inheritance was left behind by a senior. Back then, after he obtained the accompanying creature of the air-extinguishing pearl, he was attacked by a strong enemy. Before he could find the air-extinguishing pearl, he died in his own cave. Later, when the cave opened, the accompanying creature was obtained by the city lord. Su Zimo nodded slightly. In the past few days, Guo Xiaoyun also found him and confirmed that she wanted to cultivate. He casually found a decent cultivation method and gave it to her. After a week, today was also the day the city lord's mansion chose the inheritor. Su Zimo and Situ Yunfei disguised as Guo Xiaoyun's brother and prepared to accompany her to the city lord's mansion. The city lord of the Fearless City was called Lu Yengui. It was said that he was a peak emperor vein expert. The location of the city lord's mansion was a bit remote. It was not in the most prosperous area of the Fearless City, but in a corner in the north of the city. When Su Zimo and Situ Yunfei accompanied Guo Xiaoyun here, they found that the mansion here was not very grand. The walls outside the mansion were made of red bricks and green tiles, and there were many trees planted around. There were already dozens of people gathered in front of the door. There were men and women, and they were probably all here to receive the inheritance. Although it was rare to be born on the 7th day of the 7th month, after the range was expanded, there would still be some people. At this moment, these young men and women were all excited. After all, this was a good opportunity to reach the heavens in a single step. After a long time, an old man in a green robe walked out of the city lord's mansion. Everyone, let me briefly introduce myself. I am the manager of the inner court of the Fearless City's city lord's mansion. You can call me Manager Mo. The old man with white hair smiled and said to everyone. Hello, Manager Mo. The surrounding people also hurriedly greeted him. Alright, I am also under the city lord's orders. Let me briefly explain the rules. The old man said, the inheritor must be born on the 7th day of the 7th month. This is only a fixed condition. It does not mean that the person born on the 7th day of the 7th month will definitely receive the inheritance. Moreover, there are so many of you, so the inheritance will only be given to one of you. We understand. Please explain in detail. Manager Mo. A family member nodded and said. Actually, there are no rules. When the time comes, everyone will be given a try. Whoever receives the inheritance's recognition can become the city lord's adopted son or daughter. Director Mo paused for a moment and then said slowly. But there is one thing I must say in advance. The inheritance is risky. In the end, only the person who receives the inheritance's recognition can survive. As for the others, they will all die. There is basically no hope of survival. Hearing Director Mo's words, there was an uproar. The crowd was discussing, especially the family members of the candidates. One after another, they questioned, "Why didn't you tell us beforehand?" "It's not too late to tell us now." Director Mo glanced at the crowd. He said calmly, "Since you haven't accepted the inheritance, you can leave now if you want to. Do you think there's such a thing as a free lunch in this world? Haven't you thought about the risks?" Hearing Director Mo's words, the crowd was speechless. After all, they had already come this far, and many people were unwilling to leave just like that. However, if they failed, the price would inevitably be too heavy. Su Zimo also turned his head and asked Guo Xiaoyun. "You heard it too. It's not too late to back out now. I want to try." Guo Xiaoyun hesitated for a moment but nodded in the end. After all, her grandfather was no longer in this world, and there were fewer things that she could care about. Su Zimo nodded. Life and death were fated, and one should enjoy the honor and bear the consequences of failure. Among the dozens of people at the door, only a few chose to back out, but the rest still chose to try in the end. "All right, follow me into the city lord's mansion now." Director Mo looked at these people with satisfaction. He said, "There are many forbidden areas in the mansion. Follow me closely and don't run around. If something happens, don't blame me for not warning you." Everyone nodded and followed Director Mo into the city lord's mansion. Although the city lord's mansion was located in a slightly remote area of the fearless city, the interior decoration was very grand. Rockery, pavilions, and palaces. Colorful bricks and green tiles, and white stone paths crisscrossed in all directions, covering the entire mansion. Although it was only early spring, the dense trees were already growing like a forest. Boston ivy covered the entire wall, and it was emerald green at a glance. The inheritance ceremony will be held tomorrow. For safety reasons, no family members are allowed to go. Director Mo looked at the crowd and said, "When the ceremony is over, we'll tell you the result." "That's not good. I want to see my son accept the inheritance with my own eyes," someone said. "Be considerate. This is also for the safety of the inheritance." Director Mo replied calmly. "When the time comes, someone might come to snatch the inheritance. At that time, other than the city lord, no one else is allowed to go near the land of inheritance." The surrounding people looked at each other and could only nod helplessly. They all knew that from the moment they entered the city lord's mansion. There was already no room for choice. "Don't you find it strange?" Su Zimo looked at Situ Yunfei and said, "I understand that the inheritance requires someone on the 7th of July. But if you don't let us watch, it doesn't seem right. Who knows? In any case, we are here to snatch the inheritance. Why should we care so much?" Situ Yunfei replied. Director Mo led the group and walked past several intersections. Finally, they stopped in a large hall. The hall was dazzling in gold and jade, and rows of green tables were placed on both sides of the hall. There were many fruits and food on these green tables. The aroma of food filled the entire hall. "This is where you eat. Because the city lord is preparing for the inheritance, he might not have time to serve you. If there's anything, just let the servants look for me," Director Mo said. "As for the place you will be staying, it's in the side room next door. When the time comes, let the servants bring you there." Director Mo brought everyone here, gave a few instructions, and left in a hurry. At this moment, everyone did not stand on ceremony. They all sat in front of the green table and began to eat. If you ask me, the food in the city lord's mansion is indeed different. It's good to be a servant here. A middle-aged man in a white robe said to everyone with a smile. "You still have the mood to eat?" The person at the side snorted. "Whether the child can pass the inheritance is another matter. I'm regretting it now. What's there to be afraid of? If a person dies, his eggs will be exposed to the sky. If he doesn't die, he will live for thousands of years," he said to his son, a little fat boy, beside him. "Son, eat more. Even if you are going to die, be a ghost with a full stomach." The little fat boy held a drumstick in one hand and nodded vigorously. A pair of funny father and son. The people at the side who saw the scene also found it funny. After everyone finished eating, they were sent to the side room by the servants guarding the door. The moonlight tonight was very bright and beautiful. The family members were saying their final goodbyes to their children. After all, this was the last night. After tomorrow, they did not know if they would be able to see each other again. Su Zimo lay on the bed and felt that something was not right. However, he could not think of a reason at the moment. He could only act according to the situation. At this moment, in a small courtyard that was brightly lit in the city lord's mansion, Director Mo stood in the room of the small courtyard and seemed to be reporting something. In front of him was a young man in a purple robe. The young man looked to be in his 20s. His face was pale and his eyes were sunken in. He even looked a little weak when he walked. "Young master, those people are ready," Director Mo said respectfully. "My father has no objections, right?" The young man in the purple robe nodded slightly and asked with his back facing him. "The city lord has agreed. He asked you to take it easy and control it," Director Mo nodded and replied. "After all, he is still figuring out the inheritance. The city lord feels that the inheritance this time is not simple. Greed is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. These fools really think that my father will take in an adopted son." The young man in the purple robe snorted coldly. "After tomorrow, I'll let them become nourishment for my martial path." After the young man in the purple robe finished speaking, he said to the old man, "Watch them closely. Don't make any mistakes at this critical moment. Also, send people to secretly capture those people who left the mansion this morning. Don't let any of them go." Director Mo nodded slightly and said, "Young master, the city lord has recently obtained the inheritance there. I reckon that the entire city will not be peaceful. At this juncture, we should try to keep a low profile." After a silent night, the sky began to brighten. Early in the morning, Director Mo brought dozens of guards to pick up the children who were born on the 7th day of the 7th month. As their family members could not follow them, Su Zimo and the others could only wait for news in the main hall. The main hall was surrounded so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. No one was allowed to leave. Everyone waited in the main hall for an entire day. Around afternoon, Director Mo walked in with a dejected expression. "Who obtained the inheritance?" The family members quickly surrounded Director Mo and asked anxiously. "I'm sorry, we didn't expect this to happen," Director Mo shook his head and sighed. "None of them were recognized by the inheritance." "What do you mean?" A family member sat on the ground and asked in disbelief. "They're all dead." Director Mo was silent for a while before finally replying. Hearing Director Mo's words, almost everyone present slumped to the ground. Some did not dare to believe it. "Dead, they're all dead." The people's faces were dull as they shook their heads. Su Zimo frowned slightly. Things were indeed out of his expectations. "My condolences. I told you beforehand." Director Mo shook his head lightly. He replied, "The inheritance isn't so easy to obtain. The city lord is also preparing to seal this inheritance." At this moment, the atmosphere in the main hall was very quiet. No one spoke even though they were already mentally prepared. However, they still could not accept this result. "You guys rest for a while. I'll get the servants to send you out of the residence later," Director Mo said calmly. "When the time comes, I'll give each of you 10 spirit stones. It'll be a consolation." Looking at Director Mo's back view, Su Zimo and Situ Yunfei looked at each other and then disappeared into the crowd. Director Mo, who walked out of the main hall, sneered and then walked towards his room in the inner courtyard. The spring breeze was warm, and the willow trees on both sides waved their branches enchantingly. The benefits he gained from this incident could be said to be countless. This was a well-planned trap from the start. If they were not worried about the impact, they would not have to go through so much trouble and use the inheritance as bait. When he returned to the small courtyard where he lived, Director Mo had just opened the door. He saw a person standing in front of the window at the side of the room. "Who are you?" Director Mo asked with a frown. As he spoke, he began to retreat out of the small courtyard step by step. "Someone who wants your life." Situ Yunfei snorted coldly and waved his hand. Boundless spirit energy was suppressed in his hand. Sensing the power of the Emperor Vane realm from the other party, Director Mo's expression changed drastically. One had to know that in this fearless city, the city lord was only at the peak of the Emperor Vane realm. He did not even dare to fight and fled outside as fast as he could. "You'd better stay." At this moment, Su Zimo's voice came from the door. A ray of saber energy directly hit Director Mo's waist and sent him into the room. The door of the room was slowly closed. Director Mo looked at the two people in front of him and swallowed his saliva slightly. Su Zimo sat at the table in the room and poured himself a cup of tea. As he sipped his tea slowly, he said, "Tell me about it." "Say what?" Director Mo asked in confusion. When the saber chi fell, Director Mo did not even see when the saber was drawn. He did not even have time to react. One of his fingers was chopped off. "From now on, if I'm not satisfied with your answer, I'll chop off one of your fingers." Su Zimo said indifferently, "Adding up your hands and feet, you seem to have 20 chances. There's no rush. Let's take it slow. Are you the family members who accompanied those little girls here today?" Director Mo reacted instantly. He saw that Su Zimo and Su Xiling looked familiar, so he also guessed this. He then shook his head and sighed, "Why are you doing this? Their willingness to accept the inheritance failed, and I explained it to them beforehand. How could you allow me to do this?" As soon as Director Mo finished speaking, another stream of saber chi passed by. Director Mo hugged the second finger that was chopped off and wailed in pain. "Say something that interests me," Su Zimo continued to ask as he drank his tea. "I really don't know." Director Mo shook his head with a pained expression. Clang! Another third finger was chopped off. "Let me remind you. After the 20 fingers are chopped off, the next one will be your head," Su Zimo said indifferently. As he spoke, he slowly pulled out the tyrannical shadow behind him. He gently wiped the sharp blade. "Wait a minute." Director Mo hurriedly took a step back and said to Su Zimo while looking at him. "Do you know something?" "I only know that if I'm not satisfied with this matter, I'll have to destroy the entire fearless city," Su Zimo said indifferently. "I don't know what role you played in this incident and how much you benefited from it. However, if you lose your life, what's the use of those benefits? Or do you think that your city lord can save you? You're declaring war on the Slaughterer Nation," Director Mo said with a trembling voice. "I'm a very fair person. I won't declare war for no reason," Su Zimo said indifferently. "However, if you provoke me, so what if I destroy the Slaughterer clan?" "Lunatics, you're all lunatics," Director Mo took a deep breath and said in fear. "Destroy the Slaughterer clan?" He did not expect Su Zimo to say such a thing. What did the 36 kingdoms represent in the northern continent? This was an answer that many people knew in their hearts. How difficult was it to destroy a clan and continue its development for millions of years? However, it was precisely Su Zimo's lunatic words that frightened him. Because such people had no respect in their hearts. "You have to promise me one thing. If I tell you, you'll let me go," Director Mo said. "Sure, I just want to know where those children went," Su Zimo nodded. "They were sent to refine medicine," Director Mo paused and replied. "Refine medicine?" Su Zimo frowned slightly. "Because the son of City Lord Lu of the Fearless City, who is also our young City Lord Lu Feiyong. He cultivated an evil technique. Now is the critical moment of breakthrough. He needs the blood of 50 children born on the 7th of July as a catalyst. Only then can he take another step forward." Director Mo explained. "We used the inheritance as a cover to deceive those who fit the conditions." "Are they dead?" Su Zimo asked. "No, they're in the basement. You might still be able to make it if you go now," Director Mo hurriedly replied. "Lead the way." Su Zimo and Situ Yunfei looked at each other and said indifferently. Coming out of Director Mo's courtyard, Su Zimo and Situ Yunfei followed closely behind him. He had also warned Director Mo not to play any tricks. His knife did not have eyes. Based on what Director Mo said, these children should be locked up in the courtyard where Lu Feiyong lived. There was a secret room below, a secret room specially used for Lu Feiyong's cultivation. Because the technique he cultivated was a completely evil technique, he had always been careful and did not dare to show it to others. When Director Mo brought the two of them to Lu Feiyong's courtyard. The small courtyard was surrounded by a dense crowd of guards. "Director Mo, what's the matter?" At the door, a man in black armor stopped the few who wanted to enter. His voice was cold as he asked. General Hung, the young lord asked me to go in. Director Mo hurriedly lowered his head and smiled. The young lord asked you to go in? The man called Lu Hung snorted coldly. He said indifferently, why don't I know, you can't go in now. The young master has ordered that no one is allowed to enter this courtyard today. If there's anything, wait until the young master comes out. Hearing Lu Hang's words, Manager Mo looked helplessly at Su Zimo and the other person behind him. I'll leave it to you, Su Zimo looked at Situ Yunfei and said. Situ Yunfei nodded slightly. The aura of an Emperor Realm Cultivator was emitted from his body. With a boom, an endless amount of purifying brilliance condensed around him. Black fog descended from the sky and enveloped the entire courtyard. All the guards around him began to panic. As Situ Yunfei blocked everyone at the door, Su Zimo and the other person also walked in without any obstructions. There were several rooms in the courtyard. Manager Mo walked into the room beside it with ease. He turned the vase beside him. Rumble came from below. The floor beneath their feet opened up, and a deep and quiet tunnel appeared on the ground. Those children are being held here, Manager Mo said. Let's go down and take a look, Su Zimo replied. Following Manager Mo's lead, the two of them walked into the tunnel together. The temperature in the tunnel was extremely hot, and there were faint crackling sounds coming from the depths of the tunnel. Walking down the stairs of the tunnel, there was a corridor in front of them. There were countless carved animals on both sides of the corridor. Some of these animals had luminous pearls in their mouths, while others had torches. When the two of them walked all the way to the depths of the corridor, they were blocked by a large door. The door was dark gray, and it was extremely heavy and cold to the touch. I don't have the key, Manager Mo turned and said to Su Zimo. Su Zimo frowned slightly, and slashed down with the tyrannical shadow in his hand. Endless spirit energy gathered on the blade. With a boom, sand and rocks flew, and a large hole was slashed through the door. Through the hole, Su Zimo could see the scene inside clearly. The space inside was circular, and it wasn't very big. In the middle was a pool, but the pool wasn't filled with water, but with flame-like lava. The lava took up more than half of the pool, and it was boiling hot. The interior of the room was illuminated in red. Above the lava, there was an iron cage. A group of children were locked up in cages. The cage hung shakily in the air, as if it could fall down at any moment. The temperature of the lava below was tens of thousands of degrees, enough to melt bones. A pill furnace was placed on one side of the lava. Beside the fire pool sat a purple-robed young man. The moment the stone door shattered, the purple-robed young man suddenly opened his eyes. An evil glint flashed across the young man's eyes, and he immediately discovered Su Zimo and the other man. He slowly stood up and frowned slightly. The purple-robed youth, Lu Feiyong, coldly snorted and said, "It's really hard to guard against a family thief." Young city lord, I had no choice. Director Mo's face was gloomy and uncertain. He tried to explain. Who are you? Lu Feiyong didn't care about Manager Mo anymore. Instead, his gaze landed on Su Zimo. What's the point of knowing so much when you're about to die? Su Zimo asked calmly. He walked towards Lu Feiyong step by step. Fine, wait for me to capture you, then we'll talk about other things, Lu Feiyong snorted coldly. He stretched out his right hand. A pure white formation seal was crushed in his hand. The moment the formation seal was crushed, the entire underground passage underwent a drastic change. Starting from the corridor where they came in, the eyes of every demon beast on both sides began to glow red. Below here, lines of red lines were like five-pointed stars. They intertwined and merged together. The lava underground began to boil, and the roars of demon beasts could be heard faintly. So it's a formation, Su Zimo chuckled. You think I'm unprepared? Lu Feiyong snorted coldly. Instead of believing in those trash outside, it's better to believe in yourself. At this moment, in the dark passage, the shadow of demon beasts ran over from both sides of the corridor. When the lava below was boiling, Su Zimo swung the tyrannical shadow in his hand. The iron cage in the sky was directly cut in half, and he first moved the children in the cages to the side. Lu Feiyong looked at this scene calmly from the side, and did not stop him from beginning to end. Anyway, everyone is going to die, you should save yourself first. As Lu Feiyang's voice fell, the shadow of demon beasts could be seen floating in the air. Another boom was heard. The lava below was boiling up to a height of tens of meters. The shadow of demon beasts all rushed into the lava. Roars could be heard from within, so many demon beasts and lava were gathered together. It was as if the lava was swallowing the shadow of demon beasts. Endless spiritual energy was also surging towards it at the same time. "Let's run quickly, or else it'll be too late," Manager Mo said anxiously. "Shut up," Su Zimo looked at Manager Mo indifferently. The other party instantly shut up, and his figure retreated to the corner. When the lava and the shadow of demon beasts finished fusing, another boom was heard. Another earth-shattering roar of demon beasts came from within. And in the sky, at the center of the formation, a brand new monster appeared. This was an existence similar to a lava giant. Its body was tens of meters tall, and its head was almost touching the roof of the secret room. Its whole body was standing in the lava of the fire pool. The surface of its body was a combination of red and bright black lava. Its body was shaped like a line. It had no mouth or nose. Its eyes were two balls of red and hot lava, and there was even steam coming out of them. When the monster roared, the molten lava beneath its feet began to churn. "So this is your trump card," Su Zimo said lightly. "I hope you like it," Lu Feiyang retreated to the side and said with a smile. Su Zimo shook his head slightly. This lava giant was indeed very strong. Especially its body, it could almost coexist with the lava below. As long as the lava and spiritual energy were still there, it could be revived indefinitely. The monster roared in anger as its palm, which was several meters in size, descended, bringing along scalding lava as it charged towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo's eyes narrowed, and quickly retreated to the wall on the side. Boom 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 came. On the ground where he was originally standing, there was a 5-finger print that went deep into the lava. He closed his eyes. In the past life, he actually learned a lot of skills. But on the way here, he didn't need to use many meridian skills. The tyrannical shadow in his hand was trembling slightly. A torrent of water was spreading from the tip of the blade. Spiritual energy was slowly turning into cold air, fusing with the torrent of water. Ice started to form on the blade, and the temperature around Su Zimo was also dropping. Kacha kacha, the sound of something breaking came from the side. Suddenly, Su Zimo opened his eyes. Endless spiritual energy was flowing in his eyes. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky. 10,000 miles of ice, Su Zimo shouted softly. He brandished Tyrant Shadow in his hand, causing the wind and snow to scatter in the air. Layers of ice formed around him. Including the surrounding air, space, and even spirit energy, they were all frozen. The monster below was roaring, the lava all over its body crackled. Wave after wave of lava rolled non-stop. The lava all over the sky condensed on the monster's fist. The monster raised its fist and punched towards Su Zimo. This space was completely polarized. Half of it was bone-piercing ice and snow, the other half was boiling lava. When the ice and snow arrived and collided with the lava, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. Rumble. Everyone's eardrums were about to shatter from the sound of the explosion. "Is that all you've got?" Su Zimo chuckled. When the ice and lava collided, both sides were frantically nibbling at each other. Su Zimo snorted, the Genesis energy in his hand spread out. The blade glowed with endless brilliance, sweeping with an unstoppable aura, directly splitting the monster into two. At this moment, ice and snow flew down from the sky. The entire lava pool, including the monster, was frozen. Su Zimo moved his neck, his eyes indifferent, step by step on the ice. He walked towards Lu Feiyang, who was hiding in the corner. You, Lu Feiyang pointed at Su Zimo, his body trembling slightly, unable to speak. "How do you want to die?" Su Zimo asked calmly. "I don't want to die. My father is the city lord of the fearless city. You can't kill me." Lu Feiyang shook his head in panic. Su Zimo walked in front of him, only to see him curled up in the corner. His body couldn't help but tremble. Su Zimo slowly raised the tyrannical shadow. The sharp blade was placed on his neck. Feeling the cold blade, Lu Feiyang's body trembled even more violently. Su Zimo frowned slightly. He realized that Lu Feiyang was so scared that he wet his pants. Someone like you dares to practice evil arts? Su Zimo laughed. I'm not worthy, I'm not worthy. Lu Feiyang hurriedly shook his head. Please let me go. You want to live? Su Zimo said with a faint smile. Then you have to take out something that can save your life. Whatever you want, I will give it to you. Lu Feiyang nodded vigorously. He looked at Su Zimo expectantly. I heard that your father obtained an inheritance, Su Zimo said. There is indeed an inheritance. Lu Feiyang nodded without hesitation. Where is the inheritance now? Su Zimo continued to ask. I don't know either. I don't care about the inheritance, Lu Feiyang said anxiously. If you want to know, I can ask around for you. Su Zimo chuckled. The black spirit energy in his hand surged, and the demonic energy condensed into a lightning symbol. He pressed the demonic energy lightning on Lu Feiyang's forehead and slowly merged with it. What is this? Lu Feiyang asked fearfully. This is my demonic seal. It has now merged with your body. Su Zimo laughed. With just a thought, the demonic seal will explode. At that time, with a bang sound, flesh and blood will fly everywhere, and minced meat will fill the sky. Just thinking about that scene, I'm really looking forward to it. Looking at Su Zimo's smile, Lu Feiyang swallowed his saliva and said fearfully. You are a devil. Compared to you who used so many children to practice evil arts, I seem to be much more merciful. Su Zimo laughed. What do you want? Lu Feiyang's body trembled. He was so scared that he was about to cry. I want the inheritance that your father obtained, Su Zimo said calmly. As he said that, he grabbed Lu Feiyang's hair and lifted him up. You go out now and deal with your underlings. Then go to your father's place and steal the inheritance. Or find the exact location of the inheritance and tell me. After that, I can promise not to kill you. Really? Lu Feiyang thought that he was going to die, but at this moment, he was like a drowning man grabbing onto the last straw. He asked hopefully. But there is one thing that you have to remember, Su Zimo nodded slightly and replied. If you expose me, I will immediately explode the demonic seal. You can try. I don't dare, Lu Feiyang quickly shook his head. Go, I will wait for your good news, Su Zimo waved his hand. Not long after Lu Feiyang carefully left the secret passage, Sita Yunfei also came in. You let that guy go? Sita Yunfei looked at Su Zimo with some confusion. He saw Lu Feiyang's figure leaving just now. I need the inheritance, Su Zimo nodded and replied. I don't understand, Sita Yunfei shook his head and said. With your strength, that city lord is not your opponent at all. You can just directly push him over. Why do you have to go through so much trouble? What if that city lord hides the inheritance and would rather die than submit? Su Zimo asked. Sita Yunfei's voice froze, he really did not think of this point. For people who are not afraid of death, force is definitely not the way to solve problems. You are not afraid that he will expose you? Sita Yunfei asked. No. Why? Because he is afraid of death. Looking at Su Zimo and Sita Yunfei chatting, Manager Mo took a deep breath. He walked out timidly, forced a smile, and asked tentatively. Two sirs, now that these children have been saved. Does that mean I can leave? Well, in that case, you can go and die, Su Zimo nodded slightly and said. You lied to me, you said you would let me go, Manager Mo's face changed and said in horror. I didn't lie to you, I said I would let you go, but I didn't say he would let you go. Su Zimo pointed at Sita Yunfei and said to Manager Mo. Manager Mo's face was filled with horror, he did not even have time to react. He was kicked into the lava pool by Sita Yunfei. At this moment, the ice on the surface of the lava had been removed by Su Zimo, and the temperature inside was restored to its boiling temperature. Manager Mo did not even have time to scream before he was melted inside. Not even a trace was left. I hope you didn't lie to me, Sita Yunfei looked deeply at Su Zimo and said. Su Zimo smiled faintly and leaned against the wall beside him, not saying a word. The children in the iron cage were all unconscious. Su Zimo looked at them, they were fine. They were probably just frightened. When it was dark, Lu Feiyang walked back nervously from the outside of the secret passage. He had found the best doctor in the mansion, but unfortunately, he did not find anything strange. At this moment, Lu Feiyang also knew how powerful Su Zimo was, and did not want to resist anymore. "How is it?" Su Zimo opened his eyes and asked faintly. "That inheritance is always with my father, I can't steal it," Lu Feiyang said helplessly. "Give me some more time, I can try again." "No need, this is enough," Su Zimo thought for a while. He said to Situ Yunfei, "You look after him, I'm going out." Situ Yunfei nodded slightly. Walking out of the underground passage, the sky outside had already darkened. Most of the city lord's servants had already returned to their rooms to rest, except for those patrolling the night. Only a few rooms were lit up occasionally. The sky was getting colder, there were no clouds in the sky tonight, and there were no stars. Su Zimo's figure was hidden in the darkness, like a lonely god of death, slowly disappearing into the night. At the same time, in the Fearless City's city lord Lu Yengui's room. He was sitting on a chair in the room, holding a tornado-shaped item in his hand. He carefully observed the item, his intuition told him that this item must be hiding a big secret. But he couldn't figure it out. A strong wind blew, blowing open the room's window. Clang. Lu Yengui turned around, frowning slightly. He put the tornado-shaped item into his storage ring, then stood up and walked to the window. Looking outside, the dark and gloomy night seemed to be very quiet. The moment he closed the window and turned around, his gaze suddenly became sharp. A young man had appeared at the table in the room without him noticing. The young man sat on the chair, drinking tea on the table. "Who are you?" Lu Yengui asked indifferently. He didn't shout, nor did he panic. Because in this mansion, he was the strongest. An opponent that even he couldn't defeat, asking for help would be useless. The other party was able to appear behind him without him noticing. This was enough to prove the other party's strength. He wasn't weaker than him, or even stronger. "You should know why I'm here," Su Zimo said indifferently. "Looks like there are many people who want this item," Lu Yengui smiled. "I'm now even more certain that it's hiding a big secret. If you don't have the strength, taking it will only kill you." Su Zimo stood up and said indifferently. "Hand it over, you don't have the right to have it." "Then I wonder if the slaughtering clan behind me has the right?" Lu Yengui sneered. Then, he clenched his right hand tightly, as if he had crushed something in his hand. "You should be regretting that you didn't kill me when I wasn't paying attention." Lu Yengui chuckled. As his voice fell, he felt the spiritual chi in the sky instantly surge violently. Boundless spiritual energy was condensing. The surrounding air crackled as it was squeezed. The space was also collapsing. Next to Lu Yengui, a black hole gradually formed. The black hole rotated in a counterclockwise direction, and an extremely strong pressure emanated from one end of the black hole. That was the power of the divine pulse realm. Su Zimo could feel it. Immediately after, the black hole's fog began to disperse, allowing Su Zimo to see what was inside the black hole. It was a palace formed by a sea of blood. Countless people stood on both sides of the palace. Su Zimo couldn't see their faces. And right above him, at the head of the table, there was another person standing with his back facing him. His back was facing Su Zimo, so his face could not be seen clearly. He wore a loose blood-red robe. The blood-red robe was like a cloak, draped over his back. It fell to the ground. Although his back was facing the crowd, the extremely powerful aura on his body was so oppressive that no one dared to breathe. He had the demeanor of a king. "A long time ago, I reported the inheritance to the clan," Lu Yengui said with a cold smile. "I knew that with my strength, it would be difficult to protect this inheritance. I didn't expect that someone would come to snatch it." "Clan leader," Lu Yengui said as he bowed respectfully in the direction of the black hole. "Tell me the secret of this inheritance, and I'll spare your life," the person in the black hole said in a dignified voice. "How boring. I didn't want to be enemies with your Lu nation." Su Zimo shook his head slightly and smiled faintly. "You're just at the divine pulse realm. Even if your real body came here, I wouldn't care. Moreover, you're just a mere projection doppelganger." "How dare you offend the clan leader of the Slaughter clan," Lu Yengui shouted from the side. "Noisy," Su Zimo snorted coldly. His eyes were sharp, and his body was surrounded by divine aura. Endless Genesis energy mixed with spirit chi reverberated in the surroundings. The tyrannical shadow in his hand fell directly, and the 12 moves of Tao querying, Nirvana void was used. The surrounding space shattered. Endless power descended from the sky with a rumbling sound. Lu Yangui wanted to escape, but he was suppressed by Su Zimo's divine aura. When the blade fell, Lu Yangui tried his best to block it. But he was still severely injured with one hit. He fell to the ground and spat out blood. He didn't even have the strength to struggle. And this was because Su Zimo didn't kill him. "How dare you kill a member of my Lu nation in front of me?" the person in the black hole snorted coldly. When this cold snort was heard, the surrounding space was torn apart. It reverberated in the surroundings and didn't disappear for a long time. Then, a huge hand came down with an all-encompassing divine aura. At first glance, this huge hand gave off the feeling that it came from a sea of blood. The huge hand seemed to reflect the illusions of the myriad worlds. Mountains of corpses, bloody rain, and the slaughter from the beginning to the end. Just as this huge hand was about to fall, a beast roar suddenly sounded from the side. The moment the beast roared, the huge hand was instantly annihilated in midair. Then, a beast claw slashed out, carrying unaged majestic immortal might. With one claw, the black hole in midair exploded. It vanished into thin air. Lu Yangui, who was lying on the ground and seriously injured, was stunned when he saw this scene. Han Dun's huge body stood beside Su Zimo, and his bell-like eyes stared at him. Just now, this demonic beast had destroyed the clan leader's projection clone with a casual punch. He didn't know what this demonic beast was, but Lu Yangui knew that he was in big trouble this time. At the same time, in a sea of blood thousands of miles away, a blood-red hall stood quietly in the sea of blood. In the hall, almost all the members of the slaughtering clan were gathered here. At this moment, the hall was silent. The man in the blood-red robe was silent for a long time and didn't speak. Someone asked curiously, "Clan leader, what was that just now?" "Someone destroyed my projection clone," the man in the blood-red robe said calmly. His right hand was trembling slightly, but he hid it very well. He wasn't discovered by the people below. In fact, there were some things that he didn't tell the people below. Just now, the moment the black hole shattered, he felt an extremely strong divine aura. It was so strong that it could almost kill him instantly. He was absolutely certain that the person who'd destroyed his clone projection with a single blow was definitely someone who'd entered immortality. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a strong sense of oppression. He didn't even dare to think about fighting. "Patriarch, I've already sent someone to the Fearless City to retrieve the inheritance item, but it'll take at least 3 days for them to arrive." The old man below said, "Now, someone has beaten us to it. Should we put that person on the wanted list? As long as he's within the borders of the Slaughter Nation, he won't be able to escape even if he has wings," someone below suggested. Hearing the discussion below, the blood-robed man raised his hand slightly and waved it. He said calmly, "I'm afraid this matter isn't simple. Let's figure out the other party's identity first." Everyone agreed in unison. At this moment, in the city lord's mansion, Su Zimo looked at the heavily injured Lu Yangui on the ground. He took off the other party's storage ring. He forcefully opened the seal on the storage ring. Lu Yangui's mind was damaged, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Su Zimo searched for a long time in the storage ring, and finally took out the item formed by the tornado. He didn't know what this thing was made of. It was very stiff to the touch, and the shape of the tornado was also very lifelike. It was just the size of a palm, and it was cold in the palm of his hand. If Sita Yunfei hadn't told him about the wind-vanquishing pearl, Su Zimo wouldn't have thought of that. "Since this thing is already yours, can you tell me what it's used for?" Lu Yangui struggled to ask. Curiosity killed the cat, Su Zimo smiled. He directly punched down, and it was like an exploding watermelon. Bang, a loud sound was heard. After getting what he wanted, Su Zimo returned to the underground tunnel. "Done?" Sita Yunfei looked at Su Zimo and asked. "Send these children home, and your mission is considered complete," Su Zimo said calmly. Sita Yunfei hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. After parting with Sita Yunfei, Su Zimo returned to his room in the inn. Before he left, he gave Guo Xiaoyun the storage ring he obtained from Lu Yangui. As long as Guo Xiaoyun was willing to work hard, she would be able to obtain all the resources she needed. Although she couldn't become too strong, she was still able to protect herself. Tomorrow, perhaps those servants would find out about the death of Liu Yangui and his son. As for the people hiding in the fearless city who wanted to take advantage of Liu Yangui, Su Zimo couldn't be bothered. After staying in the inn for the night, the sky began to brighten. Su Zimo left Fearless City and headed north. He released the dark heavenly tiger from the living creature space in his storage ring. Riding on the dark heavenly tiger, he disappeared into the night. The northern continent was incomparably vast. If one walked all the way north from the Fearless City, it would take them more than a month to get out of the territory of the Lu state. Therefore, there were interconnected teleportation arrays between the 36 countries. Using the teleportation formation, one could go to the country they wanted to go to at the fastest speed. But at the same time, the cost of using the teleportation formation was too high. Other than those who were well off, most ordinary people couldn't afford to use the teleportation formation. Su Zimo prepared to go to the Sky Tiger Empire to get the Wind Vanquishing Pearl. Then he would take the teleportation formation to the Fengqi Empire where his grandfather's Wenren family was. Su Zimo had asked around before. There was only one teleportation formation from the Lu state to the Sky Tiger Empire. It was in the capital of the Lu state, Slaughter City. Su Zimo had to rush from the Fearless City to Slaughter City. He was travel-worn and spent half a month on the road. At noon, Su Zimo stopped in front of a city. This was the only way to Slaughter City. In front of the city, there were 3 big words, Vermilion Bird City. The words were fiery red in color and looked as if they had come to life. After looking at it for a long time, one's mind would be sucked in. There was a faint pressure of a divine beast. If someone asked which city was the most famous in the territory of the Lu state, it wasn't the Fearless City at the front line, nor was it the capital of the Lu state, Slaughter City. And it was the Vermilion Bird City in front of him. From afar, the walls of the Vermilion Bird City were built with red bricks and tiles. The city walls were built with a special method. From afar, it looked like a vermilion bird flying high in the sky. The city was very grand and vast. The Vermilion Bird City was considered one of the largest cities in the Lu nation. It was all because of the Vermilion Bird Academy that was built in the city. The Heavenly Path Academy was the most famous academy in the Yuanyang continent. The academy's existence could be traced back to the Desolation era. The Heavenly Path Academy, whose headquarters were located in the central continent, also had 4 academies in the east, west, south, and north continents respectively. When he was in the east continent, Su Zimo went to the White Tiger Academy. He even got Lin Ruhu's Big Dipper Fiend Tiger physique from there. Now that he was in the north continent, Su Zimo wanted to take a look at the Vermilion Bird Academy. Walking into the city, the prosperity inside was incomparable to other cities. Vermilion Bird Academy students wearing long red robes could be found everywhere. It was the beginning of spring, and it was the time for the academy to recruit students. Therefore, the Vermilion Bird City was very lively and prosperous at this time. Many prodigies from the south and north also wanted to join the Vermilion Bird Academy. After all, entering here meant that they could be associated with the Heavenly Path Academy. Su Zimo went through a few restaurants and inns that were already full before he found an empty room. After tidying up his room, he was ready to take a stroll on the streets. After all, the bustling atmosphere here had infected him. The crowd on the streets was endless. In front of the stalls on both sides, hawkers were selling with all their might. The fragrance of food wafted through the entire street. Su Zimo was strolling when he suddenly saw a child jogging from the crowd. The child screamed in panic and bumped into Su Zimo's body. "I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose," the child hurriedly apologized. Su Zimo looked at the child. Judging from his voice, he should be a little boy. However, the little boy's entire head was covered by a pure black wide bamboo hat. The bamboo hat even covered his neck. Su Zimo couldn't see the little boy's face clearly. He was just curious. With such a black cloth covering his head, how could he see outside? "Are you all right?" Su Zimo asked indifferently. I'm fine. I'll be careful next time," the little boy hurriedly shook his head. He hurriedly ran off into the distance. Interesting, Suzimo's eyes narrowed as he watched the little boy's figure disappear into the distance. He touched his waist and found that the cloth bag with spirit stones was gone. The pouch was filled with broken pieces of silver, and most of the items were stored in his storage ring. And just then, he discovered something different about this little boy. So he didn't expose this little boy in front of him. Yu Qingli ran into the distance, panting, and found a secluded alley before hiding inside. He took out the pouch that he had just stolen from his pocket and opened it to find several pieces of broken silver and spirit stones inside. He chuckled and put the spirit stones and broken silver into his own pocket. He then tossed the pouch of money to the side. "Looks like you're quite rich, I won't have to go hungry today." He smiled and walked out of the alley. At that moment, just as he turned the corner, he found someone standing at the entrance of the alley. It was someone he had just stolen from. Yu Qingli wanted to run, but found that this was a dead end. The exit was blocked by him again. Unless she could break through to the void pulse stage and fly. Otherwise, there was no hope of escape. "Didn't anyone tell you that stealing is bad?" Suzimo turned around and walked over with a smile. "What do you want?" Yu Qingli pushed to the end of the alley and asked cautiously. Returning it to its rightful owner, Suzimo replied with a faint smile. Yu Qingli hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she quickly picked up the pouch that she had just thrown away. Then, she shoved the pouch of money back into it and handed it to Suzimo. She said with a smile, "If I said that I picked up this pouch of money, would you believe me?" "What do you think?" Suzimo asked. "Take off the bamboo hat on your head, I don't like people talking to me with their faces covered." "No," Yu Qingli hurriedly shook her head. She said, "I've already returned the pouch to you, and I can apologize. But you can't take off the bamboo hat," Yu Qingli said as she ran out of the alley. Suzimo chuckled and waved his right hand. A wave of spirit chi flew out and directly shook off the bamboo hat on Yu Qingli's head. However, the moment the bamboo hat fell, Suzimo was slightly stunned. There was nothing under the bamboo hat. There was no neck or head. There was nothing under the bamboo hat, only the middle part of the body. "You're from the three-eyed demon race?" Suzimo asked in surprise. He quickly lifted the boy's robe. At the place where the little boy's navel was, there was a face. It looked very funny and strange. There was a mouth, a nose, and two eyes where the belly button was. But in fact, this was a characteristic of the three-eyed demon race. Their heads were different from other creatures. They did not grow on the top, but in the middle of their waist. Rumor had it that the ancestor of the three-eyed demon race was actually a tree. There was a three-eyed demon tree. Later on, it obtained a heaven-defying opportunity, but when it transformed, it made a mistake. That was why he had such a deformed appearance. Because of their appearance, in fact, many of the 3,000 races did not like them and did not like them. Therefore, when the three-eyed demon race went out, they would often use all kinds of methods to disguise themselves. The so-called three eyes, in addition to the two eyes on the surface, there was also a third eye in their heart. There had always been a rumor in the three-eyed demon race that anyone who could open the third eye was a 1 in 10,000 martial arts prodigy. They couldn't be considered a big race, and couldn't even be considered as one of the 36 countries. In layman's terms, the members of their race were very few, almost a minority. Now that his identity was exposed, Yu Qingli panicked and picked up the bamboo hat on the ground. He put it on his head. During the process, his whole body was trembling. Then he ran out of the alley in a panic. Suzimo didn't stop him. The appearance of the three-eyed demon race really surprised him. After this matter came to an end, he didn't have the mood to wander around the street. The sky gradually darkened. Suzimo returned to his room in the inn and prepared to rest. The Vermilion Bird Academy would be recruiting new students in the next few days. Suzimo also prepared to stay here for a few days. When the time came, he would be able to see this magnificent scene. After all, in the 5 continents, the Heavenly Tao Academy and its 4 branches were still very famous. In the next few days, Suzimo didn't leave his room. Ever since he met the previous generation's demon master in the Western Paradise. After learning the demon battle art from there, Suzimo still hadn't fully comprehended the 10 styles. Although this inheritance was a bit enlightening, Su Zimo felt that he still hadn't reached the end of this battle art. The Tao was endless. The deeper you comprehend it, the stronger you would be. The Tao couldn't be completely comprehended. At least in the history of the Yuanyang continent, there had never been anyone who could completely comprehend the Tao. Truly open the 12 meridians, and thus transcend. After secluding himself in his room for almost 5 days, the Vermilion Bird Academy's enrollment time also arrived. Su Zimo walked out of the inn. At this moment, the street was bustling with people. The tide of people surged, forming a stream of people converging in the direction of the Vermilion Bird Academy. About 100 meters away from the Vermilion Bird Academy, the road was blocked and crowded with people. Not only the local youths of the Vermilion Bird City, but also from the Lu country and even other countries. Youths from all over the world were gathered here. Some family members were also accompanying their children. On the tree-lined street in front of the Vermilion Bird Academy, dozens of red-robed students stood guard on both sides of the road. They were maintaining order. The entire street was filled with students who came to study. Su Zimo stood at the back of the street and glanced at it. A group of people quarreling next to him suddenly attracted his attention. He saw a group of youths surrounding a black-robed youth in the middle. They were wantonly mocking him. As more and more people came to watch, the black-robed youth curled up in a corner, trembling. Su Zimo saw it clearly. He just happened to see this black-robed youth before. It was the three-eyed demon who stole his money bag a few days ago. Everyone come and watch. This kind of mutant came to the Vermilion Bird Academy. Someone shouted. He should be kicked out. A three-eyed demon doesn't deserve to enter the Holy Institute. As more and more youths shouted, this place attracted more and more people's attention. Speaking of the three-eyed demon, it's probably because their heads grow at their waist. He was neither a human nor a demon, and was disliked by many humans and demons alike. What are you doing? At this time, the crowd was pushed aside as a student of the Vermilion Bird Academy came in to maintain order. It was a young man, wearing a blue robe, carrying a rusty sword on his back. The sword wasn't unsheathed, but the scabbard was already rusted to the point that it didn't even look like it anymore. It's Senior Mingyu. One of the youths recognized the young man and hurriedly shouted. Xiao Mingyu pushed through the crowd and looked at the trembling young man curled up on the ground. Frowning, he looked around and said calmly. Don't you know that fighting here will disqualify all of you from enrolling? Hearing Xiao Mingyu's words, the surrounding young men quickly shook their heads. They replied, Senior, we didn't fight. We only said a few words and he was already so scared. Xiao Mingyu frowned slightly, patting the young man in black's shoulder and asked, Are you okay? I'm fine. The young man in black quickly shook his head. Seeing the young man in black's appearance, Xiao Mingyu finally understood why everyone was mocking him. Three-eyed demons were born slow and had poor aptitude, so they were often ostracized by other races. I don't want to see this kind of thing happen again, or else I'll disqualify all of you. Xiao Mingyu looked around. He said calmly, whether or not you can enter the Holy Institute depends on the teacher who tested you. It's not something you can decide. Everyone quickly nodded, keeping quiet out of fear. After Xiao Mingyu left, everyone also stayed far away from the young man in black, isolating him. The young man in black stood up, standing alone in a corner. When Su Zimo saw this scene, he shook his head slightly and quickly shifted his gaze elsewhere. The boulevard in front of Vermilion Bird Institute was filled with young men and women who came to study. On both sides of the boulevard, the fiery red sun tree had just sprouted. Young leaves that looked like maple leaves hung densely on the trees. A gentle breeze blew past. Passing through the crowded boulevard, at the very front was a magnificent institute. The institute was shrouded in fog, but the imposing buildings were faintly discernible. The gate was dark red, and a realistic vermilion bird was painted at the place where the gate was closed. The vermilion bird spread its wings and flew high, its fiery red flames overflowing, as if it wanted to compete with the sky, burning the entire gate. Looking from afar, inside Vermilion Bird Institute, there was a fiery red tower with thousands of floors reaching into the clouds. The 10,000-meter-long floating island was like a divine beast spreading its wings, majestically standing in the air. There were also red-robed seniors who flew into the clouds with swords in hand. There were also people who were absorbing the essence of the sun and moon on top of the mountains. A light breeze blew, and the fog shrouded the area, making it impossible to see anything. In front of the fiery red gates of the academy, there were 6 long queues. At the very front of the group were the teachers of the Vermilion Bird Academy. Suzimo observed from afar. The Vermilion Bird Academy had 2 methods of testing their students. One was to give the examinee a brand new meridian technique. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he would see how much the students could comprehend. Another method was to give the students a jade pendant in the shape of a vermilion bird. Let the students hold the jade pendant, and whoever held on for the longest time would have a higher aptitude. Suzimo guessed that there should be an illusion hidden within this jade pendant. The so-called illusions were mostly designed according to a person's 7 emotions and 6 desires. It could strike the weakest spot in everyone's heart. The teachers could test 10 people at a time. Although the speed was fast, they couldn't handle the endless stream of students who came to participate. According to the residents of the nearby Vermilion Bird City, the Vermilion Bird Academy was recruiting students every year. This grand occasion would last for 3 to 7 days. Any student who passed the first test would be able to enter the fiery red gates behind them. They would receive the second test. As for the content of the test, outsiders wouldn't be able to see it. The recruitment process was proceeding in an orderly manner. Suzimo was bored watching from the side, when he suddenly heard a burst of cheers from a small area in the crowd. Someone passed the test to the limit. Who is it? So powerful. It seems to be the 7th prince of the Slaughter Country. As expected, the 7th prince has been intelligent since he was a child. Although he lives deep in the palace, there are often rumors coming from the palace. In our Slaughter Country, the 7th prince's reputation isn't any worse than the crown prince. Listening to the discussions of the surrounding people, Suzimo also looked over. He saw that in front of the 3rd queue, a young man wearing dark yellow satin was standing there with an imposing appearance. His eyes arrogantly looked at everyone present, although he didn't say anything. But the expression on his face already showed his proud heart. Every year during the recruitment of the Vermilion Bird Academy, there would be a few true prodigies who could pass the test to the limit. Most of these prodigies were doing well in the Vermilion Bird Academy. The so-called limit-passing test meant that the meridian technique given by the teacher could be 100% comprehended and learned in the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. And the illusion created by the Vermilion Bird jade pendant, the other students could last longer in the illusion. And he directly broke the illusion. Only when these 2 conditions were met would it be considered a limit-passing test. Looking at the 7th prince holding the teacher's evaluation, he walked into the academy with his head held high. The surrounding youths were all envious. The sun was setting in the west, and the sunset dyed half the sky red. The scenery of the old days was infinitely beautiful, and the fiery sun trees on both sides were reflected in the middle of the road. The fiery red sunset, the clouds that looked like they were refined by fire, intertwined with the fiery red fiery sun trees. Reflected in the sky above the academy, floating in the air, like the divine beast vermilion bird spreading its wings on the island. The whole world seemed to be dyed in fiery red. The queue for the test ended in the evening. Everyone who received a number plate would line up the next day with the number plate. Then the enrollment test would continue. Suzimo also returned to the inn from before. He prepared to go take a look tomorrow, and then leave the Vermilion Bird City. Going to the Slaughter City to take the teleportation formation to the Sky Tiger Empire. It was early spring, and winter was not completely gone yet. The weather changed quickly. Late at night, the sky became gloomy. Dark clouds gathered together, but it did not rain for a long time. There was a faint warmth in the air. This situation lasted until the next day, and the gloominess was even more terrifying. It was like the calm before the storm. Early in the morning, a long line continued to form in front of the Vermilion Bird Academy. Suzimo remembered that in this Vermilion Bird Academy, there was also a fire divine sparrow physique. It was one of the 100 great physiques. But now that he has the suppressing hell demon physique and the 9-cycle palace physique, he did not need the other physiques. At noon, when it was the turn of the 3-eyed Yao youth in the line, this attracted Suzimo's attention. At the same time, many youths around also looked over. The three-eyed Yao gave the world the impression that they were slow-witted, a mutant. Unable to open the third eye, the three-eyed Yao were the lowest creatures. Yu Qingli received the pulse technique from the teacher, and first looked at it seriously. This pulse technique was called Gung Blade Cut, an earth-level pulse technique. It was actually not difficult, but the real difficulty was that the time to learn it was only a stick of incense. Compared to other cultivators, who could remember the contents of the pulse technique after reading it once, Yu Qingli was clearly weaker. Yu Qingli was obviously much worse. After he practiced for a while, he had to watch it again. As the gray incense slowly lit up, the surrounding youths were barely able to use their pulse techniques. Yu Qingli was finally able to memorize the content with difficulty. Seeing the other 9 youths learning it one after another, he became more and more anxious. The more anxious he was, the easier it was for him to make mistakes. "Alright, time's up." The old man sitting at the top slowly opened his eyes and said calmly. The 10 students hurriedly stopped. After all, if they exceeded the time limit, they would be disqualified. "Show me the pulse technique you've learned." Hearing this, they looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with fighting spirit as they secretly competed with each other. Seeing them use Gunblade Slash, the old man's expression was calm. Unless he met a genius that could move him, he had seen too many youths like these. When it was Yu Qingli's turn to use it, he stood there, not knowing what to do. The old man slightly frowned and looked at Yu Qingli. "Teacher, I didn't learn it." Yu Qingli hesitated for a moment before finally saying with difficulty. "The three-eyed demons are all trash. Where did they get the confidence to participate in the Holy Quartz test? Maybe they're just testing their temperament, they won't lose anyway." The surrounding students who were originally nervous and wanted to feel superior all started to mock. Plus, they originally looked down on the three-eyed demons. The old man was startled. After all, he had tested so many students before. Basically, it was only about mastering the pulse technique, and for the first time, someone didn't even learn it. "Alright, next group." The old man waved his hand. He signaled the surrounding youths to quiet down. He didn't want to waste time. "Teacher, please give me another chance, I will definitely succeed." Yu Qingli's expression was sad as she begged the old man. "Everyone is fair, there is no second chance." The old man said calmly. "Teacher, please let me enter the Vermilion Bird Academy. I swear, I will work hard." Yu Qingli kept shaking her head and begging. "I believe you will work hard, and I also believe that if I give you another chance, you will be able to learn this pulse technique." The old man said calmly. "But you have to understand, we don't recruit just for learning the pulse technique. Instead, he's one of the best." Yu Qingli fell silent at the old man's words. He thought of his own clan, his own young and ignorant, but his lofty and shocking ideals. The Vermilion Bird Academy was his only chance. Only by joining the academy would he be able to see a wider world. As a rogue cultivator, the possibility of him growing stronger was too low. He raised his head. The sky was misty. It was terrifyingly gloomy. Transparent raindrops began to drip down. When it landed on his face, a cooling sensation spread throughout his entire body. "Teacher, I really have nowhere else to go. I'm willing to risk my life and everything to cultivate diligently. Please give me a chance." Yu Qingli was still begging bitterly. Even though he knew that the chances were slim, he was still unwilling to give up. As long as there was a glimmer of hope. The old man at the head of the table had a calm expression on his face from beginning to end. There were too many people who wanted to join the Vermilion Bird Academy. He had seen all kinds of people. This was an opening that couldn't be opened. Once it was opened, it would never be closed again. "Brat, if you don't pass, then leave. Don't waste other people's opportunity to take the test." The people lining up behind him began to discuss animatedly. "The people of the Three-Eyed Demon clan are so disgusting. They're not talented and yet they're here to act pitiful. If it were me, I wouldn't have the face to stay here. Pitiful people must have a sad side." Two people, pull him aside. "Don't be a hindrance here." As the voices of praise and criticism sounded, 2 students directly grabbed Yu Qingli's clothes. They threw him aside. His figure fell heavily to the side. Yu Qingli rubbed her eyes. Her tears mixed with the rain. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. The people around him all put up spirit energy shields to protect themselves. He was the only one who was almost drenched. He lay quietly on the ground as if he had lost his soul. Wang Xian, pass. Zhou Haoran, pass. The old man at the side announced the names of those who passed one by one. The people around him criticized and discussed him. He didn't care at all. There was only one thought in his mind. The opportunity he had been looking forward to for so long was missed just like that. The people of the three-eyed demon clan were born stupid. They didn't open the third eye and were ridiculed by almost all the other clans. No matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't change his fate. In the history of the three-eyed demon clan, there were ancestors who opened the third eye. Unfortunately, even those ancestors didn't know how to open the third eye. It was just that at some point, the third eye suddenly opened. Therefore, to the current three-eyed demon clan, the opening of the third eye was still a mystery. The feeling of the rain on his face and the coldness seemed to be able to wake him up. Don't try to change fate. Being a salted fish might not be a bad thing. The sound of footsteps reached Yu Qingli's ears. He suddenly felt that the rain stopped falling. Yu Qingli slowly opened his eyes and saw a young man standing in front of him. The young man stood on top of his head, holding the rein. He was originally lying down. He looked at the young man with a dull expression. It's you. He knew this young man. A few days ago, he stole his wallet. He looked at Su Zimo and asked calmly, "What's the matter? There are thousands of paths in this world, do you really want to join Vermilion Bird Institute?" Su Zimo asked. For a wandering cultivator, what better choice is there than to join an institute? Yu Qingli said self-deprecatingly, especially for a three-eyed demon clan member. Su Zimo understood what he meant. Aside from the institute that teaches everyone without discrimination, it's very difficult for a three-eyed demon clan member to join any other organization. It's also because of the repelling nature. Good luck. Su Zimo smiled faintly. I believe that one day, the three-eyed demon clan will rise up and break the world's prejudices against them. Su Zimo said and left. He wasn't trying to comfort the young man in front of him. If the trajectory of his past life hadn't changed, a deity would have appeared in this generation of the three-eyed demon clan. That deity led the weak three-eyed demon clan to quickly become a hegemon of a region. Everyone knows of their prowess. At that time, the three-eyed demon clan could even fight against the 36 countries. Who would dare to look down on them? Thank you, we can be considered acquaintances now. Yu Qingli took Su Zimo's words as pure comfort. But it's rare for someone to be willing to comfort him at a time like this. Looking at Su Zimo's back, he sat up, smiled bitterly, and said, I'm Yu Qingli. Holy shit, deity Yu Qingli? Su Zimo, who had just left, suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned around in surprise. At this moment, Su Zimo was stunned. The depressed young man in front of him was actually the legendary Yu Qingli. This was something that Su Zimo never expected. He had never met Yu Qingli, not even in his previous life. He was just a nameless person who had been searching for a long time. At that time, the Yu Qingli was already famous throughout the Yuanyang continent. When talking about the power of the Yu Qingli, the topic still had to return to the difference between Tao and immortality. The path of Tao was stronger than the path of immortality. This was something that all living beings acknowledged. Otherwise, why would all living beings fight for the supreme heaven's will? However, on the Yuanyang continent, there would always be people who defied the heavens and changed their fates. First, there was the sword immortal Jiang Yun, who used his sword to conquer the heavens. Then, there was the Yu Qingli, who suppressed the heavens with his palm and defeated 16 immortals in one move. The sword immortal Jiang Yun and the Yu Qingli were known as the two most powerful immortals in the history of the Yuanyang continent. They were even existences who could fight great emperors alone. Su Zimo had never seen Jiang Yun's era, because that was too far away from him. However, he had truly experienced the era of the Yu Qingli. The Yu Qingli of that era was actually qualified to fight for the mandate of heaven. However, before the mandate of heaven was formed, he chose to enter the path of immortality. He broke the fate of the three-eyed demon clan and led the weak race to the top. He even broke the rule of the northern continent that the 36 countries ruled. His name shook the entire Yuanyang continent. There were too many stories about the Yu Qingli. Perhaps he himself was a legend. At this moment, the heavy rain was pouring down, floating in the air. The pitter-patter of the rain rang in his ears. It was as if the whole world had awakened. Su Zimo looked at Yu Qingli, who was lying on the road in the heavy rain. Her entire body was drowned by the heavy rain. Seeing that the rain was getting heavier, the Vermilion Bird Academy also activated a protective barrier around them. It blocked the heavy rain from above. The enrollment of the Vermilion Bird Academy was proceeding in an orderly manner. Su Zimo turned around and slowly walked to the other party's side. He asked calmly, "You're Yu Qingli? Are you from the Three-Eyed Demon clan?" "Yes." Yu Qingli looked at Su Zimo in confusion, not knowing what he meant. "Do you want to cultivate?" Su Zimo asked. "Yes, if you want me to bet everything, I'm willing." Yu Qingli nodded her head resolutely. "I can help you," Su Zimo said with a faint smile. "Help me?" Yu Qingli quickly stood up and looked at Su Zimo with some astonishment. "But before I help you, you have to prove something to me first," Su Zimo said with a nod. "Prove what?" Yu Qingli asked. "To challenge those who mocked you just now," Su Zimo replied calmly. "Why?" Yu Qingli was puzzled. Su Zimo chuckled and didn't say anything else. The choice was given to Yu Qingli. Whether or not she could grasp it depended on the other party. No matter how amazing the gods in his previous life were, it was a pity that times had changed. Even the great emperor couldn't stop Su Zimo's path, so what about the gods? But Su Zimo knew that even if he didn't help Yu Qingli, she would still grow stronger. The icing on the cake in the future was not as good as the help now. Yu Qingli only pondered for a while, and without hesitation, she stepped forward. She looked at the several youths in the group and pointed at them with her right hand. She said calmly, "I want to challenge you." "Are you crazy, three-eyed demon trash?" "I don't have time to play with you," one of the blue-robed youths said calmly. "Are you guys scared?" Yu Qingli laughed lightly. She said, "If I'm trash and you're afraid to challenge me, then what are you? You're trash? You're worse than trash." "Trash? You're courting death." The blue-robed youth glared at Yu Qingli. "Then accept my challenge," Yu Qingli replied. "Fine, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish," the blue-robed youth said coldly. The other youths also tactfully stepped aside, leaving a vacuum. The blue-robed youth and Yu Qingli stood opposite each other. The aura of a true meridian cultivator surged around him. In this group of youths, he was already considered very strong. Yu Qingli was only a meridian cultivator. The Vermilion Bird Institute's enrollment standards were that the students were usually very young. Most of them were between 15 and 18 years old. One had to know that on the Yuanyang continent, people started cultivating at the age of 15. Youths at this stage generally didn't have high cultivations. Even though her opponent was a realm higher than her, Yu Qingli didn't panic. His head was at his abdomen, and his eyes were hidden inside his body. At this moment, as the spirit energy around him surged, his skin turned a deep black. Yu Qingli's right foot retreated slightly, and her left knee arched as she charged at the blue-robed youth. "Trash is trash." The blue-robed youth shook his head disdainfully. He pointed the spear on his back, and with a powerful aura, he suppressed the layers of space. He had already seen through the trajectory of Yu Qingli's attack. And because of his realm, his speed and strength were far above Yu Qingli's. Yu Qingli's figure just happened to pass by where the tip of his spear was pointing. With a boom, a steady stream of spirit energy surged out from the spear. Yu Qingli was caught off guard and was sent flying. "Where did you get the confidence to challenge me?" The blue-robed youth snorted. He didn't show any mercy, and swung his spear again, drawing a semicircle from top to bottom. The spear struck heavily at Yu Qingli, who had fallen to the ground. Yu Qingli's expression was grave. She fell to the ground and rolled a few times before dodging the attack. But before she could recover, the blue-robed youth's fist was already growing larger in front of her eyes. Bang! A loud sound was heard. She was sent flying again. The blue-robed youth slowly walked up to Yu Qingli and said coldly, "Kneel down and apologize, and I'll consider sparing your life." "Dao your mother." Before Yu Qingli could finish her sentence, she was sent flying with another kick. He was now lying on the ground, blood flowing from all the wounds on his body. His entire body was dyed blood red. He was so badly injured that he didn't even have the strength to stand up. "I'll give you one more chance. Apologize, and I'll let you go." The blue-robed youth held the spear in his hand. Spirit energy flowed between him and the spear, and his blue robe flapped in the wind. Yu Qingli was laughing, and blood flowed from her mouth as if she didn't care about her life. Her laughter sounded more like crying. She raised her right hand with difficulty, and under the blue-robed youth's puzzled gaze, she clenched her fist. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched the blue-robed young man's leg with all his remaining strength. Although the punch didn't cause much damage, it humiliated the blue-robed youth. His expression was ugly, and the spirit energy around him was fluctuating more and more violently. "I didn't want to kill you at first, but since you want to die so badly, I'll fulfill your wish." The blue-robed young man lowered his body slightly and pressed his left hand against Yu Qingli's head, while his right hand clenched into a fist. Endless spirit chi condensed on his fist. The fist broke through the surrounding space and smashed toward Yu Qingli's head. When the fist was only a few centimeters away from hitting Yu Qingli's head, a soft shout was heard from the side. "That's enough," Su Zimo said plainly. His voice was very calm, but it was such a calm voice that it seemed to be shrouded in a wave of pressure. The blue-robed young man's body froze in place, unable to move no matter how hard he tried. Yu Qingli took the opportunity to get up from the ground. He looked at Su Zimo and said dejectedly, "I lost." "You passed the test," Su Zimo said plainly. Yu Qingli suddenly raised his head and looked at Su Zimo in disbelief. "I'm asking you to challenge them, but I don't necessarily want you to win against them," Su Zimo replied calmly. "What I want is an attitude. Like you said, an attitude where you're willing to bet everything, even your life." Yu Qingli took a deep breath. He was so agitated that he didn't know what to say. "Kneel," Su Zimo said plainly. "Huh?" Yu Qingli was stunned. "Kneel and acknowledge me as your master." "If you don't want to, just pretend I didn't say anything," Su Zimo said plainly. Yu Qingli was slightly stunned. He obviously didn't expect Su Zimo to say that. A useless master and a useless disciple. What a lively scene. The blue-robed young man from before felt that he had lost face because of Su Zimo and mocked at the side. Although he thought that Su Zimo might be stronger than him, he didn't think he was that much stronger. Moreover, Su Zimo had interfered and broken the rules of the battle, so it was reasonable for him to take the initiative. "You were so aggressive and wanted to fight me, but now you're running away like a stray dog. You three-eyed demon race people are all trash. You'll always be trash." Seeing such a scene, the people at the side also began to discuss wantonly. "This young man looks only a little older than us, yet he wants to be someone else's master. What a mess. What's wrong with that? Birds of a feather flock together. Trash will always be with trash." Ignoring the people around him, Su Zimo looked at Yu Qingli and waited for his reply. Yu Qingli's slightly closed eyes slowly opened. Finally, she saw him tidying his clothes and slowly kneeling down. "Disciple Yu Qingli is here today to formally acknowledge a master. I hope that master can accept it. Although your disciple is born slow-witted, I am willing to work hard to learn. My parents gave birth to me, and my master taught me. Qingli would never forget master's kindness. In the future, I will work even harder so that I won't disgrace master's name." Yu Qingli kowtowed 3 times in a very respectful manner. The surrounding youths all burst into laughter. "That trash really has a master. If I had known he was so stupid, I would have tried it myself. He's just playing to the gallery and making a fool of himself." Su Zimo didn't pay attention to the others. Instead, he waved his hand and smiled faintly. "Rise." Yu Qingli stood up respectfully and stood beside Su Zimo. "Master, let's go," she said in a low voice. "Once we leave this place, I'll take you to the three-eyed demon clan." "Why do we have to leave this place?" Su Zimo asked calmly. "These people ridiculed us for no reason. Shouldn't they pay the price for it?" "Master, this is the Vermilion Bird Institute," Yu Qingli said hesitantly. Although he had become Su Zimo's disciple, he only wanted to take advantage of any opportunity he could get. He still couldn't completely trust Su Zimo. After all, Su Zimo was too young. If it were an elder with the demeanor of a transcendent being, perhaps he would be more convincing. Since you're my disciple now, I have a gift for you. Consider it a greeting gift. Su Zimo said calmly. Seeing Yu Qingli's puzzled expression, Su Zimo slowly walked forward. He said to the youths present, those who ridiculed me just now, I'll give you two choices. First, apologize and compensate me with something that satisfies me. I choose the second choice. Su Zimo hadn't even finished speaking when a youth next to him shouted with a mischievous smile. The second choice is to be killed by me. As soon as Su Zimo finished speaking, his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of the youth who had shouted just now. Without giving the youth a chance to struggle, the tyrannical shadow came out of its sheath and cut the youth in half. You think I'm joking with you? Su Zimo's gaze swept over everyone present and said in a cold voice. In an instant, a corpse fell down in front of their eyes. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. You dared to kill someone in front of the Vermilion Bird Institute. This is disrupting the recruitment test and challenging the reputation of the Holy Court. A youth next to him said. Have you all never died before? Su Zimo turned around and chuckled. What's going on? The situation here also attracted the attention of the Vermilion Bird Institute people. The 6 teachers who were in charge of recruiting students also stood up and walked over to them. Master, there's someone here deliberately causing trouble and openly killing people, someone shouted from the side. The 6 teachers walked over and frowned as they looked at the situation. One of the elders looked at Su Zimo and asked calmly. Did you kill him? I did, so what? Su Zimo replied calmly. Then you'll come with us, the elder said as he waved his hand and the aura of the venerable pulse realm burst out from his body. Aunt, Su Zimo snorted. He didn't even move, but this snort contained the aura of a holy pulse. There was a boom sound. The elder from the holy court retreated more than 3 steps and groaned. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was frighteningly pale. Teacher Yu, someone next to him exclaimed. The old man took a deep look at Su Zimo, his eyes filled with fear. He glanced at the teachers next to him and secretly shook his head, indicating that they shouldn't act rashly. An expert, an absolute expert. Just one sound and I didn't even have a chance to resist. May I ask where you're from? The elder asked with a serious expression. Why did you cause trouble on the recruitment day of our Vermilion Bird Institute? It doesn't matter where I'm from, Su Zimo said calmly. And it wasn't me who caused trouble, they were the ones who mocked me first. Shouldn't I teach them a lesson? The elder looked at the many students around and found that many of them lowered their heads and didn't say anything. He already had an answer in his heart. Teaching them a lesson is fine, but you shouldn't have killed them directly. They're still young, aren't you going a bit too far? The old man said indifferently. I gave them a chance, but they didn't cherish it and insisted on choosing the second option. Su Zimo held the tyrannical shadow in his hand, his aura slowly rising. His gaze swept across everyone present as he spoke with a faint smile. So, have you thought it through? Do you want to apologize and compensate me? Or do you want me to slaughter all of you? Hearing Su Zimo's words, the old man's face turned red with anger. He said sternly, You're declaring war on my Vermilion Bird Academy. A declaration of war is a declaration of war, Su Zimo said indifferently. Do you really think that a small academy like yours is the Heavenly Path Academy? Good, good. The old man was so angry that he laughed and looked at Su Zimo. I hope you'll remember what you just said. After saying that, the old man turned around and left. He's probably going to report this matter to the academy. Teacher, Yu Qingli timidly glanced at Su Zimo from the side. She didn't seem to understand why Su Zimo would make an enemy out of the Vermilion Bird Academy. Teacher, let's leave quickly. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome if the academy's experts come. Su Zimo looked at Yu Qingli, her personality is a bit too timid. Although it's human nature, she still lacks a bit of heroism. There's a big difference between her and the deity from before. Su Zimo didn't understand, what exactly did the deity go through to be able to grow so quickly? Did his actions change the trajectory of her growth? Stand aside and watch carefully. Su Zimo waved his hand and said indifferently. Today, I'm not only seeking justice for you, but also for my reputation. Watching the academy's teachers leave, Suzimo didn't bother to wait for them. He looked at the crowd and calmly said, "So what do you think? If you don't say anything, I'll take it that you choose the second option." Following Suzimo's words, a young man stood up from the side. "Aren't you being too presumptuous?" Suzimo looked at the person who came out. He was wearing a dark yellow robe. This was the person who had passed the limit test. The seventh prince of Slaughter State. Now that the seventh prince had spoken, the youths were emboldened. Because they knew that no matter how strong you were, as long as you offended someone from the royal family in the Slaughterer State, you would die. It was impossible for him to leave Luke country alive. This was the reputation of the Slaughter clan. They had always solved their problems through battle. He would never compromise. "You want to stand up for them?" Suzimo smirked. "Let's wait for the academy's teachers to come and let them have the final say," the seventh prince replied indifferently. "Although I mocked you, I can apologize, but I won't kill you." "It seems that the identity of the seventh prince of Two State really makes you feel superior," Suzimo said with a chuckle. He raised his tyrannical shadow and slashed at the seventh prince. The saber emitted saber chi that was more than 10 meters long. The saber chi was sharp and sharp. It was just a casual attack, but it shattered the surrounding space layer by layer. The seventh prince's expression changed slightly. He could feel that he could not block this attack. His figure quickly disappeared and he used his footwork and meridian technique. Several afterimages appeared behind him. Finally, with a boom, the saber chi slashed at the side of him. Although he managed to escape, the youths around him suffered. "You don't seem to have the strength to stand up for me," Suzimo said with a chuckle. "Do you know what you're doing?" the seventh prince said with a gloomy face. "You killed a member of the royal family in the Slaughterer State. After so many years, you're the first one. Do you know what I want to do the most right now?" Suzimo said indifferently. Stomp on you hard. The royal family's sense of superiority and the seventh prince's identity are worthless. "You're courting death," the seventh prince snorted, looking embarrassed. He took out a jade pendant and crushed it. Suzimo had seen this jade pendant before in the Fearless City. The city lord had once crushed a piece of it. The moment the jade pendant was crushed, the clouds in the sky changed. A storm of spirit energy was brewing. A pitch-black and boundless black hole formed by spirit chi slowly emerged. In a blood-red palace, a man in a blood-red robe had his back facing the black hole. This was the same scene Suzimo saw in the Fearless City. "There's really nothing new about it." Suzimo shook his head lightly. "Yuanhao, what's going on?" The person in the black hole said. "Patriarch, someone wants to kill me," the seventh prince hurriedly replied respectfully. He pointed at Suzimo and said to the person in the black hole. When the person in the black hole turned to look at Suzimo, he was stunned. They met at the city lord's residence in the Fearless City. At that time, he wanted to suppress the other party, but the ascended immortal expert beside the other party destroyed his clone with a single blow. At this moment, he fell silent. "Your Excellency, we meet again." When the person in the black hole said this, the seventh prince's face stiffened. He had a bad feeling. "What's so fun about a clone? Why don't you come with your real body and let me smash you?" Suzimo chuckled. The incident at the city lord's residence was purely an accident. "We have no grudges," the person in the black hole said calmly. "Little Seven is insensible. I hope you can spare his life." As the person in the black hole finished speaking, not only the surrounding people, even the seventh prince was stupefied in place. He knew he might be in trouble. And this trouble was so strong that even the Slaughter Nation didn't dare to act rashly. Many people looked at Suzimo in disbelief. Compared to Suzimo's strength, they were more willing to believe that Suzimo came from a powerful faction. "Master," Yu Qingli whispered, silently looking at the young man in the center who was talking and laughing. "You shouldn't plead with me," Suzimo said, shaking his head. "I'm a very fair person. It's fine if you don't kill him, but what do you have to pay for his life? What do you want?" the person in the black hole asked. "Give me a token of authority of the Slaughter clan," Suzimo replied. "The token of the Slaughter Nation will do." The person in the black hole was silent for a while. Finally, spirit energy surged. A red token flew out of the black hole. Suzimo knew that this token would be very convenient in the territory of the slaughterer state. But it was still far from the core token. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't give it to him so easily. Get lost. What are you looking at? Suzimo looked at the stunned seventh prince and said calmly. Ah. The seventh prince reacted instantly and didn't know what to say. He quickly left the academy with a bitter expression. Looking at the seventh prince's back as he left, everyone present panicked. At that moment, several figures flew out from within the Vermilion Bird Institute. These figures were all dressed in fiery red robes. However, their robes were of different shades. Standing at the very front was an old man. The old man had short black hair, and his robes were covered in black patterns. He seemed to be in high spirits, and his expression was kind. It's Dean Zhao, one of the youths shouted excitedly. We're saved. Dean Zhao has personally come. Even the imperial family of the Slaughter Nation has to give him face. As the surrounding youths chatted with one another, a total of 6 figures emerged from the Vermilion Bird Institute. Apart from Dean Zhao and Teacher Yu, who had called for reinforcements earlier, there were also 4 middle-aged men with strong auras. These 4 middle-aged men wore robes of different colors, purple, green, red, and yellow. Apart from the different colors, their decorations were basically the same. Seeing these 4 people appear, many youths were still in a daze. They had never heard of these 4 people before. However, there were also youths who immediately shouted, these are the 4 enforcers of the Vermilion Bird Institute. The 4 seniors of wind, thunder, fire, and earth. Dean, it's him, Teacher Yu hurriedly said when the 6 people stepped out of the institute and saw Teacher Yu pointing at Suzimo. The 4 enforcers snorted coldly, wanting to capture Suzimo. However, Dean Zhao, Zhao Chongfeng, waved his hand slightly. Looking at Suzimo, he chuckled and said, what business does this young master have with my Vermilion Bird Institute? It's just that I've been ridiculed by your students on the way here. I'm here to seek justice. Suzimo said calmly. What kind of justice does the young master want? Zhao Chongfeng smiled. What? You want to compensate for them? Suzimo asked. If it's reasonable, it's not impossible. Zhao Chongfeng smiled warmly. After all, they'll soon become part of the Vermilion Bird Institute. I'm not a greedy person, Suzimo said. I've just accepted a disciple, and I want to give him a greeting gift. I see that your academy's Vermilion Fire Vermilion Bird physique is not bad. What do you think of it, Dean? Upon hearing Suzimo's words, Zhao Chongfeng's expression changed slightly. The Vermilion Fire Vermilion Bird physique was one of the Vermilion Bird Institute's signature treasures. How could he give it away so easily? Young master, you must be joking. Zhao Chongfeng recovered his smile and shook his head. If young master is willing to have a good talk, everything can be discussed. If this continues, I'm afraid I won't be able to get anything. Dean, what's there to say to him? Protector Lei snorted coldly from the 4 great protectors. Lightning crackled around him as he spoke indifferently. Capture him and interrogate him about his origins. Otherwise, he'll really think that we're easy to talk to. Zhao Chongfeng shook his head and said, the purpose of the academy is to educate everyone regardless of background. If young master is willing, you can enter my Vermilion Bird Institute, and I'll give you a free admission quota. Are you going to teach me? Suzimo asked with a faint smile. Director Zhao turned to look at Teacher Yu. The old man hurriedly shook his head and looked at Zhao Chongfeng. Dean, I'm no match for him. He's already surpassed the Zun bloodline at such a young age. It seems that he has a strong background. Zhao Chongfeng narrowed his eyes and said to Suzimo. Young master, you're asking too much. The Vermilion Fire Vermilion Bird physique is impossible. Young master, please change your condition. I'm not expecting you to answer, Suzimo said indifferently. Then I'll have to snatch it by force. How dare you? Protector Lei roared when he heard Suzimo's words. Lightning crackled around him as he threw a punch at Suzimo. Countless purple electric arcs emerged from the thunderbolt, crackling and exploding in the void. A thunderclap exploded in midair and struck at Su Zimo at an extremely fast speed. "You're still far from it," Su Zimo snorted coldly. The tyrannical shadow in his hand was also filled with lightning. Boom boom boom. The explosion resounded in the sky. The lightning in the sky turned into a sea of lightning. The sea of lightning was like an intertwined blue fishing net that enveloped the entire sky. Compared to Protector Lei's lightning, Su Zimo's tyrannical shadow was more powerful. It was more majestic and upright. Protector Lei's expression changed slightly when he saw how powerful Su Zimo's casual strike was. His figure quickly retreated. With a boom sound, the sky full of lightning poured down, smashing the ground below into a bottomless pit. Black smoke rose from the bottom of the pit. Protector Lei took a deep breath and looked at Su Zimo in a daze. His opponent's casual attack wasn't any weaker than his all-out attack. "Let's attack together," Protector Feng said. "Be careful, this kid is very strange." Protector Lei did not object and nodded to remind them. Zhao Chongfeng narrowed his eyes and watched the changes in the field. He did not stop the four protectors. Firstly, he wanted to teach Su Zimo a lesson. Secondly, he wanted to find out Su Zimo's background. When the four protectors stepped into the air at the same time and surrounded Su Zimo from four directions. The four of them were surrounded by four different types of spirit energy. Wind, fire, lightning, earth. These four types of spirit energy faintly connected together. The momentum was so great that half of the sky was dyed in four colors. The wind roared, the fire burned, the thunder roared, and the earth gathered into a mountain. The spirit energy in the surroundings was changing endlessly. The auras of the four people were also connected together. With a rumbling sound, they turned into four streams of spirit energy. Transforming into four torrents, they charged towards Su Zimo as if they could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. Su Zimo's body had been tempered by the power of creation. He also had the support of the devil body of purgatory and the nine-cycle palace physique. In addition, the tree of life was constantly recovering. It could be said that he could even withstand the attack of a martial artist who was one realm higher than him. Not to mention these four Emperor Vane realm martial artists. When the four torrents charged over aggressively, Su Zimo's lips curled into a smile. He actually used his body to take this attack head-on without dodging. With a boom, the four torrents collided at the same time. That space was completely annihilated within it. Boundless air splashed out, turning into numerous air arrows. The void was completely shattered. Lightning, flames, and hurricanes surrounded the solid earth. That area of space was completely smashed into pieces. And Su Zimo's figure was also annihilated. When the storm gradually dissipated, everyone looked at the center of the shattered space. That space was recovering bit by bit. And a figure was standing on the spot unscathed. Su Zimo yawned, twisted his neck, and said dully, "Is that all you have?" The four great enforcers froze on the spot. Their expressions were ugly as they looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. "Come back," Zhao Chongfeng said with a slight frown. The four of them quickly nodded and took a few steps back. They didn't say anything else. Zhao Chongfeng turned to look at Su Zimo and said, "Sir, how about we both take a step back?" "Why should we take a step back?" "You have to be strong enough to negotiate with me first," Su Zimo said calmly. "Do you really think there's no one in the Vermilion Bird Institute?" Zhao Chongfeng said calmly. The Vermilion Bird Institute wasn't as old as the Heavenly Tao Institute and had a long history. However, it wasn't just backed by the Heavenly Tao Institute. Since the establishment of the Vermilion Bird Institute, it had taught tens of millions of students. The number of powerful cultivators was uncountable. Since the establishment of the Vermilion Bird Institute, very few people knew how powerful it was. The outside world was full of guesses, but there was no accurate information. Su Zimo chuckled and gripped the tyrannical shadow tightly in his right hand. Dark black spirit chi condensed on the blade, and the blade trembled slightly. He walked toward Zhao Chongfeng step by step. Zhao Chongfeng frowned. He didn't want to be outdone. The aura of a peak saint bloodline cultivator gathered around him. As the dean of the Vermilion Bird Institute, he was the most powerful cultivator in the institute. "Sir, are you sure you want to become enemies with the Vermilion Bird Institute today?" Zhao Chongfeng asked calmly. Hand over the vermilion bird body and I'll leave without another word, Su Zimo replied. That's impossible. Zhao Chongfeng shook his head. Spirit energy surged in his hand as his true fate appeared on his body. It was a fiery red vermilion bird shadow. The shadow was very lifelike, as if a real mythological beast had descended. A powerful beast aura filled the entire vermilion bird city. The prairie was set ablaze, and the sky was covered by the blazing flames. The vermilion bird screeched, its sharp cry echoing through half the sky. When the vermilion bird spread its wings, the entire sky was covered by its wings. Vermilion bird stared at Su Zimo with her sharp eyes, as if she would pounce on him in the next moment. Su Zimo snorted coldly. He raised the tyrannical shadow in his hand, and a dragon roar came from the tyrannical shadow. It was the soul of the shadow dragon hidden in the tyrannical shadow being activated. 100-meter-long black dragon exuding a powerful dragon's aura flew out from the tyrannical shadow. The shadow dragon soared into the sky, breaking through the horizon. It charged through the vermilion bird's blockade and circled in the air, glaring at Zhao Chongfeng. At this moment, Su Zimo was surrounded by an imposing aura. He slowly waved the tyrannical shadow in his hand, and a black mist flashed in the shadow dragon's eyes. With a long cry, it charged towards the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird also let out a shrill cry as it charged over with raging flames that blotted out the sky and earth. The sky was melted by the raging flames. Its entire body was covered in layers of raging flames. When the two collided, only a boom sound was heard. Countless shockwaves spread out in all directions. Half of the space collapsed. The two clashed, and the dragon roared and the wind howled. Demonic energy and raging flames clashed. Boom boom boom, the sound of explosions continued to resound in the air. The shadow dragon's huge body wrapped around the vermilion bird, trying to imprison it. The raging flames on the vermilion bird's body burned brighter and brighter, constantly attacking the shadow dragon's body. Zhao Chongfeng frowned when he saw this. He continuously strengthened his true fate while quickly commanding the vermilion bird. Su Zimo, on the other hand, was calm and composed. He waved his hand, and a surge of Genesis energy was integrated into the shadow dragon's body. After the integration of the Genesis energy, the shadow dragon's aura suddenly grew stronger. It swung its tail and flung the vermilion bird to the side. It then tore at the vermilion bird's wings with its claws. With another furious roar, he forcefully tore the wings apart. The moment the wings were torn apart, the shadow dragon pounced on it again. It surrounded the vermilion bird with its body and stretched out its right claw to crush the vermilion bird's head. With a sorrowful cry, the vermilion bird completely dissipated in the air. Zhao Chongfeng, on the other hand, spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and he took a few steps back. The direct damage to his true fate was too much for him to bear. Moreover, his opponent did not even use his true fate just now. Zhao Chongfeng took a deep breath and was very wary of Su Zimo. Even Director Zhao was defeated. The youths at the side whispered. They could not believe it. Is this guy an expert who has regained his youth? He looks only a few years older than us. How can he be so strong? Those saints and saintesses of the imperial lineage don't seem to be as strong as this guy. The four great guardians supported Zhao Chongfeng as they listened to the discussions around them. They all looked at Su Zimo cautiously. Su Zimo chuckled and turned to Yu Qingli, who was staring at him with her mouth agape. Follow me. Oh. Yu Qingli immediately reacted. She silently followed behind Su Zimo. She watched as Su Zimo walked toward the Vermilion Bird Institute. The two disciples at the gate did not dare to stop him. What is he doing? Guardian Lei asked in confusion. Oh no, it's the Vermilion Bird body. Zhao Chongfeng immediately reacted. Everyone hurried toward the Vermilion Bird Institute. After passing through the fiery red Vermilion Bird Gate, the interior of the Vermilion Bird Institute became clearer. So this is the Sacred Institute? Yu Qingli looked around curiously. Her expression changed. In the Vermilion Bird Institute, 100-story buildings could be seen everywhere. Islands floated in the sky and countless students in neat red robes walked around below. Mountains and rivers were hidden in the mist in the distance. Only a few outlines could be seen. A 10,000-foot-tall vermilion bird building stood in the middle of the institute. Everyone who entered the gate would definitely see this vermilion bird building first. Yu Qingli was rooted to the spot as she looked at the holy court that she had once dreamed of. "What are you spacing out for?" Su Zimo asked calmly. "Teacher, what are we doing here?" Yu Qingli hurriedly asked. "To retrieve something," Su Zimo replied. As he spoke, he led Yu Qingli toward one of the buildings in the institute. The Vermilion Bird Institute had the Vermilion Bird body. This was something that everyone knew. However, the Vermilion Bird body had always been kept in the institute and had never been given to any student. This was also something that many people found strange. Su Zimo led Yu Qingli all the way to the front of the Black Tower. The Black Tower was 100 stories tall and the top could not be seen. There were very few students around the Black Tower. This seemed to be a forbidden area. There were 2 black-robed men guarding the entrance. When Su Zimo and Yu Qingli arrived, they were immediately stopped by the black-robed men. "Stop, this is a forbidden area. Do you have the dean's handwritten order?" One of the black-robed men says to Su Zimo. "No, because we're here to force our way in," Su Zimo replies with a faint smile. Before the 2 black-robed men can react, they see Su Zimo wave his right hand. Spiritual energy surges, and the 2 men are directly sent flying. Su Zimo kicks open the door. This door is suppressed by an array, so he uses a lot of strength in this kick. The door is opened, and the light inside is very dim. Su Zimo leads Yu Qingli and Yu Qingli into the tower together. The tower is 100 floors high, and the walls of the first floor are inlaid with night pearls. The space inside is very large, but there are only a few shelves. On these shelves are some spiritual weapons, and they don't seem to be of high rank. When Su Zimo and Yu Qingli walk in, they see the entire space of the first floor fluctuate. Spiritual energy surges, and a man in a red robe walks out of the space. The wide red robe covers the man's entire body. Yu Qingli stares blankly, realizing that the existence in front of her is not a person at all, but an iron puppet with a human appearance. "Defeat me, and you can get the weapon on the shelf and enter the next floor," the iron puppet opens its mouth and says calmly. "This is for us to break through." Yu Qingli turns to look at Su Zimo and says. "Troublesome," Su Zimo coldly snorts. With a wave of his right hand, a pair of large palms condensed from spiritual energy comes down from the sky, directly smashing the iron puppet into pieces. Su Zimo grabs Yu Qingli's collar and starts to fly up. Although there are barriers between each floor of this iron tower, they can't stop Su Zimo at all. He takes Yu Qingli to break through layer after layer of barriers. The higher they go in this black tower, the stronger the guards they encounter. And the rarer and more valuable the items placed in it. When Su Zimo reaches the 100 floors above, he has already seen too many precious items along the way. There is the fire of Nanli left behind by the Vermilion Bird. There are also all kinds of universe rank drafts and meridian skills. However, none of these things could stop Su Zimo's progress. When he reached the 100th floor, he was shocked. The space above had become even more spacious. In the middle of this floor, there was a high platform. There was a fiery red bead on the platform. The ground around the high platform was a sea of fire. Within the sea of fire, one could faintly hear the sharp cries of birds. It seemed to be nurturing something. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes slightly, letting Yu Qingli stay where she was. At the same time, he stepped into the air and flew towards the stage, wanting to obtain the Vermilion Bird Battle Body Jewel. However, the moment he flew up, the space beside him fluctuated, and a black-robed old man walked out of the space. "Who dares to snatch my battle physique jewels?" The old man shouted, his eyes shining as he looked at Su Zimo. "Who are you?" The old man exuded an awe-inspiring aura that belonged to the Saint bloodline realm. He was dressed in a black robe and had a bald head. Under the illumination of the raging flames, his face was flushed red. Su Zimo didn't answer, just shouted. With a wave of his hand, he directly suppressed the old man. The old man's expression changed slightly, and his true fate quickly appeared behind him. It was a ball of fire, using the Vermilion Bird's Southly fire as his true fate. The moment this flame ignited, the surrounding flames also became irritable. Within this scarlet flame, there was a faint touch of light blue. It was this light blue color, but it was so blazing that it was a ghastly sight. The old man waved his hands, and the sea of fire soared into the sky, enveloping the entire space. The sea of fire was tumbling and roaring. It all condensed together into a huge fireball, and directly rushed towards Suzimo. Suzimo's expression was calm, and the big hand condensed from spiritual energy slowly rose in the air, and finally swept towards the fireball with supreme majesty. With a boom, the fireball was completely annihilated by the big hand. The sea of fire that filled the sky also completely dissipated. As the sea of fire dissipated, the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. After the big hand of spiritual energy annihilated the fireball, it still went towards the old man without slowing down. The old man wanted to hide, but the space on the 100th floor was only so big. The big hand of spiritual energy almost covered the entire floor. Enough. At this moment, a soft shout was heard. A ray of light flew in from outside the black tower, and directly dispersed Suzimo's big hand of spiritual energy. Suzimo turned his head and saw a white-robed old man accompanied by Zhao Chongfeng flying in from the outside. This old man had a somewhat otherworldly immortal aura on him. His eyebrows, long beard, and even his hair were completely white. His beard was very long, and he gave off a rather immortal-like feeling. There were several vermilion birds embroidered on his white robe, and they were all embroidered with red thread. The moment this old man arrived, the entire floor seemed to quiet down. A vast and mighty immortal pressure faintly emanated from his body. Although it was unintentionally emitted, it still suppressed the entire space. Seeing the white-robed old man appear, the black-robed old man beside him hurriedly greeted him respectfully. "Greetings, Ancestor Vermilion Bird." "Ancestor Vermilion Bird?" Hearing this, Suzimo carefully sized up the old man in front of him. The founder of the Vermilion Bird Academy was also known as one of the most mysterious Laozus in the history of the academy. Suzimo knew a little about the Ancestor Vermilion Bird's deeds. Back then, the Heavenly Tao Academy spread its teachings to the entire Yuanyang continent. After all, the 5 continents were separated by the endless sky ocean and were very far away from each other. Many students could not directly go to the Heavenly Tao Academy in the central continent. Later on, the Academy Master of the Heavenly Tao Academy at that time found 4 of his disciples. He sent them to the East, West, South, and North continents respectively, and let them establish branches there. In the end, they completed the grand vision of spreading the teachings to the entire Yuanyang continent. As for the Vermilion Bird ancestor, he was one of those 4 disciples. Looking at the white-haired old man in front of him, Suzimo knew that countless geniuses and legendary existences had come from his hands. Although the Vermilion Bird Academy could not be compared to the Heavenly Tao Academy, to many people of the northern continent, it was still the sacred academy in their hearts. There was no other academy that could compare to it. The ancestor Vermilion Bird looked at Suzimo and calmly said, "Young man, enough is enough." Suzimo calmly replied, "If you want to persuade me to stop, you need to have the strength to do so." The ancestor Vermilion Bird did not get angry. He only calmly glanced at Suzimo. Then, his large hand fell, and a mighty immortal aura spread out from his body. The aura that belonged to the pinnacle of immortals caused the entire sky to rumble. His white beard and white hair moved without wind, and his eyes flashed with a bright light. Every movement of his contained the principles of heaven and earth. With a casual wave of his hand, it was as if half the sky had collapsed. When the Vermilion Bird founder waved his hand, an endless amount of light radiated from his body. His right palm carried an endless amount of power as it pressed down on Suzimo. "Young man, no matter where you come from, no matter how powerful you are, there is always a limit. No matter how strong you are, there is always someone stronger." As the palm fell, Suzimo truly felt a wave of pressure. A peak immortal expert wasn't someone he could fight against right now. However, if he wanted to leave, the Vermilion Bird founder wouldn't be able to stop him. Just as the palm was about to fall from the sky, a deafening beast roar suddenly resounded in the surroundings. The beast roar was so loud that it seemed like it was going to shatter everyone's eardrums. Immediately after, the Vermilion Bird founder's right hand stopped in midair as it was stopped by a large claw. The Vermilion Bird founder frowned slightly as he looked in front of Suzimo. He saw Hun Dun panting heavily as it stared at him with wide eyes. Hun Dun's huge body took up almost half of the space. A majestic beast aura filled the surroundings. What's that? Zhao Chongfeng was dumbfounded as he stared at Han Dun. A monster beast, a true monster beast from the desolate era. The vermilion bird founder pondered for a moment. He said indifferently, to be precise, it should be a vain beast. He looked deeply at Su Zimo. To be able to subdue an existence from the desolate era at such a young age. Moreover, it was a vain beast that had already entered the immortal realm. He was slightly shocked. He understood the dignity of these monsters. Even if they died, they wouldn't become a vain beast for humans. But now, they were willing to do so. He didn't know how Su Zimo did it. This is your confidence. The vermilion bird founder withdrew his right hand and looked at Su Zimo calmly. You think you can force your way into our Vermilion Bird Institute just because you have a vain beast that has entered the immortal realm? I don't want to become enemies with the Vermilion Bird Institute. That's why I'm talking to you nicely. Su Zimo said indifferently. But that's all. Otherwise, not to mention your institute, even the Heavenly Path Institute, so what? I will also go and try my luck. After saying that, Su Zimo walked up to the platform. He wanted to take away the Li Fire Vermilion Bird physique. Zhao Chongfeng wanted to stop him but was stopped by the Vermilion Bird Ancestral Master. The Vermilion Bird Ancestor looked ahead with a grave expression. Zhao Chongfeng, who was standing at the side, was a little stunned. He did not understand why the Ancestral Master would be afraid of a meridian beast that had just become an immortal. Although vain beasts were much stronger than humans at the same cultivation level, they were still much stronger than humans. But Han Dun was merely at the profound immortal realm, and he was still far from the immortal pinnacle. However, Zhao Chongfeng could not sense that the Vermilion Bird Grandmaster's gaze was not on Han Dun. Instead, it was in the black fog beside Su Zimo. He felt a great threat from it. Ever since he entered the immortal pinnacle, he hadn't encountered such a threat for a very long time. The last time he felt such a sense of danger was when he encountered the mortal Great Emperor. He did not understand what the black fog was. But he knew that the black fog was warning him. As long as Su Zimo safely obtained the Vermilion Birdly Fire body, he would be safe and sound. Otherwise, something terrible would definitely happen. The Vermilion Bird Ancestor took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to attack. This matter must be reported to the Heavenly Path Institute. This was no longer something that the Vermilion Bird Institute could handle. He watched as Su Zimo took the Vermilion Birdly Fire body. It was a fiery red battle physique jewel with the shadow of the vermilion bird carved on it. The jewel was warm to the touch and seemed to contain endless power. Hurry up and thank the Vermilion Bird Ancestor. Su Zimo smiled at Yu Qingli, who was in a daze. Ah. Yu Qingli was stunned. Then, she saw Su Zimo casually throw the battle physique jewel to her. Yu Qingli caught the battle physique jewel and was at a loss. She quickly bowed to the Vermilion Bird Ancestor and said, "Thank you for the battle physique jewel." The Vermilion Bird Ancestor narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Zimo seriously. One had to know that the 100 battle physique was something that everyone was searching for. Even some great emperors were looking for it. And now, Su Zimo was casually giving it to a disciple he had just accepted. He took a deep breath and looked at Su Zimo. "Where are you from, sir? Isn't the Vermilion Bird Institute filled with students? You can find out for yourself." Su Zimo smiled. "Since you've already obtained the Vermilion Birdly Fire body, shouldn't you be leaving?" The Vermilion Bird Ancestor said calmly. "Let's go." Su Zimo smiled and said to Yu Qingli, who was still in a daze. Yu Qingli was completely rooted to the spot. In his mind, even being able to enter the Vermilion Bird Institute was like a dream to him, let alone meeting the Vermilion Bird Institute. And now, he had obtained the 100 battle physique. The Vermilion Bird Ancestor's face gradually darkened as he watched Su Zimo and Yu Qingli leave. "Ancestor, we..." Zhao Chongfeng wanted to say something, but stopped. "It's fine. Proceed as usual. Don't mention the Vermilion Birdly Fire body for now." The Vermilion Bird Ancestor shook his head. "I'll have to discuss this with the president." "I understand." Zhao Chongfeng nodded hurriedly. "Also, have someone investigate his background. The more detailed, the better." The Vermilion Bird Ancestor sighed softly. He looked up at the sky outside the black pagoda. The sky was a little gloomy, and the storm seemed to have stopped. He sighed. In the age of destiny, there are more and more things that can't be seen through. Su Zimo and Yu Qingli left the Vermilion Bird Institute. Yu Qingli hurriedly asked, "Teacher, where are we going?" "Slaughter City," Su Zimo replied. "The capital city of the Slaughter Nation." Yu Qingli nodded. "Since we're passing by the three-eyed demon tribe, I'll take you there. If they know that I have a teacher, they'll be very happy." Su Zimo nodded. It was on the way anyway, so it wasn't a big deal. After leaving the Vermilion Bird City, the two headed north. Because Yu Qingli's cultivation was only at the meridian condensation stage, Su Zimo didn't let her fuse with the Vermilion Birdly Fire body in a hurry. Once she adjusted her body to its best state, the success rate would be much higher. From the Vermilion Bird City, they passed by dozens of cities. There were also mountain ranges and valleys. According to Yu Qingli, the three-eyed demon tribe was not accepted by the world. For generations, they lived deep in the mountains. Su Zimo rode on the dark sky tiger while Yu Qingli trotted behind him. This was also a kind of training for her body. Just like that, the two of them followed the fading skyline into the distance. After nearly half a month of traveling through wind and rain, Su Zimo and his companion finally arrived at the Three-Eye Mountain. This was where the so-called Three-Eyed Demon tribe lived. The mountain wasn't very high, but it was very steep. The mountain was rugged with strange rocks. Occasionally, a breeze would blow past, and it was very peaceful. "This is a good place," Su Zimo said with a faint smile. "Very few people would come here, and this is the Three-Eyed Demon clan's territory. Other clans wouldn't bother to come here," Yu Qingli said with a bitter smile. "I believe in you, one day you will lead your clan to greatness." Su Zimo patted Yu Qingli's shoulder and smiled. Yu Qingli nodded heavily. There was a transparent barrier around the Three-Eyed Mountain. Yu Qingli put his hands together and formed a seal with his left and right hands. A snowflake-shaped imprint condensed from his hands. When the imprint floated above the Three-Eyed Mountain, the transparent barrier around it seemed to be corroding. A door was formed. Su Zimo and Yu Qingli walked into the barrier with a smile. The wind on the mountain was gentle, but the two of them felt something was wrong as soon as they entered. Blood, a very strong smell of blood. Su Zimo glanced at Yu Qingli and had a bad premonition in his heart. The smell of blood was too strong, and it wasn't something that could be caused by just a few deaths. Moreover, the two of them were standing at the foot of the mountain. Yu Qingli looked at Su Zimo and ran up the mountain in a panic. He was so fast that he even staggered a little. The higher he ran, the stronger the smell of blood. Along with the breeze that blew in his face, Su Zimo could even see faint blood flowing down from the mountainside. He felt that Yu Qingli was too slow. He grabbed him by the back of his collar and flew up to the top of the mountain. In a few breaths, the two of them were close to the top of the mountain. Su Zimo didn't have time to look around, and the first thing he saw was a mountain of corpses. A river of blood gathered at the top of the mountain. A rotten, nauseating smell came into his nose. Su Zimo looked on quietly. The Three-Eyed Demon clan was wiped out. Looking at the hundreds of corpses piled up on top of the mountain, Yu Qingli froze in place. His mind was blank. The Three-Eyed Demon race was not a large race. Among these corpses, he recognized most of them. At this moment, these people were lying in front of him, covered in blood. Some of them had their flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and their faces were beyond recognition. He dove into the mountain of corpses, searching for traces of his parents. However, everything seemed to be in vain. There were simply too many corpses here. Fresh blood dyed Yu Qingli's entire body red. The sky gradually darkened, and a drizzle fell from the sky. The drizzle was a little cold, mixed with a faint cold wind. "They're all dead." Yu Qingli turned her head and looked at Su Zimo with tears and pain on her face. "Can you find the murderer?" Su Zimo asked. "We, the Three-Eyed Demon clan, have always been used to giving in and not provoking others. How could we have been exterminated?" Yu Qingli shook her head and said sadly. At this moment, he sat paralyzed in the middle of the mountain peak. As the cold wind and drizzle blew over his body, the smell of blood on the mountaintop gradually faded. He was like a walking corpse without a soul. He sat there in silence. No one knew what he was thinking about. Suzimo did not disturb him. Anyone who encountered such a big change, if they were not careful, their body and mind would completely collapse. Some people might even go crazy from the shock. At this moment, Yu Qingli's back looked frail and weak. He thought of many things, including his humble but shocking ideals. He wanted to change the fate of the entire three-eyed demon clan. To break the prejudice of the world against them. The people of the clan had always been as close as a family. Perhaps it was because they were weak that they understood unity. He thought of many people. His parents, his good brothers since childhood, and the girl he secretly loved but did not dare to confess. He sat there thinking. Scenes of the past appeared in front of his eyes, replaying in his mind. Suzimo did not expect that Yu Qingli would sit there for an entire week. One morning, a week later, Yu Qingli weakly stood up from the ground. "Teacher, I'm sorry." Yu Qingli walked in front of Suzimo, ashamed. With a dull expression, he said, "I might not be able to follow you in the future?" "Why?" Suzimo asked curiously. "The clan is gone, and I'm not in the mood to cultivate. I think I'll just stay here." Yu Qingli said flatly. There was no expression on his face, as if he had become a walking corpse. "You don't want to take revenge?" Suzimo said flatly. "There are so many people in the three-eyed demon clan. Can you guarantee that everyone is dead, that there is no one hiding? Don't you want to protect them?" Hearing Suzimo's words, Yu Qingli was stunned. Revenge for the remaining members of his clan. His originally quiet heart was suddenly rekindled. He had been blinded by the appearance in front of him, and did not think in that direction at all. "Can I do it?" Yu Qingli asked hesitantly. "Your fate is in your own hands." Suzimo said flatly. "I'll give you 7 days to bury the remains of your clan. As for whether you want to come with me or not, it's all up to you." Hearing Suzimo's words, Yu Qingli finally nodded slowly. In the next 7 days, Suzimo looked around the three-eyed mountain. He used the chaos bead to travel through the river of time to see the history of the three-eyed demon clan. Some things were already clear in his heart, but he did not tell Yu Qingli. The time was not right, and she did not have the ability to take revenge yet. In these 7 days, Suzimo watched with his own eyes as Yu Qingli buried the corpses of his clan members one by one. Suzimo suddenly understood why Yu Qingli had grown so quickly in his previous life. In the end, he became a god revered by everyone. If history had not changed, he would not have met Yu Qingli in the Vermilion Bird City in his previous life. The disappointed youth who did not make it into the Vermilion Bird Academy returned to his clan to find that his entire clan had been slaughtered. In the end, the youth survived this series of setbacks and despair, and finally completed his transformation and soared to the heavens. Of course, this was all in Suzimo's imagination. Yu Qingli, on the other hand, seemed to have grown all of a sudden in such a short period of time. Growing up was often only a matter of a moment. After 7 days, Suzimo looked down from the three-eyed mountain and saw that there were more than 1,000 graves of various sizes. This beautiful mountain had now become the prototype of a mass grave. Yu Qingli bowed to the graves, then turned to Suzimo and said, "Teacher, let's go." "You don't want to look around anymore?" Suzimo asked. "I want to become stronger." Yu Qingli raised his head and looked at Suzimo with bright eyes. At this moment, looking into Yu Qingli's eyes, Suzimo was slightly moved. It was a pair of eyes that he had never seen before. It seemed to be indescribable with words. Blazing, tenacious, deep and boundless like a pool of stagnant water, without a trace of fluctuation. But in the stagnant water, there seemed to be an incomparably powerful terror. Suzimo looked at Yu Qingli. He could feel the silent hysteria in her heart. "Let's go to Massacre City," Suzimo nodded and replied calmly. "I will teach you what I need to teach you. As for how great your future achievements will be, it all depends on you." Yu Qingli nodded. Just as the two of them were about to leave the three-eyed mountain and head north to Massacre City, a group of men in black suddenly walked out from the foot of the mountain and stopped the two of them. These men in black were completely covered in black clothes, even their faces were covered with black veils. "Looks like boss was right. There really are fish in the net," the man in black at the front said with a sinister smile. Who are you? Yu Qingli frowned and asked calmly. When you go to hell, your clansmen will tell you, the man in black said with a sinister smile. Then, he waved his right hand and a group of men charged towards Su Zimo and Yu Qingli. These people were mostly in the Venerable Pulse realm, which was considered good for ordinary people. But in front of Su Zimo, it was completely not enough. Looks like you are the people who slaughtered my three-eyed demon clan, Yu Qingli said angrily. Su Zimo looked up at these people and waved his hand. The power of the Saint Pulse realm broke out from his body. It came crashing down from the sky in a mighty manner. Before the group of men in black could react, they felt their bodies become heavy and they froze on the spot. Even the circulation of the spirit chi in their bodies stopped. They looked at Su Zimo in horror, knowing that they had met a powerful expert. Who sent you? Why did you slaughter my three-eyed demon clan? Yu Qingli walked to the leader of the men in black and pulled off his mask. What entered his eyes was a completely unfamiliar face. The black-robed men snorted coldly and turned their heads to the side, not meeting Yu Qingli's eyes at all. Just kill them. They won't say a word, Su Zimo said from the side. He could see that these people had been specially trained, and death was not a threat to them. If you kill us, you won't live for long. The organization will find you again. The black-clothed man sneered. As his voice fell, a few muffled sounds suddenly came from his body. This person had actually self-detonated all of his meridians, committing suicide. In the end, he lay paralyzed on the ground like a pile of mud. The other black-clothed men didn't have any misgivings, and all of them imitated this method. Yu Qingli's eyes narrowed as she watched the black-robed men all commit suicide. These people were actually so ruthless to him. Looks like it's not because of a conflict. This is an organized massacre, Su Zimo said from the side. The appearance of these black-robed men confirmed the scene Su Zimo saw in the River of Time. And some of his own guesses. I don't care what they are, Yu Qingli said calmly. Demons, ghosts, demons, and monsters, I don't care. One day, I'll make all of them pay the price. You still have a long way to go, Su Zimo shook his head and chuckled. Yu Qingli didn't find any useful evidence on the black-clothed men, and then the two of them hurried to the capital of the Slaughter Nation, Slaughter City. Early spring came, and all things came back to life. The spring breeze, accompanied by the crisp chirping of birds, resounded throughout the far west. The trees on both sides were lush and green, and the thin branches of the willows swayed in the wind. Bailey Xiao walked out of Zhenwu Xingzong. She had already obtained the soaring immortal physique from her junior sister. And Sect Master Xiao had already verbally promised that Zhenwu Xingzong would support her in her fight for the mandate of heaven in this life. She had obtained the inheritance left behind by her previous life, and the full support of the entire Bailey clan. She was now improving rapidly, and had already entered the Emperor realm. Now that the Eastern continent was no longer attractive to her, she decided to go to the Central continent. She estimated that in a few hundred years, the mandate of heaven would be formed, and she had to quickly grow. You promised me, when will you avenge me? Bailey Xiao asked anxiously. Lin Yuqing said calmly, that Su Zimo isn't in the sect often, and his whereabouts are a mystery. I can't even find him now, and if I want revenge, I have to at least know myself and the enemy. No matter what, he's the holy son of Zhenwu Xingzong, and I can't be careless. Then what do you mean? Bailey Xiao asked. I've already asked the Bailey clan to do their best to find out about him, and the next time we meet, it'll be his death. Lin Yuqing's gaze was sharp as he said calmly. His calm words were filled with boundless killing intent. If you lie to me again, even if I die, I won't let you off easily, Bailey Xiao said angrily. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner of the eastern continent, Tan Jolene awoke from her cultivation state. Her second physique, the broken ex-emperor physique, had been completely integrated, and she could use it skillfully. Moreover, she had been cultivating for this period of time, and it was time for her to advance to the Emperor Meridian realm. The Emperor Meridian realm belonged to the 6th meridian, Mu Huansong. The opening of this meridian meant that the second major circulation in the body could be completed. However, Tan Jolene's accumulation was not enough, and she needed to train for a while before she could try to open her meridian. She decided to bid farewell to her master and embark on her journey again. Previously, the evil god list had brought her here to meet the sage who had created the evil god list and left her with her second battle physique jewel. She had also taken this sage as her master in the end. When Tanjolene came to the waterfall, she saw a white-robed old man standing in front of the waterfall with his hands behind his back. The old man had a pleasant aura, and it felt as if he was out of this world. "Master," Tanjolene greeted respectfully. "I know what you're thinking, go on, the outside world is much more exciting. My clone has descended here, and I've taught you everything I should," the old man said with a smile. "I only hope that you'll remember your mission. One day, when the demons come, you'll be able to truly take charge. Slaying the demons and saving the world, all my expectations were not in vain." "Master, I will." Tanjolene nodded firmly. On a desolate island in the endless celestial ocean, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. At this moment, a young man was sitting in the middle of the island. Endless heavenly fire spread out from the young man's body bit by bit. It was unknown what level the heavenly fire was at, but wherever it went, not even a blade of grass grew. There was almost nothing that could stop the heavenly fire from burning. The entire island was enveloped by the scarlet heavenly fire, and the surrounding sea began to boil. Jiang Macho raised his head calmly. He was now able to master the third body, the Crimson Flame Imperial Body. The flames of the Crimson Flame Imperial Body were the most powerful flames he had ever seen. There was almost nothing in this world that the heavenly flames could not melt. At this moment, he had also just entered the Emperor Vane realm. However, the further he went, the slower his cultivation speed would become. Jiang Macho deeply felt the hardships. He slowly stood up. At this moment, his skin had also turned red. There were countless black marks on it. His eyes were scarlet. After looking at them for a long time, one would find that they were like two balls of blazing flames. He walked out of the isolated island and looked at the distant skyline. And the various continents on the four sides of the endless sky sea. At this moment, he thought of many things. The mission that his master, the old man Nothing, had given him. That was too far away. Just the Taiyuan heavenly sect in front of him was not something he could fight against. He deeply understood his weakness. In a hidden barrier in the endless void. Dao Tianyun slowly opened his eyes from seclusion. He did not like the name Dao Tianyun. In comparison, the name Samsara allowed him to recognize himself better. Everything that happened in his previous life, he vowed to start anew after reincarnation. He would walk the path of invincibility again. Now, he had the help of the huge Dao race. His father in this life was also the Dao race's patriarch. He was confident that he had the ability to kill all his enemies from his previous life. Every time it was late at night, he would look up at the bright moon in the sky. An indescribable expression would appear on his face. "Little Yang, I've let you down." He often sighed with emotion at those words that others could not understand. No one would understand how old a soul was hidden in this young body. The news of the destruction of the ancient city of primordial chaos only spread a long time later. When this news spread, it could be said to have shaken the entire eastern continent. As one of the oldest and even the most prosperous cities on the eastern continent, the history of the ancient city of primordial chaos could be traced back to the desolate era. It had survived countless catastrophes, and in the end, it was rebuilt and ushered in a new era. Unfortunately, the ancient city of primordial chaos was already an empty city. The most powerful family in the city, the Yi family, had all been massacred. No one knew who the murderer was, and no one could investigate. Now, the ancient city stood quietly on the ground. The setting sun shone down from one side of the skyline with its last light. Along with the rendering of the sunset, the city was illuminated in red. The prosperity of the past had become a thing of the past. No one was willing to settle down here. After all, no one could afford to have their city destroyed again. But today, a few willow trees were swaying in the lonely wind. For the first time, the primordial chaos ancient city, which had been deserted for several kilometers, welcomed human habitation. 3 young men and women in blue robes stepped through the air and arrived. There were 2 women and 1 man. When the 3 of them entered the city, it was already empty. The corpses of the city had been disposed of, and the remaining ruins seemed to be silently telling people of its former glory under the setting sun. Sister Yuqing, this place is really desolate. Lan Xian, the only youth among the three, said with a smile. All heavenly demons deserve to die. This used to be one of the most prosperous cities in the eastern continent, Lan Yuqing said hatefully. Let's observe the situation first. We're not sure if it was the heavenly demons who did this. Lan Ke shook her head slightly and replied. Then, the three of them inspected the city, but nothing out of the ordinary happened. Lan Ke took out something that looked like a compass from her storage ring. She pricked her finger and dripped a drop of her true blood on it. Then, the entire compass began to tremble. The needle of the compass quickly swayed left and right. What is the meaning of this? Lan Xian asked in confusion. Before Lan Ke could reply, the entire compass exploded with a boom. Lan Ke frowned slightly and said in a soft voice, "This is troublesome." What is it? Lan Yuqing asked in confusion. The heavenly demons that appeared this time are too powerful. The devil-searching compass is unable to detect them. Lan Ke replied, I've seen our Lan family's history before. A true heavenly demon general might have appeared. Then what do we do? Lan Yuqing asked anxiously. How about this, leave someone here to continue to investigate in secret. I'll go back to the family and report the situation. When the time comes, we'll see what the family leader will do. Lan Ke said. Lan Xian thought for a moment before saying, I'll stay. You and little sister Yuqing can go back. Then be careful. Lan Ke nodded slightly and did not object. Slaughter City was known as the capital city of the Slaughter Nation. Back then, the Slaughter clan opened up their territory here and established their empire. The first city was none other than Slaughter City. In the end, they used Slaughter City as their starting point. After countless years of war, they finally established the massive territory of the Slaughter Nation. Su Zimo and Yu Qingli walked for half a month before finally arriving at Slaughter City from the Three-Eye Mountain. It was currently evening. Looking from afar, the entire city was grand and vast. Although it was a silent city, for some reason, it was filled with a murderous aura. It was as if the murderous aura of the city could envelop one if one looked at it for too long. At this moment, night had fallen and the city was hidden in the darkness. Su Zimo and Yu Qingli walked into the city. They found 2 rooms in the largest inn in the city. Su Zimo planned to stay here for the night and then take the teleportation formation to the Sky Tiger Empire tomorrow. After a silent night, the next day when the sky was bright, Su Zimo brought Yu Qingli to the teleportation formation. The teleportation formation was located in the north of Slaughter City. This place was heavily guarded, and every teleportation required a hefty fee. Therefore, when Su Zimo arrived at the teleportation formation, there were not many people here. The teleportation formation was in a square surrounded by enchantments. Su Zimo paid the fee at the registration counter at the entrance. The formation was ready and it would take 4 hours to activate. It was not too long. Su Zimo waited quietly at the side. However, at the side of the square, there was a scene that attracted Su Zimo's attention. On the street opposite the square, there was a small stall set up on the street. And at this moment, no idea what this small stall was for, it was actually full of people. These people were lining up and discussing animatedly. This master who divines heaven's secrets is really accurate. Some time ago, I lost something at home. I looked for it for a long time but couldn't find it. In the end, after he reminded me, I found it when I went back. Isn't that so? I was here for fortune-telling before. He said that within 7 days, something red and white will definitely happen around me. At that time, I didn't believe it. I didn't expect that my neighbor suddenly died of a chronic illness yesterday. What are these people doing? Yu Qingli asked curiously. I don't know, but it sounds like there's a fortune teller who's very accurate. They're all waiting for their fortune to be told. Su Zimo smiled and said, Do you want to go take a look? Sure, why don't I get him to tell me who my enemy is? Yu Qingli said seriously. Su Zimo shook his head and smiled, then brought Yu Qingli to the stall. There were many people in line in front of the stall, but they all lined up in an orderly manner. No one dared to cut the line. Su Zimo looked on with interest. The owner of the stall was a middle-aged man. The man wore a very simple robe made of coarse cloth. There were even a few small patches on the robe. Next to him was a long black banner with a few words written on it. Yin Yang 5 Elements, Purple Star Divinity, 8 Trigrams, Divination, Geomancy. At the very top, there were 3 large white words. Heaven's Secrets. Su Zimo looked on with interest. He saw a woman sitting in front of the middle-aged man. The man closed his eyes and sat there as steadily as Mount Tai. He asked, "What do you want to tell?" His voice was a little hoarse, as if he had forced it out of his throat. "Master, I want to know my marriage." The woman was slightly serious and asked with a smile. "When will I be able to meet my ideal husband?" The middle-aged man was silent for a while, then he formed a seal with both hands. The thumb of his left hand pressed against the index finger, while the right hand made a prayer gesture. "Your birth characters," the man asked calmly. After a long while, the middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes. Su Zimo looked at those eyes, which were bright and deep. At first glance, the impression that those eyes gave people was that they were very blank, as if nothing could be seen. But when you looked at them a second time, you would find that they seemed to contain countless stories, and countless meanings could be interpreted at will. Those eyes looked straight into one's heart, as if they had some kind of unimaginable magic that could see into one's heart. The middle-aged man opened his eyes and said faintly, "There's no such thing as a perfect person in this world." The woman was stunned for a moment, then she immediately understood. Her so-called beloved husband was just the most perfect fantasy that she had imagined. How could there be a person in this world who was full of strengths and had no weaknesses? Then when can I meet a good husband? The woman changed her question and continued to ask unwillingly. She changed her admiration to excellence. The middle-aged man paused for a moment and said, "After you go back, familiarize yourself with the 4 books and 5 classics and practice zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. According to what I said, persevere for 3 years. After 3 years, you will meet him." Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Su Zimo chuckled. What an interesting person. The requirements he had for the woman were for her to become outstanding within 3 years. When would she be able to meet a good husband? In this world, birds of a feather flock together. Most of the people around outstanding people were equally outstanding. Many people always wanted their sweetheart to be a peerless hero. But if you don't make yourself equally outstanding, why should the peerless hero be with you? The woman's face was a little red, probably because she was ashamed. As the woman walked away, the people in the line next to her also asked one by one. There were all kinds of questions, and the middle-aged man's answers were always interesting, but mixed with some secular principles. It was easy to understand, and often a sentence could go straight to the heart, letting people understand their own shortcomings and the direction to work hard. Yu Qingli looked at Su Zimo and asked, "Teacher, do you really think he can tell fortunes?" "This kind of thing, if you believe it, it's true, if you don't, it's not true," Su Zimo replied with a smile. As the people in the line decreased, the line finally came to Yu Qingli. She saw that he had just sat on the chair in front. The middle-aged man smiled with interest and said, "Three-eyed demon?" Yu Qingli nodded. The middle-aged man closed his eyes and was silent for a while. Finally, he opened his eyes, shook his head, and sighed. "An unavoidable disaster." "Sir, you know?" Yu Qingli asked in shock. One had to know that he had just sat there and hadn't said anything. "I can only see a corner. The fog is too thick, and I can't see clearly," the middle-aged man replied calmly. "I hope you can help me tell my enemies," Yu Qingli said urgently. "If revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end to it?" The middle-aged man sighed. "Then cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, so that there's no possibility of them rising again." Su Zimo smiled. "You're too murderous," the middle-aged man looked up at Su Zimo and said with a frown. "Sir, have you never stained your hands with blood?" Su Zimo asked in amusement. "I only kill people who deserve to be killed," the middle-aged man replied with his eyes closed. "What do you mean by deserve to be killed? What do you mean by not deserve to be killed?" Su Zimo smiled. "Good and bad, who has the right to judge good and bad? Life and death?" Hearing Su Zimo's words, the middle-aged man fell silent for a while. Finally, he looked up and asked, "Do you want to know?" "Sure, then you can help me." Su Zimo sat down and said with a smile. "What do you want to know?" the middle-aged man asked. My fate, Suzimo replied. Birth date, the middle-aged man continued asking. After that, the middle-aged man continued to make the same hand seals as before. This time, he closed his eyes and pondered for a long time. Occasionally, he would frown, and occasionally, his brows would relax. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes. He gave Suzimo a deep look and said, You were born in a superpower that ordinary people can't imagine. Your life should have been somewhat successful because of your birth. Unfortunately, you were blindly arrogant and caused trouble. You will have nothing for the rest of your life, and will die with regret and unwillingness. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Suzimo fell silent. What the middle-aged man said was exactly what he had experienced in his past life. If he hadn't been reborn, if he hadn't used the Chaos Orb to change his fate, perhaps this really would have been a failure in his life. Then how should I change my fate? Suzimo continued to ask. Your fate has been decided, the middle-aged man shook his head and said. Who decided it, the heavenly Tao or the river of fate? Suzimo continued to ask. The middle-aged man was silent for a while and didn't answer. He just pointed up. You people from the Divine Secret Valley have some skills, Suzimo looked at the middle-aged man and said. Since I've left the valley, I won't talk about the Divine Secret anymore, the middle-aged man shook his head and said. Suzimo smiled. He turned his head and patted Yu Qingli's shoulder and said, Well, we should go. But I still don't know who the enemy is, Yu Qingli said hesitantly. He won't tell you, Suzimo shook his head slightly. Suzimo pulled Yu Qingli away. He could see that the middle-aged man's so-called Heaven's Secret was actually someone from Heaven's Secret Valley. Heaven's Secret Valley was a very special existence in the northern continent. The cultivation method they cultivated was very mysterious and could peek into the long river of fate. However, compared to Suzimo, Suzimo directly shuttled through the long river of fate. The so-called peak of Heaven's Secret Valley was only a corner of the long river of fate. The accuracy of this level of peak was not high, and it consumed a lot of lifespan. Even an expert in the immortal realm did not dare to peek too much, because this would be punished by the heavens. The punishment of the heavens was very powerful. It would not only punish the peepers. It would also punish all the people related to the peepers. This was also why after every generation of Heaven's Secret Valley's successor walked out of Heaven's Secret Valley, they would completely cut off contact with Heaven's Secret Valley. The so-called, since you have left the valley, you will not talk about Heaven's Secret meant this. In the future, because of peeking into the long river of fate and being punished by the heavens, it would not implicate Heaven's Secret Valley. Moreover, Heaven's Secret Valley was very smart. Under normal circumstances, they did not participate in worldly disputes, unless there were some special circumstances. Therefore, if Yu Qingli directly asked who her enemy was, the middle-aged man would definitely not say it. Yu Qingli was a little regretful, but she still believed in Suzimo. Looking at the two leaving figures, the man frowned slightly. He could not see through Suzimo. Since Suzimo knew that he was from Heaven's Secret Valley, then the fate he just told him was very likely to be true. However, Suzimo did not care, as if he had expected it or did not take it to heart. Although he had just paid a price to peek into the long river of fate, he already knew Suzimo's fate like the back of his hand. Unfortunately, half of that fate was shrouded in fog. He could not see the situation inside the fog clearly. The teleportation array was ready, and Suzimo and Yu Qingli also embarked on the journey to the Heavenly Tiger Empire. This teleportation array was much more advanced than the one Suzimo had used in the past. Whether it was the speed or the comfort he experienced, it was much better. About half a month later, Suzimo and Yu Qingli went through a boring spacetime travel. They arrived at the Heavenly Tiger Empire, at the western end of the northern continent. Among the 36 nations, the Sky Tiger Empire's power could only be considered below average. They were established in the later period of the 36 kingdoms. The tiger was the totem of this country. No matter what kind of tiger it would be treated with unexpected kindness here. According to the information provided by Situ Yunfei, this was the place where the inheritance of one of the 5 spirit pearls, the wind extinguishing pearl, appeared. In the Heavenly Valley of the Heavenly Tiger Empire. And the place where Su Zimo and Yu Qingli took the teleportation array was not far from there. The city they were teleported to was called Worry-Free City. According to Su Zimo's inquiries, he found out that from Carefree City to Heaven Valley, one only needed to walk north for 6 hours. However, the Heaven Valley had been occupied by the royal family of the Heavenly Tiger Empire, and no one was allowed to enter. Thinking of this, Su Zimo was not in a hurry. Without the companion of the wind-extinguishing pearl, these people would be futile. In the evening, Su Zimo opened an inn in Worry-Free City. He let Yu Qingli stay in the inn, and decided to scout the situation himself. After all, Yu Qingli's strength was too low, and it was inevitable that she would be exposed. The influence of the 5 spirit pearls in the entire Yuanyang continent was too great. Most people only treated it as a legend. Before Su Zimo gathered the 5 spirit pearls, he did not want to expose too much and let everyone know. Then be careful. Today, I heard some strange news in Carefree City, Yu Qingli said from the side. What strange things? Su Zimo was startled and asked. Do you know why this place is called Worry-Free City? Yu Qingli looked around and whispered. Su Zimo shook his head. He really did not care about this. It is said that every once in a while, an old woman will appear on the streets of the city at night, pushing a small cart, Yu Qingli said mysteriously. This cart is pushing an item called worry-free water. It is said that as long as you drink it, you will forget all your troubles. What does this have to do with me? Su Zimo asked. Everyone has their troubles, Yu Qingli replied. According to the people in the city, try not to go out at night. Once you meet that old woman, she will force you to drink the worry-free water, and eventually make you lose all your memories. That's interesting. Su Zimo smiled with interest. An item that could erase one's memories was very expensive. Ordinary people could not even come into contact with it, so why would they waste it for others to drink? Teacher, what is your trouble? Yu Qingli asked curiously. Does being too handsome count? Su Zimo smiled. The sky gradually darkened. When darkness fell, the people of Worry-Free City had already closed their doors and returned home. There was not a single person on the streets. Tonight's moonlight was half covered by a thin layer of dark clouds. The moonlight was slightly dim. Su Zimo walked through the streets of Worry-Free City. The weather was not cold, and the trees on both sides were swaying. When he reached the city gate, Su Zimo did not meet the old woman who was selling the worry-free water. In fact, he wanted to see the other party, but he did not have the chance. Walking out of the city gate, Su Zimo identified the direction, and walked towards Heaven Valley. He was very fast, and in about 2 hours, he arrived at Heaven Valley. Looking from above, the entire Heaven Valley looked like an inverted bowl on the ground. Inside, the vegetation was lush, and there were nearly 1,000 soldiers patrolling the surroundings. Su Zimo did not dare to look too much, afraid that he would be discovered. The surrounding arrangements were a bit tense. Because the vegetation was too lush, he could not see where the entrance to the land of inheritance was. However, he could make a judgment based on the distribution of the soldiers. If there were more soldiers guarding the place, then it would be closer to the entrance of the land of inheritance. Su Zimo put on the night clothes that he had prepared in advance, and his whole body was shrouded in a black robe. Then, he waved his right hand, and the figure of Wild Blood Old Demon appeared beside him. He crouched in the lush bushes and waved his right hand. Wild Blood Old Demon's body burst out with a powerful holy aura. The moment this holy aura burst out, a wave of air began to spread with him as the center. With a boom, Wild Blood Old Devil directly stepped on the air and flew towards the Heaven Valley. His body was vast, and with every step he took, the space under his feet would shatter. Rumble sounds echoed around him. The moment Wild Blood Old Demon appeared, he was instantly discovered by the patrolling soldiers. Moreover, he didn't want to hide and was very ostentatious. Who dares to trespass into Heaven Valley? A soldier shouted. Immediately, the entire Heaven Valley boiled. These soldiers didn't chase after Violent Blood Old Devil. Instead, they formed a circle around Heaven Valley to protect it. Clearly, in their eyes, the others weren't important. Only Heaven Valley was important. Seeing this, Su Zimo directly ordered Wild Blood Old Demon to rush in. Wild Blood Old Demon's holy aura surged and his true fate appeared behind him. It was a magnificent blood river. He smashed his fist down, and a boom sound was heard. A corner of the soldiers guarding the surroundings was directly smashed open. Dozens of soldiers flew out. The surrounding spiritual energy surged and Wild Blood Old Demon's aura became more and more powerful. He landed on the ground, and the blood-red river surrounded him. Anyone who came into contact with the blood-red river would die. Would be completely corroded. Each of his fists and palms carried a tremendous amount of power and influence. The obstruction of these 1,000 people had actually caused him to forcibly tear open a crack. However, Su Zimo also knew that most of these 1,000 people were around the Void Meridian realm. They could only stall for time and couldn't stop Wild Blood Old Demon. At this moment, on a smooth rock in the Heaven Valley, Yi Zichen stood in front of the rock. A black-haired man was sitting cross-legged on it. The black-haired man had short hair and a black headband was tied around his forehead. At this moment, he was cultivating with his eyes closed. The surrounding air flow was very slow and quiet. At this moment, the noise outside didn't seem to have any effect on him. Seeing someone barge in, he stood motionless as if he didn't feel anything. Wild Blood Old Demon broke through the blockade of many soldiers and came in front of the black-haired man. Although Wild Blood Old Demon was just a puppet, he still had a simple way of thinking. At this moment, he seemed to feel that the black-haired man in front of him wasn't simple and gradually slowed down. The soldiers rushed over from behind and surrounded Old Demon Quan Xue. On the smooth stone, the black-haired man slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were calm and indifferent, neither happy nor sad. The black-haired man gently waved his hand and lightly said, "All of you, withdraw. You just need to guard outside." "Yes, Grand Secretary," the soldiers replied in unison before leaving to patrol the area again. The black-haired man turned his head and looked at Wild Blood Old Demon indifferently. He said, "Who sent you here? Tell me and I'll leave your corpse intact." Violent Blood Old Demon didn't say anything, but the aura around him was imposing. Behind him, the blood-colored river surged towards the man with monstrous waves. The black-haired man shook his head and sighed. There will always be some ants that are unwilling to admit defeat. He waved his hand, and at this moment, 8 bangs rang out in succession. The 8 meridian gates in his body opened at the same time. The aura of the Divine Pulse realm descended like a storm and engulfed the entire Heaven Valley. This aura skyrocketed, shooting straight into the clouds. The surrounding lush flowers and trees were swaying wildly in the wind. The stone beneath the black-haired man was also cracking bit by bit. His clothes fluttered even though there was no wind. His gaze was deep and boundless, without any light. His large hand fell from the void, and a rumbling sound rang out from the sky. Another boom sound of explosion rang out. The big hand smashed down with an unstoppable momentum. Violent Blood Old Demon didn't even have time to resist. He was suppressed on the spot like a pile of mud. "Speak, who sent you here? What's your purpose?" the black-haired man said indifferently. Violent Blood Old Demon didn't reply. He was a puppet and naturally couldn't speak. "Then go to hell," the black-haired man snorted coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed his palm down again. This palm carried endless power, and white spirit chi condensed in the palm. Seeing that the big palm was about to fall on Violent Blood Old Demon, the black-haired man suddenly frowned. He looked to the side coldly. Behind him was the entrance to a cave. Therefore, he had been guarding here. At this moment, following his gaze, he saw a black shadow dashing into the cave at lightning speed. This black shadow was extremely fast. The black-haired man's face was ugly. Because just now, he didn't detect the existence of the other party. The other party avoided his detection. He originally wanted to kill Violent Blood Old Demon, but he forcibly changed the trajectory and slapped at the black shadow. Boom! On the mountain wall next to the valley, countless stones and debris rolled down. The power of this palm was terrifying. On the side of the mountain wall, a bottomless 5-finger mark appeared in the middle. A crack appeared in the middle of the mountain, as if it would split open at any time. But the black-haired man frowned. Although the palm just now was powerful, it didn't hit the other party. Seeing that the black shadow had reached the entrance of the cave, the black-haired man's heart was faintly anxious. He waved his right hand again, and the whole space here was frozen. Whether it was the flowers and trees swaying in the wind or the patrolling soldiers. At this moment, everyone was still in place. Everyone's thoughts were still running, but their bodies were completely stopped. Now, seeing the figure of the black shadow stagnate, the black-haired man's true fate appeared behind him. It was a white tiger with slanted eyes and a majestic figure. Suzumo didn't even have time to observe this white tiger, it came at an extremely fast speed. Seeing that the white tiger was about to kill Suzumo, the black-haired man's face also showed a cruel smile. He wanted to tear the other party into pieces. At this time, the black-haired man suddenly found that the figure he stopped suddenly moved. A deafening beast roar sounded in his ear. This beast roar didn't come from his true fate white tiger, but from the black shadow. Then the black-haired man found that he didn't have time to observe anything. His true fate white tiger suffered a fierce attack. The white tiger flew out in pain, and the black shadow also went into the cave. The black-haired man spat out a mouthful of blood, looking at the scene in the cave with a gloomy face. After a long time, he coldly snorted and said to himself, "Even if you go in, so what, this is a dead end." But then he remembered the beast roar that made his heart tremble. He didn't know what he was afraid of at that moment. Suzumo quickly entered the cave. He originally wanted to keep a low profile, sneak in, take the things, and leave. He didn't expect the other party's perception to be so sharp. A divine vein realm expert is really not ordinary. After entering the cave, he began to observe the situation. Those people seemed to be afraid of something, and didn't chase in. Suzumo began to look around. In front of him was an extremely quiet and deep corridor. The front of the corridor was blocked by a shroud of darkness, and he couldn't see what was in front of him. There was a bleak cold wind passing through the corridor of the cave. It gave him goosebumps. And this cold wind was visible to the naked eye. Since Suzumo had come in, he naturally had to go in and take a look. Spirit chi surged around him, and he was on guard against any danger. Finally, he walked into the cave step by step. The deeper he went, the stronger the cold wind around him became. This cold wind was very strange, and it didn't just affect the surface of the skin. It went straight to the depths of the soul, and it was a kind of coldness from the inside out. As Suzumo was walking, he heard a rustling sound by his ear. He looked around and didn't find anything strange. As he walked forward, a strong green wind blew from the cave. Suzumo's long hair was blown up. This strong wind was so strong that he almost couldn't open his eyes. If Suzumo hadn't resisted, he would have been blown out. As the strong wind slowly fell, Suzumo opened his eyes. The rustling sound in his ears became clearer. He looked around and saw countless insects coming out from both sides of the corridor. There were all kinds of insects, including cockroaches, centipedes, and earthworms. There were even rats and snakes. The insects seemed to be endless, and there was no end to them. Suzumo frowned slightly. These insects weren't strong, but their bodies seemed to be covered by a special energy. He pulled out the tyrannical shadow and slashed down. Countless insects were being chopped into pieces all around. Then, these pieces moved on their own and gathered together again. These dozens of insects that were cut into pieces condensed into one insect. A brand new, unprecedented mutated insect. It was larger in size, and its attack and defense were slightly stronger. In addition to this worm, there were countless other worms burrowing out. Suzumo swung his saber a few more times. Saber chi condensed from surging spiritual energy burst out under the tyrannical shadow. However, all of this was useless. The insects that were annihilated would gather together again. Instead, he became stronger and stronger. Suzumo finally understood that the insects here could not be killed. He quickened his pace towards the cave. The bugs along the way tried their best to block and attack Suzumo, but they were all killed by him with a few slashes. After walking for about 10 minutes, Suzumo began to feel the pressure. Because they had killed too many insects along the way, the mutant insect that had gathered together was getting stronger and stronger. The insect's cry was very sharp and it had a violent personality. They would even hunt and eat other insects around them. When Suzumo ran inside, the cool breeze along the way became stronger and stronger, as if it was preventing him from entering. Suzimo finally understood why the imperial family of the Sky Tiger Empire was unable to break through the cave entrance. Human wave tactics would not work here. They had to be top-notch powerhouses. Inside the cave, Suzimo was running forward against the gale that was blowing in his face. The huge mutated insect behind him was also chasing after him. The two of them fought and stopped along the way. Suzimo tried his best not to kill his opponent. Otherwise, it would become stronger after death. After chasing like this for about an hour, Suzimo's pace finally slowed down. The fog in front of him was dispersed, and an entrance to leave the corridor appeared. Seeing the entrance, the mutated insect behind him hissed even more urgently and anxiously. Its body suddenly exerted force and caught up with Suzimo, who had slowed down. At this moment, the mutated insect looked like it was willing to trade its life for his. It did not even bother to defend itself. Instead, it attacked Suzimo like a madman. Suzimo snorted coldly, and the tyrannical shadow in his hand turned into a bloody light. 11th style of Dao querying, blood of the firmament. A soft shout came out of his mouth. The sharp blade of the tyrannical shadow emitted a bloody light. The bloody light soared into the sky and illuminated the cave above him in red. The blood seemed to have gathered into a long river, surging majestically above his head. The center of the river was the tyrannical shadow. When Suzimo raised the tyrannical shadow and slowly lowered it, a rumbling sound came from above him. The bloody river gathered at one point and condensed at the tip of the tyrannical shadow. As the tyrannical shadow slashed down, space shattered, and time flowed chaotically. The entire corridor was somewhat distorted. Seeing this, the mutated insect did not dodge. Instead, it chose to self-destruct. Its entire body was scarlet, and its face was gradually distorted. Its abdomen was undulating, as if a terrifying power was being nurtured inside. It really isn't afraid of death. Seeing this, Suzimo said unhappily. He quickly pulled out the tyrannical shadow in his hand and retreated. With a boom, a blast of air radiated from the strange insect in all directions. Suzimo could not dodge in time and felt a heavy blow on his back. The cave beneath his feet began to shake. There was the sound of rocks falling from above. He flew out heavily, and his figure entered another entrance in the corridor. Suzimo was not afraid of being injured. The tree of life healed his injuries in an instant. The true fate world in his body was operating as before. Everything else was normal. However, the strange thing was the redbud flower that Suzimo brought in from outside. At this moment, the redbud flower was absorbing the power of the divine land. There were originally only 4 petals, but now there were 6. Moreover, these 6 petals were shrouded in mist. It seemed to be nurturing something. Suzimo was surprised, but he did not disturb it. Let the redbud flower develop on its own. Anyway, in his own true fate world, he was not afraid of it causing too much trouble. Standing out of the cave, Suzimo began to look around. After coming out of the original corridor, the line of sight in front of him instantly widened. This was a hall that was hundreds of meters high and looked very vast. After walking in, Suzimo also noticed something different. When he was in the corridor, the wind that blew was cold. Now, the color of the wind here had turned red. The red wind was a warm wind, and it gave people a feeling of burning heat. Feeling the warm wind, Suzimo continued to observe. The walls around the hall, including the top, were inlaid with fluorescent stones. This was a stone that was very bright in the dark. There were 10 pillars in the hall. 5 of them were green, while the other 5 were red. These pillars connected the entire hall, and the pillars surrounded each other, forming a circle. In the middle of the 10 pillars was a high platform. The platform was 1 meter tall and was green and red in color. He didn't know what material it was made of. Suzimo walked forward and looked around. He found that there were 2 small grooves on top of the platform, one of which was empty. The other one was inlaid with a bead. The bead was green in color and looked like a piece of amber. It was very pure. It was shiny on the outside and crystal clear on the inside. Suzimo glanced at it and knew that there was something wrong with the 10 pillars. But the platform was surrounded by the pillars. Suzimo pondered for a moment and walked into the circle of pillars. Buzz 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 sounds came from all around. As soon as Suzimo walked in, he saw the 10 pillars emitting a dazzling green light. The green light shot into the sky with great power. Wind blew and clouds rolled in the sky above the hall. Waves of air came one after another. It was like 9 winding rivers with great power. And the green light connected together and condensed into a circular barrier, surrounding Suzimo in the middle. The barrier began to shrink little by little. Suzimo frowned slightly. He could feel that this barrier contained a terrifying power. Touching this power would mean death. Is this the power of the wind vanquishing bead? Suzimo whispered. As the circle slowly shrank, he would be annihilated by this power sooner or later. Suzimo picked up the tyrannical shadow in his hand and spirit energy surged around his body. He swung his blade several times in an attempt to break the barrier. However, this barrier was indestructible. All of Suzimo's attacks were unable to cause any damage to it. It seems that Situ Yunfei didn't lie to me. This barrier has already reached the level of Dao. Even an immortal expert might not be able to break it. Suzimo shook his head slightly and took out the tornado from his storage ring. The moment the tornado was taken out, it began to tremble. Suzimo looked at the small groove on the platform next to him. He directly embedded the creature that accompanied the tornado into it. The moment it was embedded, Suzimo felt the entire land of inheritance shake. Cracks began to appear on the ground beneath his feet. The platform in front of him shook even more violently. The barrier around them shattered, and 10 beams of light shot out from the 10 pillars around them. These rays of light condensed on the high platform. The high platform trembled and eventually shattered. A dark green bead slowly rose from the high platform. This bead was only the size of a fist, but it contained an incomparably strong power. This is the wind vanquishing pearl, one of the 5 spiritual pearls, Suzimo murmured curiously. He reached out and slowly held the air vanquishing pearl in his palm. The process was surprisingly smooth. The air vanquishing bead felt a little cold to the touch. Other than that, it seemed to be no different from an ordinary bead. As for the 10 pillars at the side, they actually turned into stone pillars after emitting the light. It was filled with cracks and looked like it would collapse at any moment. Suzimo didn't have time to look at it. He put the wind vanquishing pearl into his true fate world and hurried out. Without the support of the air vanquishing pearl, this place would soon collapse. Boom! The sound of the explosion reverberated around the cave. Suzimo ran out of the cave at an extremely fast speed and passed through the corridor surrounded by strong winds. Finally, he returned to the Heaven Valley where he came from. Not long after Suzimo went out, he heard a boom behind him. It was an earth-shattering sound. Half of the valley behind him had been reduced to ruins. Dust was flying everywhere, and rocks were rolling down from the sky. Suzimo wiped the sweat off his forehead and turned around, only to see that the patrolling soldiers around the Heavenly Valley had already left. Only 2 people were standing on one side of the valley, resting with their eyes closed. One of them was the black-haired man from before. The other person was an old man in green. The old man didn't have a strong aura around him. Instead, he looked like an ordinary old man. He closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on one side of the mountain wall. Seeing Suzimo come out, the black-haired man and the old man in green opened their eyes at the same time. The black-haired man's aura was like a lion. It was very violent and wild. "Master, it's him." The black-haired man quickly pointed at Suzimo and said. The aura of the divine pulse realm was surging around him. Behind him, the white tiger shadow was glaring at him. Last time, he didn't hear the roar clearly. But this time, he really wanted to know what the sound that frightened him was. Suzimo glanced at the ruins of the collapsed cave. In the end, he turned around and looked at the 2 people on the mountain wall. "You really don't give up." Suzimo smiled. "What did you get in there?" The black-haired man asked softly. They had been guarding the Heaven Valley for a period of time and had sent countless people to investigate. But without exception, no one came out alive. Therefore, they didn't know much about the inheritance in the cave. "Would you believe me if I said I didn't get anything?" Suzimo smiled. "Then I'll capture you and slowly interrogate you." The black-haired man snorted coldly. Suzimo shook his head slightly and smiled faintly. "Your Sky Tiger Empire's strength hasn't increased much over the years, But your tone is getting more and more arrogant. If it wasn't for the White God King in the war back then, you would have been the ones to be exterminated. Hearing Suzimo's words, the black-haired man's face turned ugly. The veins on his forehead bulged, and he seemed very angry. However, the green-clothed old man's expression remained the same as before as he looked at Suzimo in astonishment. He asked, "How do you know all this?" Although this wasn't a top secret, only the higher-ups of the various countries knew about it. It was very difficult for ordinary people to come into contact with such things. "You don't have to worry about that. I'm too lazy to bother with you," Suzimo said indifferently. "You can't afford the things in here." Suzimo didn't say much. The origin of the Sky Tiger Empire wasn't very turbulent. They weren't humans. If one had to trace back, their race was called the Fallen Bug Tribe. The bloodline in their bodies was very similar to the tiger race, but there was more divinity in their bloodline. It was this divinity that gave them more intelligence than the tiger race. At that time, the tigers weren't called tigers. People were more used to calling them big bugs. The origin of the Sky Tiger Empire could be traced back to one person. It was a young man called Baizé. He was the son of the Fallen Bug Tribe's leader. He should have had a noble status. Unfortunately, when he was born with a congenital disability. His father, who was the tribe leader of the Fallen Bug Tribe at that time, felt that his birth was detrimental to his dignity. So he abandoned him in the wilderness. Fortunately, Baizé wasn't fated to die. He was saved by a passing bug and brought back to the nest. In the end, he began his legendary life. At that time, the Bug Tribe actually looked down on the Tiger Tribe. Even though their bloodlines were very similar, the Bug Tribe always regarded themselves as a higher tribe. And the Tiger Tribe was just the lowest level of ignorant beast tribe. When the tiger passed by, it didn't eat Baizé. Instead, it brought him into its nest and started feeding him. Baizé grew up in the Tiger Tribe. He also always regarded himself as a member of the Tiger Tribe. In the end, during a trial of the Tiger Tribe, he received the recognition of the ancient white tiger and received its inheritance. In order to obtain that inheritance, Baizé could be said to have endured too much inhumane pain. He removed all the bones in his body and replaced them with the bones of the white tiger. Even his bloodline, habits, and lifestyle were made according to the standards of the white tiger. He cultivated in the Tiger Tribe for hundreds of years. At that time, he had already stepped into the Divine Pulse realm. However, his reputation was never prominent. What really made him famous was the final battle of the Bug Tribe. The Bug Tribe was at a disadvantage in the battle for territory with another large tribe. In fact, everyone knew that whoever won the battle could occupy the other party's territory. In the end, the country that was established was one of the empires in the northern continent. That battle lasted for a full 10 years. The Bug Tribe was almost out of food and ammunition. In the end, Baizé found out about his identity and led the Tiger Tribe in the northern continent to join that battle. He single-handedly fought against 5 divine range warriors. He killed 4 and severely injured 1. This was the reason why the Fallen Bug Tribe was able to launch a counterattack after struggling at death's door, ultimately defeating that large race in one fell swoop. The Sky Tiger Empire was established here and became one of the 36 countries today. However, after that battle, no matter what the Bug Tribe promised or what price they paid, they couldn't persuade Baizé to stay. He resolutely left the Heavenly Tiger Empire and lived in seclusion. The legend of him fighting against 5 divine range experts by himself also began to spread widely. In the end, people called such a powerful expert the Divine King. The title of White Divine King also became a memorial to his legend. Hearing Suzimo's words, the green-clothed elder wasn't angry. He just said indifferently, "What happened in the past is just a story that people exaggerated." The establishment of the Sky Tiger Empire didn't just rely on the Divine King and the sacrifice and hard work of every insectoid. "I don't care about that. I just want to leave today." "You two can't stop me," Suzimo replied calmly. The black-haired man next to him glared at Suzimo, the veins on his forehead bulging. "Young man, you're still young, but you talk big." The old man in green shook his head slightly. He calmly sat on one side of the mountain. At this moment, a vast and mighty immortal might surged from his body into the sky. It soared straight into the sky, causing the rocks on one side of the mountain to roll down. The entire heaven valley began to shake. The green-robed old man looked at Suzimo with bright eyes. The clouds began to swirl in the sky. His figure suddenly became tall and imposing, like an insurmountable obstacle, crossing in front of Suzimo. Suzimo glanced at the other party. He was at the profound immortal realm, even though he had just stepped onto the path of immortality not long ago. However, once he entered the path of immortality, he would definitely be separated from immortal and mortal. He could not be bothered to waste his breath on the old man. With a wave of his right hand, the enormous body of Hundun walked out of the void. Hundun's recent progress could be said to be extremely fast. Of course, this was all thanks to Suzimo's help. After every cultivator entered the path of immortality, they had to begin to comprehend the origin of the world. If they wanted to transcend, they had to first understand what they wanted to transcend. This kind of comprehension might be very difficult for others. This was because the origin of the world was extremely mysterious, and they could only peek at a corner occasionally. Within the fog, everyone was carefully moving forward. However, this was nothing to Suzimo because he directly placed the origin of the divine mainland in front of Hundun for him to comprehend. He did not have to worry about finding the origin, nor did he have to worry about any traps. He could wholeheartedly comprehend the origin of the world. Even though Suzimo's current world was not complete. The biggest problem was that the animal system was not perfect, and the extreme nether glow and extreme yang illumination had not been merged. Suzimo was still at a loss about the extreme yang illumination. This kind of thing could only rely on luck. However, even this kind of imperfect origin of the world was very helpful to Hundun. Hundun's cultivation during this period of time had not only stabilized his mystic immortal realm. It was also showing signs of advancing to the heavenly immortal realm. When Hundun's huge body appeared in Heaven Valley, a strong beast aura swept through the entire valley with a storm. After it landed, there was a boom. The ground began to shake, and countless cracks appeared under its feet. Its body was more than twice as big as before, and its eyes were scarlet. Hot white steam was coming out of its nose and mouth. Seeing Hundun's appearance, the black-haired man's expression changed drastically, and he stared at Hundun. The green-robed old man frowned slightly. The aura above Heaven Valley gathered together and was split into two by Hundun and the green-robed old man. The surrounding wind roared, and half of the mountain was split open. A vain beast of the immortal realm, the green-robed old man said after a long while. "Do you think you can keep me here?" Suzimo asked. The green-robed old man did not answer, and he looked at Hundun with a deep gaze. Finally, he turned to the black-haired man and said softly. "This vain beast listens to him. I'll hold it back, and you just have to kill him as soon as possible." "Don't worry, master," the black-haired man nodded heavily. Then, the two of them turned around, and the green-robed old man stepped into the air. He attacked Hundun directly. He was dressed in green, and his speed was extremely fast, leaving afterimages in the sky. Finally, he stopped above Hundun's head, and looked into Hundun's eyes. He raised his right hand slowly, and a mighty immortal chi burst out from his hand. Behind him, a white tiger covered in black stripes slowly appeared. That was his destiny. The black-striped white tiger's huge body was 2/3 of Hundun's size. Its eyes were blue, like two gemstones. Its fangs were more than a meter long. Although it was only shadow, when it opened its mouth, the smell of blood could still be felt. At this moment, the green-robed old man's body was surging with pure white spirit chi. All 9 meridians in his body were opened, and a strong wind blew around him. As he waved his right hand, the black-striped white tiger roared and pounced on Hundun. Hundun was not to be outdone, and a pair of wings that covered the sky spread out behind him, and he took the initiative to fly toward the black-striped white tiger. Endless roars of beasts echoed in Heaven Valley. The black-haired man at the side also seized the opportunity and charged towards Suzimo. The black-haired man could also tell that his master was no match for Hundun. He could hold on for a while at most. As long as he could kill Suzimo in this period of time, everything could be solved easily. Seeing the black-haired man charging towards him, the higher-ups of the Heavenly Tiger Empire seemed to be all kinds of tigers. Suzimo slowly pulled out the tyrannical shadow on his back. He didn't know how big the difference was between the peak of the Saint Bloodline realm and the Divine Bloodline realm. 12th style of Tao seeking, Nirvana void. Suzimo shouted softly. He didn't underestimate his opponent and slashed down with his saber. This saber brought with it an endless storm, and the surrounding space shattered. Boom boom boom, the sound of explosions reverberated around him. The Nirvana chi surrounded the saber, and unparalleled saber energy shot out. When the surrounding space was completely annihilated, the tyrannical shadow collided with the black-haired man's palm. There was a bang. Suzimo took a few steps back, but the black-haired man's expression was calm, and his body didn't move at all. Don't make a futile struggle. Although I'm very surprised that you have such a cultivation at your age, the black-haired man said calmly. But there's still an insurmountable gap between the Saint Bloodline and the Divine Bloodline. Is that so? Suzimo chuckled. As his voice fell, the aura around him became stronger and stronger. The storm condensed from the aura raged in the sky and the surroundings. Heaven-breaking transformation. Azure Dragon 7 transformations. Azure Cloud 8 transformations. As the aura around Suzimo grew stronger and stronger, all the surrounding space collapsed. He took a step forward, and his aura became stronger and stronger. He had already suppressed the black-haired man. Finally, when the last low sentence came out of his mouth, or even from his throat. 9 transformations of the God of War. The surrounding space seemed to have come to a standstill as countless storms of spiritual chi converged towards Suzimo's location. The spirit energy condensed into the shape of a transparent armor that covered Suzimo's body. This was the first time Suzimo had used the complete 9 transformations of the God of War. Ever since he obtained this secret skill from the Jiuli tribe, he rarely used it. In the instant that the 9 God of War 9 transformations was completed, the entire sky began to tremble. An image seemed to flash before the black-haired man's eyes. It was a scene of a man clad in armor fighting against the heavens and the earth, sweeping through everything. Of course, this scene was fleeting, and it only made people suspect that it was an illusion. At this moment, Suzimo felt unprecedentedly powerful. He casually clenched his fist. A large area of space around the fist was completely shattered. He could feel the armor covering his body. It provided him with defense, attack, and even endless stamina to heal his injuries. This was simply a divine tool that could enhance all aspects. Seeing the black-haired man's shocked expression, he slowly raised the tyrannical shadow in his hand. He looked at the dark blade with a deep gaze. Thunder, fire, flood, hurricane, the essence of the sun, and the essence of the moon. Several different attributes were rolling on the blade. Suzimo chuckled, slowly raised the tyrannical shadow, and pointed the tip of the blade at the black-haired man. His lips moved slightly, and he said calmly. 13 moves of the Tao querying, King's Wrath. This move, King's Wrath, was a move he created when he was at his angriest in his previous life. At that time, he integrated all his anger and madness into the move. This was the meaning of the move. It only attacked and did not defend. The best defense was offense. Waves of fighting spirit burst out from Suzimo's body and spread to the tip of the blade. The tyrannical shadow began to tremble. Behind Suzimo, waves of blade energy began to condense. The blade energy finally condensed into the shape of a monster. This monster only had one leg, and its entire body was blood red. Although he only had one leg on his lower body, his upper body was very majestic. Muscles bulged from its body, and its 2 arms were thicker than an ordinary person's head. And there was a blue horn on top of its head. There was a silver ring on its left ear, a high nose bridge, and deep eyes. This was the king of form that Suzimo condensed. At this moment, under Suzimo's command, the king of form directly turned into a stream of light and merged into the tyrannical shadow. The tyrannical shadow trembled faster and faster, and the frequency gradually increased. The blade began to glow red, and it seemed to be on the verge of madness. At the last moment of the war god's 9 changes, Suzimo raised the tyrannical shadow and directly charged at the black-haired man. The black-haired man frowned slightly, and the slit-eyed white tiger behind him roared at the sky. In the end, it merged with him. On the black-haired man's body, the figure of the white tiger could be vaguely seen. He directly punched out, and the fist brought with it a sky full of wind and clouds as it smashed towards Suzimo. Faintly, the roar of a beast came from his fist. The tyrannical shadow collided with the black-haired man's fist. Boom! With the two of them as the center point, the explosion finally spread out. The rumbling sound was still reverberating in the surroundings. The two of them separated and actually retreated at the same time. With every step they took back, the space under their feet would shatter layer by layer. Finally, the two of them stopped. The black-haired man looked at Suzimo solemnly. Under the premise of a major realm difference, the two of them were actually evenly matched. From the corner of his eye, he looked at the battle on the other battlefield. Hun Dun was almost suppressing the old man in green, and it didn't seem to be in a hurry to kill the old man in green. Instead, it seemed to be teasing the other party in a playful way. The black-haired man calmed his mind and looked at Suzimo again. "You are indeed a little beyond my expectations," he said calmly. "But you shouldn't be able to maintain this state for long. I can still fight for a few more days and nights. Do you want to try?" Suzimo said with a chuckle. As his voice fell, the tyrannical shadow in his hand attacked again. Every move was fatal. Suzimo didn't defend. He was purely fighting in a way that would kill 1,000 enemies and hurt 800 of his own. In the beginning, the black-haired man could still hold on. However, as time went on, Suzimo's speed became faster and faster, and his sword momentum became sharper and sharper. Finally, in an instant, the black-haired man didn't have time to dodge and was directly cut in half by Suzimo. He was cut in half at the waist. Seeing this scene, the old man in green next to him was furious and roared. Hun Dun at the side seemed to be tired of playing and also slapped down, slapping the old man in green into the ground. Although the black-haired man was cut in half, he wasn't completely dead. The strength of the Divine Pulse realm was that even if one's head was cut off, one could still come back from the dead. However, now that both of them were seriously injured, it wasn't so easy to completely recover. Seeing Suzimo walk over step by step, the black-haired man and the green-clothed elder's expressions changed slightly. "Who exactly are you?" the green-clothed elder asked seriously. "So what if you know? Do you think you can leave here alive today?" Suzimo said indifferently. "What good will it do you to kill us? Become enemies with the Sky Tiger Empire?" the green-clothed elder asked. "Why don't you just let us go and this matter can be written off?" "You're wrong. So what if I become enemies with the Sky Tiger Empire?" Suzimo shook his head with a faint smile. "I don't care about your insect race. What's with all the nonsense?" the black-haired man said coldly. His expression was calm, and he looked at Suzimo with some hatred. He didn't care about life or death. Suzimo smiled, but didn't say anything. Spirit energy surged in his hands, and a pitch-black demonic chi burst out from his hands. He waved his right hand, and the air around him fluctuated. Finally, the black-haired man and the green-clothed elder disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already in Suzimo's true fate world. Of course, Suzimo didn't give them much time to observe. The moment the two of them appeared, they were directly thrown to the location of the Bauhinia. Because before, Suzimo could feel the redbud flower's consciousness. It wanted Suzimo to help it find food. Suzimo also wanted to see what this redbud flower was. And entering a mortal and a divine vein cultivator, they were the most suitable nourishment. When the two were thrown in front of the strange redbud flower, clouds of black fog spread out from the flower. Then, the black fog rushed into the sky and enveloped the two. The green-clothed elder and the black-haired man resisted with all their might. Unfortunately, both of them were heavily injured and had less than a tenth of their strength left. Then, the black fog churned and swallowed the two of them. The redbud flower was digesting the two corpses as its own nourishment. Suzimo also walked out of his true fate world. Seeing that there was no one around, he walked towards Worry-Free City. On the way, he took out the air-vanquishing pearl and had a look. A single wind annihilation pearl was actually not very useful, but if all 5 spirit pearls were gathered together, the wind annihilation pearl would be very useful. It was said that it had the ability to change the entire Yuanyang continent. Suzimo had heard of a legend before, but no one knew whether it was true or not. At that time, the Yuanyang continent was still a single entity. the so-called 5 continents did not exist. The timeline was even older than the mythological era. Before that, there was an earth-shattering battle in the Yuanyang continent. Of course, these were all rumors. Not a single piece of information about that great battle was left behind. That war had changed the power structure of the continent. The entire continent was shattered into pieces, almost sinking to the bottom of the endless heavenly ocean. In the end, the continent was divided into 5 pieces. But in the beginning, the 5 continents were not stable. Whenever the weather in the endless sky sea was bad, storms would blow and waves would surge. The 5 continents would drift and start to fall. They would flood and even split apart. Countless creatures died in the process. That was an era when all living things were struggling at death's door. No one could tell which would come first, tomorrow or an accident. Perhaps the entire continent would fall into the enemy's hands in their sleep. Later, the heavenly axiom took pity on all living things and condensed part of the world's origin into 5 spirit pearls of different attributes. They were used to suppress the various continents. Many years later, the 5 continents gradually stabilized. And the 5 spirit pearls also turned into 5 streams of light after the continents stabilized and scattered across the continents. According to rumors, if someone could gather all 5 spirit pearls, they would have the ability to change the entire Yuanyang continent. Su Zimo looked at the dark green pearl in his hand. Who could imagine how much power it contained? There was a type of wind in the air-vanquishing pearl called the apocalyptic wind. It was said that the highest level of the apocalyptic wind could blow the world into darkness. It was good at scaring ghosts and gods, cracking rocks and collapsing cliffs. It was very powerful. Su Zimo was now trying to control this wind. But first, he had to make the air-vanquishing pearl recognize him as its master. Su Zimo placed it in his true fate world and let the primal chaos bead suppress it. After some time, it should be able to recognize him as its master. The time he spent in this cave was actually not long, but the flow of time inside was different. About 7 days had passed in the outside world. In the evening, Su Zimo returned to Carefree City. At this time, Carefree City was completely silent. The streets were very bleak. The darkness was like a silent giant beast that swallowed the entire city. Su Zimo walked into the city. Occasionally, a few gusts of wind would blow by, blowing up a cloud of dust which would then drift into the distance. A series of kacha sounds came from the end of the street. Su Zimo raised his head slightly. The front of the street was completely dark. This kacha sound was like the grinding of wheels on the ground. It was ear-piercing and unpleasant. A strange gust of wind blew past, and a few emerald green leaves slowly fell in front of Su Zimo. This wind was very cold. In this warm spring, it was especially strange. Su Zimo lowered his body slightly and picked up the green leaves that had just been blown over. The shape of the leaves was very strange. It was covered with dense barbs. It was oval in shape and smelled like tuna leaves. Su Zimo had never seen such leaves before. He kept the leaves in his pocket and continued walking. The further he walked, the more obvious the kacha sound became. Finally, at the corner of the street, a cart slowly moved towards Su Zimo. The owner of the cart was an old woman. She was wearing brown, bark-like clothes. It was unknown what material the clothes were made of. Her hair was like silver flowers on a steel tree, spreading out on top of her head. Her face was sallow and full of wrinkles. Her face was scrunched up. When she smiled, it looked like she was crying. At this moment, her body was bent as she pushed the cart slowly down the street. Her movements were very slow. There seemed to be a kind of magic between each small step. A moment ago, she was still on the street. But in the blink of an eye, it seemed that she was not far away from you. The cart was also brown. It was covered with a brown cloth, so you could not see what was inside. Following the ear-piercing grinding sound of the cart, the old woman's bent figure stopped in front of Su Zimo. She stared straight at Su Zimo. "What's the matter?" Su Zimo asked faintly. "Eat a fruit," the old woman said in a hoarse voice. The look in her eyes was very strange, which made people's hair stand on end. "Sure." Su Zimo nodded and smiled faintly. The old lady was stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted. She removed the cloth on the cart and took out a blue fruit. The fruit was only the size of a fist and was transparent. It looked like a piece of blue amber, very beautiful. Suzimo took the fruit and swallowed it in one gulp. Seeing Suzimo eat the fruit, a kind smile appeared on the old lady's face. She covered the cloth again and pushed the trolley to leave. However, at this moment, Suzimo stepped on the cart and grinned at the old woman. "It tastes good, give me another one." "Everyone can only eat one," the old lady said calmly. "What if I insist on eating more?" Suzimo asked with a smile. The old lady looked at Suzimo coldly and ignored him. She lowered her head and pushed the cart to leave again. Seeing this, Suzimo smiled. From his pocket, he took out a few strange leaves that had been blown by the breeze earlier. He looked at the old lady and said, "Did you drop something?" The old lady looked at Suzimo and looked at the leaves inexplicably. She replied with a hoarse voice, "I haven't seen it." "How can you not see it? Shouldn't it fall from your body?" Suzimo said with a smile. Hearing Suzimo's words, the old lady's pupils suddenly shrank. Her right arm instantly withered and turned into a tree branch. It rushed at Suzimo as fast as lightning. With a wave of his hand, Suzimo grabbed the tree branch that was coming at him and broke it with force. Kacha, the tree branch was broken into several pieces. The old lady in front of him was furious. She looked at Suzimo, and her body was also undergoing earth-shattering changes. The old lady's entire body quickly withered. Her 2 arms and 2 legs turned into countless branches, and her body turned into a tree trunk. And her area was getting bigger and bigger. First, it filled up the entire street. Then, it continued to expand, causing the houses on both sides to collapse. An ear-piercing shriek came from the tree. Such a commotion quickly attracted the attention of the citizens of Worry-Free City. "What the hell is this? Is it a tree demon?" the citizens exclaimed in shock. "Everyone, run! This tree demon wants to destroy the city." The citizens of the city gathered together and ran out of their rooms in groups. The Meridians in the city also rushed over and gathered around the tree demon. The entire city was in chaos. Everyone was trying their best to escape from the city. Suzimo looked into the distance and saw 3 figures flying over from afar. The 2 on the left and right of these 3 figures were probably guards. The one in the middle was a burly man. He was wearing a white vest and had a burly figure. His muscles were bulging. He had short hair and an eye-catching scar on the right side of his face. The aura of the Saint Meridian realm swirled around him. "It's the City Lord of Worry-Free City," someone shouted from the side. "The City Lord is here, we're saved." Everyone looked up at the sky, only to see the burly man with the scar slowly stopping in front of the withered tree. The City Lord of Worry-Free City looked at the scene in front of him. The withered tree had already grown to over 100 meters tall, its branches had already spread across the entire street. Countless houses collapsed under the frenzied attacks of the branch demons. The City Lord of Worry-Free City frowned and told the 2 people next to him, "Evacuate the citizens first, I'll take care of the rest." The 2 of them quickly nodded and went to one side to get busy. When the withered tree had grown to over 100 meters tall, it finally stopped. This towering tree had countless branches dancing in the air. Its bark was brown, the leaves on the tree were also green and oval, full of thorns. At this moment, the tree let out a sharp shriek, breaking the silence of the sky. Countless branches descended from the sky, charging towards Suzimo with a menacing momentum. Suzimo frowned slightly. Looking at this scene, he suddenly thought of a legend. Especially when he saw that the tree was full of fruits, and those fruits were the same ones that the old granny gave him before. The ones that the citizens of the city often said would cause them to lose their memories. This made Suzimo even more convinced of the legend he heard before. It was said that on the Yuanyang continent, there was a river called the Oblivion Huangquan River. The river flowed from one side of the sky to the other, passing through time and space. The river water was dark blue, and it reflected the sky, rendering half of the firmament. The ancient river had no fixed location, hiding in the void of space, going through one era after another. The gentle sound of flowing water seemed to indicate the rise and fall of countless people that it had witnessed. It was said that after drinking the water of this river, living beings would lose their memories. Because of that, there were many people in this world who couldn't get what they wanted, who had gone through great sorrow and suffering, who had lost their faith, who sought this oblivion Huangquan River. They wanted to use it to forget some unforgettable memories. Unfortunately, the oblivion Huangquan River was too mysterious. People had only heard of it, but very, very few could actually find it. It was said that on the side of the river, there was a tree. An oblivion Huangquan River tree, that was the only living creature near this magnificent river. The oblivion Huangquan River tree absorbed the water of the oblivion Huangquan River and finally grew oblivion fruit. As long as one ate the oblivion fruit, they would also lose their memories. However, the difference between the oblivion Huangquan River and the oblivion Huangquan River was that the oblivion Huangquan River could choose to lose part of their memories. On the other hand, the oblivion fruit would cause people to completely lose all their memories. Looking at the big tree in front of him, Su Zimo was convinced of his thoughts. This was the oblivion Huangquan River tree, and what he ate before was the oblivion fruit. However, Su Zimo wasn't afraid of losing his memories at all, because his true fate world had dissolved the laws contained in the oblivion fruit. Countless branches of the oblivion Huangquan River tree attacked from above with crackling sounds. Each branch was dozens of meters thick. Each branch carried an oblivion chi, and was unstoppable, like a demon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Su Zimo didn't dodge at all, letting the branches hit him. His defense had already reached an extreme point. As long as he wasn't destroyed in one hit, the tree of life would quickly recover. Be careful. Seeing Su Zimo being surrounded by the branches, Carefree City's city lord hurriedly shouted. Rumble rumble, sounds of explosions resounded. The ground of the entire worry-free city was filled with countless cracks that extended out from the ground. Like a spider web. Dust flew everywhere, and houses collapsed one by one. When the dust settled, the Carefree City Lord looked down again, only to see Su Zimo standing in place, unharmed. It was as if he was the center of everything, with him as the center. The ground cracked open in all directions. Are you all right? The Carefree City Lord hurriedly descended and came in front of Su Zimo. Su Zimo turned to look at him. The Carefree City Lord hurriedly explained, Don't be afraid, I'm the City Lord of this city, I'm not afraid, Su Zimo said calmly. Friend, do you know the origin of this tree demon? Carefree City Lord continued to ask. I don't know, Su Zimo shook his head slightly. The forgetting river tree roared. Every time its huge body swayed, it could shake heaven and earth. Countless cracks appeared on the ground. At this moment, another few hundred branches tore through the layers of space with a sharp force and charged towards Su Zimo. Friend, why don't we work together to subdue this tree demon? Carefree City Lord looked at Su Zimo and asked. Su Zimo didn't say anything. He looked at the incoming branches. He directly drew out the tyrannical shadow from his back. The blade emitted a sky-piercing blade aura. Dao querying 12 moves, Nirvana Void. This blade aura carried with it a sharp energy that could shatter the void. The surrounding space rumbled and exploded. At this moment, not only space, but all the branches in the surroundings were shattered. Thunderbolts crackled on the blade of the saber. Su Zimo's blade fell. All the branches of the forgetting river tree in front of him were annihilated. However, before he could react, countless more branches descended from the sky. They tightly bound Su Zimo. He was bound by the branches from all directions and then pulled in several different directions at the same time. He felt like he was going to be torn apart by 5 horses. Seeing that Su Zimo was trapped, the Carefree City Lord panicked. His holy aura was dense. He directly stepped into the air and shouted, Don't be afraid, I'll save you. Then he clenched his fists. Strands of golden spirit energy gathered around him. He was like a rising sun. Dazzling. His fist glowed with golden light. He directly punched the branches that bound Su Zimo. Just as it was about to hit the branches, Carefree City Lord's fist suddenly changed direction. It was actually aimed at Su Zimo's back. Boom! Boundless shockwaves rippled out in all directions, shattering the surrounding space. The City Lord of the worry-free city laughed loudly. His laughter reverberated through the air, sounding exceptionally ear-piercing. Su Zimo slowly turned his head and calmly glanced at the worry-free city lord. The Carefree City Lord's expression froze and his laughter stopped abruptly. How are you fine? He asked in disbelief. Because you're too weak, Suzimo said calmly. Immediately after, the aura around his body surged, and endless saber wool condensed around him. He directly cut off all the branches that were binding him. In an instant, a hand grabbed the carefree city lord's neck and slowly lifted him up in the air. You can't kill me, I am the city lord appointed by the Sky Tiger Empire, only they have the right to judge me. The city lord of Worryless City seemed to be grasping at his last life-saving straw as he shouted, You are openly going against the Empire. It doesn't matter, Suzimo said calmly. Actually, I suspected you from the start, but I didn't have any evidence. The legend of Worry-Free City has been circulating for so long. Someone forced people to eat carefree fruit in the middle of the night, causing everyone to panic. The citizens don't even dare to go out at night. Yet you, the city lord, did nothing and even suppressed this matter with the Sky Tiger Empire. It's hard for me to believe that you're not in cahoots with the Forgetfulness River Tree. Hearing Suzimo's words, the city lord's expression changed greatly. Save me, he shouted at the Forgetfulness River Tree. He was also struggling with all his might. Suzimo coldly snorted, directly grabbing the city lord's neck and squeezing hard. The city lord's neck was almost broken. Suzimo pulled out his saber, and unrivaled saber chi burst forth. It wantonly reverberated through the air. The city lord's body and true fate were both destroyed. The city lord's death made the Forgetfulness River Tree even angrier. Its branches connected one after another, some of them condensed together. There were also some that scattered into blooming flowers, attacking Suzimo from all directions. In short, these branches could not be killed, and they could grow indefinitely. Suzimo knew that only by making the Forgetfulness River Tree leave the ground, could he completely restrain it. Seeing these branches coming towards him, Suzimo's figure suddenly flashed. He directly grabbed a few of the branches, the veins on his forehead bulging, wanting to uproot the Forgetfulness River Tree. However, the Forgetfulness River Tree was much stronger than Suzimo. Even though Suzimo used all his strength, it was to no avail. Seeing this scene, Suzimo's figure quickly retreated. He stepped into the air and stood in midair. Behind him, a blue planet slowly rose in the fog. The moment the blue planet rose, wisps of dense chi surrounded it. Boom boom boom, the sound of space shattering could be heard. At this moment, it was as if time had stopped. The blue planet seemed to contain an incomparably terrifying power. With a boom, the blue planet began to spin rapidly. Countless branches came from all directions, surrounding Suzimo. Seeing this, Suzimo chuckled. He directly jumped into the blue planet. The vines didn't hesitate either, and they drilled in as well. When all the branches entered Suzimo's true fate world, the already prepared dragon race soared into the sky. Dragons roared in the wilderness, riding on the clouds. Dragons of different attributes and colors descended from the sky one after another. There were hundreds of them, among them were the primal chaos and the 10 ancient divine beasts. They each grabbed hold of countless branches and began to pull them apart. Suzimo had sealed off the entire true fate world. Those branches that wanted to escape after entering were all trapped inside. With so many creatures pulling at it, the Forgetfulness River Tree in the outside world was clearly panicking. It struggled with all its might, forming a kind of pull between the creatures. Suzimo was not afraid. With the Tree of Life at the back, these dragons were all desperately pulling. This scene lasted for nearly an hour. The ground where the Forgetfulness River Tree was began to shake, and countless cracks appeared. Emerald green leaves swayed gently with the breeze, finally falling down. The Forgetfulness River Tree's huge trunk began to shake. Kacha, the ground began to crack. Its trunk grew taller bit by bit. This scene continued for another 2 hours. The surrounding ground cracked faster and faster. The momentum was great. Finally, there was a boom. The entire Forgetfulness River Tree was completely uprooted. The moment it left the ground, the Forgetfulness River Tree did not even have time to react before it was directly pulled into Suzimo's True Fate world. After entering the True Fate world, before the Forgetfulness River Tree could see its surroundings, it was surrounded by hundreds of dragons. In the sky, the Tree of Life swept with endless power and suppressed it. The Forgetfulness River Tree could not even resist. Looking at the Oblivion River Tree that was being suppressed, Suzimo's gaze was deep as he slowly descended. Submit or die? Suzimo asked indifferently. The Oblivion River tree was howling, desperately trying to escape from this place. Its countless branches were attacking the surroundings wildly as though it had lost its mind. The entire ground began to shake. The boundless spirit chi in the surroundings was stirred up. I'll ask again. Submit or die? Suzimo asked calmly. However, the Oblivion River tree still did not answer. It just continued to attack everything around it. Destroy it. Suzimo turned around and said indifferently. As soon as he said that, the surrounding divine dragons and the tree of life all hid in the void and disappeared. Without the suppression, the Oblivion River tree broke out instantly and looked around furiously. However, before it could truly become enraged, the entire sky above it changed. The wind blew and the clouds swirled in the sky. Bolts of thunder intertwined with lightning, and the rumbling of explosions reverberated in the sky. The sky suddenly darkened as the sun disappeared. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a fierce wind swept up the sand and stones, wantonly blowing between the heaven and earth. Under the dark clouds, the sky was especially oppressive. Gradually, a rainstorm began. Amidst the dark clouds and torrential rain, silver-white lightning crackled in the clouds like long dragons. And it was not just lightning. There seemed to be real divine dragons soaring in the clouds, overturning the seas and rivers as they roamed in the sky. At this moment, in the sky, an incomparably powerful heavenly might that could not be stopped by human strength descended. The Oblivion River tree could only feel that when this heavenly might descended, its entire tree body could not withstand it and was about to split apart. The moment the heavenly might descended, a pair of eyes appeared in the sky. A pair of eyes that were indescribable with words. Majestic, domineering, invincible. Insufferably arrogant, there seemed to be too many states in this pair of eyes. However, all of these states seemed to be telling the same truth. Inviolable, facing this pair of eyes, one would not even have the courage to look them in the eye, let alone fight against them. Heaven's will? Looking at the pair of eyes that appeared and feeling the majestic aura that emanated from it. This was the first thought that came to the Oblivion River tree. The heavenly Tao of the Yuanyang continent, but that shouldn't be the case. He didn't do anything that went against the rules of the heavenly Tao. Although the pair of eyes in front of him was inviolable, it seemed to be much weaker than the true heavenly Tao. Although it had never seen the true heavenly Tao, the aura and pressure were still somewhat different from what it had imagined. Actually, the tree of forgetfulness would never have thought that the pair of eyes in front of it was indeed the heavenly Tao, the embodiment of will. However, it was not the heavenly Tao of the Yuanyang continent, but the heavenly Tao of the divine land. Because Suzimo's world's laws were not perfect, the heavenly Tao had just been born and was not very powerful. Naturally, it couldn't compare with the heavenly Tao of the Yuanyang continent, which had already matured. But at least here, on the land of the divine land. Other than Suzimo, the creator of the world, it was a god that ruled over everything. The moment the will of the heavenly Tao appeared, the river of forgetfulness tree did not even have time to resist. Thunder was brewing in the sky, and the boundless lightning accompanied by dark purple electric arcs exploded in the sky with a rumbling sound. Darkness descended, as if the entire world had entered the end of the world. The pair of eyes stared indifferently at the tree of forgetfulness, as if it could see everything clearly. There were no secrets to speak of. Finally, the thunder in the sky had reached a critical point. It already felt like a storm was coming, and dark clouds were pressing down on the city, ready to destroy it. The tree of forgetfulness could no longer withstand the pressure. Its entire tree bent and lay on the ground, expressing its submission. I submit, I submit. It used its mind to convey its thoughts to Suzimo. However, Suzimo just looked at this scene calmly, ignoring the tree of forgetfulness. When the thunder was completely formed, a loud boom was heard. The entire sky seemed to have collapsed, and half of the sky was cracked. A dark purple thunderbolt fell straight from the sky. This thunderbolt had supreme power. Everything in its path, including time and space, was destroyed. It came down with devastating force. The tree of forgetfulness didn't even have time to dodge before it was completely hit by the thunderbolt. Suzimo seemed to hear a roar in this thunderbolt. When the thunderbolt fell, the ground within a radius of dozens of miles cracked, and not a single blade of grass grew. And the center of the thunderbolt, the tree of forgetfulness, bore the brunt of it. The thunderbolt lasted for more than 10 seconds before it finally dissipated slowly. The sky began to clear up again. The heavenly power dissipated, and the pair of eyes gradually disappeared into nothingness. When everything calmed down, Suzimo looked at the tree of forgetfulness. There wasn't a single piece of the surrounding land that was intact. Although the tree of forgetfulness wasn't reduced to ashes, countless cracks appeared on the tree's body. It was on the verge of death. The originally green leaves began to wither. The branches drooped listlessly. This was a lesson. I gave you a chance, but unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. Suzimo said seriously and calmly, I don't want there to be a next time. Hearing Suzimo's words, the tree of forgetfulness hurriedly and weakly agreed. Suzimo let it recuperate in the true fate world while he left this world. When he returned to Carefree City, there was no one nearby. The entire city was practically in ruins. The people were in a terrible situation, and the survivors all left. Suzimo looked around. Yu Qingli also lived in the city before, but he couldn't see her now. Of course, Suzimo also believed that even without his existence, Yu Qingli would slowly grow into a god like before. Since fate had already been formed, there was no need to force it. If fate wills it, there will be a day when they meet again. The Sky Tiger Empire's matter was pretty much finished. He just didn't know that the Fallen Bug clan found out that 2 of their high-level members disappeared. What would their reaction be then? Suzimo didn't care about this for now. His grandfather's birthday was coming soon. He also needed to hurry to the Fengqi Empire as soon as possible. He still had to do what he promised Sword Immortal Jiang Yun. He needed to find his clan and pass down the inheritance to them. There was still some distance between the White Tiger Empire and the Fengqi Empire. There wasn't a direct teleportation formation between the two. Suzimo needed to teleport from the Sky Tiger Empire to the Haoyu Empire and then to the Fengqi Empire. The Sky Tiger Empire's teleportation formation was in Tianhuang City. Suzimo left Carefree City and looked in the direction before heading towards Tianhuang City. Tianhuang City was in the south of the Sky Tiger Empire, near the setting Sun River. The city was surrounded by water on 3 sides and was a famous scenic city. The Sunset River was a boundless river that flowed from a high mountain in the Heavenly Tiger Empire. It spanned across 5 ridges and 13 cities and began to curve near the Heavenly Brilliance City. Many places were shaped like a U as the clear water flowed slowly. The Heavenly Brilliance City was in the middle of this U and was surrounded by water on 3 sides. Only one side was the main entrance. By the time Suzimo arrived at the Heavenly Brilliance City, it was already afternoon. Dusk had dyed the distant skyline and a lone bird was flying in solitude. The residents of the Heavenly Brilliance City knew that the name of the Sunset River was not given casually. Every time the sun set in the west, the U-shaped river would reflect the sky and intertwine with the dusk in the sky. The river would project the scene of the setting sun, illuminating the surrounding Heavenly Brilliance City in a red glow. People stood at the edge of the city wall and could almost see the sunset on the skyline and the endlessly flowing river intertwining with each other. It formed a scene that could not help but shock the heavens and sigh with emotion at the uncanny workmanship of nature. This was the most famous scenery of the Heavenly Brilliance City. Many people even traveled thousands of miles just to see this scene. When Suzimo arrived at the Heavenly Brilliance City, he could see that the city wall was packed with people. Looking around, the 3 sides of the river reflected the dusk and he seemed to be surrounded by the dusk. This kind of tranquil beauty made people reluctant to destroy it. Suzimo walked into the city and found an inn to rest for the night. After everything was arranged, he went to the central square of the city and asked about the transfer array. He wanted to take the transfer array to leave for the Haoyu Empire the next day. Unfortunately, the person in charge of the transfer array told Suzimo that the transfer array was broken. Moreover, it was still under repair and would take about 10 days. Suzimo had no choice but to wait in the city. Otherwise, he could not walk to the Haoyu Empire. That would waste even more time. What he did not understand was that the transfer array was the most important thing in every city. How could it suddenly break down? The sky gradually darkened and the afterglow of the setting sun disappeared in the darkness. The citizens who came on the spur of the moment returned to their homes in 2s and 3s, discussing among themselves. The temperature in late spring was the most comfortable. Occasionally, a cool breeze would blow over, giving one an indescribable sense of freedom and relaxation. Suzimo ordered some food and wine on the first floor of the inn and started to eat. At other tables, some residents who had just returned from watching the sunset from the city walls were also seated. They talked about today's sunset with relish while drinking wine. There was never a day when the sun would set, so they would never get tired of looking at different sceneries every day. Suddenly, someone sighed and said, "In these troubled times, I'm afraid only the sunset river can give us some comfort." "Oldly San, don't speak nonsense with your crow's beak," the man in white said. "With the city lord here, what is there to be afraid of? Besides, the upper echelons of the Sky Tiger Empire already know about this matter. Nothing will happen if they send experts over. Why are you thinking about these annoying things? Let's talk about something happy," the third person said with a smile. "I heard that the city lord's daughter is going to choose a husband tomorrow. When the time comes, do you want to try throwing an embroidered ball?" "That's enough, Oldly San doesn't have the guts," the man in white said with a smile after drinking a cup of wine. "If he dares to go, his wife will make a fuss with him." "Don't talk nonsense," Oldly San said indifferently as he glared at the man in white. "Tomorrow, I'll go with my wife. In any case, I'm just going to watch the show. I won't steal it." Although the city lord's daughter doesn't go out and very few people have seen her true face, she's said to be very beautiful. However, it was said that she was a great beauty. Whoever could marry her would be able to enjoy the blessings of multiple wives. They can even become the city lord's son-in-law. Listening to the conversation of the people next to him, Suzimo frowned slightly. He raised the cup in his hand and drank it in one gulp. It seemed that something had happened in Tianhuang City. Moreover, the teleportation formation didn't have problems for no reason. However, he could go and watch the show tomorrow. In any case, there was nothing to do here. Suzimo only hoped that the teleportation formation would be repaired as soon as possible so that he could go to the Haoyu Empire. He was too lazy to care about anything else. After eating, Suzimo returned to his room. At this moment, his true fate world could be said to be very lively. The world tree was hidden in the void, managing the plant system of the divine mainland. The fog above the strange redbud flower was getting thicker and thicker. All 6 petals had bloomed. 6 different patterns appeared on the petals. However, the patterns were still too blurry and Suzimo couldn't see them clearly. The Forgetfulness River tree was rooted in the ocean outside the divine mainland. It was slowly recovering from its injuries. Its entire tree was covered in lush forgetfulness fruits. Suzimo drew a water area in the ocean for the Forgetfulness River tree to use. Every time his Forgetfulness River fruit matured, Suzimo would merge it into the sea. He wanted to use the accumulation of time to create a brand new Yellow Spring River. The chaos bead suppressed the entire world. However, since the Heavenly Tao was born, the Heavenly Tao had gradually become the ruler of the new world. As for the wind vanquishing bead, it was placed together with the extreme nether glow that Suzimo had previously obtained. Together, they were nourished by the pure moon divine altar. Recently, Suzimo had been comprehending the demonic book. Demon had a total of 10 styles. Starting from the first style, Boundary Demon style. This style described the pinnacle of space. It developed the use of space to the extreme. Traversing through space, freezing space, and dimensional space were all uses of space. The Tao of space was too complicated. Many people spent their entire lives only understanding the surface. In fact, after entering the Saint Bloodline realm, Suzimo could also traverse through space. However, this was still a short distance. If he wanted to traverse a long distance, first, it was risky. Second, the coordinates of the traversing location could not be determined. It was for this reason that he chose to use a teleportation formation. Suzimo sat cross-legged. He quietly comprehended the Tao of space. Bits of space power gathered around him. The 5 elements of space power were colorless. Because Suzimo was already able to use space in a simple way, the initial comprehension was not difficult for him. Waves of space power surrounded him. His surroundings began to distort and fluctuate. As time passed, more and more space power appeared. Suzimo slowly stretched out his hands. His left hand hit his right hand. The distance between the two palms was very close. However, when they collided, they passed through layers of space. They could not touch each other. Suzumo took a deep breath. It was just a simple dimensional space. The two hands looked very close, but they were not in the same dimension. If they wanted to meet, they would have to break through the dimensional wall with absolute power. Suzumo could only use it in a small area. He was trying to enlarge the dimensional wall. He wanted to understand more about the power of space. The moon was high in the sky, and the wind was blowing. It was a silent night. Early the next morning, when Suzumo woke up to eat, he realized that there was no one else in the store other than the shopkeeper. "Young master, you are so relaxed." The shopkeeper looked at Suzumo and smiled. Today, everyone rushed to the south of the city to participate in the city lord's daughter's embroidered ball contest. Only you are still eating leisurely. I have never seen the city lord's daughter, so I don't like her. What's the rush? Suzumo drank a mouthful of porridge and smiled. It doesn't matter if you have seen her or not. What's important is that you can use this opportunity to get close to the city lord. I heard that the daughter is also a beauty. The shopkeeper chuckled. Suzumo lowered his head and smiled. He didn't reply. He finished his breakfast leisurely. He was dressed in a purple robe, and his long hair was tied up in a bun behind his head. He walked leisurely towards the south of the city. At this moment, Tianhuang City and the other parts of the city were deserted. Only the south of the city was filled with people. Some were here to snatch the embroidered ball, while others were here to watch the show. A large group of young talents tidied up their clothes and came here early in the morning. They wanted to snatch a good spot. There was only one sentence to describe the crowd here. Heels against toes. The crowd was desperately pushing forward, and no one was willing to back off. Suzumo looked at this scene with a faint smile and found a tall tree at the side. He jumped up and sat on the branch. He held the wine gourd he bought from the inn and leisurely looked at the hysterical crowd below. There was a tall platform in front of him. The platform was dozens of meters long and wide. It was covered with a red carpet. At this moment, Suzumo was enjoying himself. These people were fighting over a girl. The scene was comical and funny. Suddenly, the young man in black jumped up from the big tree below and came to Suzumo's side. Suzumo glanced at the young man. The young man in black smiled and said, "I am Lu Changfeng." Today, the southern part of the city was overcrowded. There was no place to stay. I wonder if I can borrow your place to stay for a while. Are you also here to snatch the embroidered ball? Suzumo nodded indifferently and then asked curiously. I just heard about it and came to take a look out of curiosity. Lu Changfeng shook his head slightly and smiled. Suzumo sized up the other party. He was dressed in a black robe with a very deep color. His long hair hung loosely behind his head. There was a bow on his back. The bow was pure golden color and didn't look like an ordinary bow. His aura was very faint, and there was a fishy smell. There was a very strong fishy smell, which made Suzumo think of animals like seafood. At this moment, on the red carpet stage, a middle-aged man slowly walked up as the surrounding people clamored. The middle-aged man wore a long red robe and had a thick beard. He had a strong back and a strong waist, and his eyes were very aggressive. The aura around him was particularly heavy. When he spoke, the entire place quietened down. Everyone, quiet down. As the red-robed man's voice fell, the entire southern part of the city became much softer. This is the city lord of Tianhuang City, Luo Xianxia. Lu Changfeng smiled and said to Suzumo, "You're not a local, right?" "How do you know?" Suzumo asked with a faint smile. Luo Xianxia is the hero of this city, but when you look at him, there is no trace of respect in your eyes. It's very calm, as if you are looking at a stranger. Lu Changfeng smiled and said, "Your eyes betrayed you. Obviously, you don't know him." "Oh." Suzumo nodded with interest and said, "You have a feud with him, right?" Hearing Suzumo's words, Lu Changfeng was slightly taken aback. He chuckled and waited for Suzumo to continue. "Although your eyes are hidden very well, there are some emotions that can't be hidden." Suzumo shook his head and said, "There's hatred in your eyes. Every time you mention Luo Xianxia's name, your voice will become heavier." It's obvious that you have a feud with this person. Lu Changfeng remained silent for a long time. In the end, he turned around and looked at Su Zimo seriously. He asked with a hoarse voice, "Do you think a self-directed hero is considered a hero?" "Why not?" Su Zimo asked. "As long as most people are deceived to the core and can't come into contact with the truth of the matter. If most people think that he is a hero, then he is a hero." Hearing Su Zimo's words, Lu Changfeng remained silent for a long time and looked straight ahead. His expression was calm, and no one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, on the high platform, Luo Xiaoying looked at everyone present in high spirits. He said with a flushed face, "Thank you all for coming here today to participate in my daughter's embroidered ball toss for a spouse. Although this action is a little ridiculous, this is my daughter's own idea. As her father, I naturally want her to be happy." Luo Xiaoying smiled and continued, "I won't talk too much about the small talk. Let's briefly talk about the rules. You can't be more than 25 years old. Those who aren't disabled or sick can participate. In this competition, the embroidered ball will belong to whoever gets it. You're not allowed to snatch it or create chaos. Otherwise, you'll be severely punished." As Luo Xiaoying finished speaking, he waved to the back of the high platform and said with a smile, "Qingqing, you can come out too." Then, the screen behind the high platform was opened, and a woman in a blue dress walked out slowly. The blue dress seemed to be made of silk, and it was faintly discernible. It had a hazy beauty. In this haze, her slender and graceful figure was reflected in the light. A head of black and beautiful hair was draped down from her back, and she had an indescribable charm. Her face was covered with a thin veil of raccoon. It was a veil. Poets often praised the spring flowers and the autumn moon, but at this moment, under this woman's smile, dimples faintly discernible under the veil, they seemed to have lost their color. The clouds think of her clothes, the flowers think of her face, the spring breeze blows the railing, the dew is dense. The moment this woman appeared, the scene suddenly fell silent. After a moment of silence, there was an earth-shattering roar of cheers. Although there was a veil covering her face, they couldn't see her full appearance. But everyone could still feel that she was a true beauty. Luo Xiaoying nodded at Rosella and handed her a big red embroidered ball. Rosella also nodded slightly. Then, she turned her back. With her back facing everyone present, she threw the embroidered ball high into the air and it fell into the crowd. This small embroidered ball seemed to have a special magic power that affected the hearts of countless people. "The embroidered ball has fallen. It's mine," someone shouted from below. When the small embroidered ball fell from the sky, all the residents in the southern part of the city went crazy. They crazily squeezed in the direction where the embroidered ball fell. Someone was pushed to the ground. Countless people stepped on his body, but not a single one of them stayed behind. "The embroidered ball is mine. Get lost. Whoever dares to snatch the embroidered ball from me, don't blame me for being blind." The entire southern part of the city became a bustling city. Countless people crowded and beat each other up. The ground was filled with wails. Many people were even trampled to death. Finally, when the red embroidered ball fell, a simple-looking young man snatched it. "The embroidered ball is mine. I got it." The young man raised the red embroidered ball in his hand and roared. Seeing this scene, the people around him hesitated. They wanted to snatch it, but after all, the city lord had spoken first, so they didn't dare to wantonly cause chaos. "Friend, how about you sell this embroidered ball to me? Name your price." Someone beside him asked unwillingly. "I'm not selling." The young man shook his head and smiled. He squeezed a path through the crowd and strode towards the red carpet. Seeing the young man walking forward step by step, a figure suddenly dashed out from the side and left into the distance. The crowd didn't even see this person's face clearly before the red embroidered ball was snatched away. "This embroidered ball belongs to whoever snatches it." "That's right. We've been fighting for so long. Why should he take advantage of it?" At this moment, many such voices sounded around. With one person setting a precedent, the other people around who were unwilling were no longer afraid. In addition, more and more people were bewitched. The scene that had originally quieted down became chaotic again. Moreover, the chaos this time was obviously much more serious. people couldn't help but draw their swords and fight with their fists and feet. Just to snatch a red embroidered ball. Su Zimo leaned against the tree and watched this scene. He chuckled and said to Lu Changfeng. Do you know those people just now? Who? Lu Changfeng frowned and said. Snatching that red embroidered ball and the person who caused the chaos at the beginning, Su Zimo asked with a faint smile. Hearing Su Zimo's words, Lu Changfeng looked deeply at Su Zimo. In the end, he replied indifferently, I don't know him. Su Zimo shook his head and chuckled. Have you heard of a story? What? The mantis catches the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. I don't understand. Lu Changfeng shook his head. Su Zimo smiled and said nothing more. When the chaos reached its peak, the entire city was in a state of chaos. Even the passers-by who were watching the show were implicated and beaten into a mess. Seeing this scene, Lu Changfeng turned to Su Zimo and said, Brother Su, I think I should take my leave. Don't touch the teleportation formation at the plaza, Su Zimo nodded and suddenly said. Lu Changfeng's gaze was deep. In the end, he didn't reply and directly left the place. Su Zimo fell into deep thought as he watched Lu Changfeng leave. The fishy smell is getting stronger and stronger. What is it? Just as the chaos in the square continued, even the guards who had been prepared for a long time could not stop them. Suddenly, a man covered in blood ran over. City Lord, the foreign snakes are attacking. The north gate is about to lose. The man was shouting, but the people below who were still desperately snatching the embroidered balls did not pay attention to him. Luo Xianxia stood on the high platform and narrowed his eyes. I understand. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard a loud boom coming from the north. Then, there were loud explosions in the east, west, and south at the same time. This loud sound finally woke up the people who were snatching the embroidered balls. They raised their heads in shock. Rumble. The sound of the flood surging sounded in all directions. Luo Xianxia, today is the day your Tianhuang city is destroyed. Following that, an angry roar came from the horizon. All around Heavenly Brilliant City, monstrous waves were set off. The sky began to darken, and dark clouds gathered in the sky. There seemed to be small raindrops falling from the sky like a drizzle. These monstrous waves were 100 meters tall and surrounded the entire Tianhuang city. For a moment, strong winds blew, and the waves surged. The waves swept up a storm that filled the sky and gathered in the sky. There were actually countless figures standing on these towering waves. These figures were actually sea snakes. Each of their bodies was 100 meters long, and their skin was black and white. They were like zebras, covered in black and white stripes. Their heads were oval, and their snake scales emitted a dazzling light under the reflection of the waves. At this moment, there were countless sea snakes standing on each of these huge waves. They flicked their tongues, and their eyes were green. Monstrous waves rose behind them. Every time they slapped the snake's body, countless waves would splash out. The rumbling waves were mixed with the roars of countless strange beasts, and they were deafening in the sky. Luo Xianxia, come out and die. A soft shout sounded from the side, and then a figure stepped on the air and stopped in front of these sea snakes. This figure was dressed in a black robe, and it was Lu Changfeng. He was also the king of this group of sea snakes. Luo Xianxia's Emperor Vane Realm aura reverberated around him. He looked at the scene around him, and there was not much panic on his face. However, the people below were completely dumbfounded. The alien snake tribe has attacked. We're finished. Everyone, fight together with City Lord Luo. There might be some hope. Even if we die, we have to make these animals pay the price. Some people were stunned on the spot, while others were shouting righteous slogans, but they were hiding everywhere. You guys still came, Luo Xianxia looked at Lu Changfeng and said with a faint smile. Is there no one else in your alien snake tribe? They sent a little kid like you. What do you mean? Lu Changfeng frowned slightly. From Luo Xianxia's words, it seemed that the other party had already known that he would come. I wanted to catch a few big fish, but what a pity. Luo Xianxia shook his head slightly and said respectfully to the space beside him. Elder One, sorry to trouble you. As his voice fell, the space in front of him began to fluctuate. The space was torn open by someone, and an old man in a blue robe slowly walked out of the space. This old man did not have a strong aura around him, but when he walked out, the entire world suddenly fell silent. "Who are you?" Lu Changfeng asked with a frown. He already had a bad premonition in his heart. "When Changong, you can also call me Blood Butcher." The blue-robed old man chuckled. His eyes were very small, and when he smiled, they were almost invisible. He had hawk-like eyes, a hooked nose, and a scar or birthmark on his face. He looked very disgusting. All the hair on his head had fallen off, and he was bald. His thin figure was wrapped in a wide robe. Bloody Butcher Wen Lianggong. Lu Changfeng recalled this name, and his expression changed slightly. He was a butcher who had once commanded the northern continent. He was truly cold-blooded and cruel. It was said that the number of people he had killed could fill the entire Sunset River. Most importantly, he was a genuine divine vein powerhouse. He was an itinerant cultivator, but because he had killed too many people, he was eventually killed by the Haoyue Empire. He did not expect this butcher to not die and was still hiding in Tianhuang City. Lu Changfeng instantly knew that things would not end well. Originally, according to their estimation, the strongest person in Tianhuang City was only Luo Xionying, an emperor vein powerhouse. Even if there was a saint vein powerhouse, they could deal with him. Now that a divine vein powerhouse had appeared, this was no longer something the Sea Snake clan could withstand. The Sea Snake clan was not considered a big demon clan. They lived in the Sunset River all year round. Very few people even knew of their existence. There were more than 3,000 races in this world. How could the world remember all of them? "Kid, do you want me to make a move, or do you want to surrender yourself so that you won't sacrifice too many people for no reason?" Wen Lianggong said indifferently. "This is a grudge between us and Tianhuang City. Senior, do you have to participate?" Lu Changfeng asked. At this moment, he thought of Su Zimo, the young man he had met on the tree. The other party had warned him, the mantis catches the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He finally understood that the so-called throwing the embroidered ball to find a groom was actually a pretense. Even these city residents were kept in the dark. The purpose of letting them create chaos was to let him and the others see an opportunity. From there, they would lure the Sea Snake clan out and capture them in one fell swoop. Otherwise, as long as the Sea Snake clan hid in the Sunset River, it would be their home ground. Even a divine vein powerhouse could not do anything to them. Thinking of this, Lu Changfeng sighed slightly. He was still too young. Lu Changfeng raised his head and looked at Wen Lianggong calmly. "How would you know if you haven't fought? Since we're enemies, there's no need to say so much." After Lu Changfeng finished speaking, he turned around and looked at his clansmen. With bright eyes, he said, "Everyone, it's my fault today. I didn't judge the opponent's strength accurately and brought everyone into this dangerous situation. Today, I am willing to die here. After I die, those of you who can return to the clan can choose a new king." Hearing Lu Changfeng's words, a burly man in the form of a sea snake immediately said, "Your Majesty, you don't have to blame yourself. Attacking Heavenly Brilliant City this time was the decision of all of us. In any case, we believe that only you can lead our Sea Serpent clan to rise." What a touching scene. Wen Lianggong chuckled at the side. "Unfortunately, all of you are going to die." As his voice fell, a towering aura soared into the sky from his body. When the Divine Vein Realm's aura pressed down, the surrounding space crumbled and exploded with rumbling sounds. "Elder Wen, I'll have to trouble you," Luo Xionying said respectfully. Then, he led the surrounding citizens and began to retreat. Spirit energy surged in Wen Lianggong's right hand, and the wind and clouds swirled above him. A palm condensed from spirit chi materialized out of thin air. This spirit energy palm was 100 meters long, and its power was astonishing. With an unstoppable aura, it fell from the sky. The sea snakes under the palm were roaring. They twisted their huge bodies, wanting to resist and shatter the spirit energy palm. Rumbling sounds continued to sound in the sky. The towering waves that rose high into the sky were rolling, and waves were splashing one after another. The sea snakes struggled and screamed in the huge waves. Blood began to flow out, dyeing the huge waves blood red. In the end, with a boom, the huge palm fell from the sky. All of the sea snakes under the palm were annihilated along with a series of whales. Seeing this scene, Lu Changfeng roared angrily. His body began to change. His entire body was covered in snake scales, and his originally human body began to expand, evolving into a snake's body. Unlike the other sea snakes, its body was purple. There was a hint of demonic deep purple, and even his pupils were inverted. His body was much larger than the other sea snakes, and as he swayed his snake body angrily, the Sunset River outside Tianhuang City began to shake violently. The river water swept up a storm that filled the sky, condensing into the shape of a waterspout. It surged towards the city. It was like a scene of water flooding the Golden Mountain. The river water outside passed through the wooden bridge of the city and rushed into the city. It broke through the city gates and destroyed houses. The spirit energy in the sky was surging violently. All the sea snakes were using their innate abilities. They controlled the river water of the Sunset River. Seeing this scene, Wen Lianggong frowned and scolded angrily. Evil creature. Then, the blood of his true fate was seen behind him. It was a skull filled with killing intent and accompanied by the wails of all living beings. The first feeling this skull gave people was that it was filled with endless evil. It was as if it was watered with blood. Evil, murderous aura, evil. There were only a few words that could describe it. The eyes of this skull were suffused with a bloody light. At this moment, with the appearance of the skull, the surrounding space was distorted in an inexplicable way. In the end, half of the sky was dyed purple-red. A touch of demonic deep purple-red. The skull began to understand. The people below didn't even see the skull's movements. However, when it disappeared on the spot, it was accompanied by the screams of the sea snakes. Only then did people realize that the skull had disappeared. When everyone came back to their senses, they looked to the side. The skull was stopped in mid-air, and behind it were the corpses of hundreds of sea snakes. It was holding a purple sea snake in its hand. It was Lu Changfeng. At this moment, the scene was extremely shocking. The entire sky was dark purple, and behind it was a mountain of corpses. The skull indifferently held Lu Changfeng's neck and stood under the sky. A rumbling torrent of water rushed out from the direction of the 3 city gates. I wanted to play with you, but unfortunately, you didn't let me feel comfortable, Wen Lianggong said with a faint smile. At this moment, Su Zimo, who was standing at the bottom, saw this scene. He only watched the scene indifferently. In the end, he left and walked towards the inn. Tell me where your sea snake clan is hiding, and I can consider letting you go. Wen Lianggong looked at Lu Changfeng and said indifferently. The bloody butcher will let the enemy live? Do you think I will believe you? Lu Changfeng smiled bitterly. Do you have any other choice? Wen Lianggong said indifferently. Even if you kill me, I won't tell you anything, Lu Changfeng replied with an indifferent gaze. Wen Lianggong obviously didn't have that much patience. He controlled the skeleton and directly slapped down with his hand. He shouted angrily, then go to hell. When the skeleton's bone claws landed, they were incomparably sharp and tore apart the surrounding space. At this moment, a figure pounced over from the side. King, run! That figure blocked in front of Lu Changfeng and was pierced through the chest by the skeleton's claw. Blood scattered in the air. Then, sea snakes pounced over one after another, opening a path for Lu Changfeng. King, leave quickly. We only have hope if you're alive. Following the wails of the sea snakes, the surrounding waves surged violently. The evil skeleton cut them as easily as cutting leeks. Countless sea snakes died under its feet. Seeing this scene, Lu Changfeng's eyes widened. He roared angrily, and his figure transformed into a purple sea snake. Above his originally purple skin, a dense fog gradually rose into the air. Spirit chi surged in the mist, and rumbling sounds came from the depths of space. Then, the mist enveloped this space. Lu Changfeng's figure gradually disappeared into the purple mist. At the last moment before its figure disappeared, it looked at Wen Lianggong with sadness and resentment. Wen Lianggong frowned slightly. The skeleton flew over to kill Lu Changfeng. Unfortunately, the mist was very strange. After the skeleton flew into the mist, it couldn't sense anything. Then, the mist began to spread. Elder Wen, what is this? Luo Xiangying stepped on the air and asked curiously as he looked at the purple mist. This sea snake should be a mutated body. Just now, it was its mutated innate ability. If I'm not wrong, this purple mist can block all senses. When Lianggong pondered for a while and finally said indifferently. Luo Xiangying looked anxious and hurriedly said, Elder Wen, we can't let it escape. The wildfire can't burn it down, but it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. The sea snakes of the Sunset River are a huge hidden danger. We finally lured them out this time. We can't fail like this. Don't worry, it can't run away. When Lianggong snorted coldly and said with an indifferent gaze. The range of the fog is limited. It won't be able to leave the city. Tell your men to close the city gates and forbid anyone from entering or leaving. Then, search the entire city and dig 3 feet into the ground to find it. I'll have to trouble when Liang then, Luo Xiangying said with a smile. Don't forget what you promised me. When Lianggong raised his head and glanced at Luo Xiangying, his tone carrying a slight warning. I understand, definitely. Luo Xiangying quickly nodded. When the purple mist reached the center of the southern city gate, it stopped. Clearly, this was also Lu Chongfeng's limit. Following which, Luo Xiangying ordered people to guard the 4 city gates. During this period of time, the city gates were sealed and no one was allowed to enter or leave. Thus, they began to search the city. Bloody Butcher when Lianggong sat in the sky above Tianhuang City, overseeing everything. As long as there was the slightest movement in the city, he would be able to detect it immediately. The sky gradually darkened because many things had happened today. Many people did not dare to stay outside for long. As soon as the sky turned dark, they returned to their homes. A bright moon hung in the sky, and the sound of insects could be heard from hidden corners in the darkness. Compared to the deserted streets, the restaurants in the city were very lively. Other than some diners who really came to eat, most of the people here were idle people who sat in the restaurants and chatted about the various rumors from the north and south. With so many things happening in Tianhuang City today, they could not sleep at night, and the number of people who came here to chat had also increased. Su Zimo was the same as before. He ordered a pot of wine and some ordinary dishes. He found a seat by the window and sat down, listening to the discussions of the people around him. Our city lord is really ruthless. He actually used his daughter as bait. It's funny that we were all too stupid. We really thought that the city lord threw the embroidered ball to find a groom. Forget it, we didn't get it anyway. The one who should be really sad should be the person who tried his best to snatch the embroidered ball. Later on, he realized that it was all an act. The Sea Serpent clan is really something. Why did they attack our Tianhuang city? We didn't provoke them. Now they're suffering. Keep your voice down. I heard that there are still Sea Serpent clan hiding in the city. The city lord is searching the entire city. You guys be careful. Listening to the discussions of the people around him, Su Zimo felt that it was better than nothing. Whether it was the Sea Serpent clan or Tianhuang city. These had nothing to do with him. He just wanted to wait for the teleportation array to be repaired as soon as possible and then go to the Haoyue Empire. After finishing the wine on the table, Su Zimo also slowly returned to his room. In the darkness, Su Zimo had just opened the door when he felt that something was wrong. The smell of blood was mixed with a strong fishy smell. He walked into the room and closed the door behind him. Then he lit the lights in the room. As the room was illuminated, he saw a bloody person lying on the ground. This person had been completely dyed red by blood, and blood was still spurting out from his body. His body was trembling slightly. The smell of blood in the room was very strong. Su Zimo frowned slightly and looked at the scene in front of him. This person's face was already dyed red with blood, and he could not see clearly. However, he still remembered this aura. It was the young man in black whom he had met on the tree today. He seemed to be called Lu Chongfeng. Sea Serpent clan, Su Zimo muttered softly. At that time, he had guessed that the other party was not human, but he did not think too much about it. He checked and found that the other party's injuries were very serious. Although his cultivation was very high, it was still difficult for him to recover on his own. After all, his true fate had been severely damaged. Without the help of his true fate, it would be very difficult for him to recover from his injuries. Su Zimo thought about it. In the end just now, the Sea Serpent clan member that those people were talking about should be Lu Changfeng. Su Zimo did not want to care about this kind of thing. It had nothing to do with him. Green spirit energy surged in his right hand. Borrowing the power of the Tree of Life, he simply treated Lu Changfeng's injuries. Lu Changfeng slowly opened his eyes. He felt that his head was in so much pain that it felt like it was about to explode. His entire body was weak, and it was difficult for him to even move. In his memory, he had never suffered such serious injuries. The scene in front of him was a little blurry. He could feel that he should be leaning against a chair. The surroundings were very quiet. It seemed that he had not been captured by the people from the city lord's mansion. Thinking of this, he heaved a sigh of relief. The blurry scene in front of him gradually adapted and then began to clear up. This was an inn. He raised his head to look at the ceiling and saw the figure beside him from the corner of his eye. "If you can leave, leave as soon as possible." A voice suddenly sounded beside him. Lu Changfeng remembered very clearly that this voice belonged to the young man he met on the tree today. It seemed that he had not found the wrong place. "Brother Su." He chuckled. His smile stretched the muscles on his face, causing him to grimace in pain. He began to condense his spiritual energy bit by bit and used it to heal his injuries. As for the injury of his vital energy, it could not be healed in a short period of time, so he could only put it aside for now. About 10 minutes later, Lu Changfeng opened his eyes. His pupils seemed to be vertical as he exhaled a long breath of white air. At this moment, he could already move his body. He quickly stood up and bowed deeply to Su Zimo. He said sincerely, "Thank you for saving me, Brother Su. I didn't want to save you. I was just afraid that it would be troublesome if you died here," Su Zimo said indifferently. "No matter what, I will remember the kindness of saving my life," Lu Changfeng replied solemnly. "How did you find me?" Su Zimo asked. "I can smell the scent on Brother Su's body, so I followed it here." Lu Changfeng replied. "You're really bold. Aren't you afraid that I'll hand you over to the city lord?" Su Zimo asked. "I'm afraid, but in this city, I only know Brother Su." Lu Changfeng replied, "So I can only give it a try. Fortunately, I didn't misjudge you." "Alright, don't be sentimental. We're not that close. I'm just too lazy to trouble you. Since you can walk, leave as soon as possible." Su Zimo said indifferently. "I wonder if Brother Su can do me a favor," Lu Changfeng said quickly. "I'm not helping." Su Zimo did not even need to think as he waved his hand. "If Brother Su is willing to help me escape from Tianhuang City, our Sea Snake clan can agree to any request of Brother Su." Lu Changfeng said unwillingly. "You're right. Unfortunately, your Sea Serpent clan is not attractive to me." Su Zimo shook his head slightly. "Then what does Brother Su want?" "As long as I have it, I will definitely give it to you," Lu Changfeng quickly said. "I want the turbid sunlight, do you have it?" Su Zimo replied casually with a joking attitude. Hearing Su Zimo's words, Lu Changfeng suddenly fell silent. After a long while, he nodded and replied, "Yes." Su Zimo was stunned. At this moment, Lu Changfeng suddenly felt a shocking aura being emitted from Su Zimo's body. In front of this aura, Lu Changfeng felt like he was a small boat floating in the vast ocean. He had no strength to resist at all. "Do you know what the turbid sun is?" Su Zimo asked indifferently. Who on the Yuanyang continent doesn't know the story of the cloudy sun and the dim glow of the moon? Lu Changfeng asked. "Do you know what you're talking about?" Su Zimo stared into Lu Changfeng's eyes and asked seriously. "Actually, I'm not sure if it's the turbid sun. It's just that the ancestors of our Sea Serpent clan predicted it." "That thing is related to the turbid sun," Lu Changfeng replied. "That thing has been in our Sea Serpent clan for so many years, but we haven't found anything. If you want it, there's no harm in giving it to you. But you have to help me return to the Sea Serpent clan. You don't know the consequences of lying to me, right?" Su Zimo turned to look at Lu Changfeng and said. "Believe me, you definitely don't want to know the consequences." "I'm not lying to you," Lu Changfeng replied. "That thing is indeed related to the turbid sun." Su Zimo nodded slightly, opened the door, and walked out. "Where are you going?" "Back to the Sea Serpent clan." At the stairs on the second floor, Lu Changfeng hurriedly grabbed Su Zimo and said in a panic. "You're crazy. There's a large-scale search for me outside. If I go out like this, I'm afraid I won't even be able to walk out of the inn. If you believe me, follow me." "I guarantee that you'll be fine," Su Zimo replied indifferently. Looking at Su Zimo's back view as he went downstairs, Lu Changfeng pondered for a while before gritting his teeth and following closely. The streets of the inn were a little deserted, but from time to time, the guards of the city lord's mansion would pass by on both sides. They searched all the dark corners. Not long after Su Zimo and Lu Changfeng went out on the street, they were stopped by a group of guards. "Stop, what are you doing?" The leader of the guards looked at Su Zimo and Lu Changfeng and asked. "Leaving the city," Su Zimo replied indifferently. "The city gates are now sealed. No one is allowed to leave the city." "Let me check." The guard's tone was irritable. As he spoke, he grabbed Su Zimo with both hands. "Noisy." Su Zimo snorted. In this silent night, only two clanging sounds could be heard. He drew his saber, and a gorgeous saber light flickered in the air. Blood floated in the night. Lu Changfeng looked to the side and saw that the corpses of the guards had fallen to the side. "Are you trying to force your way in?" Lu Changfeng instantly reacted and shouted. "What's so fun about following a bunch of ants?" Su Zimo raised his head, held the tyrannical shadow in his hand, and walked toward the city gate step by step. The aura around him was awe-inspiring. With every step he took, his aura rose a little. Pitch-black demonic energy filled his body and the tyrannical shadow in his hand. The tyrannical shadow was trembling slightly, as if it was eager to fight and kill. Su Zimo's footsteps were very light, like a gentle breeze blowing in front of him. On both sides of the road were lush trees that were sprouting branches. As the two of them walked toward the city gate step by step, there were faint shouts behind them. "Come to the central street. Someone has been killed. The Sea Serpent clan should have appeared." It was unknown when the dark clouds had started to cover half of the moon in the sky. The sky became even darker. Su Zimo raised his head and looked at the thick and heavy city gate that was close at hand, as well as the guards that surrounded him in 3 circles inside and outside. The corners of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. "Tonight, the saber will not sleep." Bloody Butcher Wen Lianggong's figure slowly descended from the sky, accompanied by Luo Xiangying. He chuckled and said, "So you have an accomplice." Su Zimo raised his head and grinned at Wen Lianggong. "Do you want to die?" "Take him down, dead or alive," Wen Lianggong frowned and ordered. As soon as he finished speaking, all the guards around him rushed toward Su Zimo and Luo Xiangying. For a moment, the shouts shook the sky, causing a piercing pain in one's eardrums. The voices were connected together, and it was rather loud and unstoppable. Su Zimo slowly raised his head. At this moment, light blue electric arcs flickered in his eyes. The depths of his eyes seemed to contain an incomparably terrifying power. The moment the thunder exploded, it was as if the space in front of him had collapsed. Su Zimo's eyes emitted a powerful aura. This aura was extremely domineering. His eyes were already filled with thunderstorms, and one could faintly hear the sounds of explosions. Faint purple arcs of lightning flickered. Finally, when everything reached a critical point, the aura around Su Zimo's body was unafraid, and a loud boom sound came from his body. His eyes were filled with a resplendent light. 2 bolts of purple lightning shot out like a torrent, destroying everything in its path. The lightning carried with it the power to destroy the world. This was the first attack of the divine punishment god eyes. 9 heavens lightning. When the heavenly lightning swept through the surroundings, the guards were unable to resist. The heavenly thunder shattered the void, and the rumbling sound exploded in everyone's ears. The surrounding guards did not even have time to react before they were completely annihilated. "Let's go." Seeing this, Wen Lianggong shouted at Luo Xiangying, then quickly turned and left. "You think you can leave?" Su Zimo chuckled. Lightning once again shot out from his eyes, shattering the void. It was as fast as a white steed, making it difficult to defend against. The sound of the lightning reverberated through the surroundings. Bloody Butcher Wen Lianggong saw that the lightning was too fast for him to dodge. He hurriedly summoned the skull to block his body. Luo Xiangying also saw the opportunity and hid behind Wen Lianggong. Boom. It was as if a hole had been pierced through the sky. Waves of air swept up a fierce wind from the sky and fluctuated in all directions. Kacha, kacha, cracking sounds could be heard in the surrounding space. By the time everything calmed down, the skull had been completely crushed into powder. When Lianggong and Luo Xionging were half kneeling on the ground was covered in blood. Su Zimo directly used his immortal binding chains to tie the two up and heavily threw them to the ground. I am the city lord of Tianhuang City. Why are you helping these strange beasts? Luo Xionging looked at Su Zimo and said. Do you want to become enemies with the Heavenly Tiger Empire? You're still being stubborn at this time? Su Zimo stepped on the other party's chest. Luo Xionging screamed and spat out a large mouthful of blood. His face became much paler. What do you want, Your Excellency? When Lianggong appeared rather calm as he looked at Su Zimo and asked. There is no enmity between us, right? If Your Excellency wants anything, feel free to tell me. Unfortunately, you can't give me what I want. Su Zimo shook his head slightly. Then, he turned around and looked at Lu Chongfeng, saying, I'll leave them to you. Lu Chongfeng was stunned for a moment. Then, he looked at Su Zimo gratefully and nodded heavily. He walked up to the two of them with an indescribable expression on his face, as if there were many emotions mixed within. But more than that, there was hatred and anger. Let me go. From now on, Tianhuang City and the Sea Serpent clan will not invade each other, when Lianggong said to Lu Chongfeng. That's right. Otherwise, even if you kill me, the Empire will send a new city lord. Your Sea Serpent clan is still a thorn in our side, Luo Xionging hurriedly nodded and replied. If I don't kill you, how am I going to explain it to my dead clansmen? Lu Chongfeng asked indifferently. Su Zimo ignored the situation behind him. He turned around and walked toward the city gate step by step. Not long after, inhuman screams came from behind. The blood-curdling screams came one after another, making people's hair stand on end. It was hard to imagine how much pain the owner of the voice had suffered. Su Zimo waited at the city gate for a short while before he saw Lu Chongfeng slowly walking out. His mood was somewhat low, and he had been silent the whole time. Is it over? Su Zimo asked. Lu Chongfeng nodded. After a long silence, he looked up at Su Zimo and said, So what if I kill them? My clansmen can't survive, so there's no point. At least I've taken revenge, Su Zimo said calmly. Thank you. Lu Chongfeng nodded slightly. No need. Each of us has his own motives. Su Zimo shook his head. The two of them walked toward the Sunset River at the same time. Under Lu Chongfeng's lead, the two of them followed the flow of the river. The sky gradually brightened, and the dawn appeared in the east. The morning air was exceptionally fresh, and occasionally, a cold wind would blow past. Along the way, the two of them were silent. Su Zimo had nothing to say, and Lu Chongfeng seemed to still be deeply grieved by the loss of his clansmen. Do you know? Our Sea Serpent clan has always lived in this river, aloof from worldly affairs. After a long time, Lu Chongfeng suddenly looked up at Su Zimo. He said calmly. The voice was very soft, as if it was talking to Su Zimo, as if it was someone else telling a story. It wasn't until this man named Luo Xionging inherited the position of city lord that everything began to change. This river wasn't originally called the Sunset River. It was originally a very ordinary river. However, in order to make Tianhuang City famous, he took credit from the empire. Thus, he secretly developed a type of powder that could project shadows. Every time the sun set, he would use his spiritual energy to project space and add this shadow powder. Then, he could complete the so-called miracle of the Sunset River. Su Zimo listened to the other party's words and nodded silently. He didn't interrupt. When Lu Chongfeng said this, he fell silent again. In the end, he replied, Our nightmare began from here. That powder is highly poisonous and polluted the entire river to the point where it's impossible to survive. Although it can't be seen from the outside, it's very harmful to the Sea Serpent clan that has lived here for generations. My father, who was the previous king of the Sea Serpent clan, accidentally ate this powder and eventually died. That's why you want to massacre the city, Su Zimo said. What about after that? What do you plan to do? Su Zimo knew that although he had killed Luo Xiongning, the Heavenly Tiger Empire would still send someone else to take over the position here. At that time, even if the new city lord knew the secret of the powder, he probably wouldn't stop. After all, it was because of the Sunset River that Tianhuang City was known to the world. Otherwise, with so many cities in this world, who would care about a nameless city? I don't know yet. Let's go back and discuss with the rest of the clan. Lu Changfeng shook his head and said. As the two of them talked, the sky was already bright. Lu Changfeng also brought Su Zimo to a certain place in the upper class. There was a big tree growing by the river, and the river wasn't particularly turbulent. It's here, Lu Changfeng said as he placed his right hand on the trunk of the big tree. After a moment of silence, the big tree emitted a ray of light and shot into the river beside it. The river began to ripple, and the sound of splashing could be heard all around. In the center of the river, there was a small whirlpool. The whirlpool was spinning clockwise. The entrance of your sea serpent tribe is so secretive. No wonder no one can find it. Su Zimo chuckled. If Su Zimo didn't guess wrongly, the tree just now should have a special bloodline detection function. Only the members of the sea serpent tribe could open this door. If others tried, it would sound a warning. He jumped into the whirlpool with Lu Changfeng. Su Zimo felt the world spinning in front of his eyes. After his feet touched the ground, he began to size up the situation in front of him. This was a passage that was isolated from the river. The passage was inlaid with transparent night pearls. Under the reflection of the blue sea on both sides, colorful fish swam by from time to time. It was very beautiful. After walking through the passage with Lu Changfeng, a palace appeared in the distance. The scale was quite large, but the decorations were a little ordinary. Su Zimo's vision began to widen. All kinds of sea serpents of different colors and sizes swam wantonly. These sea serpents included all kinds of creatures. Some were in their original forms, and some were in human form. The ink-black palace was located in the middle of these buildings. As Lu Changfeng walked along the way, there were often clansmen who took the initiative to greet him. When the two of them were about to reach the entrance of the palace, they saw a large group of people rushing over from afar. King, are you okay? The leaders of this group of people were three old men. All three of them had grayish-white beards and wore long black robes. They looked very strange. Elders, Lu Changfeng also greeted the three of them respectfully. I heard that you were trapped in Tianhuang City. I wanted to send someone to save you, the Grand Elder said quickly. Why did you come back alone? Where are the others? The second elder asked. They are all dead. Lu Changfeng was silent for a while, and finally said sadly. How can that be? Could it be that Tianhuang City has become so strong? Elders, let's talk about this later. Let me introduce someone to you first, Lu Changfeng said as he pointed at Su Zimo. This is Brother Su. If it wasn't for his help this time, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to return. The three elders looked at Su Zimo in surprise, and then greeted each other briefly. Their attitude was much colder. After all, in their understanding, a young man like Su Zimo was probably lucky enough to save Lu Changfeng. There was nothing to be concerned about. Seeing the attitude of the three elders, Lu Changfeng's heart skipped a beat, but he still continued to say something. The third elder spoke first. King, what should we do now? If there's no other way, we can just surrender to the Sky Tiger Empire and let them protect our territory alone. Do you think the Sky Tiger Empire values us? Lu Changfeng asked. Alright, there's no hurry to talk about your family matters later. Let's settle my matter first. Su Zimo said calmly from the side. The three elders glanced at Su Zimo with displeasure on their faces. Brother Su, come with me. I'll take you to get it now, Lu Changfeng quickly reacted and said. King, what did you promise him? The first elder asked curiously. He saved me, and I'll give him the treasure cloth in the treasury as a reward, Lu Changfeng replied. That won't do. That treasure cloth was left behind by our ancestors. There's a big secret hidden in it. How can we give it to an outsider so easily? The second elder quickly replied. This is what I promised. There's no need for you to worry about it. Lu Changfeng glanced at Su Zimo. After realizing that Su Zimo wasn't angry, he heaved a sigh of relief. The third elder frowned slightly. He looked at Su Zimo with a dignified expression. His voice was a little explosive as he said, "Child Su, can we give you something else? We're very grateful that you saved our king, but this treasure cloth was left behind by our ancestors. We can't give it to others so easily." Su Zimo raised his head and glanced at the third elder indifferently. Then, before anyone could react, he appeared in front of the third elder at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. He grabbed the third elder's neck and raised him up. "What are you doing?" the first elder shouted from the side. "Gotcha." Following the first elder's words, the third elder's head was like a rubber ball. It was directly broken and rolled on the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone present was silent. Their foreheads were covered in cold sweat. "Do you want to be exterminated?" Su Zimo's gaze calmly swept across everyone present and asked indifferently. Lu Chongfeng instantly reacted. He hurriedly walked in front of Su Zimo and said, "Brother Su, this is all a misunderstanding. I don't want to be angry. I'll take you to the treasury right now." Seeing Su Zimo and Lu Chongfeng's figures disappear into the distance, the first elder and the second elder took a deep breath and slowly calmed down. They looked at the third elder's corpse. He was already dead to the point that he couldn't be more dead. Moreover, the other party's speed just now was so fast that it almost exceeded their perception. "Looks like your king isn't powerful enough," Su Zimo said indifferently along the way. "The three elders are highly respected and have many direct descendants in the clan. Originally, when my father was still in power, he could still suppress them. Unfortunately, after my father died and I just ascended the throne, there are many people in the clan who are dissatisfied with the majority." Lu Chongfeng laughed self-deprecatingly. "Tell me about Baobu," Su Zimo asked. "Actually, I don't know much. It's also a story passed down from the clan." Lu Chongfeng nodded and replied. "Our sea snake clan has lived here for generations. It is said that in a very ancient era, the ancestors of our sea snake clan once saw a great change in the world. It is said that one day, the sun split into two, and the weather was very hot. Many creatures perished from the drought during that catastrophe. Then one day, one of the two suns suddenly fell. My ancestor wanted to chase after the sun, but it was falling so fast that it disappeared in a few breaths of time. Fortunately, my ancestor picked up a piece of treasure cloth that fell from the sun." "Baobu," Su Zimo muttered. "Yes, later on, my ancestor went through many investigations and read countless secrets. He began to suspect that the sun was the legendary turbid Sunday," Lu Chongfeng said, "the latter half of my ancestors' life was almost in a state of obsession. He had been studying that piece of treasure cloth, but unfortunately, until he died, he couldn't figure out anything. The funny thing was that before he died, he left behind his last words, saying that whoever could understand the mystery of the treasure cloth would be able to lead our sea snake clan to rise. Because of these words, many ancestors of the later generations spent their entire lives on this precious cloth. Unfortunately, they all came up empty-handed. In the end, we could only seal it. I don't know what this treasure cloth is for either, so you'll have to explore everything," Lu Chongfeng said. Su Zimo nodded slightly. As the two of them spoke, they arrived at the entrance of the Sea Snake clan's library. This library was also a simple and unadorned palace. It was likely that the Sea Snake clan's harvest over the years was placed inside. After passing by the guards at the door, the two of them slowly walked in. The library was very large and was divided into 3 floors. The first floor was filled with strange items, and the second floor was filled with books. Lu Chongfeng brought Su Zimo up to the 3rd floor and took out a purple box that had been sealed for a long time and was covered in dust. The moment he saw the purple box, Su Zimo's heart suddenly beat faster for some reason. He took the purple box and slowly opened it. Inside was a piece of purple canvas. He took out the canvas. He did not know what it was made of. It was heavy in his hand and warm to the touch. The canvas wasn't big, and it was covered with dense black lines. Su Zimo did not see anything else. "Do you have any clues?" Lu Chongfeng asked. Su Zimo picked up the canvas and looked at it for a long time. In the end, he shook his head. He put away the canvas and said, "I'll study it when I have time in the future." "I advise you not to be too obsessed with this," Lu Chongfeng said. I have many talented ancestors who studied this for their entire lives. In the end, they achieved nothing. Su Zimo nodded slightly and said, for the sake of this treasure cloth, I can help you. Do you want to completely control the Sea Snake clan? I can help you kill those elders. Thank you, Lu Chongfeng said sincerely. These elders are also thinking for the clan. If there are any conflicts, they will be resolved. Su Zimo nodded and did not say anything else. Originally, Lu Chongfeng wanted to leave Su Zimo to play in the Sea Snake clan for a few days, but Su Zimo rejected him. After leaving the Sea Serpent clan, he went straight to Tianhuang City. He wondered how the teleportation array there was going. When they were halfway there, Su Zimo looked around and found that there was no one around. Only then did he slowly take out the treasured cloth. Soon after, he took out a dark purple stone from his True Fate world. At this moment, the stone was emitting a faint glow. This was a phenomenon that Su Zimo had never seen before. He had obtained this stone when he went to the Saint Flower domain previously because of the throbbing of the moon nether glow in Flowing Fire City. Originally, there hadn't been much movement, but now that the treasure cloth had appeared, Su Zimo realized that there seemed to be a connection between the two. Previously, when he was in the Sea Serpent clan, he had already noticed this abnormality. But because Lu Chongfeng was in front of him, he didn't take it out. At this moment, when Su Zimo brought the black-purple stone into contact with the cloth, he was shocked. The stone began to tremble, and the light on it grew brighter. In the end, it turned into a stream of light. This stream of light soared into the sky, dyeing the sky above his head black and purple. The majestic light poured down like a waterfall, and finally, all of it poured into the treasure cloth. In the next moment, the treasure cloth began to emit an endless brilliance. Su Zimo was surprised to find that the horizontal and vertical lines on the treasure cloth began to rearrange. In the end, it turned into a map. He picked up the map and looked at it. This was a miniature version of the map of the Yuanyang continent. What surprised Su Zimo was that there was only one continent on this map. This meant that this map was very old. It was so old that when this map was drawn, the Yuanyang continent had not been divided into 5 pieces like it was now. This thought made Su Zimo somewhat inexplicably horrified. There were red lines on the map, as if they were guiding Su Zimo to something. In the end, the red lines stopped at a place. If this map is related to the sun turbid illumination, then is this end point where the sun turbid illumination is located? Su Zimo guessed. He looked at the map carefully, because there was still a big difference between the Yuanyang continent at that time and now. After comparing them, Su Zimo found that the end point of this map was not on the 5 continents. Instead, it was in a hidden sea region of the endless sky ocean. Su Zimo did not know if the end point had moved after such a long time of change. However, now that he was done with the matters of the northern continent, he had to investigate it as soon as possible. He carefully put the map into his True Fate world. Then, he went to Tianhuang City. In one night, so many people died in Tianhuang City. It could be said that it caused a small commotion in the Sky Tiger Empire. The empire immediately sent people to manage the city that was already in chaos. Then, they also sent people to investigate the matter. When Su Zimo arrived at the city, the new city lord had already taken over. The city was restored to order again. Su Zimo guessed that the teleportation formation in the city should be ready. The new city lord should have taken the teleportation formation, or else he would not have been so fast. The reason why the Sea Snake clan destroyed the teleportation formation was because they were afraid of people from the Sky Tiger Empire. When he entered the city, things went smoothly. After paying the fee, he took the teleportation formation to the Haoyu Empire. The Haoyu Empire was one of the top 36 countries. When Su Zimo went through another time travel, he finally arrived at the Purple Moon City of the Haoyu Empire. The Purple Moon City was one of the more prosperous large cities in the Haoyu Empire. The ruler of this empire was the Shadow Moon clan. Su Zimo did not want to stay, so he took another formation from the Purple Moon City and prepared to go to the Fengqi Empire. As a human empire, the Fengqi Empire was quite famous in the northern continent. It was one of the strongest empires. To the east was the Haoyu Empire, and to the west was the Mangyo Empire. It was the true overlord of this region. Its territory and overall strength were among the best. More importantly, since the great Emperor Zhenwu established the Emperor's era, the human race had reached its most glorious era. The human race was inviolable, this was the consensus of all the races. It was said that there was a great war in the territory ruled by the Fengqi Empire. A divine wind passed through the Uniged void and finally landed on this land. It went through its tribulation and became an immortal, and the land was roasted by fire for many years. Not a single blade of grass grew, and no one lived there. When the final empire was established, people named it Fengqi. Tianan City was a small city under the Fengqi Empire that was not famous. Among the many cities, this small city had an independent teleportation formation. Many people did not understand, and many other cities also objected to it. But the effect was minimal, and the empire did not explain anything. Su Zimo slowly opened his eyes as the world in front of him stabilized. He walked out of the teleportation formation. After asking around, he found out that he was in Fengqi Empire's Tianan City. He walked around the city and found that the city was very small. It was almost the size of a small town. After a few days of teleportation, Su Zimo was also a bit tired. Since the sky was getting dark, he decided to stay here for the night. After finding an inn and eating, Su Zimo went back to study demon. Tianan City at night was very quiet. Because the city was at the edge of the empire, it wasn't a bustling city at all. The citizens of the city were already asleep. In this silent darkness, a sudden gust of wind blew outside the city. 3 figures in black and red robes appeared outside the city. They stood in front of the city gate, calmly looking at the city for a long time. Finally, the figure in the middle spoke. "Are you sure? This is the place?" "The information can't be wrong," the figure in the middle nodded. "What did the organization say, destroy the city or?" "The divine church can't be completely exposed right now, do you understand?" The figure in the middle calmly spoke. "Then what do we do? Just the few of us going to destroy the city? You think they won't be prepared? The few of us won't be enough, then what do you think we should do? Kill with a borrowed knife." The figure in black spoke with a bright gaze. Fengqi Demonic Forest. This was a vast forest that stretched between mountains, snow mountains, and plains. The forest went through half of Fengqi Empire. It was a famous danger zone here. Not just the people of Fengqi Empire, but even the surrounding empires knew about it. This was a place that gave people a headache, but couldn't be solved. There was only one kind of creature in Fengqi Demonic Forest. Demon spirits. They were demons that were born and raised by the earth. They normally ate the spirit energy of the world. They were gentle and timid, never daring to enter the human world. But what gave people a headache was that these demons cared a lot about the concept of territory. Whenever they saw any creature that entered Phoenix Perch Demonic Forest, they would become inexplicably irritable until they attacked and killed their target. Therefore, Phoenix Perch Demonic Forest had become the most troublesome place for the Empire over the years. However, due to the timid nature of demon spirits, their relationship with humans had been peaceful for so many years. In order to prevent humans from accidentally entering Phoenix's Perch Demonic Forest, or the demonic spirits from suddenly appearing one day. Therefore, a long time ago, the Fengqi Empire had started to build defensive arrays along the starting point of the demon forest. This formation started from Xianxia City in the east and ended at Phoenix Perch Valley in the west. After cultivating for several hundred years, almost all of the array masters in the Fengqi Empire had gathered. Only then did the construction finally succeed, surrounding the entire Phoenix Perch Demonic Forest. To the north of Tianan City, Phoenix Perch Demonic Forest was not far away. Therefore, there was a very important stronghold that controlled the defensive formation there. In the late spring season, the weather was not cold, but very cool. The spring breeze blew through the forest, sweeping up a few green leaves and spinning them in the air. Finally, he landed on the ground. Standing on top of the stronghold and looking into the distance, he could clearly see the situation within a few kilometers. There were 2 soldiers wearing red armor sitting on top of the stronghold. One was an old man, and the other was a young man. "Uncle Han, help me look after it, let me sleep for a bit." The young man smiled and said to the old man. "Kid, what did you do during the day?" The old man lightly snorted and replied. If something happens to the demon forest, I'll see what you'll do. How could that be, Uncle Han? You've been guarding this stronghold for over 30 years and there hasn't been a single problem. The young man chuckled, my luck isn't that bad. Saying so, the young man leaned against the wall and fell asleep. The old man beside him helplessly shook his head. The wind in the middle of the night was a bit strong and the sky gradually darkened. For the people guarding the stronghold, what they hated the most was hot weather, as well as heavy rain and snow. The old man Uncle Han looked at the sky and finally stood up, looking in the direction of Phoenix Perch demonic forest. He was completely unaware that several figures were approaching him in the darkness. A gust of wind blew past his ear. Before the old man could even react, he had already turned around. A mass of black fog had already surrounded him and melted him away. The three black-cloaked men looked at the young man who was still sleeping on the ground and kicked him awake. Uncle Han, what are you doing? The young man slowly opened his eyes and asked sleepily. Instead, when he saw the three black-cloaked men calmly standing in front of him, his entire body froze. Big brothers, who are you? The young man smiled bitterly and asked. Open the defensive formation, the black-cloaked man in the middle casually spoke. I can't open it, I'm only here to guard this place, I don't have the authority to open the formation, the young man hurriedly shook his head. Then what's the point of you being alive? The black-cloaked man on the left said as his right hand came down. The young man didn't even have time to scream before he was silently melted away by the black fog. What now? The black-cloaked man on the left asked. Let's take a look at the formation first. The three of them left the stronghold and went straight to the formation of this place. The formation was always active, it was invisible and intangible. After the three of them stood there and observed for a long time, the black-cloaked man in the middle let out a sigh of relief. He said, looks like my guess was correct. Although their formation is one, it's all caused by a few small formations. Then we don't need to break the entire formation, we just need to break this small part and open a small exit, the black-cloaked man on the side asked. You two go stand guard, I'll give it a try. The black-cloaked man in the middle nodded and replied. After about an hour, the formation here started to fluctuate. The originally invisible formation became clear, it was like a transparent blue cover. The black-cloaked man took out a bottle of black liquid from his storage ring and poured all of it on the cover. Crackle, 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 a slight explosion suddenly sounded on the formation. Not long after, a small hole was seen in the formation. The black-cloaked man waved his hand and called the other two people to stand guard in front of him. He solemnly said, there are still 6 hours until daybreak, which means that we have to finish everything in 6 hours. Otherwise, we'll be discovered. Understood. The other two black-cloaked men nodded, then followed the small hole into Phoenix Perch Forest. Early morning. The faint light of the morning sun shined down on the horizon. For the residents of Tianan City, this was a normal day. But at this time, a melodious sound of a flute came from afar. The sound of the flute seemed to have some kind of special magic, melodious and low. No one knew who played it. Not long after the sound of the flute, an inexplicable rumbling sound was heard. The rumbling sound was very soft at first, like the sound of a drum. But as time went on, it became louder and louder, until finally, it was like thunder. It wasn't just this sound, even the ground seemed to be shaking and shaking. The morning breeze was blowing slowly. For the residents of Tianan City, it was very refreshing. This place was far away from the capital, so the pace of life was frighteningly slow. At this time, other than a few people waking up, most of the residents were still asleep. But when the noise outside became louder and louder, no one was sleepy anymore. Including Suzimo. He walked out of his room to see what was going on. What's going on outside? It's so loud. I don't know, it seems to be from the stronghold. The people who walked out of the inn with Suzimo were also talking at the same time. Stronghold? Could it be that something happened at Phoenix Perch Forest? Don't talk nonsense, ever since the stronghold's defensive formation was built, there hasn't been a problem for a long time. Countless residents came to the city wall and looked into the distance, towards the north. Dust was flying in the north, like smoke signals. Because of the distance, no one could see clearly. But at this time a few people ran over in a panic, they seemed to be residents of Tianan City. Before the people on the city wall could ask, the people who came in from outside already started shouting. The demon spirits have appeared, the demon spirits are attacking. Everyone, hurry and inform the city lord, it'll be too late. Following the shouts of those people, the residents in the city started to panic. Demon spirits, everyone knew what that meant. No need, I've already gone over to take a look. Just as everyone was panicking, a man in a green robe walked out from a nearby house. There were also a few high-ranking officials from Tianan City. They seemed to be discussing something inside. City Lord Gao. Seeing the green-robed man appear, the surrounding citizens hurriedly greeted him. Gao Zichin's expression was dignified. His brows were tightly furrowed, and there was a lingering worry on his face. Everyone, now that the situation is urgent, I won't hide it from everyone. Gao Zichin said in a loud voice, there is a small hole in the defensive formation of the fortress. The demon spirits that had been staying in the demon forest all rushed out like crazy. Our top priority right now is to repair that small hole and prevent the demon spirits from breaking through again. Hearing Gao Zhe's words, the surrounding citizens began to discuss. City Lord, if you have something to say, just say it. This is our home, we will naturally protect it. That's right. Everyone, let's work together and kill these demon spirits. Seeing that the people's hearts were aligned, Gao Zhe's emotions also stabilized. In the end, he told them the solution. Most of the guards had to stay behind to guard the city. There couldn't be any deviation here. Gao Zhe led the citizens of the city. As long as they were Meridians, they would go to the fortress to repair the formation. This matter was very dangerous. They had to face the demon spirits directly, and casualties were inevitable. After Gao Zhe finished speaking, he quickly distributed the tasks. Su Zimo had originally planned to take a look at those demon spirits and see what they looked like. Finally, when everything was distributed, Su Zimo found that there were quite a few Meridians in the city. This time, there were more than 300 people who went to repair the defensive formation. No one dared to stay. After Gao Zhe gave some instructions to the city, he led the vast crowd of citizens out. No one dared to walk on the main road because they would face the demon spirits directly. At that time, they would inevitably suffer heavy losses. Their goal was only to repair the defensive formation. If they succeeded, those demon spirits would become turtles in a cage. When everyone took a detour to the fortress, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. There were close to 1,000 demon spirits here. Even the stronghold was filled with demon spirits. At this moment, they were destroying the fortress, and there was an endless stream of demon spirits coming out from the small mouth. What is going on? Gao Zhe frowned slightly. As far as I know, as long as the demon spirits don't invade their territory, they are very timid. Why have they become so violent now? Then are we still going? Someone asked. Yes, I have already asked the Empire for help. It won't be long before the messenger arrives. Gao Zhe said. But before that, we have to protect the city. Otherwise, Tianan City will be destroyed. City Lord, just give us your orders. We will listen. The person next to him nodded and replied. Later, a few formation masters and I will go to the gap to repair the formation. You will use us as the center and form a circle around us. Gao Zhe pondered for a while and said, we have looked at this gap. It will only take 1 to 2 incense sticks of time to fix it. This time, I will leave it to you. Gao Zhe said as he bowed deeply to everyone behind him. City Lord, don't say that. Our families and children are also in the city. Naturally, we will not sit and wait for death. Everyone discussed for a while, then carefully approached the gap. Su Zimo followed at the back of the group and sized up the front. These so-called demon spirits actually looked similar to humans, but their skin was dark blue. Their ears were very pointed, and they all had short hair. They did not wear any clothes, as if there was no gender difference. These demon spirits were not very strong, around the true Meridian realm. However, there were many of them, and they were not easy to deal with. Not long after they got close, the demon spirits in front suddenly let out an ear-piercing scream. As the scream rang out, the surrounding demon spirits surrounded them. We have been discovered. Gao Zhe said with a gloomy expression. Everyone, don't fight. They have many people. Let's get close to the gap and form a circle. Charge. Following Gao Zek's angry roar, he took the lead, and his Emperor Meridian Realm aura surged around him. He stepped into the air step by step, wanting to be the first to occupy the gap. The other people behind him also roared and followed behind Gao Zeqian to kill their way into the battlefield. These demon spirits were unable to react in time and were caught off guard by the crowd. Some of them were defeated. Everyone also quickly seized the position of the gap in the first moment. Although they temporarily occupied the gap, more and more demon spirits gathered here. The demon spirits had already regained their senses and began to counterattack. City Lord, hurry up. We can't hold on for much longer. Someone shouted from the side. Gao Ziao nodded, and quickly got busy with several array formation masters. The demon spirits on the outside seemed to have been enraged as they roared and charged at the group. At this moment, no matter if it was the demon spirits outside or the demon spirits inside Phoenix Perch Demon Forest, more and more of them gathered and surrounded the group like an iron bucket. As the two sides fought, they seemed to have really gotten into it. Su Zimo slightly raised both of his hands, and in the instant that endless spiritual energy surged, a large number of demon spirits fell down. He was already very restrained. Basically, no demon spirits could get within a few meters of him. The two sides fought for a while and both sides suffered casualties. At this moment, a roar came from behind. This roar sounded very angry and was a bit deafening. The surrounding demonic forest also stopped attacking. All of them bowed their bodies, as if expressing their allegiance to him. What's going on? Someone from Tianan City curiously asked. As his voice fell, the demon spirit army in front of him automatically opened up a path. A demon spirit with an even larger body walked out. This demon spirit was twice the size of a normal demon spirit and its body was blood red. Its aura gave people a feeling of nobility and dominance. What is this thing? A citizen who didn't know curiously asked. Demon King. Gao Ziao said with a frown. The Phoenix Perch Empire had been dealing with these demon spirits for tens of thousands of years, so they knew a lot about them. The Demon King was a very rare creature. Among the tens of thousands of demon spirits, there was only one Demon King. The chance of encountering one was very small, but they didn't think they would encounter one this time. Is it very strong? Someone asked from the side. It's okay if it's strong, but without the Demon King, the demon spirit army is like a pile of loose sand. Although there are many of them, their attacks are disorganized. The Demon King can command them and use their strongest power. Someone explained from the side. Then we'll capture the Demon King first. How? Everyone looked at the Demon Spirit King that was surrounded by 3 rings, and they all went silent. The atmosphere was a little gloomy. At this moment, a sword light suddenly slashed down from the sky. This sword light and sword chi were awe-inspiring, cutting through the silent sky. In the end, only a boom was heard. It landed heavily, killing dozens of demon spirits and creating a huge crater in the ground. Everyone was shocked and raised their heads to look. A man wearing a blue shirt and holding a long sword was standing in the air. The man's aura was majestic, and the long sword in his hand made a soft sound. Sword chi circled the area, dancing wantonly in the sky. Who is this person? I don't know. I think he's here to save us, someone muttered. Could it be him? Gao Ze thought for a while and suddenly remembered something. In the end, he heaved a long sigh and said, King Anding has treated us well. The blue-robed man looked at the astonished crowd and lightly said, You guys hold on. Leave the Demon King to me. Hearing the man's words, everyone regained their confidence. Thank you, Lord, for helping Tianan City. Everyone bowed and thanked him. It's just my duty. The blue-robed man shook his head and did not say anything else. He broke through the layers of void, holding his sword and carrying an endless amount of sword chi. Behind him was a sea of sword prison as he charged towards the Demon Spirit King. Su Zimo took a look. This man's cultivation is at the Saint Vein realm. Although there were a lot of demon spirits, none of them were a match for him. Looks like the water in Tianan City is very deep, Su Zimo thought as he touched his chin. This small city actually has a Saint Vein realm expert protecting it. Furthermore, the people don't know him. It's definitely not that simple. However, with the blue-robed man chasing after the demon spirit king, the pressure on everyone was relieved. Finally, after a little more than an incense's time. At the gap, an array master happily shouted, "It's fixed. The array is fixed." "Then, let's evacuate," the people at the side quickly said. Although everyone risked their lives to resist the attack of the demon spirits, 2/3 of the people who came were already dead. The rest were also injured and probably won't be able to hold on much longer. "I'll take care of the aftermath, you guys go first," Xianxia frowned as he looked at the demon spirits swarming over and shouted. No one objected. Everyone retreated as they fought and finally left the stronghold. The blue-robed man also stepped on the air and chased after them. There were some bloodstains on his clothes. He then threw a head on the ground. Everyone looked and found that it was the head of the demon spirit king. "You killed it," someone at the side said in surprise. "Since they dared to leave the stronghold and invade my Fengqi Empire's territory, they have to take responsibility," the blue-robed man calmly replied. "Good job," Xianxia said from the side. He looked at the blue-robed man and said respectfully, "Thank you, sir. If you hadn't come in time, I would have been killed. If it wasn't for you, we would have been completely annihilated." "It's my duty," the blue-robed man continued to shake his head. Xianxia was silent for a while, then finally asked, "Is the Stability King all right?" The blue-robed man considered for a while, then raised his head and said, "He doesn't participate in the country's affairs anymore. He's living a secluded life, it's pretty good." That's good, Xianxia quickly nodded. Everyone headed towards Tianan City as they spoke. When they arrived at the gates of Tianan City, everyone felt that something wasn't right. Silence, the gates were wide open. The city was too quiet. This strange feeling lingered in everyone's heart. Everyone rushed into the city. Seeing the scene of the city, they were instantly stunned. Corpses, the entire street was filled with corpses. Most of them were old and weak women and children. They were fighting with their lives on the outside, but the entire city behind them was massacred. "Mother!" Shaoli, following the wails and cries of pain, the survivors all ran madly towards their own homes. Even Xianxia trembled as he walked towards the city lord's mansion. Everyone's cries came from afar. The only people left were Suzimo and the blue-robed man. The blue-robed man looked at Suzimo in surprise. Suzimo explained, "I'm just passing by, my home isn't here." Hearing Suzimo's words, the blue-robed man's surprise grew. "Why are you doing this?" the blue-robed man asked in confusion. A passerby was willing to protect a city that had nothing to do with him and barge into the army of demons. To the man in blue, there were only two explanations for such a person. Either he was sick in the head, or he had confidence. He looked at Suzimo. There was nothing special about him before, so he did not understand where his confidence came from. "No reason, I just want to see what the demons look like." Suzimo smiled. The man in blue took a deep look at Suzimo, then turned and left. He felt that Suzimo was not telling the truth, but he could not force him. The two of them came to the top of the city wall. The guards here were all dead. Suzimo placed one of the corpses down and checked the cause of death. His corpse was rotting on a large scale, as if it was caused by a very evil force. This force should not have much to do with the demons. "What did you find?" The man in blue walked over and asked. "A very evil force, I have never seen it before." Suzimo shook his head and said. "It's those guys from the Cthulhuism Society." The man in blue looked embarrassed and said coldly. "Cthulhuism Society?" Suzimo had heard of this organization before, even in his previous life. They are a very evil and cruel organization. The man in blue looked at Suzimo in surprise. He seemed to be surprised that Suzimo had never heard of the Cthulhuism Society, so he explained. "The Cthulhuism Society is actually the name we call them. They call themselves the True God Society. Probably tens of thousands of years ago, this organization first appeared in the North Continent. Their ideology, including their founder, is very extreme. They think that they are the rulers of this world, and that they want to kill all the bad people, so that only the good people will be left in the world." "Interesting." Suzimo chuckled. They recruited believers to join the Cthulhuism Society. What was even more unbelievable was that their ideology was taught to tens of millions of people in just 1 year. Their power spread across the 5 continents, and they are very powerful. The man in blue shook his head and said, later, they were punished by many sects on the continent, and finally, they were destroyed. However, there were still some remnants of their cult members who were active all over the continent. They were unwilling to give up. For the past 10,000 years, the Cthulhuism Society had never stopped fighting. They are mainly active in the northern and central continents. What does this have to do with Tianan City? Suzimo asked in confusion. About a few hundred years ago, the Cthulhuism Society rose from the ashes and plotted to start a war to invade the northern continent. The blue-robed man continued, they want to use the Fengqi Empire as a starting point to spread across the entire continent. Unfortunately, no one had expected this. That year, there was a man who walked out from a small city. He was like an eagle soaring through the 9 heavens. In the end, he led the Fengqi Empire's army to end the Cthulhuism Society on Thousand Evils Mountain. That man was also conferred the title of King of Safety by the current Holy Lord. King Inding is from Tianan City? Suzimo asked. That's right. I was also sent here by King In to protect this city, the blue-robed man said calmly. Even the teleportation formation here is thanks to King In, otherwise, how could such a remote city have the right to have a teleportation formation? The Cthulhuism Society massacred the city to take revenge. Suzimo instantly understood the situation. They don't have the guts to find King In, so they can only come here for revenge, the blue-robed man snorted coldly. Suzimo shook his head. This matter didn't have much to do with him. However, he kept the name Cthulhuism Society in his heart. Just as the two were chatting, spirit energy suddenly surged in the center of the city. Someone is using the teleportation formation. The blue-robed man instantly headed towards the square. Suzimo followed closely behind. Seems like people from the Empire are here. When the two of them arrived at the square, 3 yellow-robed figures were already standing there. 2 men and 1 woman. The aura emitting from their bodies was extremely strong. Where's Gaozé? The middle yellow-robed man frowned as he looked around and asked. The city was massacred. He's at the city lord's manor, the blue-robed man said calmly. What's going on? His Majesty sent the 3 of us over for such a small city, making a mountain out of a molehill, the left yellow-robed man said unhappily. I will pass on your words to King In, the blue-robed man said coldly. King In? The yellow-robed man was stunned for a moment before he reacted. King In seemed to have come from this city. He quickly shut his mouth. Little brother, please don't be offended. We are the 3 divisions of the Empire. We are here to protect the city. The middle yellow-robed man smiled as he introduced them. They were the 3 divisions of Fengqi Empire, each with a sun, moon, and star in their names. The 3 of them were called Huang Xing, Huang Yu, and Huang Ri. I am king and subordinate, call me Mo Yi, the blue-robed man nodded and replied. Speaking of the 3 divisions of Fengqi Empire, one had to mention that the 3 divisions of Fengqi Empire were extremely famous. They were split into 7 divisions based on their colors. The 3 divisions of Fengqi Empire were one of them. After the introductions, they all looked at Suzimo on the side. Suzimo waved his hand with a faint smile and said, Suzimo, don't worry about me. I was just passing by to help. After they got to know each other, they began to investigate the situation in the city. The situation was as bad as they imagined. None of the people who stayed in the city before were alive. There were only 20 or so people left who returned from the bloody battle. They sat in front of their houses with lifeless eyes, unable to break free from this sadness. Seeing this, the blue-robed man and the others shook their heads helplessly. Everyone from the Cthulhuism Society deserves to die, Huang Xing said angrily. How could the Empire not know? It's just that they appear and disappear unpredictably. Also, the speed at which they recruit followers is too fast. 100 years ago, King In appeared and calmed everything down. I wonder if another King In will appear in our Fengqi Empire 100 years later. If you really can't bear to let go of those people who died, do you want to be buried with them? At this time, a carefree laugh came from the side. Everyone quickly turned their heads and saw three black-robed people slowly walking out from the corner of the street. Cthulhuism Society, seeing the three people appear. Emoyi narrowed his eyes and said word by word. "You still dare to appear here," Huangxing snorted and said. Spirit energy surged around him, just in time to kill you and avenge the people of this city. The glory of the Cthulhuism Society will spread across the world. Stubborn people like you will all become dust under the sun, unable to hide, the black-robed man laughed sinisterly. As his voice fell, he raised his hands and 8 different lights shot into the sky from all over the city. These 8 rays of light carried an extremely evil aura, dyeing the sky above Tianan City pitch black. The vast and mighty aura was like the accumulation of dark clouds in the sky, giving off a feeling of the coming storm. "It's a formation," Emoyi said. "Looks like they're planning something big," Huangxing said with a cold snort. "They want to kill all of us." "Can you tell what formation it is?" Huang Ri frowned slightly. "It seems to be the 8-star Heavenlock formation. This is going to be troublesome." Ignoring the whispers of the crowd, 3 black-robed men stopped in front of him. One of them smiled evilly and said, "Are you in despair? You're asking for it." Huangxing was extremely irritable, and he struck out with his palm. The aura of the Saint Bloodline realm around him was majestic, and waves of dark yellow spirit chi surrounded him. This palm shattered the space in front of him, and it came down with an extremely heavy aura. The black-robed man also struck out with his palm, and black spirit chi surrounded his palm, and with an extremely corrosive power, it clashed with Huangxing bang. The two of them separated, and an extremely powerful wave of chi spread out in all directions, shattering the limestone floor beneath their feet. Huangxing did not move at all, but the black-robed man took a few steps back, his figure somewhat dazed. "A mere peak emperor bloodline dares to be so arrogant," Huangxing said with a cold snort. After some probing, he could tell that the 3 black-robed men were only peak emperor bloodline realm cultivators. The 3 divisions, on the other hand, were Saint bloodline experts. "The demon spirits outside the city were attracted by you guys, right?" Emoyi said calmly. "I was wondering why those cowardly demon spirits dared to leave Phoenix Perch Demon Forest. Looks like the Cthulhuism Society has really put in a lot of effort." Emoyi had guessed that these people were worried about him. Otherwise, why would they use the demon spirits as a cover? They could have just killed their way into the city. "Looks like you guys still don't understand your situation," the black-robed man said with a light smile. Huang Ri frowned slightly and said to them, "Be careful of this formation, it should be their trump card. Otherwise, why would they wait for us to come?" Su Zimo raised his head slightly. At this moment, the sky was already filled with wind and clouds, completely changing the sky. Black spirit chi enveloped the entire world, and the 8 rays of light that soared into the sky around the city transformed into 8 pillars that stood between the heavens and the earth. It was connected to the sky. An invisible force seemed to have enveloped the entire Tianan city. Boom 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 sounds of explosions rang out from the side. In the center of the sky, the black spirit chi was even more profound, as if it was nurturing something. "Do any of you know about this array formation?" Huang Ri pondered and asked. He had only heard of such a formation before. It was a secret formation developed by the Cthulhuism Society. As for its use, he had never understood it. Never heard of it. Everyone shook their heads. When the firmament reached its limit, 3 black-robed men stepped into the air. 3 rays of black light descended from the sky and enveloped the 3 of them. Bathed in the black light, the black-robed man laughed wickedly. Huangxing frowned slightly, seemingly a little irritated. The aura around him grew stronger, and a dragon's roar sounded behind him. Then, a 100-meter-long yellow dragon circled behind him. He stepped on the dragon and charged towards the black-robed man in the middle. The dragon's roar filled the sky, and a storm of spirit chi raged all around. The black-robed man did not panic, and a black light flickered on his right index finger as he pointed directly in Huangxing's direction. With a boom, before anyone could react, Huangxing's body was sent flying. And where he was, the entire space collapsed. Clatter clatter, the sound of chains rang out all around. An ink-black chain descended from the sky and imprinted itself on Huangxing's body before disappearing. "Are you okay?" Huang Yu asked worriedly. Huang Xing had just opened his mouth when he felt that something was wrong. My meridian gate has been sealed. His face was filled with shock, as sealing one's meridian gate was a very difficult thing to do. Only the meridian sealing powder was known to be able to do it. But the meridian sealing powder could only temporarily seal martial artists below the void meridian realm. It was almost impossible to seal the meridian gate of a Saint Meridian realm powerhouse. 8-star Heavenlock formation. Huang Ri narrowed his eyes and said word by word. Is it because of this array formation? Everyone immediately reacted and looked up at the sky. Did you notice? The black-robed man in the sky laughed. In this Heavenlock formation, we can seal 8 martial artists who have not reached the immortal realm, the black-robed man said. This formation was created by our true God sect. We follow the changes of the times and walk at the forefront of the times. There will be a day when you weaklings will die and submit. Can't the meridian gate in my body be opened? Huang Ri said with an embarrassed expression. Huang Xing tried, and his face turned red. In the end, he shook his head helplessly. Ask for help from the Empire, Huang Yu said as she crushed a jade pendant in her hand. It's too late. Even if the Empire sends people to use the teleportation formation, it will take at least a few hours. Huang Ri shook his head, obviously losing hope. And they will definitely destroy the teleportation formation. The Empire won't be able to come to this remote city in a short time. In the sky, the aura of the 3 black-robed men grew stronger and stronger. They looked at the 3 departments indifferently. Then, the 3 black-robed men casually pointed with their right hand. 3 chains descended from the sky at an extremely fast speed. Not good, dodge. Huang Ri's expression changed slightly, and he quickly said. His figure flashed, trying to avoid the imprint of the chains. But these chains seemed to have the ability to track, and they entangled the 3 departments and Mo Yi without letting go. Only Su Zimo was left in the field, watching the show alone. Rumble. A rumbling sound came from the side. Everyone seemed to know that dodging was not a solution, so they charged at the black-robed men. Their auras were full, and their true fates had appeared. They were already at the end of their rope. The 3 black-robed men did not panic. They watched the 3 departments and the others charge in front of them. The space in front of them crumbled, creating a huge commotion. They waved their right hand again. Walala, another 3 chains fell from the sky. According to the characteristics of the 8-star Heavenlock formation, they could control 8 chains at once. When the 6 chains attacked from the front and back, the 3 departments couldn't escape and were imprinted. After their meridians were sealed, their figures fell from the sky. With a pung sound, they fell to the ground. The 3 departments and Mo Yi stood up, their expressions very ugly. They tried to break the seal in their bodies, but it was to no avail. It's over now, Huang Xing said anxiously. We've lived our lives, there's nowhere in this half of the Fengqi Empire that we can't go. I didn't think that we would fall here today. Brother Su Zimo. Mo Yi looked at Su Zimo. Now, their only hope was Su Zimo. Only Su Zimo had not been sealed. However, he did not know exactly what level of cultivation Su Zimo was at. Su Zimo smiled and did not say anything. The 3 black-robed men slowly descended from the sky and looked down at the 3 departments. Prisoners, you didn't expect this, did you? Huang Xing snorted and shouted, kill me or torture me as you wish. The Empire will destroy the Cthulhuism society one day. Just like the war led by King Anding 100 years ago. You're courting death. Hearing Huang Xing's words, the black-robed man in the middle shouted angrily. The black mist in his hand surged and condensed into a large hand. The large hand pressed down on the layers of the void and finally came down from the sky. Now that Huang Xing could not use any power, he was no different from an ordinary person. Seeing such a scene, he was ready to die. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The hand in the sky was cut open by a blade. Everyone's eyes flashed and looked at the source of the blade. Su Zimo slowly sheathed the tyrannical shadow, smiled, and said, don't be so irritable. Let's talk nicely. I didn't want to care about a fish that escaped the net like you, but it seems like you don't know enough. The black-robed man on the left waved his right hand. 2 chains descended from the sky, entwined in the black fog, and branded towards Su Zimo. Who's the one who doesn't know enough? Su Zimo smiled and shook his head. He took out an item from his storage ring. It was a circular object that looked like an astrolabe. The astrolabe was magnificent, as beautiful as the starry sky. The Milky Way crossed the great thousand universes and scattered down from the sky. Countless rays of starlight were reflected in the sky, and the sky was filled with stars, forming a magnificent and colorful picture scroll. A bright moon hung in the middle of the stars. Su Zimo looked at the astrolabe in his hand. It was the sky-spill astrolabe. Previously, in the central continent's Saint Flower domain, he extorted it from the sky-spill saint. The celestial divination astrolabe was extremely powerful when it came to deducing array formations. This was especially true after Su Zimo had fused with the 6 elements indestructible formation and many other array formations. It could be said that there were very few array formations that it could not break. Seeing the chain coming towards him, Su Zimo smiled and slowly activated his astrolabe. At this moment, a vast starry sky descended around him. Su Zimo stood in the starry sky. The bright moon, the stars, and the Milky Way slowly flowed around him. In the starry sky, a star fell. The stars passed through the Uniged void, and at the last moment of brightness, they collided with the oncoming chains. Countless sparks flew in all directions. The stars disappeared, and the chains broke. Seeing this scene, the 3 black-robed men were shocked. One of them had a gloomy expression as he asked, "What is this?" "The sealing chain is broken. It seems that this thing is a treasure." The black-robed man on the left had a greedy look in his eyes. He said, "I can take it back and study it." "That's only if you can leave here alive." Su Zimo chuckled. The astrolabe in his hand glowed brightly. The starlight shot straight to the sky, breaking through the originally dark sky. Everything on the astrolabe appeared, fighting against the black fog in the sky. At the same time, the 8 black pillars around the city were also trembling, shaking, and exploding. "He wants to break through our 8-star heaven-lock formation." The black-robed man on the right narrowed his eyes and said, "The thing in his hand seems to be a natural counter to array formations." The black-robed man in the middle nodded. "Take it." Following a shout, the 3 of them charged towards Su Zimo. There are 3,000 array formations, trapping is the first, killing comes after. Su Zimo muttered to himself. With a wave of his hand, countless stars turned into streaks of light and flew out from the starry sky. These colorful stars gathered together to form an oval-shaped cover. The dome came down from above, trapping the 3 black-robed men inside. "What is this?" The 3 black-robed men roared as they attacked the trapping formation. The entire dome began to wobble. Su Zimo waved his hand again. The Milky Way in the starry sky flowed slowly and instantly solidified. The solidified Milky Way turned into a spear. The spear was extremely sharp, and the tip of the spear had dazzling stars flashing. It contained an extremely powerful force. Su Zimo's right hand gripped the spear that was solidified by the Milky Way, and he threw it out with all his might. Dodge! He watched the spear pierce through the endless void. His body was filled with pitch-black demonic aura. The space in front of him completely collapsed as the spear arrived. The 3 black-robed men anxiously tried to dodge, but the dome was only so big. They could not break through the trapping formation at all. Boom! 3 miserable screams were heard at the same time. The 3 black-robed men were like skewers. They were pierced through by the spear from their chests and nailed into the sky. At the same time, the sky-spill astrolabe broke through the 8-star heaven-lock formation. The mighty starlight broke through the seal of the black fog and destroyed the 8 black pillars around the city. As an extreme shockwave exploded in the sky, the 8-star heaven-lock formation was completely shattered. The moment the formation was broken, the seals on Xianxia and Moye's bodies were also removed. "Brother Su," Moye looked at Su Zimo with a complicated gaze. Unfathomable. This was the feeling that Su Zimo gave him. "Thank you, Child Su, for saving our lives." Xianxia hurriedly came over to express his gratitude. "It was nothing," Su Zimo said as he waved his hand and pointed at the 3 black-robed men nailed into the sky. "What should we do with them?" Although he had trapped the 3 of them, he did not kill them completely. "If Child Su wants to kill them, then kill them," Huang Ri said with a smile. If you don't want to, we'll take them back to the Empire. Maybe we can get more information about the Cthulhuism Society from them. Then let's take them back to the Empire. Suzimo had no objections. These three black-robed men were basically useless to him. Because Suzimo also wanted to go to the Fengqi Empire. His grandfather's Wenren clan was in the Fengqi Empire's capital, Fengyu City. Therefore, he and Huang Sansi were on the way. And Imoyi had to rush back to the Qingding Palace to report what happened here. After Imoyi briefed Gao Zhe on the matters in the city, they left Tianan City early in the morning. The fastest way to get to Fengyu City was to take the transportation formation. And the transportation formation to Fengyu City was in Fengming City. Suzimo and the others had to go to Fengming City first. At the peak of a steep mountain, the beautiful scenery was shrouded in a layer of fog. At the peak of the mountain, there were two people playing chess. The person on the left wore a green robe and had white hair. Although he was in his 60s, he was still full of energy. The person on the right was a middle-aged man. He wore a white robe and his long hair was tied behind his back with a bun. He sat on a green rock and his white robe covered the entire rock. There was a faint pressure coming from his eyes. Recently, the sect has not been peaceful. The green-robed elder put down the black chess piece and said with a smile. Just drawing legs on a snake. The white-robed man snorted. You already know about Tianan City. The green-robed elder smiled. With such a big commotion, it's hard not to know. The white-robed man frowned and said. Now that the Fengqi Empire is on guard, the pursuit of our sect members is even more intense. It's good that you're used to it, but what about those people? Taking them to the capital of the empire is not good for us. The green-robed elder said calmly. Now, every step is important, we can't make any mistakes. Elder Qing, what do you think? The white-robed man asked. Make sure they can't reach the capital. The green-robed elder put down the chess piece in his hand and said with a smile. I have my own plans. The white-robed man shook his head. Fengming City was located in the north of Tianan City. It was said that after the phoenix successfully passed its tribulation, it flew here, screamed 3 times, and finally became an immortal. That was how the story went. Therefore, when the Fengqi Empire was founded, they named it Fengming City. Phoenix cries in the 9 heavens, becoming an immortal. When Suzimo and the other 3 escorted the 3 black-robed men to Fengming City, it was already 7 days later. Everyone was travel-worn. Huang Sansi had been interrogating them, but the 3 black-robed men were stubborn and did not say anything. The ancient city wall stood tall on the ground. The green-brown city wall was already damaged in several places. Looking closely, this city was very old. It was a bit shabby. The city gate was wide open and there were 4 people sweeping the ground on both sides of the gate. The people coming in and out of the city seemed very lively. It was noon and the sun that was about to enter the summer was quite hot. The group walked in through the gate. Wait. Just as they reached the gate, they were stopped by the guards on both sides. You have to pay an entrance fee to enter the city. The guard on the left said calmly. Who set this rule? Huang Xing said coldly. How come I didn't know that my Fengqi Empire had such a rule? It doesn't matter who said it. If you don't pay the entrance fee, you can't enter, the soldier said calmly. You. Seeing that Huang Xing was about to attack, Huang Ri hurriedly stopped him. We'll pay, Huang Ri smiled and handed a spirit stone to the other party. The soldier received the spirit stones and nodded in satisfaction. Normally, those people would pay in silver, and he would be able to embezzle a lot of spirit stones. Go in. Don't cause any trouble in the city, the soldier calmly said as he put away the spirit stones. As they walked into the city, Huang Xing couldn't help but ask Huang Ri, Big brother, why did you stop me just now? Even a small soldier dares to charge a city entrance fee. How lawless. You also know that a small soldier wouldn't dare to do such a thing, then who is the mastermind behind this? Huang Ri asked. Big brother, you mean? City Lord? Huang Xing reacted instantly. Huang Sansi was one of the 7C. The 7 divisions had a lot of power in the Fengqi Empire. They represented the emperor to patrol the entire empire. They even had the right to act first and report later. Especially when they met someone like Huang Xing who hated evil, they couldn't tolerate even a single grain of sand in their eyes. It's hard to say, Huang Ri said calmly. We can ask around in the city for a few days. When we return to the capital, we can report to the emperor. Our main mission now is to escort these 3 Cthulhuism Society members. We can't reveal anything. Maybe someone will come to rescue them halfway. I understand, Huang Xing nodded. They booked a few rooms in the inn and stayed there. Su Zimo slept alone in a room, Huang Yu slept alone, and Huang Ri and Huang Xing had to watch over the 3 people. They shared a big room. After Su Zimo returned to his room, other than learning the 10 forms of demon, he studied the map with the sun's turbid light. After all, this map was from before the Yuanyang continent was split, and many of the changes in the map were quite different from now. Tao was boundless, it could be infinitely big or infinitely small. Su Zimo found that the 10 forms of demon were specially prepared for him. It was very fast, like a fish in water. After dinner, the sky gradually darkened. The night in Fengming City was very quiet. Although this city was considered a big city, it was more or less in decline due to years of disrepair. The early summer breeze blew through the streets. Su Zimo was comprehending when he suddenly heard a loud boom from the room next door. Huang Ri and Huang Xing were in this room. He hurried over to check. Everyone in the room was safe, but the roof seemed to have been broken through. What's going on? Su Zimo walked over and asked. At the door, Huang Yu also put on her clothes and hurried over. Someone wants to kill these 3 people, Huang Ri pointed at the 3 tied-up black-robed people and said with an ugly expression. Looks like it's the Cthulhuism Society, Su Zimo said. Be careful, looks like it won't be too peaceful tonight, Huang Ri nodded and said seriously. The Cthulhuism Society's strength was beyond his imagination. This Cthulhuism's speed of recruiting people was very fast, and there were many mysterious people in it. It was a big problem for the Fengqi Empire. Su Zimo slightly shook his head and returned to his room. As the night deepened, the night watchman banged on the street, telling people not to be impatient. Su Zimo felt the door to his room slowly open. A figure came in from outside and slowly approached his bed. Because he was sitting cross-legged, when he opened his eyes, he saw a black figure flash in front of him. Then it quickly ran outside. When Su Zimo chased outside, he found that Huang Xing and Huang Ri were also chasing after him. Someone snuck into your room? Huang Xing looked at Su Zimo and hurriedly asked. Su Zimo nodded, looking straight ahead. He saw several black figures running on the roof. Huang Yu also walked out of a room. Seeing this scene, she said to the others, go and chase after them. You guys go chase after these people. I'll watch over the 3 of them. Huang Xing and Huang Yu didn't object, saying take care and chased after them. Su Zimo also nodded and chased after them. The few of them quickly chased after them. There were more than 10 of them, but Su Zimo saw that their cultivation wasn't high. End of chapter 438. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.